Long before the Olympian gods took their seats on the mountain that would bear their name, there were others, older, more primordial beings who had ruled the world in an age most mortals would never fully remember. These were the Titans, children of Erinos and Gaia, children of the sky and the earth themselves. Among them moved a figure whose story is unlike almost any other in the vast tradition of Greek mythology. His name was Prometheus. The name itself is the first thing worth sitting with for a moment. This was because it tells you almost everything about him before the story has even properly begun. In the ancient Greek language, Prometheus means forethought, the capacity to think ahead, to look towards something not yet arrived, and to understand, with uncomfortable clarity, exactly what it will bring. It comes from the words that mean before and to learn. This was not simply a name his parents gave him, the way one might give a child any pleasant-sounding name. It was a description, a definition, and in a way, a sentence. He was a Titan who was born already knowing what was coming. That knowledge, vast and unrelenting as it was, shaped every moment of his long and extraordinary existence. Prometheus was a second-generation Titan, not one of the eldest divine powers, but the son of Iapetus, himself a great Titan, of the Oceanid Clymene, though some ancient sources name his mother as Themis, the goddess of divine law and order. Both versions of his parentage carry a certain weight. If his mother was Clymene, he was born of the wide ocean's daughter, connected to the deep and endless currents that move beneath everything. If his mother was Themis, he was the child of rightness itself, of the ancient principle that some things are simply as they should be, and others are not. Either way, Prometheus came into the world carrying an inheritance of something deeply serious. He would spend his entire existence living up to it. The weight of such a heritage manifested in everything Prometheus did and thought. He could not escape the pull of his origins, nor did he wish to. Instead, he would channel them into a purpose that would ultimately define not just his own existence, but the entire trajectory of divine and human history. This was the path laid before him, even before his birth. To be the bridge between worlds, the translator of divine knowledge into mortal understanding. It was a role he would fulfill completely, with unwavering dedication. What set him apart from so many other figures in this tradition was not raw power, though he was certainly powerful. It was not battle skill or divine ferocity. It was the quality captured so perfectly in his name, the quiet, constant, often painful awareness of consequences. Where others acted from passion or pride or simple want, Prometheus acted from foresight. Foresight is a gift that does not always feel like one. There is something genuinely moving about a being who can see the future and who chooses, with full understanding of what that future holds, to act in a way that will bring tremendous suffering upon himself. Most creatures, faced with the clear knowledge of what a choice will cost them, draw back from it. Prometheus never did. He was not reckless. He was, if anything, the opposite of reckless. This was because recklessness requires not thinking ahead. Thinking ahead was the one thing Prometheus could never stop doing. He made his choices in full view of their consequences. That is what gives his story a weight that other myths, for all their drama, do not always carry. The ancient Greeks who told and retold his story seem to have understood this instinctively. They did not celebrate him, imply because he was clever, though he was enormously clever. They did not celebrate him simply because he defied authority. Though his defiance of Zeus became one of the most famous acts in the entire mythological tradition, they celebrated him because he looked clearly at what his choices would cost him. The chains, the rock, the eagle, the long cold centuries at the edge of the known world. And he made those choices anyway, out of love for the creatures he had helped to bring into being. That is a different kind of heroism from the kind that rides into battle and trusts to its own strength. It is quieter and in some ways far more difficult to sustain. His place in the order of things was significant even before his story reached its most famous episodes. As a Titan, he existed in the long, slow world that preceded the Olympians, a world that operated according to older rhythms, older powers, older understandings of how things worked. And yet Prometheus, for all his ancient origins, was a figure who seemed always to be looking forward rather than back, always more concerned with what was yet to come than with what had already been established. This was both his great gift and the source of every difficulty that would follow him through the centuries of his story. And it was this gift, this perpetual, aching awareness of what was coming, that made every choice Prometheus ever made feel less like impulse and more like sacrifice. Prometheus was not an only child. Understanding his brothers helps explain a great deal about who he was and why he made the choices he did. His father was Iapetus, one of the elder Titans, a son of Uranus and Gaia, and a figure of considerable standing in the generation of gods that preceded Zeus and the Olympians. Iapetus does not appear often in the surviving myths. When he does, it is usually at a distance, a presence more felt than seen, a patriarch whose name carried weight even when he himself was not in the room. His mother, depending on which ancient source one follows, was either Clymene, an Oceanid of graceful and quiet disposition, or Themis, the goddess of divine law and natural order. Both versions have been passed down from antiquity, and neither can be dismissed. What is worth noting is that if his mother was indeed Themis, the embodiment of rightness and justice, then Prometheus may have inherited more than his intelligence from her. He may have inherited his sense that there is a proper way for things to be, that it is worth defending even at tremendous personal cost. Clymene, for her part, connects him to the Oceanids, those countless daughters of the primordial sea, beings of calm and deep waters. Either way, the lineage on both sides was ancient and formidable, stretching back to the very beginning of the world. This complicated inheritance, ancient, powerful, yet marred by choices made in an earlier age, set the stage for everything Prometheus would become. His parentage gave him the tools and the perspective to see further than most, but it also bound him to a family whose fate was already written. To be born into such a line was to inherit not just names and power, but also the weight of history and consequence. His brothers were three: Atlas, Epimetheus, and Menetius. Each of them carried a name with meaning, as was common in the Greek tradition. The meanings between them tell a quiet story of their own. Atlas is thought to carry a sense of endurance, of bearing, of carrying, and his fate would come to mirror that name in the most literal and exhausting way imaginable. Menetius is harder to translate cleanly, but his character was described by Hesiod as proud and reckless, a Titan who carried within him a disposition toward violence and excessive confidence. It was this quality, this inability to temper his own strength with any kind of wisdom, that brought him to ruin. During the war between the Titans and the Olympians, Zeus struck Menetius with a thunderbolt and sent him down into Erebus, that deep, shadowy place beneath the earth, where he would no longer be in a position to cause any further trouble. He is the least remembered of the four brothers. That obscurity seems fitting for a figure whose defining trait was acting without thought of consequence. Atlas suffered a different fate, and in some ways a more visible one. After the Titans lost the Great War, Zeus singled him out for a particular punishment, not imprisonment in Tartarus like so many of the others, but something stranger and in its own way more terrible. He was made to stand at the western edge of the world and hold up the heavens on his broad shoulders, keeping sky and earth from collapsing back into the union from which the universe had originally been born. It was a punishment that made use of his tremendous strength. What might have been a gift into an endless, exhausting obligation. There is something quietly cruel about a sentence designed to last forever. Not in a dark pit, not in chains on a mountain, but simply standing and holding, day after day, in a labor that could never be completed or set aside. Prometheus, who could see so much of what was coming, must have known something of what awaited his brother. The weight of that knowledge was one he carried alongside everything else. Such knowledge of a brother's doom is its own kind of burden, one that required Prometheus to witness helplessly as fate unfolded according to patterns he could perceive but could not alter. Then there was Epimetheus. Of all the brothers, he is perhaps the most important to understanding Prometheus himself. His name means afterthought, a companion word to Prometheus's forethought, placed deliberately in opposition to it. The ancient Greeks were not subtle about this pairing. Where Prometheus thought ahead, weighed the future, accepted suffering with his eyes wide open, Epimetheus acted first and reflected later. Usually when it was already too late to change anything. He was not a figure of malice or cruelty. The myths rarely portray him as wicked, but rather as someone genuinely incapable of the kind of long-range thinking that his brother possessed so naturally and completely. He was warm, impulsive, and trusting in ways that tended to go badly for everyone around him. The two brothers appear together repeatedly in the myths. Their pairing feels deliberate, as though the ancient storite Elders were making an argument about human nature, suggesting that forethought and afterthought are not simply opposites but companions, eternally linked, one always cleaning up after or anticipating the disasters of the other. A world with only Prometheus in it would be cautious and perhaps too heavy with awareness. A world with only Epimetheus would move quickly and cheerfully toward its own undoing. Together, they represented something like the full picture of how a mind might work, and the tension between them never fully resolved. Iapetus himself was cast into Tartarus after the Great War, joining most of the other Titans in that lightless place. His 4 sons were scattered by Zeus in different directions, each receiving a fate suited, in Zeus's estimation, to his particular character. Atlas bearing the sky, Menœtus swallowed by shadow, Epimetheus left to wander through his own mistakes, and Prometheus left standing among the victors, for now, his foresight having guided him to the winning side. Though what that would ultimately cost him was already clear to anyone who knew how to look at the shape of his life. Together these 4 brothers formed something like a complete picture of the range of human impulses. Endurance, recklessness, foresight, its eternal counterpart, the failure to look ahead at all. In the earliest days, before war came to the heavens, life on Earth was something that later generations could barely imagine, a time that the ancient Greeks called the Golden Age. Hesiod, writing in the 8th century before the Common Era, described this age with a kind of tender longing, the way a person might describe a childhood home they can no longer return to. In those days, according to his account in the Works and Days, human beings lived beneath the care of the Titans, and life was genuinely abundantly easy. The earth gave up her fruits without being asked. There was no need to break the soil with a plough or coax reluctant crops from hard ground. Grain simply grew, and it grew generously, more than enough for everyone who walked beneath the open sky. The seasons turned gently and predictably, and the air carried something that later people would only find in stories, a quality of ease that seemed built into the world itself, the way warmth is built into sunlight. Humans in this age did not know old age the way their descendants would come to know it. Their bodies did not wear out with the slow, grinding patience that time would later use against the generations that came after. They lived, and they flourished, and when the end of their days came to them, it came softly, like someone drifting into sleep. There was a closeness between the divine and the mortal in those days that the world would never quite recover. The gods did not live remote and untouchable behind clouds and ceremony. They moved among human beings in ways that felt natural and easy, the way a river moves through a landscape, belonging to it completely. Prometheus himself would have known this intimacy well, having helped to shape the very creatures who walked this golden earth. He understood them not merely as a craftsman understands a finished object, but as a gardener understands something living, something that requires attention, something that can be lost. The humans of the Golden Age were his in a way that went beyond the act of creation. He had given them their form, their upright bearing, their faces turned toward the sky, and the world that surrounded them, in these earliest days, was a world that seemed almost to have been built for them on purpose, generous and unhurried and full of everything they needed. The daily rhythms of the Golden Age reflected this fundamental accord between human need and earthly plenty. Work existed, but it was not the kind of work that breaks a person down through endless repetition. The tending of gardens brought genuine joy rather than exhaustion. Between humans, there was a quality of relation that later ages would recognize only in fragments, communities bound not by desperation, but by authentic affection and respect. Conflict was quickly resolved when it arose. There was no hoarding because there was no scarcity. Greed had not yet found a foothold in the human heart. What Hesiod describes is not a paradise of luxury or divine intervention, but something quieter and, in its own way, more beautiful than that. It is a world in which the basic struggle that defines most of human history simply did not exist yet. No one labored against a reluctant earth. No one went cold in winter because the harvest had failed. No one watched a child go hungry. The ache of those particular human experiences, so ordinary in later ages that they became almost invisible, had not yet entered the world. Life was not dramatic in the Golden Age. It was peaceful in the way that early morning is peaceful, before the rest of the day has started making its demands. The Titans, whatever their other qualities and conflicts, presided over this time. And Prometheus, who was among them, who was in many ways one of the most thoughtful and attentive of them, watched the humans he had helped create, moving through this gentle world with something very like love. He was not a distant observer. His foresight, the very quality that made him who he was, meant that he was always reading the world ahead of the present moment, always seeing what was coming before it arrived. In the Golden Age, this gift would have been both a comfort and a quiet ache. He could see the abundance around him and appreciate it fully. He could also see, with a clarity that none of the human beings wandering through their uncomplicated days could share, how fragile all of it was. Fragility does not always announce itself. The Golden Age, from the inside, must have felt solid and permanent, the way good things always feel solid and permanent to the people living inside them. The earth gave her fruit. The sky was generous with light. The divine and the mortal existed in the same world without the layers of distance and ceremony that would later grow between them. There was no reason, standing in the middle of all that ease, to suspect that it would not simply continue. But Prometheus was not standing in the middle of it in the ordinary way. He was standing in it and seeing through it simultaneously, seeing the shape of what was building beyond the horizon, the forces that were gathering in the generations of the gods themselves, the contest of wills that would one day remake everything. The Golden Age was real. Its ease and its abundance and its gentleness were all real, and the humans who lived inside it were real. These upright, thinking, sky-facing creatures that he had shaped from the earth and cared for with a constancy that did not waver even when it cost him enormously. It was a world worth protecting, and Prometheus, who could see the future more clearly than anyone alive, already knew it would not last. When the war finally broke out between the old gods and the new ones, it was not a sudden clash. It had been building for a very long time, and Prometheus had been watching its approach the way a farmer watches a storm gather on the horizon. He was a Titan by birth, a son of Iapetus, raised in a world that belonged to Cronus and his generation, and in the ordinary way of things, there would have been no question at all about where his loyalties lay. But Prometheus was not the kind of being who dealt in ordinary ways of thinking. His name meant forethought, the capacity to see what was coming before it arrived. And what he saw, in those long years before the first battles broke out across the earth, was a conclusion that no one else among the Titans seemed willing to accept. The Olympians were going to win. He was as certain of this as he was certain of anything. And that certainty would come to define everything he did during the 10 years of war that the ancient Greeks called the Titanomachy, the great struggle between the old order and the new. It was a war that remade the world entirely, and Prometheus walked into it with his eyes open in a way that almost no one else did, carrying the quiet and lonely burden of a being who already knows how the story ends. In the early stages, Prometheus did fight on the side of the Titans, or at least remained among them as the war took shape. He was not a figure who rushed carelessly toward any kind of conflict. He was measured, thoughtful, someone who preferred the elegant solution to the forceful one, and it was precisely this quality that led to his first serious break with the Titan cause. According to the tradition, he urged his fellow Titans to rely on cunning rather than brute strength, to use intelligence and strategy rather than simply throwing their considerable power against the Olympians in open battle. The Titans, who were proud beings who had ruled the cosmos for a very long time and who believed in the authority that raw power conferred, were not interested in what Prometheus had to say. They were ancient, they were strong, and they could not quite bring themselves to believe that Zeus and his younger siblings posed a genuine threat but could not simply be overwhelmed. They dismissed Prometheus's counsel, and in doing so, they sealed their own fate. A being of his particular gifts, a being whose entire nature was organized around the ability to see ahead, could not stay in the company of those who refused to look ahead at all. It would have felt, for him, like a particular kind of loneliness, watching the very disaster he had warned against assembling itself, piece by piece, on the horizon. This was not merely political, but profoundly philosophical. Prometheus understood what his elder brethren could not. Raw power could be overcome by strategy and intelligence. The question was not whether the Titans could fight, but whether they could adapt. His alienation was not made lightly, for to stand against one's own kind meant accepting profound isolation. Yet for a being whose nature was foresight itself, remaining with those marching toward disaster was unbearable. This was the burden of forethought, to be forced to choose between loyalty to one's own and clarity about what was coming. Some accounts of the myth hold that Prometheus's mother, who in certain traditions was not Clymene, but Themis, the Titaness of divine law and prophecy, also supported Zeus rather than the Titan cause. This detail is worth pausing on, because if true, it suggests that the decision Prometheus made was not simply the cold calculation of a strategist betting on the winning side. It may have run deeper than that, rooted in a sense of where justice and right order actually lay. Themis, after all, was a figure associated with law and with the proper unfolding of things, and if she saw in Zeus's cause something that aligned with those values, her son may well have seen the same. Or perhaps the simplest explanation is also the most tender, that Prometheus loved his mother and followed her counsel as she had followed what she herself could foresee. The myth does not always make these motivations explicit, and that ambiguity is part of what makes Prometheus such a genuinely interesting figure. He was not purely selfless, and he was not purely strategic, but something more complicated than either. What is clear is that once he had made his decision, he committed to it fully. He brought his foresight to the service of the Olympians, and the war, which had been grinding on in the way that only a war between immortals can, vast, slow, shaking the very foundations of the earth, began to turn. The Olympians were aided by other allies as well, including the Cyclopes who had been freed from Tartarus and who gave Zeus his thunderbolts, Poseidon his trident, and Hades his helmet of invisibility. These were not small gifts. The thunderbolt in particular was a weapon of extraordinary destructive power, and it gave Zeus something that the Titans, for all their strength, could not easily answer. The battles that followed were catastrophic in the way that only the conflicts of gods can be. Entane shook, seas boiled, and the earth itself seemed to remember what had happened to it for a very long time afterward. Hesiod describes the violence of it with a kind of awe, as if even he, writing centuries later, could feel the reverberations of what had taken place. After 10 years of this, the Titans were defeated. Cronus, who had swallowed his children and ruled the cosmos with an iron certainty that his position could never be taken from him, was overthrown at last. The other Titans who had fought against the Olympians were gathered up and cast into Tartarus, bound there in the same deep darkness where they had imprisoned the Cyclops before Zeus freed them. A neat and terrible symmetry. Guards were set over them, and the world above continued on, fundamentally changed. Zeus took the sky, Poseidon took the sea, Hades received the realm of the dead. The three brothers divided the cosmos between them, and the age of the Titans was over. For Prometheus, this was both a vindication and a complicated new beginning. He had been right about everything, had helped the victors achieve their victory, and now stood in a world reorganized around their power rather than his own kind's. He was among the winners, which was exactly what his foresight had told him he needed to be, and yet the position carried with it a strangeness that no amount of forethought could entirely dissolve. The Titans were cast into Tartarus, the deepest abyss the world contained, and the Olympians began dividing up their new dominion, and Prometheus, who had helped them win it, stood among the victors, though not entirely comfortably. Of all the tasks that Zeus assigned in the reorganization of the world after the Titans fell, none would prove more consequential than the one given to Prometheus and his brother Epimetheus, to fill the earth with living creatures and give each one what it needed to survive. It was, on the surface, a generous assignment, a kind of creative freedom that the two brothers might have been grateful for, given how the war had ended and how others of their family had fared. Zeus had parceled out dominions and responsibilities across the new Olympian order, and this particular task, the populating of the earth, carried with it a certain dignity. The brothers set to work, though they approached it in ways that could not have been more different from each other, and those differences would matter enormously before the work was done. Epimetheus, whose name means afterthought, the one who reflects only once something has already passed, took on the animals first and threw himself into the work with an enthusiasm that was, in its own way, rather touching. He was a being of instinct and generosity, warm-hearted in the way that people are when they haven't yet considered what their generosity will eventually cost them. He moved through the newly settled world, distributing gifts with both hands, giving each creature exactly what it seemed to need. To the bear, he gave immense strength and a coat thick enough to sleep through the coldest months of the year. To the hawk, he gave keen sight and hollow bones and the gift of rising on warm columns of air without effort. To the rabbit, he gave quickness and a low profile and ears that could hear the soft footfall of a predator from a remarkable distance. To the tortoise, he gave a shell so sturdy it was almost a small house the animal simply carried with it wherever it went. He went on like this for a long time, working his way through creation with what can only be described as genuine joy. Every creature he touched seemed to bloom under his attention. The wolf received speed and cunning. The ox received endurance. The fish received the ability to breathe in water. The bee received an architecture of instinct so precise and intricate that it bordered on something resembling art. Prometheus gave and gave, delighted each time a creature shook itself into its new abilities and wandered off into the world that had been made for it. He was, by any measure, a gifted craftsman when it came to animals, imaginative, thorough, and deeply pleased with his own work. What he was not, however, was careful about the accounting. By the time Prometheus turned his attention to humanity, to these upright figures he was shaping carefully from clay and water, Prometheus had already spent everything. Every gift in the original allotment had been distributed. The animals had received the full inheritance and nothing remained. There were no spare coats of fur, no reserves of speed or strength or armor, no extra capacity for night vision or burrowing or flight. The storehouse, so to speak, was completely empty. Prometheus shaped humanity anyway. According to the tradition that has come down through Hesiod and others, he formed them from clay in the image of the gods themselves. Upright, with faces turned toward the sky rather than down toward the ground, as most animals carried themselves. This was not an accident or a mere aesthetic choice. There was something deeply intentional about that posture, something that the ancient Greeks seemed to have felt was worth preserving in the telling of the story across centuries. To stand upright and look toward the heavens was to exist in a different relationship with the cosmos than the creatures that grazed or crawled or burrowed. It implied a kind of aspiration, a reaching. It meant that humanity, whatever else it lacked, was oriented from the very begin, Inga, towards something beyond its immediate physical circumstances. Prometheus worked with great care. He was not Prometheus, scattering gifts with cheerful abandon. He was a being of forethought, and forethought implies attention, implies the slow turning of a problem from every angle before committing to a shape. He understood what he was making. He understood, in the way that a creator sometimes simply knows, that these clay figures upright on the earth were going to matter, that they were going to be something the world had not quite had before. There is a tenderness in the accounts of this moment, even in the most spare and ancient tellings. Prometheus looked at these creatures and felt something for them that was more than a craftsman's pride in finished work. It was closer to what one might feel for a child, a sense of responsibility that would not be easy to put down. And then he saw what Prometheus had done, or rather what Prometheus had failed to do. These humans he had shaped so carefully were standing in a world fully stocked with creatures far better equipped than they were. The bear could outmuscle them without effort. The wolf could outrun them easily. The hawk could see them from heights they could never reach. Even the bee, in its quiet architectural industry, had been given something they had not, a built-in precision, a purposeful order to its days. Humanity had none of this. They were bare-skinned in a world where the cold arrived without warning. They had no claws worth speaking of, no armor, no particular speed. They were, in purely animal terms, astonishingly vulnerable. The kind of creature that would not ordinarily be expected to last very long at all. What they had, though, and this was the thing Prometheus could see clearly, because foresight was what he was that upward orientation, that capacity to look at the sky and ask something of it. There was an intelligence in them, a kind of flexible, searching awareness that none of the gifted animals possessed in quite the same way. The hawk had extraordinary eyes, but did not wonder about the horizon. The bear had extraordinary strength, but did not ask why winter came. Humanity, naked and slow and shivering on the new earth, had been given something harder to name and harder to take away. The posture and the inclination of a being that might, given the right conditions, do something unexpected with its time in the world. But inclination alone does not keep a person warm. Aspiration does not slow a wolf. The intelligence shining in those clay-formed faces was real, but it existed inside bodies that were genuinely, dangerously unprepared for the world. Prometheus had already finished equipping without them. Prometheus saw this with a clarity that was not comfortable. He looked at what he had made, these upright, bare, shivering, brilliant creatures, and he understood that simply making them had not been enough. The conflict between Prometheus and Zeus did not begin with fire. It began at a place called Mycenae, at a gathering that was supposed to settle something much more mundane, the proper way to divide a sacrifice. Mycenae was a place that the ancient Greeks associated closely with the city-state of Sicyon, a settlement on the northern edge of the Peloponnese, where the foothills begin their gentle slope down toward the sea. But the Mycenae of myth belonged to an earlier age than any city. It was one of those liminal, half-dreamed locations where the boundaries between mortal and divine had not yet hardened into anything permanent, where gods and men still met on something that resembled common ground. According to Hesiod's account in the Theogony, it was here that gods and mortal men came together to work out a matter of ritual and proportion. When an animal was slaughtered in offering, who would receive what? It sounds, on the surface, like a question of ceremony. But in the world that Hesiod describes, ceremony was never merely ceremony. It was the articulation of a relationship, the careful mapping of who stood where in the order of things. In ancient Greek religious practice, the division of a sacrificial animal was not something that could be handled carelessly. The portions given to the gods determined the shape of the relationship between mortals and the divine. A misstep could mean ritual offense and a dangerous imbalance in the cosmic order itself. Prometheus was there, and the ox had already been slaughtered by the time the arrangement fell to him. What happened next is one of the most carefully constructed moments of deception in all of Greek mythology, and it is worth following every layer of it slowly, the way Prometheus himself must have laid it out. He divided the animal into two portions. The first contained what any reasonable being would want, the rich, nourishing meat, and the inner organs, all the parts of the ox that a hungry god or a hungry man would choose without hesitation. But Prometheus covered this portion with the ox's stomach lining, the dull and rather unlovely paunch that nobody looked at with any kind of appetite. The second portion, by contrast, was the bones, bare, stripped of their flesh, without real sustenance. But these he covered with a gleaming layer of white fat. The beauty of the deception lay in its perfect exploitation of appearance. Prometheus had not resorted to crude lies, but had trusted entirely in how the gleaming fat would draw attention, making the worthless bones beneath seem valuable. In the firelight, or in whatever light blessed that gathering at Mycenae, the bones would have looked extraordinary. Hesiod describes it with a plainness that almost seems amused. The silvery fat caught the light, and the pile of bones beneath it disappeared entirely into that deceptive sheen. When Prometheus stepped back and invited Zeus to choose, he was offering what appeared to be an obvious bounty on one side and an uninviting heap on the other. What Zeus did next is the part of the story that rewards careful attention, because Hesiod is quite specific about it. He does not say that Zeus was fooled. He says something much more interesting and, honestly, more troubling, that Zeus, whose plans were unfailing, saw through the deception completely. He recognized the gleaming fat for what it was. He understood, in that moment, that the bones beneath it were bones, and then he chose them anyway. This is a choice that has occupied readers of Hesiod for a very long time, and it is worth sitting with for a moment, because it changes the entire character of the scene. If Zeus had been genuinely deceived, the The story would be a relatively straightforward tale of a clever titan outwitting a less attentive god. But Zeus was not deceived. He chose the inferior portion with full knowledge of what he was choosing, which means he was doing something else entirely, something calculated and cold. By accepting the trick's apparent turns, Zeus gave himself something far more valuable than a good meal. He gave himself a grievance, a legitimate, articulable grievance against Prometheus, and through Prometheus, against every mortal who would now make offerings of fat-covered bones to the gods on altars throughout the world. He had been offered an insult he could choose to receive, and he chose to receive it. The implications spread outward through everything that followed. Zeus was establishing that he would choose to be wronged when it served his purposes, gaining the moral authority to punish. This was a god with a vision of how the world should be ordered. Hesiod tells us that Zeus was furious, though that fury had a quality of performance to it. The fury of someone who has decided to be wronged. He withheld fire from humanity, which was, as punishments go, devastating in its completeness. But what the story makes quietly clear is that Zeus had seen exactly what Prometheus was doing, and had allowed it to proceed because the trick was more useful to him acknowledged than prevented. There is something in this that says a great deal about the relationship between these two figures, which was never simple and was never quite what it appeared on the surface. Prometheus was genuinely fond of the mortals he had helped to make. That much seems consistent across every version of his story. And at Mycone, he was trying, with considerable ingenuity, to ensure they kept the best of what the slaughter produced. He was acting on their behalf with the particular kind of quiet cleverness that had always been his nature. He was also, almost certainly, aware that Zeus might see through it. His name meant forethought. He had a habit of knowing what was coming, and if he understood that Zeus might see through the trick and still pressed forward with it, then Prometheus too was making a choice that went beyond the immediate meal. He was establishing, at whatever cost, that he would act on behalf of his creation, even when the risk was considerable. What neither of them could have said, or would have said, is which of them had truly won at Mycone. Zeus walked away with bones and a reason to punish. Prometheus walked away having secured, for the time being, the better portion of the ox for the mortals he cared about. The meeting had accomplished what it was supposed to accomplish, in a narrow technical sense, but the relationship between the king of the gods and the titan who thought ahead had shifted into something more openly adversarial, and both of them knew it. Hesiod does not editorialize about this very much, which is perhaps its own form of wisdom. He simply records what happened and what came next. The sacrifice was divided. Zeus chose what he chose, and then came the anger, which was real, and the punishment, which was also real, and which fell not only on Prometheus, but on the mortals who had been the whole point of the exercise. There was a kind of terrible efficiency to it. Zeus, in his displeasure, had found the one response that would hurt Prometheus most completely, not by reaching him directly, but by reaching the creatures he loved. And Zeus, who had seen through every layer of the trick and chosen the bones regardless, now had everything he needed to make both Prometheus and humanity pay for the insult. Zeus's first act of retaliation was not chains or an eagle. It was absence. He simply withdrew fire from the world of mortals, quietly and completely. The way a parent might take something precious from a child who has misbehaved, tucking it away somewhere beyond reach without a word of explanation. There was no proclamation, no dramatic gesture from the heights of Olympus. The fires that humans had known, the ones burning in their hearths, warming their hands, cooking their food, they faded, sputtered, and went cold. The people who depended on them were left staring at ash and embers they could not revive. Hesiod tells us this plainly, without great ceremony. Zeus held back fire from the ash tree, from the mortal men who dwell upon the earth, so the people were left without it. That was all. That was enough. It is worth sitting with what that actually meant. This was because the ancient Greeks understood fire to be something far greater than warmth. It was the very instrument through which civilization became possible. Its absence did not simply make life uncomfortable. It unmade the conditions that allowed human life to be anything more than bare survival. Without fire, there was no way to cook food. That meant that the grains and roots and tough cuts of meat that people relied upon became, in many cases, inedible or dangerous. The body that has to eat everything raw is a body working enormously hard just to extract the nourishment it needs, spending energy that might otherwise go toward thought, toward building, toward the long, slow accumulation of skill and knowledge that makes one generation better prepared than the last. Fire had been doing that quiet, fundamental work for so long that people may not even have fully understood how much they depended on it until it was gone. The cold, too, was a different kind of problem in a world without fire. Greece could be mild, but the nights were real, and beyond Greece the world grew harsher and less forgiving in every direction. Without the hearth at the center of a home, the home itself lost a great deal of what made it a home. People huddled together in the dark in the way that animals do, sharing warmth through proximity because they had no other choice. And there was something else, something perhaps harder to name, that fire had always provided: light. With it the sense that the darkness could be held at bay, that the night was not simply a void in which a person waited helplessly for the sun to return, that psychological warmth, the feeling of being gathered around something alive and bright, was gone with the rest. The working of metal, that had given humans tools and weapons and the means to shape the physical world to their needs, became impossible without the heat required to smelt and forge. Pottery, which had allowed them to store food and water and carry things across distances, required the kiln. Even the simplest acts of trade and craft had fire woven through them in ways that only became visible once the fire disappeared. The world that Zeus left humans with was not the gentle, effortless world of the Golden Age, when the earth gave freely and labor was unnecessary. It was something worse, a world that required labor but denied humans the tools to make that labor bearable or fruitful. They were left working against the earth with nothing but their hands. The earth was not inclined to be generous to people who could not cook what it offered them. Prometheus, who was a being defined by his ability to look forward and trace the consequences of things, would have understood all of this with a clarity that must have been its own kind of anguish. He had shaped these creatures himself, had pressed the image of the gods into the clay with his own hands and breathed something into them that set them apart from every other living thing on earth. He had loved them in the way that a maker loves what they have made, not simply as a craftsman is satisfied with a well-finished object, but with something deeper and more tender, something closer to the love a parent feels watching a child struggle with a world that is not always kind. And now he watched them struggle in a way that did not have to be, that was the result of a decision made in anger, a punishment delivered not for any wrong the humans themselves had done, but because Prometheus had been too clever at Mekone and Zeus had too much pride to let the insult pass unanswered. What makes this particular punishment so quietly devastating is that it was invisible in the way that only withdrawals can be. Zeus had not sent a plague or a flood. He had not struck anyone down or turned the sky dark. He had simply taken back something that had always seemed like it belonged to the world. The people living in that world had to learn, slowly and painfully, how much of everything they thought they had built rested on that one taken thing. Prometheus would have watched this understanding dawn on them the way the sun rises over cold ground, slowly, gradually, without any softness in it. He could see the whole shape of what had happened, and what would continue to happen if nothing changed. That foresight, which was his greatest gift, was also in moments like this his greatest burden. This was because seeing the future clearly does not make the present any easier to bear. It only makes it more precisely, more irrefutably terrible. Prometheus watched his creation stumbling in the dark. Whatever calculation he had been running in his mind finally reached its conclusion. The theft itself, as Hesiod tells it, was not a battle. There were no raised weapons, no armies, no confrontation at the gates of heaven. What Prometheus did, he did quietly, in the manner of someone who has thought a thing through so completely and for so long that when the moment finally arrives, there is almost nothing left to feel except a deep and settled calm. He was not reckless. He had never been reckless. He was the one who thought ahead, who weighed consequences before he took a single step. So when he finally moved toward the divine realm with the intention of taking what Zeus had withheld, he moved with the unhurried deliberateness of someone who had already lived through the moment 1,000 times in his mind. The decision to steal fire did not come suddenly, but rather as the inevitable conclusion of a long internal struggle. Prometheus had stood witness to the suffering of mortals for generations, watching them shiver through nights without warmth, watching their food remain raw and inedible, watching their vulnerability to the elements and to predators. He had foreseen the future. It was one of his gifts as a Titan, and he could perceive the path that humanity might take if they were given the tools to survive and flourish. This knowledge had become a burden he could no longer carry in silence. The theft was not an impulse, but the careful execution of a plan that had matured over countless years of observation and contemplation. Every detail had been considered, every consequence weighed against the profound need he felt to act. It was this quality of deliberation, this marriage of vast foresight with patient planning, that made Prometheus different from the other titans and gods who inhabited the heavens. One version of the story, found in later sources, tells us that Prometheus made his way to the chariot of Helios, the god of the sun, whose great vehicle blazed across the sky each day, carrying light from one end of the world to the other. There, at the source of all that radiance, he is said to have lit his torch, pressing the tip of it to something so vast and ancient and luminous that the small flame he carried away from it seemed almost modest by comparison. In Hesiod's account, the detail is simpler and somehow more affecting for its simplicity. Prometheus stole fire and carried it down hidden inside the hollow stalk of a fennel plant. It is the kind of detail that rewards a moment of quiet attention. This was because the choice of the fennel stalk was not incidental or merely poetic. Fennel, known in Greek as narthex, produces a stalk that is tall and pithy at its core, fibrous and slow-burning in its interior, even as its outer surface remains cool to the touch. A flame nestled inside the pith of a fennel stalk will sustain itself, fed gradually by that dry inner material, without consuming the stalk quickly or betraying itself with great heat or light from the outside. It was, in other words, a genuinely practical solution, the kind of solution that only someone with deep knowledge of the natural world would think to devise. And Prometheus, who had shaped humanity from the clay of the earth and who loved the physical world with something that felt very much like tenderness, would have known the properties of plants the way a craftsman knows his tools. There is something about that image, a god carrying fire inside a hollow weed, that says more about who Prometheus was than almost anything else in his story. He was a being of enormous power and foresight, a titan who had helped determine the outcome of a 10-year war, who had made humanity itself from the raw material of the ground. And yet when the time came to do the most consequential thing he would ever do, he did not arrive wrapped in lightning or accompanied by the sound of the earth shaking beneath him. He arrived quietly, carrying a plant stalk, the flame hidden inside it like something fragile and precious being cupped in two careful hands. The audacity of what he was doing existed in complete contrast with the gentleness of how he was doing it. That contrast feels like the very heart of his character. That his love for his creation expressed itself not in grand proclamations, but in this careful, patient, almost domestic act of bringing warmth to the cold. It was an act of rebellion that looked nothing like rebellion, disguised in the humble form of a plant and a flame. The divine authorities who ruled from Olympus would surely have expected any challenge to their authority to announce itself loudly, to come adorned in the trappings of power and defiance. Instead, Prometheus moved through the world unremarked, carrying what would prove to be the most transformative gift ever given to mortal kind. His strategy was one of stealth, not out of fear, but out of clarity about what needed to be accomplished. He understood that Zeus would never permit this transfer of power willingly, and that any confrontation would end in his own destruction. Better then to move like a shadow, to complete the deed, and let the consequences unfold after the deed was done. This too reflected his deep knowledge of how the world worked. Not the world of divine politics, but the physical world of cause and effect, of actions and their inevitable outcomes. He had watched the people he made with his own hands struggling in the darkness that Zeus had imposed, unable to cook their food, unable to warm themselves when the night grew long and the air turned sharp, unable to do any of the things that made their brief and difficult lives bearable. And he had decided, with full knowledge of what it would cost him, that he could not leave them there. The fire he carried was not a weapon and not a prize. It was a gift for creatures who were suffering, given by someone who loved them enough to accept whatever came next. When he reached the mortal world and the flame was coaxed from its hiding place inside the fennel stalk, when it caught the air and grew into something that could be shared and passed from hand to hand, from one small half to another, the people who received it could not have known fully what had been sacrificed to bring it to them. They would have felt the warmth of it, seen the world made visible again in its light, understood in some immediate and physical way that something had changed. For the first time since Zeus had taken it away, fires began to appear across the landscape of the mortal world, small lights burning in the darkness, each one carrying the trace of everything Prometheus had risked to put it there. The fire that Prometheus carried down in that fennel stalk was not simply a flame. At least, that is not how the ancient Greeks seem to have thought about it. When they told this story, generation after generation, sitting close together in the cool evenings of a world that depended entirely on fire to survive, they were not merely recounting the history of how humanity learned to keep warm. They were explaining something far more essential than that. They were explaining how humanity became humanity, how the creatures that Prometheus had shaped from river clay and breathed into life came to be something genuinely remarkable, something no other living thing on earth had ever managed to become. Fire was not a comfort to them. It was a transformation. Aeschylus understood this more fully than almost anyone else who put words to the myth. In his Prometheus Bound, the chained Titan does not simply say that he gave humans a flame. He goes much further than that. He says, plainly and with a kind of exhausted pride, that every art mankind possessed came from him, every single one. The statement is enormous, and it is meant to be. Aeschylus was not being careless or theatrical with that claim. He was articulating something the ancient Greeks believed in a very serious and considered way. That fire was not one gift among many. It was the gift that made all other gifts possible. Think for a moment about what human life looked like without it. Prometheus's creations were upright and thoughtful and capable of extraordinary things in potential. But in practice, They were cold and exposed, and utterly at the mercy of a world that did not particularly care about them. They could not cook their food, which meant they could digest far less of what the earth offered them, and they could not preserve it, and so they lived always close to hunger. They could not harden clay into vessels for carrying water or storing grain. They could not work metal into tools or weapons, or the fine, delicate things that later filled the temples and households of a civilization that prided itself on beauty as much as usefulness. They could not build in any lasting way, because the shaping of stone required metal, and the hardening of brick required heat. Without fire, they were intelligent animals, and nothing more. With fire, something entirely different became possible. Cooking alone changed what it meant to be human in ways that are almost difficult to fully appreciate. Food that had once been indigestible or dangerous became nourishing. The range of what a person could eat expanded enormously, and with it the range of where a person could live. Communities that had clustered near particular food sources could begin to move, to store, to plan for seasons rather than simply endure them. This is what Prometheus had understood when he looked down at his cold and struggling creations and felt, whatever a titan feels in such a moment, that he could not simply leave them this way. The hearth, too, was something the Greeks thought about with genuine reverence. A fire burning at the center of a home was not merely practical, it was sacred. Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, was among the most deeply honored of the Olympians, and her fire was the still center of domestic life, the place around which a family organized itself, the warmth toward which everyone moved when the day was done. There is something about gathering around a fire that asks people to slow down, to sit close together, to talk. The ancient Greeks noticed this. They understood that fire had not only warmed the body, but had created the conditions in which human society, with all its conversation and storytelling and shared memory, could take shape at all. A community that has no fire has no hearth, and a community with no hearth has nowhere to come home to. Metalworking was perhaps the most visible expression of fire's civilizing power, and Aeschylus dwells on it with a kind of quiet wonder. Bronze and iron, the materials from which tools and weapons and plows and nails were made, could not be worked without the sustained, intense heat that only a proper forge could provide. Prometheus's gift had made all of that possible. The plow, which allowed humans to cultivate the earth in a way that hunting and gathering could never sustain, required metal that required fire. Agriculture, the very foundation of settled civilization, of cities and laws, and the accumulated knowledge that gets written down and passed on, had fire somewhere in its long ancestry. Even the arts, the things that seem furthest from the practical and the useful, carried fire's trace within them. Pottery, which gave people the ability to store water and oil and wine and grain, was shaped by fire in the kiln. The earliest written records were pressed into clay tablets that were sometimes hardened by heat. The sculptures that filled the temples and public spaces of Athens were cast in bronze in furnaces that roared with the same kind of controlled fire that Prometheus had carried down in his hollow stalk. There is almost nothing the Greeks made, nothing they built or painted or wrote down or shaped with their hands, that does not somewhere along its history pass through the heat of a flame. What Aeschylus was saying then, when he gave Prometheus that sweeping claim, "Every art of mankind comes from Prometheus," was not that one titan had been exceptionally generous. He was saying that the gift of fire had been the gift of agency itself. Before it, humans could receive what the world chose to offer them. After it, they could begin to shape the world according to what they imagined. They could heat and cool and harden and melt and reform the materials of the earth. They could work at night. They could survive winters that would otherwise have been fatal. They could gather in warmth and talk and remember and teach. They could become, in ways that were genuinely new under the sun, makers of things. In the oldest versions of the story, every art that humans possessed, every skill that separated them from the animals, traced its origin back to that single stolen ember. Zeus did not go to Prometheus directly, not at first. What he did instead was something more considered, more far-reaching, in many ways more devastating than any immediate punishment could have been. He turned his attention not toward the Titan who had stolen from him, but toward the creatures the Titan had made and loved so deeply, toward humanity itself. In Hesiod's telling, Zeus understood something that perhaps even Prometheus had not fully anticipated, that the most painful way to wound a creator is not to harm him, but to reach past him and touch his creation. And so Zeus set about designing a punishment that was not only retributive, but architectural, something that would reshape the human condition from the ground up. He called upon Hephaestus, the god of the forge, the divine craftsman whose hands could shape anything from raw matter into something extraordinary. He gave him an unusual commission. Hephaestus was to take clay and water, the same humble materials from which Prometheus had once shaped humanity, and from them fashion a new kind of being, not a man this time, but a woman, the very first woman the world had ever seen. Hephaestus, who was himself a god acquainted with suffering and rejection, worked with an artistry that was careful and almost tender. He gave her a form of breathtaking beauty, the kind that the ancient world described as something almost divine in its effect on those who looked upon her. But she was not simply a beautiful shape. She was, from her very first moment, a collaborative creation, a being assembled not by one god alone, but by the whole of Olympus working in concert. Athena breathed wisdom into her and dressed her in shimmering garments and taught her the arts of weaving. Aphrodite wrapped her in longing and grace, in a quality of presence that made her impossible to look away from. Hermes gave her a cunning mind and a voice as smooth as honey. Also, Hesiod is quite clear about this, a nature inclined toward deception, not out of any particular malice on her part, but because that was the gift Zeus had requested for her. Each god added something, and together they made her whole. When she was finished, they gave her a name, Pandora, that the ancient Greeks understood to mean something like all-gifted or all-giving, because every god had given her something of themselves. She was, in this sense, the most complete being the divine world had ever assembled, and she was designed to be irresistible. This act of creation represented something unprecedented in the cosmic order. For the first time, the gods had collaborated not to build something for themselves or to enhance their own power, but deliberately to craft a being whose entire purpose was instrumental, a means to an end. Pandora was a masterpiece of intentional design, and yet she was also, in a strange way, a victim of that very design before she ever took a single breath. She embodied a kind of paradox, infinitely gifted and yet fundamentally constrained by the will of those who made her. The mortals who would encounter her would see only her beauty and her grace, would feel the pull of every quality Hermes and Aphrodite had woven into her being. They would not see the architecture beneath the surface, the careful arrangement of traits designed specifically to accomplish Zeus's purpose. She was, in effect, a Trojan horse of sorts, a gift bearing a hidden mechanism. The other gods understood what they were participating in, even if the full weight of its consequences would not be known until later. Some accounts suggest that even they did not fully comprehend how far the ripples of this punishment would spread, how deeply it would reshape the trajectory of human existence. There was one more gift, though it came not from any god's hands, but from Zeus himself. Before Pandora was sent down into the mortal world, she was given something to carry with her, a great sealed jar, or pithos in the Greek, a vessel of the kind used in ancient households to store grain or oil or wine. What was inside it, she was told, she must not open. The instruction itself must have felt, to anyone who knew how these things went. Like an almost theatrical cruelty, like handing someone a locked door and telling them they must never turn the key, while knowing, in the full depth of your divine foresight, exactly what they would do. Prometheus, had he been free and present, might have recognized this immediately. He had warned his brother Epimetheus, his dear, impulsive, soft-hearted brother whose name meant afterthought, and who embodied that quality completely, never to accept a gift from Zeus. The warning was direct and clear, and given with genuine love. Prometheus understood the architecture of the trap, because he was a being of forethought. He could see exactly how the pieces were designed to fit together. But Epimetheus, who had always lived in the present tense rather than the future one, took one look at Pandora and accepted her into his home, and eventually into his life as his wife. It is difficult to be too harsh with Epimetheus for this. She was, after all, the combined work of every divine craftsman and goddess on Olympus, made to be precisely the kind of presence that a person of afterthought could not refuse. He did not accept her out of stupidity, exactly, but out of something more recognizably human, the willingness to take hold of beauty when it stands before you, even when someone you trust has told you not to. And so Pandora came to live among mortals. The jar she had brought with her waited, sealed and patient, in the corner of the house. For a time, how long, the sources do not say, there was a strange kind of peace. Pandora lived among humans and by all accounts brought them a kind of joy they had not previously known. The household of Epimetheus became a place of warmth and companionship. She learned their ways and they learned hers. The jar in the corner was simply a presence, unremarkable in the way that familiar objects become invisible through habit. Days passed into seasons and seasons into years. No one opened it. No one even thought much about it anymore, except perhaps in passing moments when Pandora's gaze would linger on it, drawn by something she could not quite name. That quality of curiosity Hermes had planted so carefully within her. It waited with the infinite patience of an instrument designed for a single purpose. The mortals around it had no way of knowing that the very structure of their contentment was temporary, that it was balanced on the edge of a secret that could not remain secret forever. When Pandora opened it, and she did open it, this was because the curiosity that Hermes had placed within her was as real and ungovernable as anything else she had been given. What poured out into the world was not a single thing, but an entire catalogue of human suffering. Hesiod describes it as all the evils that would now make their home among men, illness and hardship and grief, old age and labour, and the 1,000 unnamed miseries that make a human life difficult in the ways that the Golden Age had never known. They scattered in every direction before she could close the lid again. From that moment forward, they were simply part of the world, woven into the fabric of mortal existence as thoroughly as sunlight or hunger. Pandora herself is a complicated figure to sit with. I think it is woe, after pausing here, to feel that complexity, rather than to flatten her into something simpler. She was not malicious. She was not even, in any meaningful sense, responsible for what she had been made to carry. She was an instrument of Zeus's will, shaped and gifted, and sent precisely to accomplish what she accomplished. The sorrow that flows from her story belongs not to her character, but to the design of the god who conceived her. The ancient Greeks understood her this way, at least in part, as a kind of cosmic hinge on which the door between the ease of the earlier world and the difficulty of every world that followed was made to swing open. And at the very bottom of that jar, still remaining after everything terrible had already escaped into the world, there was hope, which is either a comfort or, depending on how you read it, one final cruelty. In Aeschylus's telling, the punishment of Prometheus begins not with rage, but with something quieter and almost sadder. An unwilling executioner and a victim who already knew exactly what was coming. When Aeschylus opens his great play, there is no thunderbolt, no shouting from the heights of Olympus. Instead, the scene that greets us is almost domestic in its quiet misery. Hephaestus, the god of the forge, arriving at the edge of the world with his tools and his grief. Accompanied by Kratos and Bia, the divine embodiments of strength and force, who have brought Prometheus with them to this barren place. Kratos speaks with the cold efficiency of someone carrying out an order he has no feelings about, one way or another. Bia says nothing at all throughout the entire scene. She is pure compulsion, wordless and absolute. But Hephaestus, who was a craftsman before he was anything else, who had spent his long divine life making beautiful things and giving form to what had previously been thick, formless, could not quite bring himself to approach this task without first saying aloud how much he wished he did not have to do it. He calls Prometheus his kinsman. He says that what he is being asked to do grieves him deeply. He knows, as every god on Olympus knows, that Prometheus had loved humanity with a sincerity that was difficult to argue against. Even if the method of expressing that love had crossed every line Zeus had drawn. Hephaestus understood craft and creation the way Prometheus did. He understood what it meant to make something and feel responsible for it. And so he stands at the edge of the world with his hammer and his chains, saying all of this out loud. Then he drives the chains in any way. This was because the command of Zeus was the one thing even grief could not override. This is one of the most quietly devastating moments in all of Greek literature, not because of what Hephaestus does, but because of how fully he understands the wrong of it and does it regardless. He is not a villain in this scene. He is something more uncomfortable than that. A decent being trapped between his own conscience and a power he cannot refuse. Prometheus, for his part, says very little during the binding itself. He endures it. And this, too, is significant, because Prometheus, who would spend the rest of the play speaking at extraordinary length about justice and foresight and the nature of Zeus's rule, chooses silence while the chains are being fastened. He had known this was coming. He had seen it the way he saw everything that was coming, with that particular clarity that was simultaneously his greatest gift and the source of every ounce of suffering he would ever know. There was nothing left to say while the iron was being driven into the rock. This was because he had already said everything worth saying to himself long before this moment arrived. The location chosen for his punishment was deliberate and meaningful. The Caucasus Mountains sat at the very eastern edge of the world, as the ancient Greeks understood it, a place so remote that most people would never see it. A landscape of peaks and wind and cold that felt less like a part of the inhabited earth and more like the place where the earth simply gave up and became something else. To the Greeks, the Caucasus was associated with the outermost limits of civilization, beyond the lands of the Scythians, beyond the borders of any world that felt familiar or warm. It was a place where a person, or a god, could be placed and largely forgotten by the rhythms of ordinary life. That was, of course, exactly the point. There was no community there, no passing travelers, no fires lit against the cold, none of the signs of human settlement that Prometheus had helped to make possible. The wind came across the peaks without anything to soften it. The rock itself was the kind of hard, indifferent stone that has no relationship with the things chained to it. It simply holds. The way all stone simply holds, without feeling or preference. This was not an accident of geography. Zeus had chosen a place that was the opposite of everything Prometheus had given humanity. Warmth, community, light, the gathered heat of a hearth with other people sitting around it. Instead, there was this: isolation on an enormous scale, the cold coming in from every direction at once. the knowledge that no one who mattered was nearby. Kratos, in Aeschylus's account, makes certain that the binding is thorough. He reminds Hephaestus more than once not to be gentle, not to leave any slack in the chains out of pity. The fetters needed to be absolute, unbreakable, the kind of restraint that could hold an immortal body across spans of time that mortals could not even properly imagine. Hephaestus works with the precision that was always his nature. What he produces is exactly that. Chains that would hold not for years or decades, but for what the myth describes, in some accounts, as 30,000 years. Not a restraint meant to teach a lesson after which the prisoner would be released and life could resume. A restraint meant to simply be permanent as the mountain itself, as indifferent as the stone. And through all of this, Prometheus waits. That is perhaps the word that describes him most completely in this moment, waiting. Not struggling, not pleading, not calling out to Zeus or to any of the Olympians for mercy. He already knew the mercy was not coming, in the same way he had always known everything that was coming. His foresight, which had let him see the Olympians' victory before the Titanomachy was even decided, which had let him understand the consequences of the sacrifice trick before he attempted it, which had let him see exactly what would happen when he carried the fennel stalk down from the heights. That same foresight had shown him this rock, these chains, this mountain, this cold. He had walked toward it with full knowledge of where he was going. The way a person might walk towards something they dread but cannot in good conscience avoid. Hephaestus finishes his work and leaves. Kratos leaves, and Bia, who was never really present in any human sense, departs as well. The procession that had arrived with so much grim purpose recedes back toward the world, back toward Olympus and warmth and the ordinary business of the gods. Prometheus is left with the mountain and the wind and the slowly cooling iron around his wrists. And there he remained, bound at the edge of the world, the chains cooling in the mountain air, waiting for what he already knew would come with the dawn. Every morning, without variation, the eagle came. It descended from somewhere high above the Caucasus Mountains, where the cold air thinned and the sky became the particular shade of pale grey that arrives just before dawn. It came with the same unhurried deliberateness each time, as if it were performing a duty that required neither haste nor hesitation. The eagle was enormous. It was sacred to Zeus, his bird, his symbol, the creature most closely associated with the king of the gods in the ancient Greek imagination, and so its arrival each morning carried a weight beyond its own considerable size. It was not merely an animal descending to feed. It was the will of Zeus made physical and feathered, arriving at first light to remind Prometheus, with great precision and without a single word, exactly who had won. Hesiod describes the punishment in the Theogony with the kind of plainness that somehow makes it worse than any dramatic elaboration could. He writes that the eagle consumed the liver of Prometheus each day, that by night the liver grew back, full and whole, ready for the morning. That is the structure of it, stated quietly, almost without commentary, and perhaps Hesiod understood that the mathematics of the thing spoke for themselves. A new day, and the liver restored. A new dawn, and the eagle's shadow falling across the rock again. There was no progression to it, no arc that moved toward any conclusion. It was a cycle designed to continue indefinitely, a punishment built not from intensity alone, but from the particular cruelty of repetition. The ancient Greeks placed enormous significance on the liver. It is worth pausing on that detail, because the choice was not incidental. In the Greek medical and philosophical tradition, the liver was understood to be the seat of the deepest emotions, not the heart, that the modern imagination tends to favor. But the liver, which was thought to be the organ where passion, courage, desire, the very force of life itself resided, When a Greek poet spoke of someone's courage failing or their love burning, the liver was often the organ being referenced. Seers used the livers of sacrificed animals to read omens, believing that the liver reflected the inner condition of a creature more directly than any other organ. To target the liver, then, was not simply to wound the body, it was to reach into the deepest center of what a being was, to consume the very organ of his feeling and his life force, to do it again and again before it could fully mean anything. By striking at the liver, Zeus was not merely inflicting bodily pain, but attacking the very seat of Prometheus's consciousness and will. The punishment was designed with a precision that went beyond mere cruelty. It was an act of deliberate philosophical violence. To destroy repeatedly the organ where passion and desire dwelt was to ensure that even as the body healed, the violation of the god's deepest self would be renewed each morning. Prometheus was immortal, and that immortality was the engine of the punishment. Without it, the suffering would have had a natural end, an end that might have been terrible, but would at least have been an end. Because he could not die, the liver that was taken each morning returned each night. The eagle that consumed it returned each morning. There was no accumulation of damage that might eventually resolve itself into mercy. He healed every night into the exact condition he had been in the morning before. Woke, if sleep is even the right word for what an immortal endures, into the same moment he had already lived. The Caucasus was described by ancient sources as being on the very edge of the known world, a remote and desolate range far to the east, where the sky met mountains so high they seemed to belong more to the heavens than to the earth. There were no cities nearby, no travelers passing through, no sound of human life to interrupt the stillness. There was wind and stone and cold and the bird. What makes this punishment so remarkable to sit with, when you allow yourself to really consider it, is the dimension that separates it from almost every other form of suffering in the ancient mythological tradition. Prometheus was not surprised. He had foresight. It was the very quality his name was built around, the thing that had defined every significant decision he ever made, and he had known, before a single chain was fastened, before Hephaestus had driven a single bolt into the rock, exactly what was waiting for him. He had stood at the threshold of this choice with complete clarity, understanding not just the broad shape of what his punishment would be, but the specific and repeating texture of it, the way each morning would feel when the shadow of wings fell across him, and the cold that had settled in overnight gave way to something far less bearable than cold. He had seen it, and he had stolen the fire anyway. There is a quality of suffering that is unique to the foreseen, and it is a different thing entirely from the suffering that arrives without warning. When something terrible comes as a surprise, the initial shock carries within it a kind of disorientation that, however painful, also distances the sufferer from full comprehension, at least for a time. What Prometheus endured had none of that distance. He had already lived through every morning in his mind before the first one ever arrived. He understood the sound the eagle's wings would make in the descent, the particular quality of the pain, the slow and extraordinary patience of an immortal liver growing back in the dark hours, preparing itself, as if in good faith, to be taken again. He had known all of this, with the same certainty that most people know only the simplest and most obvious facts of their lives. He had chosen it with open eyes. That quality of chosen suffering, suffering that was accepted rather than simply endured, is what makes Prometheus something more than a figure in a cautionary tale. The ancient Greeks were acutely aware of the difference between a person who suffers because they have no choice and a person who suffers because they made a choice that led them there. The second kind of suffering has a dignity to it that the first kind does not quite reach, though it is also, in some ways, harder to witness. This was because there is no one to blame for it but the sufferer themselves. The sufferer knew exactly what they were accepting. Prometheus, chained on his mountain at the edge of the world, with the eagle arriving in the pale grey light of every new morning, was not a victim of circumstance. He was a creator who had looked at what he had made, looked at what was being taken from them, looked at what Zeus intended for their future, decided that the suffering he was about to enter was a price he was willing to meet. He had known it would be like this. He had always known, and somehow that made it both more bearable and more terrible than any suffering that comes as a surprise. What makes Aeschylus's treatment of this myth so extraordinary is that Prometheus, chained to the rock, does not simply suffer. He talks. He reasons. He argues. He holds court with visitors who travel to the far edge of the world to find him, and through every exchange he maintains something that the chains cannot seem to reach, a philosophical composure that is, in its own quiet way, more defiant than any act of open rebellion could ever be. Aeschylus understood that a figure who merely endures punishment is a figure who has already been defeated, but a figure who can articulate, with patience and precision, exactly why his punishment is unjust. That is a figure who has not been defeated at all. And so in Prometheus Bound, the great play that has come down to us from the 5th century before the Common Era, Prometheus speaks at considerable length about what he did, why he did it, and what he knows that Zeus, for all his power, does not. His first and most fundamental argument is a simple one. He saved humanity. He says this not with bitterness or self-congratulation, but with the plain-spoken certainty of someone describing a fact. Before his intervention, he tells the sympathetic chorus of Oceanids, who have gathered near his rock, human beings were like creatures living in a dream. They had eyes but could not truly see, ears but could not understand the world around them. They moved through their lives without the capacity to build, to reason through seasons, to preserve warmth against the cold. They had no knowledge of the crafts that make a life genuinely livable. And Zeus, Prometheus explains, had no particular interest in changing this. In some tellings, Zeus had even been willing to let the human race perish entirely and begin again with something new. Prometheus had seen this coming, and so he had acted, not impulsively, not recklessly, but with the full knowledge of what it would cost him, which is, in many ways, the most remarkable part of the whole story. Because Prometheus possessed foresight, the awareness of future events that his very name promised. He had known from the beginning what Zeus would do in retaliation. He had not stolen fire under any illusion that it would go unnoticed or unpunished. He had carried that fennel stalk down from the divine fire, knowing precisely the shape of the suffering that was waiting for him at the end of that journey. The chains, the rock, the eagle, none of it arrived as a surprise. And yet he had done it anyway, which is the thing that Aeschylus seems most interested in exploring, because it transforms the act of theft into something closer to conscious sacrifice. He was not a reckless rebel who had failed to anticipate consequences. He was a being who had anticipated every consequence with perfect clarity, and had decided that the suffering of his creation, those bare, upright, shivering creatures he had shaped from the clay of the earth, was simply not something he could allow himself to watch without intervening. When the Oceanids ask him whether he feels any regret, he is patient with them in the way that someone is patient when they have already worked through a question many times before. He tells them that he does not wish he had done otherwise. He tells them that what he did was right. There is something genuinely moving in the way Aeschylus writes this. Prometheus is not performing courage for an audience. He is expressing a position he has already settled within himself, long before the eagle ever arrived, and the chains and the pain and the isolation have not shaken it. His second argument, however, is the one that carries the most political weight. and it is the one that Zeus most fears. Prometheus claims that he holds a secret, a piece of foreknowledge about Zeus's future that Zeus himself does not possess. There is a marriage, Prometheus tells his visitors carefully, and without full elaboration, that Zeus is inclined to pursue, a union with a certain goddess of the sea. And if Zeus follows that inclination, the son who results from that union will be greater than his father. He will overthrow him. The same fate that came to Cronus, who swallowed his own children in terror of being surpassed by them, would come to Zeus, and the mechanism by which it would arrive is already in motion, already written in the fabric of the future, waiting only for Zeus to make the wrong choice. The goddess in question, as later traditions would come to name her more clearly, was the sea nymph Thetis. And the irony of this secret is profound, because in the end, Zeus would redirect Thetis's marriage toward a mortal man named Peleus, and the son born from that union would be Achilles, whose greatness outshone his father and every mortal who came before him without threatening Zeus's throne at all. But at this point in the story, Zeus does not know the full shape of the prophecy. He knows only that Prometheus knows something he does not, and that Prometheus has refused to tell him what it is. Hermes arrives at the rock eventually, sent by Zeus with a direct demand: share the secret, or face punishment even greater than what he is already enduring. The exchange between Hermes and Prometheus is one of the most striking in all of ancient drama. Hermes is efficient, a little contemptuous, and entirely certain that the threat he carries will accomplish what it is meant to accomplish. Prometheus is calm, almost amused, and entirely certain that it will not. He tells Hermes that he has no interest in bargaining with Zeus. He tells him that the role of messenger, carrying the demands of a ruler who is afraid of what a prisoner knows, is not a position he would envy. He speaks to Hermes the way a person speaks to someone who does not yet fully understand the situation they are in. He is either arrogance or simply accuracy, and in this particular case seems to be the latter. What Prometheus grasps, in a way that Hermes apparently does not, is that the secret gives him leverage that no chain can neutralize. Zeus cannot kill him, not only because an immortal cannot truly be killed, but because a dead Prometheus is a Prometheus whose secret dies with him. And Zeus cannot simply wait him out, because the prophecy is not becoming less urgent with the passage of time. The longer Zeus delays in learning what Prometheus knows, the longer he remains at risk of walking blindly into his own destruction. Prometheus, in other words, has transformed his captivity into something oddly resembling a negotiation, and he is the one with the better hand. There is a kind of quiet grandeur in this that Aeschylus renders with enormous care. The play is not a story of a hero who wins by strength or cleverness in the conventional sense. It is a story of a figure who has accepted the worst that power can do to a body, who continues to feel the worst of it every morning when the eagle descends, and who has discovered that even in total physical subjugation, there remains a domain, the domain of what one knows and what one refuses to say, that no external force can enter without permission. Prometheus had given humanity fire. He had given them the means to build a civilization, and in doing so he had perhaps also demonstrated, through the strange ongoing theatre of his own captivity, what the deepest form of freedom actually looks like. Strange kind of power for a prisoner. The knowledge that the king of the gods, for all his eagles and chains, could not quite afford to let Prometheus die. Prometheus did not suffer entirely alone. Visitors came to the Caucasus. Though visiting a chained immortal at the edge of the world required a certain kind of courage or desperate need. The first to arrive, according to Aeschylus, were the Oceanids, daughters of the great Titan Oceanus, nymphs of the deep waters who had heard the sound of Prometheus's chains being driven into the rock and had come, moving through the air on winged chariots. This was because they could not bear to simply stay away. They were not fierce creatures or powerful allies who could do anything to help him. They were, in truth, witnesses. Perhaps that is what he needed most in those first days of captivity, not rescue, but company, and the knowledge that someone had seen what had been done to him and had found it wrong. They sat near the rock and listened to him. They wept, and they told him honestly that they thought he had gone too far, that he had been rash and proud in equal measure. And Prometheus, who never pretended to be unaware of the cost of his choices, did not argue with them very hard on that point. He had known what he was doing when he did it. He had done it anyway, and that was the whole of his answer. Then Oceanus himself arrived. Old, vast, paternal Oceanus, who had managed to keep himself apart from the war between the Titans and the Olympians and had survived into the New Age with his dignity and his position more or less intact. And he offered Prometheus what he probably thought was wisdom. Make peace with Zeus. Soften your words. Stop provoking the king of the gods. Perhaps mercy will follow. It was well-intentioned advice, offered with something like genuine concern. Prometheus received it with something like genuine gratitude, then gently but firmly told Oceanus to go home before his sympathy for a disgraced Titan brought the same fury down on his own head. Oceanus left, and the Oceanids remained. The Oceanids did not return to their waters when their father departed. They remained at the foot of the rock, and though they could not undo what had been done, their presence became a kind of anchor for the immortal who was chained there. Days became weeks, and weeks became years, stretching into the longer spans of time that immortals understand differently than mortals do. The Oceanids kept vigil through seasons that turned the mountain white, and then green, and then white again. Prometheus came to understand that witnessing was not a small thing, that to have been seen, to have been mourned, to have been deemed worth the journey to the edge of the world, was itself a form of power that Zeus had not accounted for. The chains had been meant to isolate him, but they had not managed it. The rock had not become his entirety. And the mountain was quiet again, except for the sound of the wind moving over the rocks and the distant, patient creak of the chains. It was after this that Io arrived. Her visit was something different entirely from the sympathy of the Oceanids or the cautious diplomacy of her father. Io had once been a priestess of Hera, a mortal girl of remarkable beauty. Zeus had loved her in the careless, devastating way that Zeus loved mortals, without asking them and without considering what it would cost them. And when Hera began to suspect what had happened, Zeus transformed Io into a white heifer to conceal her. That did not fool Hera at all. This was because Hera was not a goddess who was easily fooled about anything that mattered to her. Hera claimed the animal as a gift, placed her under the watch of the 100-eyed giant Argus. When Hermes eventually killed Argus on Zeus's behalf and freed Io from that prison, Hera sent a gadfly to torment her, a creature whose sting drove Io into a kind of mad, unceasing wandering across the earth, unable to rest, unable to stop, unable to return to any life she had known before. The transformation had stolen her voice initially, leaving her with only the sounds a heifer could make, but her mind remained imprisoned inside that body, fully aware, fully conscious of the distance between what she was and what she appeared to be. By the time she reached the Caucasus, she had learned to make herself understood through a kind of terrible eloquence, through her movements, through the desperation in her eyes, through the sheer weight of suffering that radiated from her being. She was a walking testimony to Zeus's casual cruelty, a monument to the way power used without restraint could twist both body and fate. She stumbled to a stop near the rock, where Prometheus was chained, and cried out her story to him in broken, agonized words. Prometheus listened to all of it with the full attention of someone who understood exactly what it meant to suffer at Zeus's hands for the crime of being noticed by him. When she was finished, he did not offer her false comfort or tell her that the gods were just. This was because he believed neither of those things. What he offered her instead was the one gift his foresight allowed him to give: knowledge of what was coming. He told her where her wandering path would take her, naming the lands and the peoples she would pass through, sketching out the long, terrible geography of her curse with a careful tenderness that somehow made the vastness of her suffering feel less formless and more survivable. And he told her more than that. He told her that one day, far in the future, her bloodline would produce the hero who would climb to this very rock and free him from his chains, that the child born from her line, after generations beyond counting, would be the one to end what Zeus had begun here on the mountain. That this too was already decided, already woven into the long cloth of what was going to happen. She went, still tormented, still wandering, but carrying at least the cold comfort of knowing that her suffering had a shape to it, that somewhere in the long river of time it would end. Through all the years of his torment, Prometheus held one card that Zeus could never simply take from him. It was a piece of knowledge, a prophecy, really, that had been lodged in his mind long before the eagle ever arrived at the Caucasus. It concerned the future of Zeus himself in a way that made even the king of the gods deeply uneasy. According to the tradition that Aeschylus drew upon most fully, Prometheus knew something that Zeus desperately wanted to know, that the sea nymph Thetis, one of the most beautiful and beloved daughters of the old sea god Nereus, was fated to bear a son who would be greater than his father. For a mortal man, this would have been a proud thing to know, a blessing of the ordinary kind that parents have always hoped for. But for Zeus, who was already contemplating Thetis as a consort, this prophecy was nothing less than the mirror image of his own rise to power. He had overthrown Cronus. Cronus had overthrown Aranos before him. Now the pattern threatened to complete itself again in his own household, through his own child, if he made the wrong choice. The secret that Prometheus kept wasn't simply about a marriage or a sea nymph. It was about the structural fragility at the very center of divine sovereignty. Zeus had built his rule on the ruins of his father's reign. Somewhere in the architecture of fate, the same crack was already forming beneath his feet. Prometheus understood this, because foresight was the one thing that had never abandoned him. Not through the cold nights on the mountain, not through the heat of the eagle's presence, not through the long silence of centuries when no visitor came to the Caucasus. He had looked into the future with the same quiet clarity that you might look into perfectly still water and see your own face looking back. What he saw told him that Zeus's hold on the heavens wasn't eternal, that it depended, at least in part, on the king of the gods avoiding a single specific mistake. The power this gave Prometheus was extraordinary and quietly devastating. This was because it meant that the chains holding him to the rock weren't merely restraints, they were also, in their own strange way, a kind of negotiation. Zeus couldn't simply torture the information out of him. This was because the moment the secret was surrendered freely, the leverage it carried would dissolve along with it. And Prometheus, who had always thought further ahead than anyone around him, understood this with the bone-deep certainty of someone who has lived inside a single truth for a very long time. He had shaped humanity from clay with his own hands and carried fire down from the heavens for love of his creation. Now he carried this prophecy the way a person carries something irreplaceable, quietly, carefully, without ever letting it show too plainly on his face. The visit that concluded Aeschylus's surviving play came not from Zeus himself, but from Hermes, the swift messenger of the gods, who descended to the Caucasus with a particular combination of authority and unease that tends to accompany someone delivering orders they didn't entirely choose. Hermes wasn't cruel about it. He was, by his nature, too quick and too light for cruelty of the sustained kind. But he arrived with a directive that couldn't have been more plain. Zeus demanded to know the prophecy that Prometheus had been guarding all this time, the specific oracle concerning the danger hidden inside his own future. Hermes made it clear that refusing would only deepen the punishment already in place, that Zeus had both the will and the means to make things considerably worse than they already were. Prometheus, who had heard variations of this argument for longer than most civilizations had managed to exist, was unmoved by it in a way that I find genuinely remarkable to consider, not because he was reckless or numb to pain, but because he had already weighed all of it, long before Hermes ever arrived. He told the messenger that no threat Zeus could devise would loosen his tongue, that the king of the gods was welcome to add whatever further torment he saw fit, that the secret would remain exactly where it was. There is a quality in Aeschylus's Prometheus during this exchange that is difficult to name without reaching for the word dignity, though that word is perhaps too small for what the scene actually shows. It is more like the specific stillness of someone who has accepted that suffering cannot be the last word. This was because knowledge is something that suffering simply cannot reach. You can chain a body to a mountainside and send an eagle to it every morning, but you can't chain a mind that has already seen past the end of its own ordeal. Prometheus knew that Zeus wouldn't destroy him outright, because destroying him would mean losing the prophecy forever. That knowledge was, in its own quiet way, a wall around him that no amount of divine fury could breach. When the play ends, in the portion that has survived, there's a sense of furious divine weather descending, thunder and lightning, as though Zeus expressed in storm what he couldn't accomplish through messenger or chain. Prometheus remained. He had always known he would. Hermes departed with nothing. Prometheus was left with the only thing the chains could not reach, the knowledge of what was coming, the freedom that knowledge gave him, the liberation of Prometheus, when it finally came, arrived in the form of a man who was only half divine, or rather, a man who was half human. That might have been exactly the point. Heracles, son of Zeus and the mortal woman Alcmene, was perhaps the most famous hero the ancient world had ever produced. He was passing through the Caucasus Mountains during one of the many extraordinary journeys that his life seemed to demand of him. According to most accounts, including the brief but significant mention in Hesiod and the fuller telling preserved by Apollodorus, Heracles arrived at the rock where Prometheus had been chained and found the eagle already at its work, descending as it always did, with the same terrible patience it had shown every single morning for longer than any mortal could count. Heracles drew his bow and killed it. The accounts do not dwell on this part for very long. In some ways that simplicity is moving, this act of violence on behalf of a suffering immortal, delivered by a man who happened to be passing by and could not bear what he saw. He then broke the chains, or in some versions they were broken for him by the will of Zeus. Prometheus, after all those ages of iron and stone and cold mountain air, was free. What makes this liberation so strange and worth sitting with for a moment is the question of how it was allowed to happen at all. Zeus was not a god who forgot his punishments or softened them out of sentiment. He had bound Prometheus with the explicit intention that the binding would be permanent, or at least, that it would last until Prometheus chose to reveal the secret he was keeping, the prophecy about Thetis and the son who would overthrow his father. And yet here was Heracles, Zeus's own son, shooting the sacred eagle and snapping the chains. The sky did not fall. No divine retaliation followed. Zeus, by most accounts, permitted it. And the question of why tells you quite a lot about the way this myth was understood by the people who told it. One reading, and perhaps the most compelling, is that by the time Heracles arrived, Prometheus had already shared what he knew about Thetis. perhaps through Hermes or through some other channel that the sources do not always make explicit. The secret, once given, dissolved the original purpose of the punishment. Zeus could afford to let his son have the glory of freeing the Titan without losing anything essential. Another reading, and one that the ancient sources also leave open, is that Zeus' wished to honor Heracles, that the liberation was a gift to a son he loved, a way of weaving his hero's name into one of the grandest stories in the cosmos. Both of these things could be true at once, and in myth they often are. This question of divine permission raises another dimension of how the Prometheus myth functioned in Greek thought. The story was not simply about justice or mercy, but about the relationship between power and wisdom. Zeus had absolute power to prevent his son's intervention, and yet he did not. This speaks to a more complex understanding of godhood than simple tyranny, the possibility that supreme power could recognize when it was time to release what had been held. It was not weakness on Zeus's part, but a form of strength that the ancient Greeks valued highly. Furthermore, the fact that Heracles could accomplish this deed suggested something important about heroes and their role in the cosmos. They occupied a space between the divine and the human, where extraordinary things became possible. They could intervene in matters that seemed predetermined, could alter the course of stories written in stone. Heracles, passing through the mountains, was precisely the kind of figure who could change cosmic history. The ancient sources suggest such interventions were not exceptions to the divine order, but part of its deeper logic. There is also Chiron, the centaur, who enters the story in a way that might seem at first like a small detail, but carries a weight of its own. Chiron was one of the most beloved figures in Greek mythology, a centaur of extraordinary wisdom and gentleness, teacher of heroes, healer, friend to gods and mortals alike. He had been wounded accidentally by one of Heracles' arrows during an earlier encounter, struck by a poison shaft that caused him unending agony. Because Chiron was immortal, he could not die and could not escape the pain. In some versions of the Prometheus story, Chiron offered to die in Prometheus's place, to surrender his immortality, that the gods allowed him to transfer, so that Prometheus could be released without violating what Zeus had originally decreed. That was that Prometheus would remain bound unless another immortal agreed to take his place in death. There is something extraordinarily tender in this arrangement. Chiron, suffering his own incurable wound, chose to use the only thing of value he had left, his immortality, to free someone else who was suffering. He descended to the underworld, so that Prometheus could stand again on the earth above. The ancient Greeks seem to have understood that this kind of grace, this willingness to spend one's last remaining gift on behalf of another, was worth recording and remembering. Apollodorus, writing in his library and drawing on earlier traditions, gives us the version in which both events are present, Heracles killing the eagle and breaking the chains, with Chiron's substitution providing the theological logic that allowed Zeus to accept the liberation without appearing to simply reverse his own decree. It is the kind of detail that suggests the people preserving these stories were careful thinkers who felt the tension between divine justice and divine mercy, wanted the myth to hold both without contradiction. Zeus could be satisfied that the terms had been honored. Prometheus could be freed, Heracles could have his moment of heroism, and Chiron, that most humane of all the centaurs, could find the only kind of peace available to him. The myth found a way to give each of these figures what they needed. The architecture of it, once you see it clearly, is quietly remarkable. What the ancient sources do not spend much time on, and what is perhaps most worth imagining, is what the moment of liberation actually felt like for Prometheus himself. He had known, with his foresight, that this day would eventually come. He had known the shape of his own deliverance before it arrived. And yet knowing something and experiencing it are not the same thing. Even a titan who could see the future must have felt something when the chains finally gave way and the cold rock that had held him for so long no longer had him. After all the millennia of the eagle and the rock and the slow cold nights when his liver grew back and he knew the morning would come again, Prometheus finally stood upright on the earth he had once helped to populate, breathed the air of a man who had been freed. This shift in perspective across the centuries speaks to more than just different storytellers with different sensibilities. It reflects a broader change in how the Greeks thought about morality, power, and the nature of defiance. Hesiod lived in a world where the god's authority was, on the whole, accepted, not questioned so much as navigated. The Theogony and the Works and Days are fundamentally conservative documents, concerned with explaining the way things are, rather than challenging whether they should be that way. Aeschylus, by contrast, wrote during the height of Athenian democracy, having himself witnessed his city move from tyranny towards something approximating self-governance. He had fought in the wars that defended that emerging system. He had seen, firsthand, what it meant to live in a society that permitted argument, dissent, and the right to refuse obedience to unjust commands. That historical experience colored everything he created. The questions that democracy raises about power, legitimacy, right to challenge authority, the possibility of change. These questions are alive in Prometheus, bound in a way they simply could not have been for Hesiod. We are not looking at the same myth told by different voices. We are looking at the same myth being asked different questions by different eras. Aeschylus, writing in the 5th century before the Common Era, somewhere between 200 and 300 years after Hesiod, seems to have looked at the same myth and seen something almost entirely different. His Prometheus, the one who speaks from the rock in Prometheus Bound, is a figure of profound moral dignity, someone who chose suffering deliberately, who understands every dimension of what he has done and refuses to apologize for any of it. The tone of the play is nothing like Hesiod's cool, explanatory narration. It is heated, at times anguished, shot through with an anger that feels genuinely political, the anger of a just being held in unjust chains by a ruler who prioritizes power over gratitude. Where Hesiod's Zeus seems more or less within his rights to punish a trickster who embarrassed him, Aeschylus's Zeus reads as something closer to a tyrant. Prometheus reads as the only figure in the cosmos willing to say so out loud. This Prometheus taught humanity not just fire but blind hope, so that they would not simply lie down and wait for death. He gave them the arts of civilization, not as a byproduct of a trick gone sideways, but as a conscious, generous act. And he endured the eagle and the chains and the cold of the Caucasus without breaking. This was because he believed that he was right, and that Zeus, eventually, would have to acknowledge it. Aeschylus almost certainly wrote 2 more plays to follow Prometheus Bound, a Prometheus Unbound, and a Prometheus the Firebringer, and scholars who have spent lifetimes trying to reconstruct what those lost works contained generally believe the trilogy moved towards some form of reconciliation between Zeus and Prometheus, with the king of the gods perhaps coming to understand something about justice that he had not fully grasped at the beginning. The loss of those plays is one of the genuinely aching gaps in what has survived from the ancient world. This was because without them, we have only the first movement of what was clearly designed as a complete, resolved arc. What we have is a Prometheus mid-suffering, mid-argument, still bound, which is, in its own strange way, perhaps the most honest place to leave him. Both traditions shaped how later generations understood the myth. Neither one is more authentically Greek than the other. They simply ask different questions of the same story, find different things inside it. Both versions have survived, though. Perhaps that is fitting. A myth about a being who held contradictions within himself deserves to live in contradictory forms. Prometheus had a son named Deucalion. The story of what happened to Deucalion tells us something important about the kind of father Prometheus was, and the kind of god Zeus could be when he was truly angry. Deucalion was born of Prometheus and a woman named Pronoia in most accounts. From the very beginning, he seems to have inherited something of his father's steadiness, his father's quiet practicality in the face of enormous and overwhelming forces. He grew into a man who was said to be decent and careful and good, a man who honored the gods and treated other people with a kind of fairness that was becoming increasingly rare among the human population around him. Because by the time Deucalion came of age, humanity had changed considerably from those early, tender days when Prometheus had first shaped them from clay and given them fire and watched over them with something very close to parental devotion. The generations had multiplied and spread across the earth. With them had spread a certain violence, a certain disregard, a corruption that Zeus watched from Olympus with growing displeasure and eventually with a cold and settled fury. He looked down at what the world had become and decided, according to the oldest versions of this story, that it would be easier to wash it clean and begin again than to continue tolerating what humanity had made of the gift of existence. And so he gathered the reins. He called upon Poseidon to release the waters of the deep. Together they opened the sky and the sea in a way the world had never experienced, a flood of such magnitude that the mountains themselves were swallowed. The coastlines dissolved, and everything that had been built and planted and loved by human hands disappeared beneath a vast and indifferent grey water. Prometheus, who had always been able to see what was coming before it arrived, understood what Zeus intended. He was still bound to his rock in the Caucasus in most tellings of this story. Yet even from that remote and painful place, he managed to reach his son. He warned Deucalion of the flood that was being planned. He told him what to do, to build a great wooden chest, sealed and solid enough to survive what was coming, to shelter inside it with his wife Pyrrha, who was the daughter of Epimetheus and Pandora. That means that in Pyrrha the bloodlines of both brothers came together in a single life. There is something quietly tender in the image of Prometheus, chained and suffering at the edge of the world, using whatever remained of his influence and foresight to protect the one child he could still reach, finding a way, even from captivity, to be a father. Deucalion listened. He built the chest as his father had instructed. When the rains came and the waters rose, he and Pyrrha climbed inside and sealed it shut. They drifted for 9 days and 9 nights across a world that had become entirely ocean, with no land visible in any direction and no sound except the water moving around them in the dark. 9 days is a number that appears often in Greek myth when the gods wish to convey a suffering that is long and complete, but ultimately survivable. There is something almost meditative about the image. 2 people floating in a wooden chest across a drowned world, waiting, trusting that what they had been told would prove to be true. On the 10th day, the chest came to rest on solid ground, most often said to be the slopes of Mount Parnassus, though some accounts name Othrys or another peak. Deucalion and Pyrrha stepped out onto a world that was wet and silent and entirely empty of human life. They were, as far as anyone could tell, the only people left. The earth that Prometheus had populated with such care, the civilization that his gift of fire had made possible, all of it was gone. What followed is one of the stranger and more beautiful episodes in the whole tradition. Deucalion and Pyrrha made their way to a shrine and asked, through prayer, how the world might be filled again. They received an instruction that seemed at first to make no sense at all. They were told to throw the bones of their mother behind them as they walked. Pyrrha was troubled by this, feeling that disturbing the bones of the dead was something close to sacrilege. But Deucalion reasoned gently that the instruction might mean something other than what it appeared to, that the bones of their mother might refer not to any human woman, but to the earth itself, that the stones of the ground beneath their feet might be what they were being asked to cast behind them. And so they walked. They threw stones over their shoulders as they went. Where Deucalion stones fell, men rose up from the ground. Where Pyrrhus stones landed, women came forth, people born from rock and earth, carrying in their very substance the same raw material from which Prometheus had once shaped the first human beings. There is a continuity there that feels deliberate, a world rebuilt from the same clay and stone that had first given life, with the son of the original creator serving as the instrument of a second beginning. Deucalion and Pyrrha went on to have children of their own as well. From those children came the lineages of many of the great peoples of the Greek world. Hellen, their son in many accounts, gave his name to the Greeks themselves, the Hellenes. In this way, the bloodline of Prometheus, the Titan who had made humanity from clay and given them fire and suffered for 30,000 years on their behalf, continued to walk the earth in every generation that came after. The ancient Athenians did not simply tell the story of Prometheus, they ran it. Each year, in the sacred grove known as the Academy, that sat just outside the city walls of Athens, and was already considered a place of unusual quiet and significance long before Plato gave it his name. There stood an altar dedicated to Prometheus. From that altar a race began that carried fire directly into the heart of the city. Runners would light their torches at the altar and then set off toward Athens, each one responsible for keeping the flame alive and burning as they moved through the open air, through the streets, through the watching crowd. If a torch went out along the way, that runner was finished. The fire had to arrive living, the same way it had arrived in Prometheus's hands, still burning, still real, still meaning something. There was a tenderness to this requirement that feels almost deliberate, as though the Athenians understood that what Prometheus had given humanity was not merely fire in the abstract, but fire that was protected and carried at great personal effort. Fire that could be extinguished at any moment by the world's indifference. The race was not simply athletic, it was, in a way that the ancient Greeks seemed to take seriously, a kind of annual reenactment of the original theft, a collective memory that moved through the body rather than through words alone. Plato himself mentions these torch races in his writings, referring to them with a casual familiarity that suggests they were simply part of the fabric of Athenian life, something everyone had seen, something everyone understood as connected to the larger story of where light had come from and what it had cost. The runners who competed were not priests performing a solemn ritual in the usual sense. They were citizens, young men moving fast through familiar streets with something sacred and fragile held out before them. The crowd watching would have understood exactly what that image meant. The torch races themselves were not small or marginal events in the city's calendar. They were attended by crowds and spoken of with genuine interest, suggesting that the Athenians recognized in them something worth witnessing year after year. The races typically took place at night or in the evening hours, which would have made the sight of the flames all the more vivid and arresting. A procession of moving lights threading through the darkened streets. This choice of timing seems almost theatrical in its effectiveness, as though the Athenians were deliberately staging the moment to make it memorable and emotionally resonant. The physical exertion required of the runners, combined with the practical challenge of keeping a flame alive in open air, meant that every race was genuinely stead and genuine in its stakes. There was no pretense here, no mere symbolic gesture. A runner either succeeded in delivering the fire or failed in full view of the city. That reality gave the races a kind of authenticity that purely ceremonial practices might not have possessed. Beyond the torch races, there was another tradition associated with Prometheus that carries its own kind of quiet poetry. In ancient Athens, people wore garlands or wreaths of leaves and branches on certain occasions. One account of this custom traces it directly to the myth of Prometheus's punishment, the idea being that the wreath worn around the head or wrist echoed, in a gentler and more bearable form, the chains that had bound him to the rock in the Caucasus. It is the kind of commemorative gesture that says a great deal about how the Athenians thought about him, not as a distant and untouchable divine figure, but as someone whose suffering had been real, whose sacrifice had been made on their behalf, whose memory deserved to be carried close to the body. Wearing a wreath in his honor was a way of saying that the chains were remembered, that the weight of what he had endured had not been forgotten, simply because it was over. There is something genuinely moving about a tradition like that. The idea that ordinary people in an ancient city went about their days wearing something that stood, however lightly, for the suffering of the one who had made their civilization possible. The Prometheus, the festival held in his name, gathered the city together around the memory of a single act of generosity that had changed everything. It did so not with solemnity alone, but with the kind of physical, embodied celebration that the Greeks understood as the most sincere form of gratitude. A story told in words can be doubted or set aside, but a race that you have run yourself, with a torch in your hand and the wind working against the flame, becomes something that lives in the body differently. The ancient Athenians seemed to know this. They knew that the best way to honor a figure who had risked everything to carry fire from one world into another was to do exactly that, to carry fire, to feel its warmth against your hands, to understand in your own muscles and breath what it meant to keep something precious alive across a difficult distance. Every time a runner lifted a torch at the altar and carried it living through the streets of the city, the original theft was being remembered, in some quiet sense, completed all over again. There is a reason this story has lasted as long as it has. It is not simply that Prometheus is dramatic, though he is, or that his suffering is vivid and terrible, though it is both of those things as well. It is that the story touches something that feels genuinely unresolved, a question the ancient Greeks were living inside of, the same question that every civilization since has continued to live inside of, which is the question of what it costs to know things and whether knowing them is worth it. The ancient Greeks who first told this story in the form we recognize were not naive about what Prometheus had done. Hesiod, writing in the 8th century before the Common Era, was not entirely sympathetic to him. In Hesiod's telling, Prometheus is clever and brave, but his cleverness brings consequences that fall hardest on the very people he was trying to help. Fire comes to humanity, yes, but so does Pandora, and so does the labor and hardship and illness that poured from her jar into a world that had once been gentle and easy. There is something almost cautionary in the way Hesiod frames it, as if the lesson is that even a gift given with love can carry within it the seeds of everything that makes life difficult. Aeschylus sees it differently, and his Prometheus is a figure of tremendous dignity, a being who understands fully what he is doing, who has seen the future and walked into it with open eyes, and who refuses, even in chains, even with an eagle arriving each morning, to let Zeus have the satisfaction of his surrender. The Prometheus of Aeschylus is someone who has decided that there are things more important than his own comfort, more important even than his own freedom, and that the creatures he shaped from clay and breathed possibility into deserved someone willing to pay a price on their behalf. What makes the myth so enduring, perhaps, is that it holds both of those readings at once without choosing between them. Prometheus gives humanity something that genuinely transforms their existence, enabling warmth and cooking and metalworking and all the arts that Aeschylus attributes to that single stolen flame. And yet the world that fire builds is not the Golden Age. It is a world of work and weather and mortality, a world where humans must struggle for the things that once came freely. The gift and the loss arrive together, as they so often do. There is something in Prometheus that the ancient Greeks recognized as deeply human. Even though he was a titan and technically immortal, he is a being who loves something he has made, loves it enough to suffer for it, and who does so with full knowledge of what the suffering will look like. His foresight, the thing his name is built from, is at once his greatest strength and the quality that makes his situation most painful. He does not stumble into his punishment the way Prometheus might have, without looking ahead. He sees it coming the way you might see a season turning, and he goes toward it anyway. That willingness to act on behalf of others, while knowing the cost, is something the Greeks seem to have found both admirable and a little heartbreaking. And they were probably right to feel both things simultaneously. He also represents, in a way that the myth returns to again and again, the idea that knowledge and authority exist in permanent tension with one another. Zeus is powerful, unquestionably. He has the eagle and the chains and the mountain and the 30,000 years. But he does not have the secret that Prometheus keeps, and that secret matters enormously. The king of the gods needs something from his prisoner. That dependency runs quietly beneath the whole story, suggesting that what Prometheus carries inside him, foresight, understanding, the willingness to hold a truth even when holding it is agonizing, is a form of power that force alone cannot reach or extinguish. What the Greeks were articulating, through all the beautiful and terrible details of this story, was something they seemed to have understood instinctively, that the life of the mind, the life of knowledge and foresight and creative love, is not a comfortable life. It is a life of responsibility that does not let you rest, that shows you things you might prefer not to see, that binds you to the consequences of what you know and what you have made. Prometheus is not a cautionary tale, exactly, and he is not a simple hero either. He is something more like a portrait of what it looks like to care deeply about the world you live in, and to act on that caring, and to bear what comes after. Somewhere, right now, a small flame is burning in the dark, and in that ordinary, unremarkable fact, Prometheus is still present, still keeping his long-ago promise to the creatures he made from the clay of the earth. Of all the gods who lived on Mount Olympus, Hephaestus was the only one who had ever been thrown from it. That single fact contains, within it, nearly everything you need to understand about him. Not just what happened to him, but what he became because of it, what the gods who cast him out could never quite anticipate, that the being they discarded would eventually return, not as a supplicant, but as the one craftsman in the entire cosmos, whose work they could not live without. There is something quietly remarkable in that reversal, something worth sitting with for a moment before the full story begins. Most of the gods of ancient Greece were powerful in the way that mountains or storms are powerful, broad, overwhelming, indifferent to the smaller things moving at their feet. Hephaestus was powerful in a different way entirely. He was powerful the way a careful hand is powerful, the way patience and fire and the slow accumulation of skill can reshape even the hardest thing in the world. He was the god of the forge, the god of fire and metalworking. If you had stood at the edge of his workshop, deep beneath a mountain, surrounded by heat and the low ringing of hammer on metal, you might have thought he looked like the least divine creature you had ever seen. His legs were twisted, his body broad and heavy, his face not the kind of face the ancient Greeks painted on their finest pottery when they wished to illustrate something beautiful. And yet, from those hands came the thunderbolts that Zeus carried into battle, the shield that carried Achilles through the final terrible days of the Trojan War. A golden throne so cunningly built that the most powerful goddess in the world could not rise from it once she had sat down. He was, by every account that survives, the ugliest of the Olympians, the maker of the most beautiful things that the divine world possessed. The ancient sources do not all agree on where he came from. That disagreement turns out to be one of the more interesting things about him. In one tradition, the one that Hesiod largely follows, Hephaestus was the son of both Zeus and Hera, born to the ruling couple of Olympus as any ordinary child of powerful parents might be born. But in another and equally ancient tradition, Hera conceived him entirely on her own, without Zeus, in a deliberate act of parthenogenesis, that is, a miraculous birth with no father at all. According to this version, Hera had grown resentful of Zeus's ability to produce Athena, the goddess of wisdom, seemingly from his own mind, without any mother involved. She wished to demonstrate that she was capable of the same kind of singular creation. She succeeded, in the sense that a child was born. But Hephaestus came into the world lame and imperfect, not the strong and fully formed ally she had been hoping to produce. This version of the story suggests that something went wrong in the making of him, as if a birth without its natural conditions produced something incomplete. What both versions share, however, is the mother's response. She was not pleased with what she saw. Whether she acted because she was disappointed by a son who did not meet her expectations, or because she was startled or repulsed by his deformity, the result was the same in every tradition. She let him go. There are, in turn, two different accounts of what that letting go actually looked like. In the earlier and perhaps starker of the two, Hera herself cast her infant son from the heights of Olympus, down through the open air, the sky receiving him and offering nothing in the way of mercy, until he landed far below. In a separate tradition, preserved most memorably in Homer's Iliad, the fall happened later, not at birth, but after Hephaestus had already grown up and taken his place among the gods. In this telling, he came to his mother's defense during a quarrel with Zeus. Zeus, furious at the interruption, seized him by the foot and hurled him from the mountain. He fell for an entire day. That is the kind of detail that only mythology can offer with a straight face. When he finally struck the earth, it was on the volcanic island of Lemnos, where the people who lived there, a people called the Sintians, found him and took him in. That island, sitting in the northern Aegean, all black rock and sulphurous warmth, would become the first place he truly belonged. The ancient Greeks seem to have held both of these falling stories simultaneously, without feeling a great need to choose between them. That suggests that the fall itself, the falling, the long descent, the landing far from home, was the essential image. The thing that mattered more than any precise accounting of when or how it happened. A god who fell, a god who was thrown, a god who landed somewhere unexpected, and in that unexpected place began the slow and extraordinary work of becoming who he was. And in that sense, the story of Hephaestus begins not with a birth, but with a fall. The question of exactly who Hephaestus's father was, whether Zeus or no one at all, troubled ancient writers far more than you might expect. It was not simply a matter of genealogy, the way one might casually wonder about the lineage of a minor figure tucked into the margins of a myth. It was a question that cut to the very heart of who Hephaestus was and why he came into the world the way he did. The ancient poets did not agree with one another, and the disagreement was not accidental. Each version carried its own logic, its own emotional truth, and its own way of explaining how a god could be born imperfect into a pantheon that prized perfection above almost everything else. In the older and perhaps more widely accepted tradition, Hephaestus was the son of both Zeus and Hera, conceived and carried the way a child might be, and born into the warm light of Olympus as the legitimate offspring of its two most powerful rulers. He was a true child of the divine marriage, with all the inheritance that implied, and yet, for reasons that the ancient accounts do not linger over very gently, he was born lame. His feet were bent, or his legs were twisted. or some part of him did not form the way that divine children were expected to form. The sources vary on the exact nature of what set him apart, but they agree on the fact of it. He entered the world already marked as different, already carrying something that his mother found difficult to look upon. In this version, it was Hera herself who cast him away, her own child, born of her own body, because what she saw did not match what she believed a son of hers ought to be. There is something in that which is very hard to hold comfortably in the mind. A mother looking at a newborn and finding him wanting. But the ancient Greeks were not always gentle storytellers, and they preserved this version faithfully, even knowing what it revealed about their Queen of Heaven. What makes this version particularly significant is what it tells us about the ancient world's understanding of disability and divine nature. In the accounts that preserve this tradition, the act of rejection is described with a kind of matter-of-fact horror. Hera did not hesitate, did not deliberate, did not attempt to find meaning in what had happened. She simply could not accept what she had produced. Some versions of the story say she threw him from Olympus in her disgust, casting him down toward the mortal world below as though he were refuse rather than a divine child. The fall itself, whether it lasted for a day or for 9 days depending on which account one reads, became the origin of his lameness in some tellings, replacing his congenital condition with an injury, though the result was identical. The mythology here seems to be wrestling with a profound anxiety. What happens when the divine produces the imperfect? What happens when the very sources of creation and power in the cosmos cannot or will not accept what they have made? These questions haunted the ancient imagination, and the figure of the cast-down Hephaestus became a kind of embodiment of divine failure and rejection. And yet, even in rejection, there was paradoxically a kind of protection. Cast away from Olympus, removed from his mother's presence and her judgment, Hephaestus would eventually find his own place in the world, his own purpose that did not depend on maternal acceptance or divine approval. The rejection that seemed like an ending became, in time, a beginning of another kind. The second tradition is stranger, and in its own way more poignant. Some ancient writers, including Hesiod in his Theogony, offered a version in which Zeus had no part in Hephaestus's birth at all. According to this telling, Hera conceived him entirely alone, a deliberate, defiant act meant to answer the birth of Athena, who had sprung fully grown and armored from the head of Zeus in a manner that seemed to make mothers unnecessary altogether. Hera, proud and wounded by that display of divine self-sufficiency, resolved to match it. She would bear a child without him. She would prove that she was capable of the same extraordinary act of creation. The result, however, was not what she had imagined. Where Zeus had produced Athena, radiant, powerful, perfectly formed, Hera's solitary effort produced a child who was lame from the moment of his birth. There is something quietly devastating about that version of the story. Her attempt to assert her own power and independence yielded the very thing she had not wanted. Proof, it must have seemed to her, that she had somehow failed. Whether Hephaestus's lameness in this account was understood as a consequence of the unusual circumstances of his conception, or simply as a cruel twist of divine fate, the ancient writers do not entirely explain. They leave it as a fact, hanging in the air, the way difficult facts often do. What matters, in either version, is the shape of the moment that followed. The Greeks who told and retold these stories lived in a world where the beauty of a god was not merely an aesthetic quality, but a theological one. The gods were radiant because they were divine, and their physical perfection was understood as the outward expression of something inward and essential. To be a god was to be free from the imperfections that plagued mortal bodies, the crooked limbs, the clouded eyes, the slow decay of flesh. A god who was born lame was therefore not just unusual. He was, in a certain sense, philosophically troubling. He upset a category that the Greeks had not prepared themselves to revise. You can feel, reading through the ancient sources, a kind of collective discomfort, a reaching for explanations, a need to account for why this one god, among all the gods, had arrived in the world with a body that told a different story than the rest of them. And so the two traditions existed side by side, each offering a different cause for the same undeniable fact. Either way, the result was the same: a newborn god who did not look the way a god was supposed to look, lying at the feet of a mother who was not sure what to do with him. When Hera looked upon her newborn son, what she felt, according to this version of the story, was not love, but something closer to revulsion. He was small in the way that all newborns are small. Perhaps that alone should have softened her, but his legs were bent in ways that legs were not supposed to bend. His face, though unmistakably divine in some deep and unnameable way, did not carry the luminous perfection that the gods took for granted in one another. The other Olympians moved through the world as if beauty was simply their natural condition, as easy and unconsidered as breathing. Hera, who was herself considered among the most magnificent of all the goddesses, whose bearing alone could silence a room, could not reconcile what she held in her arms with the idea of what a son of hers was supposed to be. And so, in a moment that the ancient storytellers recount with a kind of quiet devastation, she made the decision that would shape everything that followed. She carried her newborn child to the edge of Olympus, that brilliant cloud-wrapped height that stood above all the world. She let him go. The fall, according to the old accounts, lasted an entire day. You might sit with that for a moment. A full day of sky, of open air rushing past, of the world spread out below in all its greens and blues and browns, growing slowly larger and more real as the hours passed. There are no words in any ancient text that describe what that fall felt like from the inside. Perhaps that silence is its own kind of eloquence. What we know is the geography of it, the heights of Olympus above, the Aegean Sea below, the island of Lemnos rising from the water somewhere in between, dark with volcanic rock and edged with the particular stillness of a place that sits apart from the rest of the world. It was there that the child landed. Some versions say in the sea first, others say directly on the island shore, and it was there that the Sintian people found him. The Sintians were the original inhabitants of Lemnos, a people about whom the ancient Greeks knew relatively little and said relatively less, but whom Homer himself took care to mention when he told this story, noting that they received the fallen god with kindness. That word, kindness, is worth holding on to. It is not a word that appears often in the stories of divine encounters between gods and mortals. Usually there is awe, or fear, or bargaining, or some combination of all three. But what the Sintians offered Hephaestus was simply kindness, the quiet and uncomplicated variety that asks nothing in return and does not require the recipient to be extraordinary or beautiful or whole. Lemnos itself was a place that seemed to belong to a different register of the world than the gleaming marble heights of Olympus. Its landscape was shaped by old volcanic activity, black and rust-colored rock formations, soil that smelled faintly of sulfur, hot springs that bubbled up from somewhere deep in the earth where the heat had not yet gone out of things. The island sat in the northern Aegean, far enough from the mainland to feel genuinely isolated. Its geography gave it a quality of enclosure, of being held apart from the ordinary flow of the world. For a child who had just spent a day falling through the sky, there is something almost right about landing in a place like that, a place that had itself been shaped by forces it did not choose. That wore the evidence of old fire and old pressure in every stone. The mythological association between Hephaestus and Lemnos was not an accident of storytelling. The island's volcanic character made it a natural home for the god of fire and metalworking in the minds of the Greeks who told these stories. The connection between them ran so deep that Lemnos became one of his most ancient sacred places, a site of worship that predated, by some scholarly accounts, the fully formed Olympian tradition in which he would eventually take his place among the 12. The recovery itself was neither quick nor simple. Ancient sources hint at injuries sustained in the fall, bones that had to mend, skin that had to heal. The Sintians possessed knowledge of medicines and of tending wounds, knowledge born from the practical necessities of living on an island far from other sources of aid. They applied both their skill and their patience to the broken child in their care. What might have killed a mortal became instead a crucible of survival. The boy's body knitted itself back together in ways both miraculous and deeply imperfect. His legs, already bent, remained bent. But he lived. And in living, in remaining alive despite everything that had been done to send him away, he began the slow work of becoming, not what his mother had wanted him to be, perhaps, but something nonetheless. But all of that came later. In the immediate moment of the story, what matters is simpler and more tender than any of it. A child had been thrown from the only home he had ever known, by the one person in the world who should not have been capable of doing such a thing. He had landed among strangers who chose, for reasons the myths do not explain and perhaps do not need to take him in. The Sintians, who had no obligation to a discarded god and no particular reason to invite trouble by keeping him, simply did what the ancient storytellers describe as ordinary human decency. They gathered him up, they tended to him, they gave him a place within their community. There is something quietly extraordinary in that, something that stands in stark contrast to the divine indifference that had preceded it. The gods of Olympus, for all their power and radiance, had looked at this child and found him wanting. The people of Lemnos looked at him and found a child. What Hephaestus made of all this in the years that followed, what it meant to grow up in the shadow of a rejection so total and so early, is something the myths can only gesture toward. But Lemnos gave him time. The volcanic earth of the island gave him material. The slow, patient work of the forge gave him a language for everything he could not otherwise say. The island was not Olympus. It did not shine the way Olympus shone. It did not carry the easy grandeur of the divine mountain, but it was solid beneath his feet. It was warm with the kind of subterranean heat that never entirely goes out. The people who lived there did not ask him to be anything other than what he was. It was on Lemnos, in the care of ordinary people who asked nothing of him except his presence, that Hephaestus first began to understand what he could do with his hands. Homer tells a different version of the fall, and in this one, Hephaestus was not an infant. He was already a god living among the Olympians. He had a seat at the table, a place in the halls, a name that was spoken alongside the other great gods. He had come back from Lemnos, from his time among the Sintians and the volcanic black rock, and whatever had brought him home to Olympus, he was there now, living among the very gods who had either witnessed or ignored what had been done to him. This version of his story comes from the first book of the Iliad, told almost as an aside, a piece of old family history that Hephaestus himself brings up gently, by way of calming everyone down. The quarrel between Zeus and Hera was not unusual. They argued often and with force, and the other gods generally knew better than to involve themselves in whatever storm was moving through the palace. But this particular argument had grown sharp and threatening, and Hera was on the receiving end of Zeus's anger in a way that seemed to go beyond an ordinary disagreement. The atmosphere in the hall had gone quiet, with the kind of tension that precedes something breaking, and Hephaestus, watching his mother, decided to step in. He moved through the hall with a cup of nectar, offering it to each of the gods in turn, trying to bring something light and easy back into the room. He spoke to his mother with warmth, telling her gently that it wasn't worth the trouble, that Zeus was too strong, that provoking him further would only bring more pain. His words were careful and kind. He reminded her, according to Homer, of what he himself had once suffered because of her, though he did not say that part with bitterness. He was trying, in the way that people sometimes do in difficult families, to absorb the tension rather than add to it. For a moment, it seemed to work. Hera took the cup. The other gods, relieved, began to laugh and settle back into their seats. The crisis appeared to have passed, but that is not where this particular story ends. In an earlier moment of the same quarrel, or in a version of these events that other ancient writers drew upon, Hephaestus had intervened more directly. He had spoken on his mother's behalf, or placed himself between her and Zeus, or otherwise made it clear enough whose side he was taking. And Zeus, who did not receive challenges to his authority with patience or generosity, responded the way he sometimes did when something small became suddenly intolerable to him. He reached for his son. He took him by the foot, or by the leg, and he threw him. Out of the hall, out of the palace, out through the air and sky and clouds, Hephaestus fell again. Homer describes it with the same measure of time as the earlier tradition. A full day falling, from the brightness of morning until the light was fading from the sky, tumbling down from the height of Olympus with nothing to slow him and nothing to catch him. He came down, at last, on the island of Lemnos. The impact was tremendous. The Sintians found him there in the old accounts and took him in again, just as they had before, or just as their traditions said they had. It is worth pausing here, because the injury Hephaestus carried in his legs, the lameness that defined him in the eyes of every artist who ever painted him, every poet who ever described him, is explained differently depending on which account you follow. In some traditions, he was born lame, cast out because of that condition before he had any chance to demonstrate who he was. In others, the lameness came from the fall itself, the damage done when a divine body struck the earth after a full day in free descent. And in this Homeric version, it is possible that the second fall, the one Zeus caused, is what broke something in him permanently, or made permanent what had already been damaged. The ancient writers did not always agree on this, and some of them seem to have been aware of the confusion, noting that the stories had become layered over time in ways that were difficult to fully untangle. What is clear is that the two falls, the one his mother caused and the one his father caused, became woven together in the mythology in a way that made it nearly impossible to separate them cleanly. Later writers sometimes treated them as a single event, or as two events so close in character that distinguishing between them seemed unnecessary. But they were not the same. They came from different sources, described different moments in his life, and carried very different emotional weight. The first fall, if it happened, was the act of a mother who looked at her newborn and could not accept what she saw. It was cold and swift, the rejection of something that had never yet had the chance to prove itself. The second fall was something else. It was the punishment of a son who had already come back, who had already made his peace, or something like it, with a family that had not treated him well, who had returned to a hall where he ate and worked and sat alongside gods who had known about his first exile and said nothing. And when a quarrel rose in that hall, when his mother was in danger of Zeus's anger, he did not stay silent or look away. He stepped in. He offered the cup and the gentle word, and before that, according to some accounts, he had spoken on her behalf more directly still. And Zeus threw him from the mountain. There is something almost unbearably quiet about the irony of it. Hera, who in the other tradition had been the one to cast him out at birth, was the person he was trying to protect. He knew what she had done, or what she was said to have done. He had carried that knowledge all the years of his exile, through the fire and the forge work and the long, slow mastery of his craft. And still, when it mattered, he chose her side. He had defended his mother twice now, once in ways she never asked for, and once in ways she never thanked him for. And both times it had cost him everything. The island of Lemnos was volcanic country, black rock and sulphurous heat, a landscape shaped by fire. And for Hephaestus, it must have felt like home. The ground there was dark and porous, riddled with the kinds of fissures and vents that speak of deep heat moving just beneath the surface, and the air carried with it a faint mineral sharpness that had no equivalent anywhere else in the Aegean. It was not a soft island. It was not the kind of place where one lingered in meadows or watched the sun set over a calm blue harbour. It was a place of edges and temperatures, of stone that remembered fire, and yet, when you consider that Hephaestus had been thrown from the sky and had survived, that he had fallen for an entire day through the open air and still drawn breath when it was over, there is something fitting about the island that received him. The Sintian people, who were Lemnos's earliest inhabitants according to the ancient traditions, had taken him in without ceremony or condition, and in doing so, they had given him something far more valuable than sympathy. They had given him time to learn what his hands were capable of, time to discover that the same fire which scarred the landscape around him could be invited into a forge and made to obey. In those early years, working among the Sintians with the smell of sulphur in the air and the warmth of the earth rising through the soles of his feet, Hephaestus began to understand that exile was not the same as emptiness. He had been cast down, yes. He had been found unwanted by the very mother who brought him into existence. But the earth had caught him, and the earth, it turned out, was full of things worth making. He worked with raw ore at first, learning the textures of different metals, the way heat transformed one thing into another, the strange intimacy of holding something molten and coaxing it into a shape that had never existed before. He built simple tools for the Sintians, blades, clasps, hinges, things of modest beauty that nonetheless bore a quality that no ordinary craftsman could replicate. There was something in the work that felt innate to him, as if his hands had always known the language of metal and fire and only needed a place quiet enough for him to hear it. Lemnos gave him that quiet, and in that quiet, something remarkable began to grow. The transformation on Lemnos was not simply learning a craft. On Olympus, Hephaestus had been defined by his appearance, the way he disrupted the visual perfection the other gods embodied. But in the forge, surrounded by the Sintians who asked only that he work, he discovered categories of value entirely separate from appearance. A thing was good because it was well made. That was the logic. It was simple, absolute, and it changed everything about how he understood himself. Later traditions also placed him beneath the slopes of Mount Etna in Sicily, and it is here that the mythology becomes most vivid and most elemental. Etna was, and still is, one of the great fire mountains of the world, a volcano whose eruptions the ancient Greeks understood not as geological events, but as the sound of Hephaestus at work deep in the earth, his hammer rising and falling against the divine anvil in the workshop he had built for himself below the surface of the world. In some accounts, his forge on Lemnos and his forge beneath Etna were simply different expressions of the same underground realm, a vast and glowing kingdom of heat and craft that had no fixed address, because fire itself has no fixed address. Whatever the precise geography of the myth, the image is consistent. A god who had been thrown from the highest place in the world had descended to the lowest and had made it magnificent. Homer tells us that his palace on Olympus was fitted with 20 bellows, each one able to breathe air into a fire with varying degrees of force so that he could control the temperature of his work with extraordinary precision. The great anvil stood at the center of the forge, worn smooth in some places and roughened in others by generations of work, and beside it, according to the tradition, moved the golden women, assistants he had fashioned from metal himself, figures of pure gold who could walk beside him, hold his tools, and even speak intelligently to him as he worked. They were, in a sense, his first great creations, not weapons, not armor, but companions, made not because anyone had asked him for them, but because he understood loneliness with a thoroughness that would have been difficult to explain to anyone else. Alongside these golden figures, other traditions brought the Cyclopes into the forge with him. Brontes, whose name carried the sound of thunder, and Steropes, whose name held the flash of lightning, and Arges, who was said to embody the brightness of the bolt itself. These three enormous beings worked beside Hephaestus at the anvil, their hammers falling in rhythms that shook the mountain above them, their single eyes reflecting the orange glow of the fire. When Etna rumbled and sent smoke curling into the Sicilian sky, the people living on the slopes below understood it as evidence of this work proceeding, of something extraordinary being brought into existence in the depths of the earth. There was very little fear in that understanding. There was, if anything, a kind of reassurance. The mountain was not angry. The mountain was busy. The work of the forge was ceaseless, and Hephaestus seemed to want it that way. There were always commissions to fulfill, weapons for Ares, robes for Athena, treasures for those persuasive enough to petition the gods, but also work he undertook for himself, projects that emerged from his imagination, objects serving no practical purpose but existing because he had envisioned them. These were perhaps his truest creations, the ones that revealed not what the gods required, but what he required of himself. It is worth pausing on what Hephaestus had built, because it was not merely a workshop. It was an entire world ordered according to his own principles, one where physical beauty mattered not at all, where what you could produce was the only currency, where intelligence expressed through the hands was the highest form of power. In the halls of Olympus, he had been something to be ashamed of, something that disrupted the elegant visual harmony of the divine court. Down in the forge, he was incomparable. Nothing moved, nothing was made, nothing of lasting significance came into being except through him. The Cyclopes needed his direction. The golden women needed his hands to have brought them to life in the first place. The fire needed his understanding of it before it could become anything other than destruction. He had, in the years since his fall, become exactly what the gods on Olympus would have least expected from a child they threw away, indispensable. And he knew it. There is something in the ancient accounts that suggests Hephaestus felt no particular urgency about returning to the world that had rejected him. He was not counting the days until Olympus called him back. He was working. The forge was going, the bellows were breathing, and on the great anvil, under the light of fire and the careful eyes of golden companions, the most beautiful things in the world were slowly taking shape. Down in the dark, surrounded by fire and the ringing of hammer on metal, the rejected god of Olympus had built himself a world that no one could take from him. At some point, and the ancient writers are not entirely clear on when, Hephaestus decided to send his mother a present. He had spent years in his forge by then, years of solitude and fire, and the slow, patient accumulation of skill. Whatever he felt toward Hera in those years, grief, anger, something that had quietly calcified into something colder, he kept it close and worked it into the metal the way he worked everything else. The gift he was preparing was not made in a single afternoon. It would have required the kind of sustained, meticulous attention that only someone with a very clear purpose could sustain. He was building a throne. He was building it to be the most beautiful thing Hera had ever seen. According to the tradition that has come down through the ancient sources, the throne was extraordinary even by divine standards. It was made of gold, a deep, warm, impossible gold, and it was decorated with the kind of intricate detail that could occupy the eye for hours without exhausting itself. Some accounts describe delicate figures worked into its surface. Others speak of the way the light moved across it as if the metal itself were breathing. Whatever its exact appearance, it was the sort of object that a goddess could not look at without wanting to sit in it immediately. That was precisely the point. Hidden within its arms and legs and seat, worked so finely into the structure that no one examining it from the outside could have detected them, were chains. Dozens of them, perhaps, articulated and spring-loaded and waiting for the weight of someone settling into that beautiful seat. Hephaestus sent the throne up to Mount Olympus as a gift for his mother. Hera received it the way someone receives any extraordinarily beautiful thing, with pleasure and without suspicion. The throne was placed in the hall of the gods. In due course, Hera sat down in it. The chains came out at once. They wrapped themselves around her arms and legs and waist with a speed and precision that left no time for resistance. Hera, queen of all the gods, found herself bound fast to a piece of furniture she could not leave. The other gods on Olympus tried everything they could think of. They tried to pry the chains loose by force. They tried to coax the mechanism apart by hand. Ares, the god of war, who was not a figure known for delicate problem-solving, reportedly offered to go down to Hephaestus and drag him back by force. According to at least one ancient account, he tried and was driven away by jets of fire from the forge. None of it worked. The chains held Hera exactly as they had been designed to hold her. The only person who could undo them was the person who had made them, who was deep underground on his island, declining every invitation to return. The gods sent messengers. Hermes, who could travel between the realms with a speed that no other divine being could match, went to speak with Hephaestus more than once by some accounts. Hephaestus was polite perhaps, and absolutely unmovable. He had nothing to say to Olympus. He was busy. His mother could remain where she was. There is something almost serene in how the ancient sources describe his refusal. He was not raging, not gloating loudly, not making speeches about what had been done to him. He simply would not come, and no argument could change that. What the gods needed was not a messenger but a negotiator, and eventually the task fell to Dionysus. The choice makes a kind of mythological sense. Dionysus was not a figure of brute authority or formal diplomacy. He was the god of wine and altered states, and the unexpected approach. Where other gods had tried commands and arguments, Dionysus tried something else entirely. He went to Hephaestus with wine. He was generous with it. He was patient, and he stayed until Hephaestus had drunk enough that the sharp, still anger that had kept him anchored to his forge for so long softened into something warmer and less certain. The two of them, by several ancient accounts, became something like companions in that time, not adversaries, not supplicant and reluctant god, but two figures sharing wine in the firelight. When Hephaestus was thoroughly cheerfully drunk, Dionysus helped him onto the back of a mule and led him up toward Olympus. Ancient vase painters loved this scene. It appears across hundreds of surviving pieces of pottery. In those images, Hephaestus is usually shown slumped comfortably on the mule, wine cup still in hand, with Dionysus and a procession of satyrs and nymphs accompanying him in what appears to be a very good mood. There is something gently comic about it, but there is also something worth sitting with. This god who had held Olympus at a standstill, who had managed what no warrior could manage, was returning to the world not in triumph, but swaying pleasantly on the back of an animal, having been talked into it with hospitality rather than force. When he was sober again, the situation was what it had always been. He had leverage, and he knew it, and the question was only what he would accept in exchange for releasing her. The ancient sources suggest that what he was eventually promised included two things: a recognized seat among the 12 Olympians, and a wife. The wife was to be Aphrodite. Whether those promises were made before he released Hera, or whether his return itself was considered the gesture of a son who had made his point and was ready to let it go, is something the ancient writers do not all agree on. What they do agree on is that Hephaestus eventually freed his mother from the throne he had built for her. It is worth thinking about what this myth was really describing, underneath the clever mechanism and the drunken procession. Hera had cast her own child from the sky because he was not what she had expected a god to look like. She had done this, depending on the version, either out of disgust at his imperfection, or out of the cold calculation that a lame son was no use to her in her ongoing rivalry with Zeus. In either case, she had made a judgment about him at the moment of his birth. She had never been asked to account for it. The golden throne was the accounting. It did not injure her. It did not shame her in front of an audience. It did not destroy her dignity in any permanent way. What it did was hold her completely still and make her wait in discomfort and helplessness, for as long as her son chose to let her wait. There is a quality of restraint in that revenge that feels, in some ways, more eloquent than violence would have been. He could have made her something worse. He was capable of it. Instead, he made her something that asked only that she sit and be unable to move, the way an infant is unable to move. The way a child thrown from the sky and fallen toward the earth below has no choice but to fall. The reversal is quiet, but it is there. Worked into the metal, the way everything he felt was always worked into the metal. Whether Hera acknowledged any of this, whether she understood, sitting bound in her own throne hall, exactly what her son had built and why, is something no ancient source tells us. The gods were not always given to that kind of reflection in the stories that survived, but Hephaestus had made his point in the only language that had ever truly belonged to him. The point had been understood well enough that the whole of Olympus had stood still until he chose to make it. He released Hera from the throne. In doing so, he stepped back into the world that had thrown him out, not as a castaway, but as a god who had earned his place the hard way. His place among the 12 Olympians came with a palace, a forge, and a wife who had not chosen him. The return had not been graceful. He had arrived on the back of a mule, leaning sideways with wine-heavy eyes, led by Dionysus through the gates of Olympus, while the other gods watched with expressions that ranged from amusement to something more difficult to name. And yet, when the haze of the wine had cleared and the goddess Hera had been released from her golden prison at last, something shifted. The matter of where Hephaestus stood among the gods, a question that had gone unanswered for a very long time, was finally resolved. According to some ancient accounts, Zeus offered him a formal place among the Olympians as part of the agreement that brought him home, and with that place came all the things a god on Olympus was meant to have: standing, recognition, and a household of his own. The palace he was given was, by all accounts, extraordinary. This was not surprising. Hephaestus had spent years below the world, building things of impossible beauty for others, and when it came time to build something for himself, he did not hold back. Ancient sources describe a gleaming structure of bronze and precious metal, fitted with every refinement that the god of the forge could imagine. At its heart was what mattered most to him, not a throne room or a great hall for receiving guests, but a workshop. There was a forge there, with 20 great bellows arranged around a central fire, each one responding to his will, breathing heat into the flames at whatever intensity the work required. There was an anvil of sufficient weight and breadth for the largest commissions he might undertake. The tools of his craft lined the walls, everything in its place, the whole space organized with the quiet logic of someone who had spent a lifetime thinking about how to work efficiently and well. It was a palace built around a workshop, rather than a workshop tucked reluctantly into a palace, and that distinction said everything about who Hephaestus was. The marriage was a more complicated gift. Aphrodite was, in the Greek imagination, the most beautiful being in existence, a goddess whose appearance caused something close to pain in those who looked at her directly, the way very bright light does. She had emerged, according to the older tradition, from the sea itself, born from the foam near the island of Cyprus, and she carried with her a kind of radiance that the other gods found difficult to ignore. This was, it turned out, precisely the problem. Her presence on Olympus had been a source of constant friction from the beginning. Gods quarreled over her attention. Mortals went to war on her behalf. The tension she generated simply by existing was a disruption to the order that Zeus spent considerable energy maintaining. A beautiful, unmarried goddess of love was, from Zeus's perspective, an ongoing administrative difficulty. Binding her in marriage to Hephaestus resolved that difficulty in a way that was, from a purely practical standpoint, rather elegant. Hephaestus was not the sort of god who attracted rivals. He was not a warrior, not a figure of conventional beauty, not someone whose marriage to Aphrodite would cause the others to simmer with jealousy in the same way that a union between her and a more conventionally desirable god surely would have. He was also deeply loyal, deeply capable, and wholly dedicated to Olympus in a way that had been demonstrated, at considerable personal cost, more than once. Zeus appears to have regarded the arrangement as sensible. Whether he considered how either of the two people involved might feel about it is less clear from the ancient sources. Aphrodite had not been consulted. This much is consistent across the tradition. She was presented with the arrangement rather than invited into it, and the accounts that survive suggest she accepted it the way a person accepts weather, as a condition of the world rather than a decision she had made. She was not cruel to Hephaestus, at least not openly, at least not at first. But there was no warmth in the union that the ancient stories ever describe, no moment of recognition or tenderness between them. They were, from the beginning, two beings who had been placed beside each other by someone else's reasoning. The strangeness of the pairing was not lost on the Greeks who told these stories. Here was the god described as the most physically unlovely of all the Olympians, lame, heavy-shouldered, often covered in the soot and grime of his work, married to the goddess who embodied physical beauty in its most absolute form. The two of them sat together at the divine feasts and moved through the same gleaming halls, and the contrast between them was, depending on how you looked at it, either deeply funny or quietly sad. Ancient poets noted the mismatch with the particular tone that Greeks reserved for things that were true and uncomfortable at the same time. Not quite mockery, but not quite sympathy either. There is something worth sitting with in that pairing even now. The Greek divine order was not designed around fairness. The gods rewarded the powerful and the beautiful, and they arranged their world according to what was convenient rather than what was just. Hephaestus had earned his place on Olympus through suffering and skill and a kind of dogged perseverance that none of the other gods had ever been asked to demonstrate. And what he received in return for all of that was a palace, a seat at the table, and a wife who regarded the whole arrangement with the polite distance of someone counting the days. Zeus had given him the most beautiful goddess as a bride, and it had the texture of a gift that was also, in some ways, its opposite, a reminder that even in triumph, Hephaestus was still someone to whom things were given and taken away by others. For his part, Hephaestus seems to have hoped, at least in the beginning, that it might become something real. The ancient tradition does not describe him as indifferent to Aphrodite. He had built her a palace of luminous bronze, had filled it with every beautiful thing he was capable of making, had arranged it as carefully as any object that had ever come from his forge. Whether that constituted love in any recognizable sense is a question the myths leave open. It was, at the very least, the gesture of someone who wanted things to be different from the way they had always been for him. The palace shone on Olympus, and the bellows breathed steadily in the forge at its heart, and the god who had once fallen through the open sky for a full day before landing among strangers, took his seat among the 12. Aphrodite took her seat beside him in his gleaming palace, and if she smiled, it was the kind of smile that concealed rather than revealed. It was Helios who told him, the sun god who saw everything, every day, as he drove his chariot across the sky. From that high, luminous passage above the world, there was nothing in the mortal or the immortal world that escaped his notice, and what he had observed in the palace of Hephaestus on Olympus was not something he could quietly set aside. He came to Hephaestus and told him simply and without embellishment what had been happening. Aphrodite, his wife, had been meeting with Ares, the god of war, with his bronze armor and his restless appetite for conflict. In the very rooms of the palace that Hephaestus had built with his own hands. It hadn't been a single occasion. It had been continuing for some time, and Helios had witnessed it from the sky with the dispassionate thoroughness that only the sun can manage, seeing everything and warming everything equally, without preference or mercy. When Hephaestus heard this, he didn't shout or make any dramatic declaration. He didn't move through the halls of Olympus, demanding an audience with Zeus. He went, instead, back to his forge, and he sat quietly with what he had been told for a long while before he began to consider what to do. The pain of it was real. There's no version of this story in which Hephaestus wasn't genuinely wounded by what Helios had told him. Aphrodite had not chosen him. She had made that clear enough from the earliest days of their marriage, in the way she moved through the gleaming palace, in the way she accepted his carefully made gifts with a kind of cool, remote politeness that never softened into anything warmer. She was the goddess of love, and she didn't love him. He had known this the way that people sometimes know things they would rather not examine too closely, the way a thought can live in the quiet back of the mind for a long time without ever being spoken aloud. But there is a difference between suspecting something and having the sun god arrive at your door to confirm it with complete certainty. Hephaestus lived with that difference now, and the way he had always lived with difficult things was the same. He went to his forge, and he made something. What he decided to make this time was not a weapon in any familiar sense, and it wasn't a work of beauty in the way that his shields and thrones and crowns were works of beauty. It was a trap, quiet, measured, and devastatingly precise. He worked at his bench with the kind of unhurried patience that only a craftsman of his particular gifts could sustain through grief, drawing the metal out into threads so fine they were nearly transparent, even when held directly in the firelight of the forge. Each strand was slender enough to pass through the eye of a needle, and when they were woven together in the careful pattern he had spent hours designing, they formed something that no force available to any god could break or pry apart. He worked through the heat and the glow of the fire, and the golden figures that assisted him moved silently around the bench, handing him what he needed without being asked. It was, in its quiet way, one of his finest creations, though it was not the kind of thing that would ever be admired or spoken of at a feast. When the net was finished, he carried it up from the forge and spread it with extraordinary care over the bed in his own palace, arranging it against the coverlet so that it lay completely invisible, its hidden clasps positioned to close at the slightest disturbance, silent and certain and waiting. Then Hephaestus announced that he was leaving Olympus. He said he was going to Lemnos, his island, the one that had always suited him, with its volcanic black rock and its quiet shores and its fires burning somewhere deep in the earth below. He departed in the manner of a god who has decided, with something very much like relief, to remove himself from a situation that had long since stopped serving him. Whether Aphrodite believed this fully, or whether she simply didn't trouble herself to question it, the ancient accounts don't entirely clarify. What is known is that she sent word to Ares, and that Ares came. The net closed around them the moment they settled together on that bed. Its threads, invisible an instant before, drew taut with a quiet, absolute certainty, not with violence, but with the composed and irresistible logic of something designed by a very precise craftsman for exactly this purpose. They couldn't move. They couldn't free themselves. Every physical strength that Ares possessed, every divine grace that Aphrodite could bring to bear, none of it made any difference against the net that Hephaestus had woven in those long, careful hours of his grief. And it was at this moment that Hephaestus returned. He stood in the doorway of his own palace and looked at what the net had caught, and then he called upon the other Olympians to come and witness it for themselves. What followed was not, by most ancient accounts, a particularly solemn occasion. The gods who gathered, the male gods in particular, found the scene considerably more amusing than tragic. There was laughter and a certain amount of commentary that Homer records without much moralizing. And Hermes reportedly said that he wouldn't mind being in Ares's position if it meant being beside Aphrodite. The kind of remark that lands squarely at someone else's expense and still manages to draw a laugh from the room. The goddesses, according to the story, chose not to come at all, holding themselves back from something that seemed to call for discretion rather than observation. Hephaestus stood apart from all of it. He wasn't participating in the laughter, and he wasn't performing his anger for the benefit of anyone watching. What he was doing was something quieter and more deliberate than any of that. He had taken a private betrayal, an invisible wound that he had been carrying alone, and placed it in full view of everyone on Olympus. The humiliation that had been his, the thing he'd been carrying since the morning Helios came to his door, he had transferred with his characteristic precision to the two people who had put it there in the first place. It was Poseidon who eventually stepped forward from among the gathered gods and spoke with genuine seriousness, asking Hephaestus to release the net and offering, on behalf of Ares, a pledge that restitution would be made, that whatever Hephaestus considered fair compensation for what had been done would be honored. Hephaestus agreed, though some tellings of the story suggest he did so with a degree of reluctance, noting that a pledge given by Poseidon on behalf of Ares was a somewhat uncertain guarantee. Those doubts seem, in retrospect, to have been reasonable ones. Nevertheless, he released the net, and Ares departed from Olympus, and Aphrodite made her way south to Cyprus, to the temple at Paphos where the gardens and the warm sea air restored her composure with remarkable efficiency. Their marriage continued in name after that, as it had always been a marriage mostly in name, and both of them understood this now with a clarity that left nothing softened or ambiguous between them. He had been humiliated once, by a wife who didn't want him, and he had answered that humiliation the only way he knew how, with something he made with his own hands. Section. The most powerful weapon on Mount Olympus did not belong to a warrior god, and it was not forged by one either. It belonged to Zeus, the king of the gods, the lord of the open sky, the one who sat at the highest seat of all. And it was made for him by his lame son, working alone in the deep heat of a volcanic forge, far from the light of Olympus. The thunderbolt was not simply a weapon in the way that a sword or a spear might be called a weapon. It was something more particular than that. When the ancient Greeks looked up at a sky split open by lightning, at the sudden white fracture of light across the clouds and the low thunder that rolled afterward across the hills, they understood that what they were seeing was an expression of divine will made visible. It was the King of Gods, reaching down into the mortal world and making his authority felt in a way that left no room for doubt. And all of that, the terror, the majesty, the undeniable presence of Zeus in the sky, began in the underground workshop of a god who had twice been thrown from the very mountain Zeus called home. The thunderbolts were, in the oldest traditions, crafted with the help of the Cyclops, those massive, single-eyed beings who worked beside Hephaestus at his forge, their great arms swinging hammers that shook the rock around them. Their names, in some accounts, were Brontes and Sterapes and Arges, names that carried within them the sounds of thunder, lightning and brightness, and together they drew from the fires of the earth a metal unlike anything that existed elsewhere in the world. It was a metal that did not merely conduct heat or hold an edge. According to the ancient stories, it seemed to hold living lightning within its grain, as though the forge had captured something elemental and sealed it inside the finished bolt. You could imagine the glow of it even before Hephaestus lifted his hammer, a restless, shifting light moving just beneath the surface of the metal, waiting. The forging itself would have taken the whole of the forge's heat, all 20 bellows working at once, the Cyclops turning the raw material over and over in the fire until it reached the temperature only the deepest volcanic fires could provide. And then the hammering, methodical, unhurried, each strike landing with a precision that no other craftsman in the world, divine or mortal, could have matched. By the time Hephaestus set the finished bolt aside to cool, he had made something that was less like a weapon and more like a concentrated piece of the sky itself, hammered into a shape that a hand could hold. The process of making even a single thunderbolt was exhausting beyond measure. The Cyclops would labor for days, sometimes weeks, to complete even one of these divine weapons, and the forge would glow so intensely that mortal craftsmen working on the island would retreat to the farthest caves to escape the heat. It was not merely a matter of skill, though skill was certainly required in abundance. It required an understanding of something that transcended ordinary metallurgy, a knowledge of how to bind the raw forces of the earth into a form that could be wielded, how to make the infinite finite, how to capture something that was almost alive within the structure of inert metal. Once Zeus had commissioned his first batch of these weapons, he would return to the forge regularly, never satisfied, always demanding more. The thunderbolts would never run out, but neither would his appetite for them, as though possessing them made him continually aware of what he might lose without them. This cycle of creation and demand would define the relationship between the king of gods and his craftsmen for the duration of their existence. What made the thunderbolts remarkable was not only what they were, but what they meant for the god who carried them. Zeus's authority over the other Olympians was never simply a matter of his strength or his will. The gods were a contentious and proud gathering of beings, each with their own domains and their own considerable powers, and they did not submit easily to being governed. What Zeus had, that the others could not easily counter, were those bolts. The ability to strike with a force that transcended ordinary divine conflict and expressed something absolute. Without them, his dominion would have been a more uncertain thing, requiring constant negotiation and display. With them, he could silence a hall of gods with a single raised arm. He could remind even the oldest and most powerful of the Titans that the order of the world had changed and that the change was permanent. In this way, the thunderbolts were not merely instruments of violence, they were instruments of cosmic order, and the order they maintained was the order that made Olympus itself possible. There is something quietly remarkable about that, if you sit with it for a moment. The God who sat at the center of everything, the God whose authority was supposed to be self-evident and complete, depended for his most essential symbol of power on someone else entirely, and that someone else was not one of his trusted allies, not one of the great warrior gods, not even one of the ancient Titans who had been around since the beginning of the world. It was Hephaestus. It was the sun who had been cast off the mountain, who had grown up among mortals on a volcanic island, who had built his forge in the dark below the earth because there was nowhere else for him to go. Every commission Zeus placed at the forge was, whether he acknowledged it or not, an admission of something his pride would never have allowed him to say aloud, that the god he had thrown from the sky was the only one who could make what he needed most. Hephaestus, for his part, does not appear in any of the old stories to have withheld his work, or to have taken any particular satisfaction in this arrangement. He made the bolts because they were his craft, because the forge was his domain, and because making things of extraordinary power and beauty was simply what he did, regardless of who had asked for them, or what had passed between them in years gone by. His hands did not seem to carry resentment into his work. Every time Zeus raised his arm to throw that bolt of living fire, the authority behind it was borrowed, in part, from the hands of the god he had once thrown from the sky. Athena, of all the Olympians, may have understood Hephaestus best, perhaps because she was, in her own way, also a god of making things. Where the other gods concern themselves with dominion over natural forces or the affairs of mortals, Athena and Hephaestus both found meaning in the act of creation itself, in the careful, deliberate shaping of materials into something that had never existed before. She was the goddess of wisdom and warfare, yes, but she was also the patron of weavers, potters, artisans, the deity invoked by anyone who worked with their hands toward a purposeful end. He was the divine craftsman, the one who understood better than any being in the Greek world what it meant to take raw, unformed matter and transform it into something extraordinary. Between the two of them, there existed a kind of mutual recognition that rarely found its way into the stories told about Hephaestus and the other gods, not rivalry, not the particular tension that defined so many of his divine relationships, but something quieter and more collaborative. When Athena came to him, needing something made, she came as one maker to another. This kind of relationship fundamentally shaped how Hephaestus approached the work itself. Where he might have created weapons for other Olympians, with the detachment of a master craftsman fulfilling a commission, the items he made for Athena carried something additional, a collaborative intelligence that went into every detail. The Aegis was not simply forged, it was designed with the kind of deliberate intention that only emerged when both maker and user understood the deeper purposes of creation. Every choice, from the placement of the serpents to the specific positioning of Medusa's head, reflected a shared vision of how divinity could be expressed through physical form. That difference in the nature of their relationship left its mark on everything he created for her. The Aegis is perhaps the finest example of what that relationship produced. Ancient sources describe it in varying ways, sometimes as a shield, sometimes as a kind of divine breastplate or protective garment. But in almost every telling, it bore the same remarkable features: a border of coiling serpents, their scales catching the light as if alive. At its center, the severed head of the Gorgon Medusa, fixed there not as an ornament, but as a living power, a force capable of stopping an enemy cold before a single blow had been exchanged. The serpents that ringed the Aegis were not merely decorative either. In the older layers of Greek religious thought, serpents carried associations with the earth, with hidden wisdom, with transformative power, and the goddess of wisdom wearing a garment edged with serpents was no accident of design. Hephaestus would have understood this, the way a skilled craftsman understands that the best work always carries meaning layered beneath its surface. He built into the Aegis something that went beyond metallurgy and into the realm of symbolic intelligence, the knowledge that what a thing represents can be as powerful as what it physically does. The Gorgon's head at the center of the Aegis had its own mythology, of course. Medusa, whose gaze had the power to turn any living creature to stone, whose face was so terrible that even in death it retained the capacity to inspire paralyzing dread. The Gorgon's head itself bore the marks of Hephaestus's unprecedented skill. Not only had he created a shield that could turn away weapons, but he had captured within it a power that preceded all physical conflict. The shield was crafted in such a way that even the approach of battle could be forestalled by the mere presence of the aegis, the goddess's appearance enough to halt aggression before it began. Fixing that face to a shield was an act of profound mythological thinking. It meant that Athena, when she raised the aegis in battle, or appeared wearing it before a gathered assembly, was not merely defending herself. She was wielding the oldest and most primal kind of fear, the kind that bypasses reason entirely and strikes at something deeper. Enemies who looked upon the aegis were not simply threatened. They were, in a sense, already defeated, their courage undone before the goddess had moved a single step toward them. Hephaestus would have known, when he set that image into the metal, exactly what he was making. The two of them shared this, the understanding that a well-made thing is never only what it appears to be, but the finest work carries within it layers of intention and consequence that unfold long after it has left the maker's hands. Their connection extended beyond the singular commission of the aegis and into the broader life of Athens, where both deities were honored together as the joint patrons of craft and artisanship. The Chalkea, a festival held each autumn in the city, was dedicated to them both, a celebration observed by smiths, potters, weavers, every kind of skilled worker who understood that what they did with their hands was itself a form of devotion. The two gods shared an altar in that tradition, their names joined together in a way that acknowledged something the myths themselves had always quietly suggested, that wisdom without craft is incomplete, craft without wisdom is blind, that between them they represented something whole. This shared altar space represented far more than a mere acknowledgement of two related crafts. It embodied a principle central to Athenian values, that the practical work of making things was inseparable from the wisdom that guided the maker's hands. Artisans who stood before that shared altar understood that they were honoring not just deities, but a philosophy of creation itself. The Hephaestion, the great temple built on the hill overlooking the Athenian agora, housed cult statues of both Hephaestus and Athena standing together, a pairing that would have meant something immediate and recognizable to every artisan who climbed that hill to offer a prayer before beginning a day's work. In the aegis, the two of them had created something that was more than a shield. It was a statement about what craft and intelligence could accomplish when aimed at protection rather than destruction. Thetis arrived at the forge with salt water still glimmering on her arms, having risen from the sea to ask for something only Hephaestus could make. She had made the journey in grief, moving upward through the cold and darkening water with her mind already fixed on what she needed. By the time she reached the place where heat replaced the chill of the deep sea, she was carrying the particular quietness of a mother who has not yet begun to cry. The story, as Homer tells it in the Iliad, begins just after the warrior Patroclus has been killed on the plains outside Troy. Patroclus had gone into battle wearing the armor of Achilles, borrowed armor, meant to give him the appearance of that great warrior and steady the faltering Greek lines, and when Hector struck him down, he stripped that armor from the body and claimed it as his prize. Achilles was left without protection and without the one person in the world he had truly loved. Thetis, who knew her son's fate better than anyone, understood that if he was going to fight again, he would need something new. Not replacement armor exactly, but something made specifically for him, by hands that could not be matched anywhere in the world. The forge was deep in its working when she arrived. Homer describes the great smith moving between his bellows, from one task to the next with the practiced ease of someone who has spent more time in that place than anywhere else. The golden women who assisted him moved around the forge with the same ease, animate figures he had made himself, possessing strength and speech and something resembling thought, carrying tools and steadying the work with a competence that no ordinary assistant could have offered. The air was thick with heat and the smell of hot metal. The light came not from the sky, but from the fire itself, shifting and orange. Thetis stood at the edge of all of this and waited. When Hephaestus saw her, he set down his work immediately. He knew what she had done for him, in some traditions at least, how she had caught him when he fell into the sea, how she and the sea nymph Eurynome had sheltered him in an underwater grotto for 9 years while he learned his craft in secret, far below the world that had rejected him. He owed her something, and beyond debt, he felt genuine warmth toward her. He called her dear and old friend, and asked her to sit and listen to what she needed. She told him everything: the death of Patroclus, the lost armor, her son standing on the shore in mourning too raw to carry, the war that was waiting for him. Hephaestus did not hesitate. He promised her he would make Achilles' armor that any man alive would be glad to have. He meant it in the way that only someone who genuinely loves their work can mean it. He turned back to his forge, and he worked through the night. There was something in Hephaestus's commitment that went beyond the ordinary obligations of divine hospitality, or even the debt he carried from Thetis's kindness. This was his opportunity to create something that would outlast him, a work that would move through the world, still bearing his intention long after his hands had released it. He understood, in the way that only a true craftsman ever can, that this armor would carry a story, not just the story of its making, but the story of everything he had witnessed from his forge, everything he had learned about the world despite his isolation from it. The night stretched before him, and he did not rest. His assistant golden women did not rest either, moving with tireless efficiency as he called for what he needed. The metal was ready, the tools were sharp, and his mind was clear about what had to be done. He made the greaves first, the armor for the lower legs, bending and shaping the bright metal with the bellows singing behind him. Then the breastplate, heavier and more intricate, designed to sit against a man's chest like a second skin made of something the earth had never grown. The helmet followed, fitted with a crest and worked with such precision that it would sit on Achilles' head the way a crown sits on a king's, naturally and without effort. Each piece was finished to a perfection that ordinary metalwork does not approach. The surface is smooth and the joins invisible, the weight distributed exactly right. But it was the shield that required most of the night, the shield that would become what people remembered. Homer's description of it runs for well over 100 lines in the Iliad. Even across the distance of nearly 3,000 years, you can feel the care that the poet gave to it, the sense that this object deserved that kind of attention, that it contained something worth describing slowly and in full. Hephaestus laid down layer after layer of metal. Bronze and tin and gold and silver worked together, and on its face he placed the world. Not a version of the world, not a symbol of it, but the whole of it as closely as a craftsman's hands could render, beginning with the earth and sky and sea, the tireless sun and the full moon, the Pleiades and the Hyades and Orion and the Bear turning always in place, never dipping below the horizon. He put the stars on the shield as they actually appeared, as he had observed them from his forge on those long nights when the only light above the mountain came from the sky itself. Then, moving inward on the great round surface, he placed 2 cities of men. The first city was at peace. There were weddings in it. The torches were lit. The young men were dancing in the streets while women stood in doorways watching them go by. In the marketplace there was a legal dispute, 2 men arguing over the blood price owed for a killing. The elders were seated in a circle on polished stone, holding their staffs. Each was speaking his judgment in turn. It was the ordinary friction of people living together, handled with ceremony and patience. Hephaestus rendered it so that you could almost hear the voices. The second city was at war. 2 armies camped around it, gleaming with bronze. debating whether to divide everything inside by force or to accept half and leave the rest to the people within. A river ran nearby. Along its banks there was an ambush, armed men crouching in the reeds, waiting, while shepherds came down from the hills with their flocks, not yet knowing what was there. The attack came, and the cattle lowed, and the shepherds cried out, and all of it was caught in metal, suspended in the moment before its conclusion. Beyond the cities he placed the soft world of working life, fields being ploughed, the oxen turning at the end of each long furrow, while a man offered the ploughman wine. Behind them the earth turning dark and rich, a king's estate where the harvest was coming in, the reapers moving in rows with their curved blades, children gathering the cut grain behind them and binding it into sheaves, a vineyard heavy with grapes, the clusters black and ripening, a silver irrigation ditch running along one edge, a hedge of tin around it all, a single path through which the pickers moved, singing with baskets on their arms, while a boy played a lyre and sang to them in a thin, sweet voice. A herd of cattle moving toward a river through a meadow, the lead cows gold and the rest worked in tin. At the edge of that meadow, 2 lions had seized the nearest bull and were dragging it down, the dogs circling and barking and not coming close enough to do anything useful. A sheepfold in still country, the sheep silver, the pens and the herdsman's shelters carefully there. And then the dancing floor. Hephaestus saved this for near the end of the shield's face. A place like the dancing floor that Daedalus had once made in Crete for Ariadne, where young men and women moved together in a great turning pattern, their hands linked, the young men in linen and the young women in gowns with garlands in their hair, the whole circle moving first one way and then the other, like the movement of a potter's wheel, but made of people and joy. A crowd stood watching them, and an aulos player stood at the center. 2 acrobats threw themselves spinning through the air among the dancers. Around the very outermost edge of all of it, the deep and powerful river of Oceanus ran in a circle, enclosing everything, the cities, the farms, the animals, the dancing children, the war, as if even the boundary of the world was something that could be held in a craftsman's hand. This was the shield that Hephaestus made for Achilles. What he had placed on it was not a decoration or a celebration of Greek military virtue, but something closer to a complete account of what human life actually was, its arguments and its weddings, its harvests and its violence, its music and its grief and its ordinary moments of watching the oxen turn at the end of a row. He had been watching all of it from below the earth for a very long time. When the opportunity came to put what he had seen into something permanent, he made it as full and as honest as the metal would allow. When it was done, Thetis took the armor in her hands, the greaves and the breastplate, and the helmet and the great shield, and she descended back the way she had come, carrying all of it through the morning light, the brightness of the metal moving with her. She carried it back across the water to her son. When Achilles looked at his own reflection in that shield, at the world his mother had carried to him, hammered out of divine metal by the hands of a god who knew what it was to be in pain, he picked it up and went to war. Zeus came to Hephaestus with an unusual commission, not a weapon, not armor, but a person. Prometheus had stolen fire from the gods, had crept close to the divine flame and carried it down to the mortal world in the hollow of a fennel stalk, and the humans who received it had grown stronger, more capable, and in Zeus's estimation, far too comfortable. Zeus wanted to restore a kind of balance, or perhaps what he truly wanted was simply to answer an insult with one of his own. Whatever his reasoning, he decided that his response to the theft of fire would not be another weapon, not a flood or a plague sent down from the sky, but something more quietly devastating. A woman, the first woman ever made. and the one he asked to make her was Hephaestus, who knew better than almost anyone what it meant to be shaped by someone else's intentions and sent out into a world that had not asked for you. The brilliance of Zeus's plan lay in its subtlety. Fire itself was a gift, a tool that could warm, cook, and illuminate. But in placing it in mortal hands, Prometheus had given humans access to divine knowledge and power. A simple punishment would have been expected, even deserved in the eyes of many gods. Instead, Zeus chose something far more complex, a response that would work not through force, but through desire, through the internal divisions that would grow within human civilization itself. Pandora would be sent as a bride, ostensibly a blessing, but carrying with her consequences that would unfold slowly, almost imperceptibly, across generations. It was the kind of revenge that required patience, the kind that worked through the very fabric of human relationships and daily life. The gift would seem precious, would seem like fortune, and only in time would its true nature become apparent. According to Hesiod, who tells this story in both his works and days and his Theogony, Hephaestus mixed earth with water and formed from that soft, common mixture a figure in the likeness of the immortal goddesses. He gave her a face of extraordinary beauty and a form that seemed almost familiar, as if the gods had always known her, though she had never existed before. Once she had taken shape, the other gods came forward one by one to complete what Hephaestus had begun. Athena clothed her in a shimmering silver gown and taught her the art of weaving, passing along something of her own patient intelligence. Aphrodite breathed into her grace and longing, a quality that would make her compelling and difficult to look away from. Hermes, the messenger and trickster, gave her a voice full of persuasion and a mind that moved sideways, capable of cleverness in ways that might not always serve her well or those around her. The Graces adorned her with golden necklaces, and the Horae, the goddesses of the seasons, crowned her with early spring flowers. Hephaestus himself fashioned for her a crown of gold, and on that crown he rendered images of every creature that moved across the land and swam through the sea. It was an elaborate and beautiful thing, and it was the kind of work he did with total care, regardless of what the object would eventually be used for. He did not make things carelessly. He never had. Each divine gift carried within it a particular kind of danger, though perhaps the danger was not always visible on the surface. Athena's weaving was a genuine skill, but it was also a tool for creation and deception alike. Aphrodite's grace and longing could inspire both love and obsession, both connection and the suffering that comes from desire unsatisfied. Hermes's gift of persuasion and lateral thinking was perhaps the most ambiguous of all. The ability to talk one's way through the world, to navigate social situations with intelligence, but also the capacity to mislead and manipulate. Together, these gifts created a being who was not merely beautiful, but dangerously equipped to influence those around her. She was fashioned to be irresistible, to be welcomed, to be brought into the heart of human households and communities. And it was in this very welcome that the catastrophe would eventually unfold. She was named Pandora, which in this tradition Hesiod understood to mean something like all-gifted, a name that described the abundance of what each god had poured into her, and that carried within it a note of irony. She was given a pithos, a large sealed storage jar, and was then sent as a bride to Epimetheus, the brother of Prometheus. Prometheus had warned his brother never to accept a gift from Zeus, and Epimetheus, whose name has been translated to suggest a certain slowness of foresight, accepted her anyway. Some ancient sources describe the jar as having been brought with her as part of what she carried into her new life. Others suggest the jar was already present in the household. In either case, the moment came when Pandora lifted the lid, and out from that sealed vessel came everything that had been held inside it. Illness, labor, suffering, grief, the full weight of what mortal life would become. They scattered into the world before she could close the jar again. What remained at the very bottom, beneath all of it, was hope, which did not escape. Whether that remaining hope was a mercy or a cruelty of its own is a question Hesiod leaves open, and the ancient Greeks who heard this story seem to have left it open too, which may be the most honest thing about it. There is something worth sitting with in the fact that it was Hephaestus who made her. He was a god who had been shaped by the hands of others and placed in a world that was difficult, thrown from the sky, raised among strangers, married without his own consent to a goddess who did not want him. He understood what it was to be made for someone else's purposes. And yet, as with every commission he received, he brought to Pandora's creation the full measure of his skill. He did not make her poorly or reluctantly. He gave her a beautiful face, and he placed on her head a crown that required extraordinary care to produce, a crown detailed with every animal that moved through the living world. That is what Hephaestus did. He made things beautifully, even when he could not fully understand what they were for, even when the one who ordered the work had purposes that went far beyond what he was asked to do with his hands. He had shaped her from ordinary earth and water, had placed a crown of gold upon her head, and had sent her into a world that was, from that day forward, a little harder to live in. The golden women who helped Hephaestus at his forge were not servants in any ordinary sense. Homer says they could speak, reason, move as if they had been born rather than made. In the 18th book of the Iliad, when Thetis arrives at the forge to ask Hephaestus for Achilles' armor, she finds him at work and surrounded by these figures. Homer describes them as golden, resembling living young women, possessed of intelligence and voice and strength, capable of supporting their maker as he moved about his workshop on his unsteady legs. They were not decorations or symbols. They were, according to the poem, functional beings, helpers who understood what was needed and provided it without being asked twice. For a god who had been cast out and left largely to his own devices, this was a remarkable solution to the problem of solitude. He had gone down into the earth with his craft and his fire and his pain. He had, over long years of patient work, made himself companions. It says something about him, perhaps, that when he needed help, he did not ask for it from the gods who had rejected him. He made it himself, the way he made everything else, carefully, from the ground up, with his own hands and his own understanding of what a useful, trustworthy thing ought to look like. The golden women of the forge are mentioned only briefly in the Iliad, almost as an aside, as if Homer expected his listeners to already know they were there. But that casualness is itself telling. It suggests that among the ancient Greeks, the idea of Hephaestus creating animated figures was not strange or surprising. It was simply part of who he was, a craftsman whose mastery extended so far beyond ordinary metalwork that the boundary between making an object and making a living being had, for him, become difficult to locate. He had forged thunderbolts that carried the will of Zeus, an armor that reflected the entire mortal world. Golden women who could speak and think and walk were, in this context, entirely consistent with what he was capable of. They were the most intimate expression of his genius, not weapons aimed outward at the world, but something made for the quiet interior life of the forge, for the hours between commissions when the fire burned low and the god who had been thrown from the sky worked on in the dark. These companions, born entirely from his own hands and will, represented a choice that separated him from every other god on Olympus. He had not inherited attendants or demanded them. He had created what he needed, understanding that true craftsmanship meant solving problems at their root. Talos was a different kind of creation entirely. The ancient tradition surrounding him is both older and stranger. According to some accounts, including the version preserved in Apollonius of Rhodes's Argonautica, Talos was a great bronze giant. Some traditions say he was the last of a race of men from the age of bronze, while others hold that he was made by Hephaestus and given by him, or by Zeus, to King Minos of Crete as a guardian for the island. Whatever his origin, his purpose was singular and relentless. 3 times each day, Talos walked the entire perimeter of Crete, a slow circuit of the coastline. Any ship that came too close was driven away by rocks hurled from his enormous arms. He was made of bronze throughout, all but one detail. A single vein ran the length of his body from his neck down to his heel. At the heel, it was sealed with a bronze pin or nail. That vein carried the ichor, the fluid that served as blood in divine or divinely made beings, and so long as the pin held, his form remained complete and his strength absolute. Talos was a living machine, organized around this single vulnerability. Every other part of him was impervious, built to endure across centuries. But this one detail, this fatal point, meant that he could be undone by those with sufficient knowledge and will to find it. Talos was whole and tireless and unstoppable. When the Argonauts arrived off the coast of Crete during their long return voyage, and were met with rocks and the sight of that enormous figure moving along the shore, it was Medea who found the way through. According to the Argonautica, she either bewitched Talos or deceived him into grazing his heel against a sharp rock, dislodging the pin. The ichor drained from him slowly, like water from a vessel with a crack near the base. Talos fell into the sea with a sound the ancient text describes as thunderous, his great weight settling into the water while the Argonauts watched from a cautious distance. What is quietly remarkable about Talos, about the golden women of the forge before him, is what they suggest about the ancient imagination's understanding of Hephaestus. He was not simply a craftsman in the ordinary sense, a maker of beautiful, durable, useful things. He was something more unsettling and more wondrous than that. He was a god who understood the principle of life well enough to approximate it in metal, who could look at the architecture of a living body, the veins, the fluid, the motion, the intention, and reproduce it in bronze and gold. The golden women who walked and spoke in his workshop, and the giant who patrolled the shores of Crete, were made by the same hands that forged Zeus's thunderbolts and Achilles' shield. Yet they were something the thunderbolts and the shield were not. They were, in their own way, alive. Ancient writers did not dwell on the strangeness of this for long, but it is worth pausing on. Hephaestus had been discarded because he was imperfect. This was because he did not look the way a god was supposed to look. This was because there was something about him that did not conform to the expectations of the divine world he had been born into. And yet, he was the only one among the Olympians who had made a living being from raw material, who had taken metal and fire and patience and produced something that could think and move and act in the world. In Talos especially, Hephaestus had made something that patrolled the edge of the world, a guardian built from bronze, powered by something no one entirely understood, doing its duty long after the god had moved on. It is worth taking stock of everything Hephaestus actually made. This was because the list says something important about how indispensable he had become. The golden automata were remarkable. The thunderbolts and the armor of Achilles were the kinds of creations that commanded awe even from gods who had never thought warmly of him. But his work extended far beyond those famous commissions, reaching into nearly every corner of the divine world, equipping gods and heroes alike with objects so perfectly made that they passed from one generation to the next without ever losing their virtue. When you begin to gather these creations together and lay them out, what emerges is a portrait, not just of a craftsman, but of someone who had quietly become the engine on which Olympus ran. Consider what he made for Hermes alone. The winged sandals that carried the messenger god between the mortal world and the divine, between the sunlit peaks of Olympus and the grey shores of the underworld, were his work, delicate things, fastened at the ankle, with small wings that beat with a soft and steady rhythm whenever Hermes had somewhere to be, which was nearly always. He also made the winged helmet that Hermes sometimes wore, a close-fitting cap with wings folded along its sides, ready to open when the god launched himself into the open air. These were not merely functional objects. They were made with the understanding that Hermes moved between worlds that operated by entirely different rules, that what carried him had to be worthy of every one of those worlds, beautiful enough for Olympus, durable enough for the underworld, swift enough for every errand Zeus had ever sent him on, that Hermes could do what he did, that messages moved between gods and mortals at all, owed something to the god who had been thrown from the sky and had spent his exile learning to make things that could travel anywhere. For Aphrodite, his own wife, Hephaestus made the famous girdle, a woven band of such extraordinary power that anyone who looked upon the wearer felt an overwhelming surge of desire and longing. It was, in some ways, a distillation of everything Aphrodite already was, gathered into a single object and made portable. She lent it, in one tradition, to Hera when Hera needed to distract Zeus during the Trojan War, a loan that suggests how well the girdle worked. Even on the king of the gods, there is something quietly complicated about the fact that it was Hephaestus who made this object for the wife who did not love him, who made her more irresistible to others than she already was. But he made it, as he made everything, with precision and without apparent sentiment. It worked exactly as it was meant to. He also made the bow and arrows of Eros, the small and dangerous god whose shots could cause gods and mortals to fall helplessly and sometimes disastrously in love. The bow was gold, the arrows sharp as any that flew in a real war. The fact that Hephaestus made them meant that even desire itself was armed with something that came from his forge. The chariot of Helios, the sun god who drove across the sky each day from east to west, carrying light to the whole world, was also attributed to him in certain traditions, a vehicle of gold and fire, built to withstand the heat of its own passenger, sturdy enough to follow the same arc every single day, without ever faltering. Among mortal heroes, his gifts were no less significant. The staff of Agamemnon, the great king of Mycenae who led the Greeks to Troy, was said to have been made by Hephaestus and given first to Zeus, who passed it to Hermes, who gave it to the ancestor of the Atreides, from whose line Agamemnon eventually received it. A staff that had passed through divine hands before it ever rested in a mortal one, and Hephaestus had made it at the beginning of that long chain. It carried with it the weight of legitimate authority. Every king who held it afterward carried something of that original making. For Heracles, he fashioned a set of bronze clappers, the crotala, instruments that rang and clashed with a sound so sharp and startling that even the Stymphalian birds, monstrous creatures that had plagued the marshes of Arcadia, were frightened from their nesting places by it. Heracles drove them into the open sky with sound alone, and then picked them off with his arrows. Without those clappers, the labor might have gone very differently. It is easy to overlook an object like that beside something as dramatic as the armor of Achilles, but it was precisely what was needed at that moment, made to the exact measure of the problem. That attentiveness to a specific need was itself a form of genius. Beyond any individual object, there was the physical structure of Olympus itself, the gates of the divine mountain, the palaces of the gods, the great halls where the Olympians gathered. These were not ancient and unnamed constructions. According to the tradition, Hephaestus had built them. He was the architect of the divine realm in the most literal possible sense, the one who had designed and raised the buildings where the gods lived and argued and feasted and made their decisions about the mortal world below. My own sense of it is that there is something almost difficult to absorb about this once you let it settle. The god they had thrown from that mountain had returned to build it. He had been carried away unconscious to Lemnos, had spent his early years among mortals, had been hurled through open sky by his own father, had come back to lay the foundation of the very place where all of that had happened. He had built the halls, the gates, the palaces. Every stone of the place that had thrown him out now bore the mark of his hands. This myth is one of the stranger corners of the Hephaestus tradition, and the ancient Greeks seem to have known that. It appears in several ancient sources, told with a certain careful delicacy, as though the writers themselves were not entirely sure how to hold it. It does not sit comfortably alongside the more heroic episodes of his story: the golden throne, the armor of Achilles, the thunderbolts shaped for Zeus. And yet, it was preserved, retold, and woven into the founding mythology of Athens itself, which suggests the Greeks found something in it worth keeping, even if they found it difficult to explain. The story begins simply enough. Athena came to the forge of Hephaestus to commission weapons. This was not an unusual visit, since she was a goddess of war and strategy, and had need of armor and arms. Hephaestus had made things for her before, and their relationship as patron deities of craftspeople gave them a certain common ground that most of the Olympians did not share with him. She arrived at the forge in the way she always moved through the world, purposeful, composed, armored in her own authority. What happened next is told plainly in the ancient sources. Hephaestus attempted to assault her. Athena, who had sworn an oath of virginity and who was not a goddess easily overcome by anything, pulled away from him. In the struggle, his seed fell upon the earth, upon the ground of Attica, the land that would one day belong to Athens. From that earth a child was born. The Greeks called him Erichthonius, a name that ancient writers connected to the words for earth and wool, a small clue embedded in the name itself about the circumstances of his arrival. He was not born the way most divine children were born. He came from the soil, from the body of the earth goddess Gaia, who received what had fallen and gave back a life. And he was not entirely human in his form. In many accounts his lower body was serpentine. He was part child, part snake, a creature belonging to two worlds at once, rooted in the deep earth in a way that other beings were not. Athena, according to the tradition, did not abandon him. This is one of the most quietly remarkable details of the whole story. She had every reason to walk away from a child born of circumstances she had not chosen. Instead, she gathered him up. She placed him in a sacred chest, a kiste, a wooden box, and she carried him to the Acropolis of Athens, that great rocky height above the city that was already her sacred place. There she entrusted the chest to the three daughters of Cecrops, the first king of Athens, a figure who was himself half man and half serpent, which may be why the Greeks chose him as the one whose household received this particular child. Athena gave the daughters of Cecrops one instruction: do not open the chest. She did not explain why. She simply asked them to keep it safe, and then she left to attend to something else, trusting that her command would be followed. It was not followed. The names most ancient sources give to the daughters are Aglauros, Herse, and Pandrosos, and it was Aglauros and Herse who opened the chest, while Pandrosos, in some versions of the story, refused to look inside. What the two sisters saw when they lifted the lid has been described in slightly different ways depending on the source. Some accounts say they saw a serpent coiled protectively around the infant child. Others say the child himself had the tail of a snake in place of legs. In some tellings, Athena had placed a serpent inside the chest deliberately to guard him. In others, the serpent and the child were one and the same being. Whatever they saw, the result was the same. The daughters who had looked were seized by a kind of madness, whether that madness came from the sight itself or from the punishment of a goddess whose single instruction had been ignored. the sources do not entirely agree. They ran from the chest, ran across the Acropolis and threw themselves from the edge. They fell from that great height and were gone. Athena returned to find the chest opened and 2 of the king's daughters dead. She took Erichthonius and raised him herself within the sanctuary of her own temple on the Acropolis. The child who had been born from the earth of Attica, who carried within his body the mingled nature of the smith god and the ground itself, grew up under the protection of the goddess of wisdom and war. He grew, and in time he became a king. The ancient sources name Erichthonius as one of the early kings of Athens, a founder figure who shaped the city in its earliest days. He is credited in some traditions with inventing the 4-horse chariot, with establishing the great Panathenaic festival in honor of Athena, and with introducing the use of silver coinage. He was a maker, a builder, a person who organized and created, which perhaps should not be surprising given whose son he was. The serpent never entirely left the story. Sacred snakes were kept in Athena's temple on the Acropolis for centuries, fed on honey cakes, their presence understood as a continuation of something ancient and protective. Some ancient writers connected those snakes directly to Erichthonius, to the memory of the child who had been half earth and half something older, kept safe in a chest on the highest point of the city. There is something quietly circular about this myth when you sit with it long enough. Hephaestus, who had been rejected and cast away, whose hands had built half the divine world, and yet who remained in some ways outside of it, produced through the most disjointed of circumstances a child who became part of the very foundation of Athens. The goddess who escaped him raised that child as her own. The city she is most associated with carries within its oldest stories a trace of the forge god. Not in glory, not in triumph, but in the earth, in the serpent, in the child that the ground itself chose to keep. Erichthonius grew up to become a king of Athens, and the city that bore Athena's name carried within its founding a trace of the smith god too. The earth, the serpent, the thing made from what had been spilled and could not be taken back. Of all the places associated with Hephaestus, it is Lemnos that holds the oldest connection. Not Etna, not Olympus, but this dark volcanic island sitting in the northern Aegean. Long before the Greeks built temples in his honor or assigned him a palace among the 12 Olympians. Long before they gave him a wife he had not asked for and a role in the politics of the divine court, there was simply an island, a fire burning somewhere beneath it, and a people who understood that the two were connected. Lemnos was his first home in any real sense, not the place he was born, but the place that received him when no one else would. That particular kind of belonging tends to run deeper than the ordinary kind. The island itself seemed made for him. Its landscape bore the marks of ancient volcanic activity, black and reddish rock, sulphurous springs, soil that smelled faintly of something burning far below the surface. The Greeks who settled there later would have found it easy to believe that a god of fire and metalworking had once fallen from the sky and landed here. This was because the earth already seemed to be answering to something hot and invisible moving through it. There is a quality to volcanic landscapes that feels purposeful, as though the ground itself is working at something. For a people who believed that Hephaestus kept his forge burning in the chambers beneath the world, Lemnos must have seemed like proof of that belief made visible. The Sintians were the people who first received him. Ancient sources describe them as the original inhabitants of Lemnos, a people distinct from the later Greek settlers who arrived and eventually gave the island its more familiar mythological associations. It was the Sintians who found the fallen god, or the fallen child, depending on which version of the story one follows, and who cared for him after his long descent from the sky. Homer himself mentions them in this context. That tells us that the connection was old enough to have entered the epic tradition by the time the Iliad was composed. The Sintians were, in this sense, Hephaestus's first congregation. The people who built a relationship with him, not because he was powerful or useful or politically advantageous, but simply because he had arrived among them and they had chosen kindness. What that early worship looked like is not entirely clear from the surviving sources, but scholars who have studied the religious history of the Aegean have noted that Lemnos seems to have carried a tradition of fire worship that predated the full absorption of Hephaestus into the wider Greek pantheon. In other words, the island may have been honoring a fire deity of its own long before the Greeks arrived with their stories of the lame smith god thrown from Olympus. When those two traditions met, they found each other easily. This was because they were already describing the same thing, a sacred, subterranean fire that belonged to the island and could not be separated from it. The most striking evidence of this ancient bond is a festival described in ancient accounts of Lemnian religious practice, in which all the fires on the island were extinguished for a period of 9 days. Every hearth went cold. Every forge fell quiet. The island, which had always been associated with the warmth and light of sacred fire, was plunged into a kind of ritual darkness. During those 9 days, the people of Lemnos lived without the comfort of their own flames, waiting. On the 9th day, a ship arrived carrying new fire, fire brought from the sacred source, from the deity's own burning heart, and from that single flame, every hearth and forge on the island was relit. Life resumed. The warmth came back. It is difficult to hear that ritual and not think immediately of Hephaestus himself, of the god who was cast out and spent his own long darkness in exile, separated from the place where he belonged, waiting for the moment of return. The 9 days of extinguished fire were, in a sense, a reenactment of his story. The exile, the cold, the absence of the divine spark, then the return of the fire as something renewed and welcomed rather than merely assumed. Rituals of this kind tend to encode within them the myths that matter most to a people. The Lemnian Fire Festival encodes the story of Hephaestus with a precision that no retelling in words quite matches. There is something worth holding onto in the image of Lemnos as it existed before Olympus claimed him, before the palace, before Aphrodite, before the thunderbolts and the golden throne. In that earlier layer of his mythology, he was simply the god of the fire burning beneath a dark island in the northern Aegean. The people who lived above that fire knew his name and tended the relationship with care. He had not yet been assigned his place in the cosmic hierarchy. He had not yet proven himself to anyone. He was just the fire, the island, and the people who did not look away when something strange and wounded arrived among them. When the new fire arrived on Lemnos after those 9 dark days, it was as if the god himself was returning from exile, which, according to the myths, he always was. The temple they built for Hephaestus in Athens still stands today, perhaps because it was built so well, or perhaps because the god of fire and metalworking has always been harder to destroy than he looks. It sits on a low hill called the Kolonos Agoraios, just to the west of the ancient Agora. It has been standing there since around the middle of the 5th century before the Common Era. Most Greek temples have not survived. They were burned, dismantled, converted, stripped for their stone, or simply worn away by centuries of weather and neglect. The Hephaestion suffered some of those indignities too. For a long stretch of its existence it served as a Christian church. That may be the very reason it was preserved as well as it was. But it is still there, its columns intact, its proportions quiet and serious against the Athenian sky. When you stand beneath it and look out over the agora below, you can understand something of what it meant to the people who built it, a place set slightly apart from the busy commercial life of the city, on a hill just high enough to feel removed, dedicated to a god whose work happened close to the ground, in the heat and the dark, rather than in the open air of public ceremony. The temple was dedicated jointly to Hephaestus and to Athena. That made a particular kind of sense to the Athenians, who regarded both of them as the divine patrons of craftsmen and artisans. Inside, according to ancient accounts, there stood statues of both gods side by side, the goddess of wisdom and the god of the forge, paired together as they so often were in Athenian religious life. The hill around the temple was once lined with the workshops of metalworkers and potters, so that the people who prayed there were the very people whose daily labor the god was said to oversee and protect. A smith could look up from his anvil and see the temple on the hill above him. There was something quietly reassuring in that proximity, the god of fire close enough to witness the work being done in his name. The Athenians honored Hephaestus with at least 2 distinct festivals, each one reflecting a different aspect of his nature and his importance to the city. The Chalkeia was held every year in the autumn. It was a festival shared between Hephaestus and Athena in their roles as patrons of craftworking. The name itself came from the Greek word for bronze. The festival was observed primarily by metalworkers, potters, other artisans who regarded it as their own particular celebration, a day set aside not for warriors or athletes or politicians, but for the people who made things with their hands. The Hephaestia was something rather different in character. It was a torch race, held in Athens in honor of the god of fire. It was the kind of event that drew a crowd. Runners carried lit torches from somewhere in the city. Some accounts suggest the relay began at the altar of Eros in the outer district of the Kerameikos, and the goal was to arrive at the shrine with the flame still burning. If your torch went out before you reached the end, you were disqualified. The winning team's flame was used to light the sacred fire at the altar. There is something fitting about that. A festival in honor of a god who had always been associated with fire as a living, perishable thing, something that had to be carried carefully and could be lost if you were not paying attention. The torch race was also a way of reenacting, in a sense, the oldest meaning of fire in Greek religious thought, that it was not simply a natural phenomenon, but something given, something passed from one hand to another, something that connected the human world to the divine one. His cult extended well beyond Athens, of course. In Sicily, near the slopes of Mount Etna, communities maintained traditions of worship that placed him at the heart of the volcanic landscape itself. Blacksmiths and craftsmen throughout the Greek world kept his name close when they began their work, a quiet prayer offered before the first strike of the hammer, an acknowledgement that skill alone was not enough, that the fire which made the work possible was not entirely theirs to command. In this way, his worship was less formal than that of some of the other gods, and more woven into the texture of ordinary working life. You did not need a grand temple or a festival calendar to honor him. You needed only a forge, a fire, and the willingness to begin. What that worship reveals, when you consider it carefully, is something genuine about what the Greeks valued alongside all their reverence for beauty and strength and divine perfection. They knew that the world they lived in, with its tools and its ships and its weapons and its walls, had been built by hands like his, skilled, patient, disciplined hands that understood fire and metal and the slow transformation of raw material into something useful and lasting. Every smith who lit his forge in the morning and every torch runner who carried flame across the city in his name was, in a way, honoring the same thing the myths had always honored, the extraordinary power of making something from nothing. In ancient vase paintings, Hephaestus almost always looks like he belongs in a workshop rather than on a mountaintop. While the other gods are rendered in long, flowing robes or gleaming armor, he wears the exomis, a short, practical tunic pinned at one shoulder and leaving the arms free, the garment of a man who works with his hands. He is broad through the chest and shoulders, bearded, often stocky in a way that sets him apart from the idealized proportions of Apollo or Hermes. His legs in many depictions are shown bent or turned inward, a quiet visual acknowledgement of the lameness the myths described. There is nothing glamorous about the way Greek artists chose to portray him, and that seems entirely deliberate. He was not a god who inspired reverence through beauty or fear through power. He inspired something quieter and more lasting, a kind of respect for what patient, skilled hands could produce. The scenes that ancient artists returned to most often were the scenes of his labor. He is frequently shown at the forge, hammer raised above an anvil, the fire around him rendered in the red figure style that Greek potters developed in the 6th century before the Common Era. Sometimes the Cyclopes appear beside him, massive and one-eyed, working the bellows or steadying the metal. Sometimes his golden automata, the animated maidens Homer described, stand nearby, their posture attentive, their faces composed. The forge itself is depicted as a place of serious and concentrated effort, not chaos or violence. Even in the midst of all that fire, the images are strangely calm. One of the most beloved subjects in ancient Greek vase painting was the return of Hephaestus to Olympus. The scene in which Dionysus, having plied him with wine, leads him back toward the mountain on the back of a mule or donkey. Hephaestus is shown slumped or swaying, clearly drunk, surrounded by the reveling companions of Dionysus. It is one of the few moments in ancient Greek religious art where a god is depicted in a state of genuine, undignified vulnerability, and artists seem to find in it something worth returning to again and again. Perhaps because it was funny, or perhaps because it was true in some way that mattered. The god who had been thrown out was going home, however unsteadily. The scene of Hera bound to the golden throne and the assembled gods gathered around her in frustration and helplessness appeared on pottery, on friezes, and in painted panels across the ancient world. It carried within it a dramatic tension that translated beautifully into visual art. The queen of the gods, the most powerful woman on Olympus, made immovable by the ingenuity of her own rejected son. When the Romans absorbed Hephaestus into their own religious tradition, he became Vulcan, and the transformation was not entirely seamless. The Romans honored Vulcan as a god of fire, and they took seriously the destructive potential of flame, the fires that could consume a city, the volcanic eruptions that could bury entire towns under ash and stone. Roman art tended to lean into that destructive aspect more heavily than Greek art had. Where Hephaestus was most naturally rendered as a craftsman, Vulcan was sometimes depicted with a quality closer to menace, the fire around him less controlled, less purposeful, more a force unto itself. Roman sculptors and painters still showed him with his hammer and his forge, still dressed him in the working clothes of a laborer rather than the dress of a nobleman, but the emotional register shifted subtly. He became associated with volcanic landscapes in a way that gave his Roman identity a somewhat darker edge. The Romans built temples to Vulcan outside the formal boundaries of their cities, in open-air sanctuaries called Vulcanalia, partly out of reverence, and partly, it seems, out of a wish to keep his more destructive energies at a safe distance. The word volcano itself descends from his name, a linguistic inheritance that has outlasted every temple and every ritual, surviving quietly into the present day in the vocabulary of geology. When modern scientists study the behavior of volcanic systems, they use a term that traces back, through Latin, to the Roman name of the god the Greeks called Hephaestus. Every time someone looks at the cone of a volcano and thinks of fire as something creative rather than merely destructive, they are, without knowing it, still thinking about him. Among all the gods of Olympus, Hephaestus was the only one who made things, not illusions, not storms, not children, but actual objects that could be held in the hand. Zeus commanded the sky and ruled by the force of his will. Poseidon moved the seas with a gesture, Ares brought war simply by arriving. But Hephaestus had to work. He had to stand at the anvil, raise the hammer, feel the heat of the fire on his face, and coax raw metal into something that had never existed before. In a pantheon filled with gods who wielded power effortlessly, he was the one who earned it, piece by piece, in the dark and the heat, entirely alone. The ancient Greeks understood this distinction. They were a people who valued beauty and physical perfection deeply, who idealized the warrior and the athlete, and the radiant form of a god standing in full sunlight. And yet, they also built the Hephaestion on the hill above their marketplace, and they lit torches in his name, and they prayed to him before they lit their forges in the morning. There was something they recognized in him that they could not find anywhere else among the immortals. Something true about what it actually costs to make a beautiful thing. What the story of Hephaestus quietly suggests is that suffering and mastery are not separate conditions. They arrived together in his life from the very first moment, and they never really separated after that. He was thrown from the sky, and he landed on volcanic rock, and the same fire that burned in the earth beneath that island became the fire in his forge. The rejection that broke his body, or that his body had already carried before anyone chose to reject him, did not prevent his work. In some older and quieter way, according to the way his myths seem to understand it, that rejection may have been what made his work possible. The gods who lived in ease and beauty on Olympus had no particular reason to learn anything. Hephaestus had every reason. He had all the time in the world and nothing to do with it except make things, and so he made the most extraordinary things that any world had ever seen. He made the thunderbolts that held the sky together. He made the armor that carried a man through the last great war of an age. He made a shield that held, in hammered metal, the entire living world, its cities and its rivers, and its dancing children, and its lions moving through the dark toward the cattle. He made all of this, according to the tradition, not because he was the most powerful god, but because he was the most patient and the most alone, and the most attentive to what the world actually looked like when you spent enough time observing it from below. There is something in that image worth sitting with for a moment. While the other gods moved through the world on its surface, visible, celebrated, causing everything they touched to tremble, Hephaestus was beneath it. He was in the mountain, in the heat, in the dark, working. The eruptions of Etna were, for the Greeks, proof of his presence. Not a catastrophe, but a sound. The sound of someone still at it, still hammering, still transforming one thing into another. They heard that, and they thought of him, the lame god who had been thrown away twice and had twice rebuilt himself somewhere deeper, somewhere hotter, somewhere no one else was willing to go. And perhaps that is why his worship endured as steadily as it did, not because he was glamorous or terrifying, but because he was recognizable. Every craftsman who had ever failed at something and tried again understood something about him. He was the god of the people who made things with their hands and their minds and their stubborn refusal to stop. The Romans called him Vulcan, and they gave his name to the mountains that burned, and in that naming, something of his essence survived into a different language and a different world. The word volcano carries him inside it still, the way a finished piece of metalwork carries within it the memory of the ore it came from. He was always that, the memory of something raw and difficult, transformed into something that would outlast the hands that made it. The ancient Greeks who told his story, generation after generation, seem to have understood that the things most worth having in the world are made rather than given, and that the making of them requires exactly the kind of endurance that Hephaestus embodied. Not the strength of Ares or the radiance of Apollo, but the quieter, more difficult endurance of someone who goes back to the forge the morning after being thrown from the sky, who lights the fire again and picks up the hammer and starts over. That quality, unglamorous, unheroic in the usual sense, and entirely indispensable, was what they chose to call divine. Somewhere under the mountain, the fire is still burning, and the hammer is still falling, and the God who was thrown from the sky is still at work, turning pain into something beautiful. Pan was not the kind of god who sat on a throne. The gods of Mount Olympus had their white marble halls and their formal assemblies, their elaborate hierarchies of power and their magnificent distances from the ordinary world, and they presided over human life with the composed authority of beings who had never doubted their own importance for a single moment. Pan had none of that, and he wanted none of it. He had a hillside in the early morning and a cool cave when the afternoon heat settled in, the scent of bruised thyme rising from the ground beneath him, and the sound of water finding its way between rocks somewhere nearby, the rough texture of stone and soil, and the distant company of goats moving across a ridge in the low golden light before sunset. His was not a life of ceremony. It was a life of direct, unhurried contact with the natural world, the kind of life that does not announce itself or keep any particular schedule, and it suited him with a completeness that no palace ever could have managed. Tonight, I am going to take you slowly into that world, the ancient, sun-warmed mountains of Arcadia, where the old stories say Pan wandered and played and slept, and occasionally sent a cold, inexplicable dread spreading through the chest of a traveller who had done nothing more than walk alone through the wrong patch of forest at the wrong time of day. But we will come to that in its own good time. For now, I want you to settle in wherever you are, to let the weight of the day ease away from your shoulders and your hands, and to follow along at whatever pace feels right. There is no particular destination tonight, nothing you are required to arrive at. We are simply going to move through a very old story together, beginning at the place where Pan himself always preferred to begin, outside, with good ground underfoot and the air moving freely all around. Arcadia occupied the mountainous interior of the Peloponnese, the great southern peninsula of mainland Greece, and it was a landscape shaped almost entirely by its own wildness. The ridges rose steeply and fell sharply, covered in pine and oak, and the low fragrant scrub that the summer sun heated to a dry, resinous intensity on still afternoons. Between those ridges lay cold streams and long meadow valleys, and the people who moved through this terrain were shepherds and goatherds who followed their flocks with the seasons and lived close to the rhythms of the land in a way that the citizens of the great city-states simply did not. Arcadia had no famous harbour, no celebrated army, no poet who had made it known in the wider world. What it had was altitude and solitude, the specific quality of silence that settles over a mountain landscape when the wind drops and the birds pause, and the whole steep hillside seems to draw a long, slow breath. That quality of silence was exactly the kind of presence Pan favoured, full and old and patient, the silence not of emptiness, but of a place that has been quietly inhabited for a very long time. Pan belonged to this landscape in a way that suggested he had grown from it rather than merely arrived in it. The shepherds who tended their flocks across those high meadows sometimes claimed to catch glimpses of him or to hear his pipes echoing from a valley they had just left, and they seemed to regard him as less a visiting god than a permanent resident of the hills, a presence as natural and inevitable as the springs that fed the streams or the rocks that defined the ridges. He was not worshipped in temples or honoured with sacrifices conducted by priests in prescribed ways. Instead, shepherds left small offerings at the mountain shrines where travellers might seek his favour. Milk poured into a stone bowl, honey cakes left on a flat rock, Wildflowers gathered from the high meadows. These were the gestures of people who understood they were living in someone else's home and had learned, over generations, the proper courtesies to observe. The Greeks imagined Pan spending his days in this landscape with something close to pure contentment. He wandered at his own pace, stopping wherever the ground pleased him, playing his reed pipes to no particular audience or to whatever nymphs and animals happened to be nearby, following no path that anyone else had marked. When the midday sun grew heavy and the shadows drew in beneath the rocks, he found a cool hollow and slept, and his sleep was deep and specific, and not to be disturbed, a point the ancient Greeks emphasized with a kind of careful seriousness that suggested more than a few people had learned the lesson the hard way. In the evenings he moved again, following streams through the trees, appearing without warning at the edge of a meadow, his rough silhouette visible for a moment against the last color in the sky, and then gone. He did not look like the other gods, and you could see that at once in every image the Greeks left of him. His upper body was that of a man, broad-shouldered, bearded, rough-hewn, with a snub nose and pointed ears, and a face that carried an expression of easy, unhurried amusement. But from the waist down he was a goat, with shaggy hind legs and cloven hooves, and a short curved tail, and 2 horns rising from his head. He wore nothing in particular, and carried no divine instrument of authority. He looked, in other words, precisely like what he was, a being grown from the landscape itself, rather than descended into it from somewhere more refined. The contrast with the Olympians was deliberate and complete. Zeus kept his throne above the clouds, attended by his eagle and the full weight of celestial power. Apollo played his golden lyre in the company of the Muses and moved through the world with the particular, luminous grace of a god who represented civilization at its most polished and composed. Against all of that, Pan was a god of goat paths and cave walls, of afternoon shade and riverbank mud, of music played for its own sake to an audience of trees. He was rougher and older feeling than the great Olympians, and the Greeks sensed this in their way. Several traditions positioned him entirely outside the familiar genealogies and divine hierarchies of the mountain, as a presence that had existed apart from, and perhaps before, the orderly family of gods who gathered on Olympus. Some traditions even placed him before the Olympians, as if the wild places of the world needed a keeper before they needed a king. The first creature to see Pan clearly was his own nurse, and she ran. According to the Homeric hymn to Pan, one of the oldest surviving accounts of his birth, his father was Hermes, the quick and clever messenger of the gods, whose sandals carried him between the world of the living and the world of the dead with equal ease. His mother, in this tradition, was a daughter of Dryops, a mortal woman, or in some accounts a dryad, a spirit of the trees, whose nature was neither fully divine nor fully earthly. The precise identity of his mother shifts depending on which ancient source you consult, and some versions leave her unnamed entirely, as if the particular woman mattered less than the landscape she represented. What all the accounts agree on is what emerged when the child was born. He had the legs of a goat from the very beginning, not the smooth, uncertain limbs of an ordinary infant, but fully formed goat legs, hooved and shaggy, folded beneath him at the moment of birth. He had 2 small horns already curving from the top of his head, and most striking of all, in the telling of the Homeric hymn, he already wore a full beard on his newborn face, as if he had arrived in the world at some middle age between infancy and old age, already ancient in the way that wild things are ancient. His nose was broad and flat, his ears pointed and held slightly away from his head, the way an animal's ears are held, always listening for something in the middle distance. He was, in other words, not what his nurse was prepared for. She had presumably attended other divine births. She had perhaps seen things that would surprise an ordinary person. But whatever she had expected, it was not this. She looked at the child clearly, once, and then she left. The Homeric hymn says she sprang up and fled and left the child, and it says so with a simplicity that carries more weight than any dramatic account might. She simply saw him and was gone. Hermes, for his part, did not flee. Whether this reflects a father's love, or merely the steadiness of a god who regularly crossed between worlds without being troubled by what he found there, the Homeric hymn describes him gathering the infant up with something that reads unmistakably like pride and tenderness. He wrapped the child in the skins of mountain hares, soft, warm, the hides of small creatures that knew how to move quickly through underbrush, which seems, in retrospect, an appropriate thing in which to bundle a god of the wild places. Then Hermes carried his son up to Olympus, moving as he always moved, swiftly and without ceremony, and set the child down among the assembled gods. And the gods, those luminous and sometimes terrible beings who governed the sky and the sea and the depths of the earth, looked at this small, bearded, goat-legged creature wrapped in hareskins, and they laughed. Not with cruelty, the hymn is careful to tell you, but with genuine delight. They were charmed by him, drawn to him, made glad by the sight of him in a way that surprised even themselves. All of them rejoiced, the hymn says, and it is from this moment that the most popular ancient explanation of his name is drawn. Pan, in Greek, means all, and because all the gods were glad in heart at his arrival, the child was called Pan, the one who made everything joyful. It is a warm etymology, the kind that feels less like scholarship and more like something a parent would tell a child at bedtime, and perhaps it was always meant to function that way, as a way of carrying the memory of that first divine laughter forward. Rough time. There is, however, a separate tradition worth knowing about, one in which Pan's father is not Hermes at all, but Zeus, the king of the gods himself. Ancient writers and scholars, including Pseudo-Apollodorus, noted that this created a genuine complication because the Pan who was said to be a son of Zeus had a different character in certain myths and was worshipped somewhat differently in certain places. Most scholars who have studied the question carefully treat the two figures as distinct, one the rustic, joyful child of Hermes, and a dryad, born bearded and goat-legged into the soft skins his father wrapped him in, and another, perhaps older or perhaps simply parallel, figure connected to the authority of Zeus and to a slightly more imposing set of associations. The distinction may never be entirely resolved, and in some ways it barely matters, because the image that survived, the one the ancient Greeks returned to again and again, is always the same. The child arriving into the world as something completely itself, alarming the nurse, delighting the gods, already wearing the form that would define him for thousands of years. Whether his father was Hermes or Zeus, the gods who held him that day could not help but laugh, and perhaps that was always the point. In almost every image the ancient Greeks left of him, Pan is unmistakable. From the smallest bronze figurine to the largest carved relief, there is never any question about which god you are looking at, because no other deity in the Greek world was made quite the way he was made. From the waist up, he was a man, broad-shouldered, bearded, with the kind of face that looked as though it had spent a great deal of time outdoors, weathered and expressive, and never entirely smooth. His nose was short and wide, flattened slightly, the kind of nose that belonged on a creature meant for open air rather than cool marble halls. His ears came to gentle points, angled slightly outward and upward, tuned to the sounds of the hillside the way an animal's ears naturally are. His beard was thick and full, not the carefully kept beard of a philosopher or a king, but one that had simply grown the way things grow when no one intervenes, dense and a little wild. And then, from the waist down, he was something else entirely. His legs were the legs of a goat, shaggy and dark, jointed differently than a human leg, ending not in feet, but in hard cloven hooves that could pick their way across rocky ground without the slightest difficulty. From his forehead curved two horns, modest in size but unmistakable, completing a face that was already unlike any other face in the divine world. He was, from the very beginning, something Greeks felt no need to explain away or soften. He looked exactly like what he was. What his appearance meant to the people who imagined him is worth sitting with for a moment, because the Greeks were not careless about these things. When they pictured Athena, she was a woman in armor, a human form dressed in the symbols of her power. When they pictured Apollo, he was simply a beautiful young man, his divinity suggested by the lyre he carried, rather than by any feature of his body itself. The divine form, in most cases, was the human form elevated. Pan was different from all of them, in a way that went deeper than aesthetics. His body was not a human body marked with divine symbols. His body was itself the argument. The goat legs, the hooves, the horns. These were not decorations added to a man to show that he belonged to the wild. They were the wild, made visible in a glial figure. To the ancient Greek mind, Pan had not come down from some elevated place and chosen to dwell among goats and shepherds and rocky hillsides. He had grown from that ground the way the reeds grew from the riverbank and the pine grew from the thin mountain soil. He was native to the landscape in a way the Olympians, for all their power, simply were not. The goat, specifically, was not a random choice. Goats were the animals most deeply associated with the pastoral life of ancient Greece, particularly in a rugged region like Arcadia, where the terrain was too steep and stony for easy cattle farming. They were sure-footed on impossible ground, able to find nourishment where nothing else could, and familiar to every shepherd who spent his days on the hillsides. When Pan took on the legs and horns of a goat, he became the patron, not in an abstract sense but in a physical one, a god who shared the body of the animals he protected, who moved through the same terrain in the same way, who understood from the inside what it was to be a creature of rocky ground and open sky. The shepherds who worshipped him were not reaching upward towards some distant and refined divinity. They were acknowledging something that was already present in the landscape they lived and worked in every day, something that wore a form they recognized from the hills around them. In ancient Greek art, his image turns up across a remarkable range of materials and contexts. On red figure pottery, he appears mid-stride on a hillside, pipes at his lips, shaggy legs carrying him forward with the easy confidence of someone who has never once worried about where he was going. On carved stone reliefs, he stands among nymphs, slightly smaller sometimes, slightly rougher in texture, the goat features rendered with an affectionate specificity that makes clear the artist knew exactly what a goat's leg looked like from long acquaintance. In small bronze figurines, he is compact and vital, every curve of horn and hoof detailed with care. He was easy to depict because he was so completely himself. No attribute could be misread or omitted. No pose could be mistaken for another god. The artists who made him seem to have taken a quiet pleasure in that, in rendering a figure who required no explanation, whose identity was entirely contained within his own body. There is something the Greeks were saying, in all of this, about the relationship between a god's form and a god's nature. Most of their gods kept their wildness hidden, or expressed it only in moments of anger or transformation. Pan carried his openly, all the time, in the simple fact of how he was built. He was not frightening because of something he had done or something he might do. He was what he was, in the same way the landscape was what it was. Beautiful and rough, and entirely indifferent to whether you found him comfortable. His form was not a disguise or a symbol chosen by priests. It was simply what he was, and the Greeks saw no reason to dress him up as anything else. Arcadia was not an easy place to live, which may be exactly why Pan loved it. It occupied the central highlands of the Peloponnese, a region that had no coastline, no easy harbour, and no river wide enough to carry trade. The mountains pressed in from every side, Cyllene to the north, Maenalus running through the heart of it, Parnon rising along the eastern edge, and between them the valleys were narrow, the soil thin, and the winters long enough to remind you of what the land could take back whenever it chose. There were no grand roads connecting Arcadia to the great city-states. Corinth was far to the northeast, Sparta lay over the southern ridges, and Athens might as well have been in another world. The Arcadians lived largely among themselves, which meant they also lived largely among their animals, their forests, and whatever gods those forests held. And those forests held a great deal. The slopes of Arcadia were dense with oak and silver fir, with pine groves that darkened the higher ground, and myrtle thickets crowding the lower stream beds. In spring, the meadows between the ridges came alive with wildflowers, asphodels and anemones, small yellow composites, pale crocuses pushing up through the last cold soil. The streams ran clear and fast with snowmelt, threading between mossy stones before widening into still pools that reflected the sky like polished bronze. In summer the hillsides turned gold, and the air carried the dry sweetness of thyme and oregano crushed underfoot. In the evenings the light fell at long angles across the valleys, and the shadows of the ridgelines stretched out slowly until the whole landscape dimmed into a blue and violet quiet. This was the world Pan moved through. His days, as the ancient Greeks imagined them, had a rhythm that suited the landscape perfectly. Unhurried, sensory, responsive to the hour rather than to any schedule. In the early morning he might be found on a high ridge, standing among the first light with his pipes raised, playing something that stirred the birds before the sun had fully cleared the mountains. He wandered the goat paths and the shepherd tracks that wound between the stone outcrops, appearing sometimes at the edge of a clearing where a shepherd was coaxing his flock into movement, watching for a moment before moving on. He was not a god who announced himself, usually. He arrived at the margins of things, at the edge of a meadow, at the mouth of a narrow gorge, at the place where the tree line gave way to open rock, and those who caught a glimpse of him, if they were lucky and unhurried, might see the outline of curved horns against the morning sky before he was gone. By midday, the Arcadian summer turned fierce. The sun pressed down on the limestone slopes with an intensity that bleached the colour from the grass and sent every creature with any sense into the shade. The shepherds drew their flocks into whatever shadow the ridges offered. The birds went quiet. Even the streams seemed to slow. This was when Pan slept, and the Greeks took that fact seriously. The grottos and cave mouths that dotted the limestone hillsides were his during those heavy noon hours, and the silence that fell over the landscape at midday was not merely the silence of heat, but of his rest. You did not make noise in the wild places at noon. You did not shout across a valley or clatter your staff against the rocks. The sudden dread that could overtake a person caught alone on an open hillside in that blazing middle hour was understood as the consequence of disturbing him, of breaking the quiet he had settled into. When the afternoon softened and the shadows began to lengthen again, Pan roused himself. The nymphs who inhabited the Arcadian streams and oak groves were said to dance to his pipes in these cooler hours, gathering in the glades where the light came through the trees at an angle and the air moved again. The satyrs came down from the higher slopes. The goats drifted back into the open meadows, and the shepherds followed them, and somewhere in the hills above, the pipes began again, a sound that carried surprisingly far in that thin mountain air, winding through the valley below the waywater finds its way between stones. The Arcadians understood all of this as their own. They did not share Pan with the coastal cities in quite the way those cities imagined. Their version of him was older and rougher, a god who had been present in their hills before the Olympians had sorted out their own arrangements, before the stories of Zeus and Hera and Athena had taken their familiar shapes. Pan was Arcadian in a way that was prior to any mythology. He was not a deity who had arrived and chosen this landscape, but one who had simply always been here, woven into the particular quality of the place. The way water sounds moving over limestone, the particular tone of wind through a pine grove, the sudden hush that falls when a flock stops grazing all at once and stands still for no reason any shepherd could explain. They had rituals that other Greeks regarded with a certain puzzlement. When the hunting had gone badly, when the nets came up empty and the tracks led nowhere, and the hills seemed deliberately to withhold whatever lived in them, an Arcadian hunter might take a branch to the statue of Pan, rather than offer him a prayer. It was less a punishment than an argument, a reminder that the god owed something to the people who had always known him best. This directness, this refusal to approach their god with only reverence and distance, was itself a sign of how long they had lived together. The Arcadians never forgot that Pan had been with them before any other god arrived, and they honored that precedence in ways the rest of Greece sometimes found peculiar. The instrument Pan is most famous for did not come from joy. It came from the banks of a river, from the frantic sound of water and footsteps, from a nymph who wanted nothing more than to be left alone, and from a god who could not stop himself from wanting what he could not have. The Greeks told this story in many places and in many forms, but the shape of it remained consistent. Beauty pursued, beauty lost, and something made from that loss that outlasted both of them. Syrinx was a naiad, a water nymph bound to the river Ladon in Arcadia, and she was known across those mountains for a quality that set her apart from most of the creatures who wandered Pan's wooded hillsides. She was devoted to chastity in the manner of the goddess Artemis, the same cool, deliberate dedication to independence that defined the great huntress and her sworn companions. Syrinx had pledged herself to that same ideal, and she kept to it with a kind of quiet seriousness. She was said to resemble Artemis closely enough that she could be mistaken for her from a distance, dressed in the same simple garments, carrying herself with the same upright confidence through the forests and river meadows of Arcadia. She spent her days among the reeds and the willows near the water, and she was, by nearly every account the ancient Greeks left us, extraordinarily beautiful. Pan encountered her somewhere in those open fields near the river, and everything that followed happened quickly. He called out to her. She turned and saw his goat legs, his horns, his wild beard, and she ran. The Greeks did not linger on this moment of recognition. They simply understood it. She ran the way anyone might run, not out of cruelty or indifference to him particularly, but out of the same instinct that sends a small animal into the undergrowth when something larger and louder enters the clearing. Pan gave chase without hesitation, because that was his nature too, and the two of them moved together through the meadow grass and along the edge of the water in a kind of terrible symmetry. Her flight as swift as she could make it, his pursuit as single-minded as every other pursuit he had ever undertaken. She reached the river Ladon at the edge of the meadow, and there the water stopped her. The river moved too quickly. The banks were wrong, and she had no way across. Some versions of the story tell us she cried out to her sisters, the water nymphs of the Ladon, or to the river god himself, her father, begging for help as Pan's footsteps closed the last of the distance between them. Her prayer was brief and desperate, and it was answered at precisely the moment Pan reached out and closed his hands around what he believed was her. What he held was a cluster of hollow marsh reeds. She was gone. The nymphs of the river, or the river itself, had transformed her at the last possible instant, pulling her down into the form of the reeds that grew along the waterline in dense, swaying thickets. Pan stood at the edge of the Ladon with the reeds in his hands, and the story slows here in a way that feels almost deliberate, as if the myth wanted to give that moment its full weight. He had reached her and lost her in the same heartbeat. She was everywhere around him now, part of every reed that shifted in the current, and also entirely beyond him, further away than she had ever been in any field he had chased her across. He stood there for some time. The river moved. The reeds moved with it, bending and returning in the slow rhythm of the water, and as the wind came across the surface of the Ladon, it passed through the hollow stems and made a sound, thin, wavering, low. Pan listened. The Greeks tell us that even in his grief, or perhaps because of it, he recognized something in that sound. It was not her voice exactly, but it carried the memory of her. It had the quality of something that had once been alive and warm, and was now caught between forms, between presence and absence, between the world and whatever lay beneath it. He cut the reeds. He chose several of them carefully, each one a different length, and he bound them together side by side with soft wax, the shorter ones next to the longer ones, graded in a way that seemed natural, the way things growing by a river grade themselves without intention. Then he raised the instrument to his lips and breathed across the open tops of the reeds, and the sound that came back was different from anything he had made before. The pan pipes have a particular quality that any person who has heard them in the right setting understands without needing it described. They carry something that lies between breath and music, between a human voice and the sound of wind moving through grass. They are not clean the way a lyre is clean. They have rough edges, small imperfections, the slight unevenness of something made by hand from living materials. The sound rises and bends, and underneath it there is always that mournful undertone, the note that comes from air travelling through a hollow tube that was once, in a manner of speaking, something else entirely. The Greeks heard all of this and found it fitting. They thought the instrument sounded like what it was, a transformation, a loss made audible, a form of grief that had discovered it could also be beautiful. Pan named the instrument the syrinx after her because there was no other name that made sense. She had become the reeds had become the pipes, and the pipes had become the thing he was most known for, carrying through every mountain pass and every afternoon forest and every long quiet evening of his life in Arcadia. He could not be imagined without them after that. Every painting the ancient Greeks made of him shows the pipes at his side or his lips. Every story that involves his music refers to the instrument she became. The naiad who wanted nothing to do with him ended up more closely bound to him than any companion he ever kept willingly. This is the version Ovid retells most fully, and there are traces of it in earlier Greek sources as well, though the details shift slightly depending on who is telling it. In some accounts, it is the river nymphs who perform the transformation. In others, it is Ladon himself who changes his daughter to spare her. What does not change is the outcome. The reeds, the wind, the sound, and the god standing alone at the water's edge, with something in his hands that was both more and less than what he had wanted. The Greeks were attentive to this kind of story, to the pattern in which desire produces not possession but transformation, in which the thing pursued becomes, in changing, something that cannot be held at all, and yet leaves behind a mark on the world that a straightforward act of possession never would have. Syrinx in her river meadow would have been beautiful and forgotten. Syrinx as the instrument at Pan's lips became permanent, became the sound that defined a god, became the voice that Greek shepherds heard drifting down from the hills on evenings when the air was still and the light was going. Every time the reeds sighed across a hillside, it was her breath the Greeks heard in them, and his longing that gave the sound its ache. Pan played the way he lived, without calculation, without restraint, without any particular concern for what his audience expected. The sound that came from his pipes was not the kind of sound that asked permission to enter a room. It arrived the way weather arrived, filling whatever space it found and changing the feeling of that space entirely. Ancient writers described it as penetrating and wild, the sort of music that bypassed whatever careful, thinking part of a person usually sat between a sound and a reaction, where the lyre of Apollo moved the listener towards something elevated and still, something that felt like the opening of a great and orderly sky. Pan's pipes moved the body before they moved the mind. The feet wanted to shift. The blood seemed to quicken. Something older than thought came briefly to the surface, recognized the music as its own, and answered. This was not considered a lesser quality of music by those who loved it. It was simply a different one, a music rooted not in the architecture of the heavens, but in the warm, breathing, impermanent rhythms of the world at ground level, where the grass grew and the animals moved and the seasons turned without any concern for beauty or meaning. Pan's pipes spoke to all of that. They spoke to the part of a person that was still, in some wordless way, made of the same things as the hillside they were standing on. Apollo's lyre was the music of what the Greeks aspired to become. Pan's pipes were the music of what they already were, whether they chose to acknowledge it or not. The two were not enemies in this sense, but they were not the same. Anyone who heard both knew the difference immediately, in the chest, before they could find words for it. The sound of the panpipes as Pan played them was heard in places that had nothing to do with festivals or formal occasions. A shepherd moving his flock down a hillside at the end of the day might hear something at the edge of hearing, not quite wind and not quite the reeds at the water's edge, but something borrowing from both, something that made the animals settle and the light seem more golden than it had any particular reason to be. Travelers passing through lonely stretches of mountain road sometimes heard it drifting across the slopes without any visible source, loose and wandering, as if the music itself had no fixed destination and was only partly interested in being heard. This quality of Pan's music, its willingness to be present without announcing itself, to find the listener rather than wait for the listener to come, was part of what made it so difficult to describe and so easy to feel. The nymphs who shared his forests moved toward it instinctively, their dancing neither planned nor performed, but simply the body's natural answer to what the pipes were asking. The satyrs who accompanied Dionysus through the wild country were said to break into motion the moment they heard it. Their celebration, not a performance for any watching audience, but a pure, reflexive joy. Even the gods, according to the old stories, paused when Pan began to play. They paused not because the music commanded reverence the way a temple ceremony might, but because something in it was so genuinely alive that it was difficult to walk past without stopping. The same way it was difficult to walk past a river in full flood without standing for a moment to watch the force of it. Pan had students too, in the way that a person with a greater natural gift sometimes gaith. RS students, without particularly trying to. The cowherd Daphnis, the young man celebrated in pastoral poetry as the ideal shepherd, was among those said to have learned from Pan directly, to have sat in the shade of some Sicilian hillside and listened until his own fingers found the same instinctive relationship with the reeds that his teacher had always had. What Pan taught was not technique in the refined sense, but something closer to permission. Permission to play without apology, to let the music be rough where it wanted to be rough and wild where it wanted to be wild, to trust that what the body felt was worth expressing and that the landscape itself was always listening. Over time, Pan came to believe, and the belief settled into him with the comfortable weight of something that had never been seriously challenged, that the music he made was not only the truest music in the wild world, but the truest music anywhere. He had seen nymphs weep at his playing. He had watched the trees lean toward him as the sound moved through their branches. He had played to sleeping hillsides and felt the hillsides shift in their sleep, the way a dreamer shifts towards something warm. No one had ever stood before him with an instrument in hand and left him feeling diminished. He taught Daphnis. He delighted nymphs. He believed, with the simple certainty of someone who had never been told otherwise, that no one in the world could match him. Of all the mistakes a person could make in ancient Greece, disagreeing with Apollo was near the top of the list, and Midas made it cheerfully, publicly, in front of a mountain. The contest itself grew from something entirely characteristic of Pan, a confidence so natural and uncomplicated that it never occurred to him to question it. He had spent his long life playing his pipes across every hillside and riverbank in Arcadia. The response he received was always the same. The grasses leaned toward him. The animals paused. The nymphs drifted closer without being asked. To Pan, this was all the evidence a musician needed. He played, and the living world answered. What more could any instrument accomplish? It was in this spirit, genuinely, almost innocently self-assured, that he began to say aloud what he had long believed quietly, that his pipes were equal to anything the gods of Olympus could offer, that Apollo's golden lyre held no particular advantage over whole. Our reeds, bound with wax. Word of this travelled, as words will. Eventually, the comparison took on the shape of a formal challenge. A contest would settle the matter. Both gods agreed to submit their music to a judge whose authority neither could dispute. The choice fell upon Tmolus, the ancient god of the mountain by the same name in Lydia. Tmolus was one of those figures in the Greek imagination who existed at the very edge of time, a deity so old and so unhurried that his judgment carried the weight of something geological rather than merely divine. He cleared the oak trees from his ears, as some versions of the story describe it, settled himself to listen. The assembled crowd understood that they were witnessing something consequential. This was not merely a matter of artistic preference or personal taste. The outcome would establish a fundamental principle about the hierarchy of things, about what the world valued most deeply, about which kind of beauty held authority over the other. The very air seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. Those gathered on the mountainside, the nymphs who had danced to Pan's music for countless seasons, the satyrs who belonged to his wild domain, even the servants and courtiers who had accompanied Midas from Phrygia, all sensed that they were about to witness something that would be remembered and retold. Pan played first, and if you can allow yourself to imagine the sound, not the polished music of a concert hall, but something raw and immediate, something that moves in the body before it reaches the mind, you will come close to what the Greeks understood his pipes to produce. The birds lifted from their branches as he played, not in alarm, but in a kind of involuntary response, the way a sleeping creature stirs at a familiar smell. The grasses along the hillside shivered. The small animals at the edge of the clearing turned their faces toward him without understanding why. Even the members of the audience, the nymphs, the satyrs, the wandering spirits of the nearby woods, among them the Phrygian king Midas, who had come to hear the contest, felt something shift in their chests. Ning, a warmth that bypassed thought entirely. Pan's music did not ask anything of its listeners. It simply arrived in them, the way the smell of rain arrives before the rain itself. It moved them from the inside, without their consent. There was genuine beauty in it, wild, irregular, deeply alive, and no one who heard it could honestly say they felt nothing. When he lowered his pipes and the last note dissolved into the surrounding air, there was a moment of real stillness, the kind that follows something true. Then Apollo raised the golden lyre and played. The stillness that followed Pan's music was replaced by a different kind of quiet, entirely. Where Pan's pipes had moved the body and stirred the instincts, Apollo's lyre reached somewhere further back, some part of the listener that did not belong to any single person, but to the ordered structure of things, to the way the planets moved and the seasons turned and the stars held their positions across centuries. The birds did not lift from their branches this time. They settled more deeply into them, as if the music had asked them to hold still and bear witness. The nymphs stopped dancing. The satyrs, who were not generally known for their capacity to be quiet, stood without moving. Everything that had been in motion found a reason to pause, not from fear, but from something closer to recognition. Ishan, the sense of hearing. Clearly, and for the first time, a sound that had always been just at the edge of hearing. When Apollo finished, Tmolus did not deliberate. The ancient mountain god turned toward Pan with the kind of gentle finality that leaves no room for argument, awarded the victory to Apollo without hesitation. The judgment itself seemed to reorder the space around them. Tmolus had spoken with the authority of ages, and his decision carried with it the weight of something far larger than a mere artistic competition. It was a pronouncement about the very nature of excellence, about which music touched something more essential in the cosmos. The mountain god had recognized in Apollo's lyre something that transcended even the honest and moving beauty of Pan's pipes, a connection to the eternal order that governed all things. Every member of the audience accepted this judgment. Most of them had never really doubted it would go this way. All of them, that is, except Midas. The king of Phrygia had listened to both performances with the same open attention he gave to everything. When the verdict was announced, something in him resisted it. He had loved Pan's music, loved it honestly, loved the way it bypassed his thoughts and moved directly into his blood, and he found himself unable to pretend otherwise simply because a mountain had ruled against it. He said so, aloud, in front of Apollo. It was, in the context of ancient Greek mythology, an act of almost heroic foolishness. Apollo's response was swift and permanent. The god reached out and transformed the king's ears into the long grey ears of a donkey, a punishment so perfectly suited to the offence that it barely required explanation. Midas had listened badly, Apollo seemed to be saying, so he would wear the evidence of his poor listening for the rest of his life. What this myth preserves, underneath its surface strangeness, is a genuine argument about the nature of music and what we expect from beauty. Pan's pipes were not a lesser thing. The story takes pains to show how genuinely they moved everyone who heard them, how the world responded, how even the most sophisticated members of the audience felt something real. But Apollo's lyre addressed something that Pan's music, for all its power, could not quite reach. the sense that beauty has an order behind it, a structure that connects it to something lasting rather than something immediate. The Greeks were not dismissing Pan. They were placing him, with great care, in a specific position within their understanding of the world, as the music of the body, of the living moment, of the instinct that moves before the mind engages. Apollo's music was the other thing, the music of the cosmos, of reason, of the divine intelligence that underlie, is the visible world. Both were real. Only one was recognized as the higher form. And Midas, honest to the last, had preferred the other one, had heard in those hollow reeds something that spoke to him more directly than all of Apollo's celestial precision, and had said so when he should have been quiet. Midas kept his donkey ears hidden under a tall cap for the rest of his life, a quiet monument to what happens when a man loves the wild music a little too honestly. The word panic comes from Pan. That tells you something important about how the ancient Greeks experienced lonely places. The feeling they were describing was not simply fear in the ordinary sense, not the fear of a visible threat, not the sharp alertness of a person who hears a branch snap in the dark and turns to look, but something older and stranger and less willing to be reasoned with, a sudden overwhelming dread with no object, no cause, no face to assign it to, rising up in the body before the mind had any chance to examine it, and sweeping a person into blind, thoughtless flight. The Greeks gave this experience a name, panikon daima, the terror of Pan, and they did not treat it as a metaphor or a poetic exaggeration or a way of describing ordinary anxiety. They meant it as a light, real thing, a real force moving through the landscape, something that a traveler or shepherd or hunter might encounter just as genuinely as they might encounter a river or a rock slide. They attributed it directly to Pan himself, to the god who wandered those same wild places and whose invisible nearness, they believed, produced exactly this sensation in any person unfortunate enough to cross his path at the wrong moment. Ancient writers described the experience with a consistency that suggests they were drawing on something widely recognized. First, a quality of silence that was not peaceful but thick and pressured, as if the air itself were holding its breath. Then a slow, gathering sense that the empty hillside or the stand of dark trees was not actually empty, that something enormous and unseen was present just beyond the edge of what the eye could confirm. And then the racing of the heart, the tightening of the chest, the sudden irresistible need to move, to run, to get away from this place and not look back, even when looking back would have shown nothing at all. Pan was said to love his sleep with a devotion that rivaled his love of music or his love of nymphs. He preferred to take it during the hottest part of the day, the heavy, still, drowsy hours around midday when the light lay flat and white across the hillsides, and even the insects seemed reluctant to move. To disturb that sleep, to come crashing through his resting place with your flock or your hunting party or your careless footsteps, was to risk something that no amount of strength or cleverness could protect you from. This was because what Pan sent in those moments was not a punishment aimed at you specifically, but a force that moved through you the way a storm moves through a field, impersonally and completely, without any particular interest in who you were. What made this power so distinctive? Perhaps so genuinely unsettling to the Greeks who thought carefully about it, was precisely this quality of being untargeted. This was because the other gods, when they punished with intention. They chose a person, they named a transgression, they designed a consequence. But the terror of Pan was not like that. It was not a god deciding that you deserved to suffer. It was more like the wilderness itself turning toward you for a moment and showing you something of what it actually was, vast and indifferent, and entirely unbothered by your presence in it. A reminder that the hillside was his long before you arrived and would remain his long after you left. That your sense of safety there was something you had constructed for yourself out of habit. It and daylight and the comforting presence of other people, not something the landscape had ever actually promised you. This is what separates Pan from a god like Ares, who brings the terror of battle and wants you to know his name, or Poseidon, whose storms are enormous but legible, or even Zeus, whose anger comes with lightning you can see and thunder you can interpret as divine displeasure. Pan's dread came quietly, from no direction in particular, and asked nothing of you except that you run. What distinguished this theology from superstition was how widely it spread across vastly different regions and periods. From Arcadia to coastal areas, from classical times to the Roman age, accounts remained remarkably similar in their details. Travelers from different regions reported experiencing nearly identical symptoms in wild places where Pan dwelt. This striking consistency suggested the Greeks were describing something genuine, not mere imagination, but a real phenomenon rooted in the actual properties of the natural landscape itself. Herodotus believed it happened at the Battle of Marathon, that what broke the Persian lines was not only Athenian courage, but Pan's invisible presence sweeping through the enemy ranks and filling them with this same irrational, unstoppable need to flee. And he wrote this not as mythology, but as an account of something the Athenians genuinely believed had occurred, something that had changed the outcome of a real battle on a real day. And because Pan was also the god of music and afternoon shade and the pleasures of a simple outdoor life, this was because he was funny and companionable and fond of dancing nymphs. There is something instructive in the fact that the Greeks held both of these things in mind at once. The god who made the reeds sing, and the god who emptied your chest of reason, in the middle of an ordinary walk, without finding the combination contradictory, as if they understood that the wild places had always contained both the beautiful and the terrible in the same breath, that any god honest enough to live there would have to contain them too. The forest path that felt perfectly safe a moment ago, the sudden certainty that something vast and invisible was watching. The Greeks had a name for that. They did not think it was imagination. There is another voice in the mountains that the Greeks traced back to Pan. This one never found an instrument to give it beauty, where the panpipes carried something of Syrinx forward, her breath reshaped into music, her memory given form and melody. The other story Pan's mythology preserves is darker and less resolved, a grief that did not transform into art so much as it scattered into something that can only ever borrow the words of others. Echo was a mountain nymph. She was remarkable even among the nymphs of Arcadia, who were themselves remarkable creatures. Creatures who moved through the wild places with a grace and intelligence that most mortals never encountered directly. She had a gift that set her apart from nearly everyone around her, a gift for language and for song, a voice so expressive and so full of life that the mountains themselves seemed to lean in when she spoke. She was not a quiet, retiring presence haunting the edges of meadows. She was spirited, articulate, deeply attached to the sound of her own words moving through the air and finding their way back to her. Pan, as was his nature, became completely taken with her. He followed her through the wooded slopes and across the rocky hillsides, drawn by her voice the way he had once been drawn by Syrinx's beauty. He pursued her with the same relentless, consuming energy that characterized all his desires. Echo, for her part, wanted nothing from him. She did not return his feeling. She made that refusal clear. She held to it even as his attention grew more insistent and more consuming. Even as the distance she tried to keep between them narrowed. Pan was not a god who accepted refusal easily or gracefully. The emotions he carried were as large and as ungoverned as the wild places he inhabited. When they turned dark without measure or restraint. According to this version of her story, he sent a kind of madness down upon a group of shepherds, his own people, the people he was meant to protect and watch over. And that madness they turned on Echo and tore her apart, scattering what remained of her across the mountains so completely that she could never reassemble herself into a person, never reclaim the body she had moved through the world inside, never speak with her own intention again. What was left of her was her voice, or rather the capacity for voice without the will that gives it meaning, without the thought that chooses what to say. She could only receive sounds and return them. She could only repeat. It is worth pausing here to separate this tradition from the more familiar story that most people encounter when the name Echo comes up. This was because these were genuinely distinct myths that the Greeks kept as separate accounts rather than chapters in the same narrative. In the version most widely known today, the one that the Roman poet Ovid retells at length in his Metamorphoses, Echo's fate is connected not to Pan, but to Narcissus, the beautiful young man who could love nothing but his own reflection. In that account, she fades away, slowly out of hopeless devotion, growing thinner and quieter until only her voice remains. That story carries its own kind of sorrow, the sorrow of love that is given and not received, of a person who disappears into the silence created by someone else's indifference. The version involving Pan carries a different weight entirely. It is not about fading. It is about being broken apart, actively and violently, by the force of a desire that was not accepted. And yet the result is, on the surface, the same. A voice without a body, a sound without a source, a presence in the mountains that has no existence of its own beyond the moment of answering. What both traditions agree on is the quality of what Echo became, that she can only repeat, that she cannot originate, that whatever power she once had to choose her words and direct them deliberately toward the world was taken from her. What was left behind is something that the landscape absorbed so thoroughly that travelers will encounter her on cliff faces and in rocky valleys, hearing their own shouts return to them with a precision that can feel, in the right light and at the right hour, less like acoustics and more like presence. Pan's other great loss, the one that gave the world the panpipes, also ended with the natural world changed permanently and his own desire remaining unfulfilled. It is worth noticing that this pattern repeated. He pursued. He was refused. In the aftermath, something of the nymph became lodged in the landscape in a form that everyone who passed through those places would encounter forever afterward. Syrinx became the reeds, and from the reeds he made music. The music carried at least some warmth, some creativity, some beauty that his love for her had generated. Echo became something colder, a sound that has no origin of its own, no message, no choice, only the mechanical fidelity of return. The grief in her story never became something useful or beautiful. It just remained, formless and disembodied, folded into the cliffs and mountainsides of a landscape that does not distinguish between the natural and the sorrowful. The echo that answers from a cliff face was, in one telling, what remained of a nymph who would not love him, scattered by his sorrow into something that could only ever repeat what was said to it, never speak first. The pine tree along a Greek mountain ridge with its resinous scent and its branches darkening against the sky, had a story behind it too. Her name was Pythis, and she was a mountain nymph who had made her home in the high places, among the cold stone outcroppings and the thin, bright air where the slopes grew steep and the soil gave way to rock. Like Syrinx before her, she came to Pan's attention not because she sought him out, but simply because she was there, beautiful in the way that wild things are beautiful, unhurried, belonging fully to the landscape she moved through. Pan pursued her with the same ardent and ungoverned energy he brought to everything, and she fled him with the same desperate urgency that Syrinx had shown at the riverbank, running not toward any particular safety, but simply away, deeper into the mountains, higher along the ridgeline, until there was nowhere left to go. According to the version of the story that has come down through the ancient sources, the earth itself took pity on her in that final moment, and she was transformed into a mountain pine, her body becoming the tall, resinous tree that clings, oh stubbornly, to rocky Greek hillsides even now. Rooted where she had stopped, her flight made permanent. Pan stood where she had been, and understood too late, as he always seemed to understand too late, what his pursuit had cost the one he was chasing. The pine became sacred to him from that day onward, and he was said to wear a crown woven from its branches, carrying something of her with him, the way he carried the memory of Syrinx in the instrument he pressed to his lips on quiet mornings and long evenings. There is a pattern here that the ancient Greeks seem to be tracing deliberately, and it is worth pausing to feel its full weight. Syrinx becomes the reeds, and from the reeds comes the panpipe, mournful and searching. Echo, in the version of her story tied to Pan, is scattered across the mountain faces, reduced to a voice that can only answer and never initiate, never speak first. Pythis becomes the pine, standing on the ridge with its dark canopy and its sharp, clean fragrance, enduring but unreachable. 3 nymphs, 3 refusals, 3 transformations, and each one leaves behind something that Pan must now carry with him as a symbol and a companion, something that was almost a presence and became instead a permanent feature of the world he moved through. His most treasured instrument, the sound that answers from the cliffs when he plays, the tree he wears upon his head, all of them are traces of longing that was never returned. It would be easy to read Pan simply as a god of abundance and fertility, of warm hillsides and full flocks and the pleasure of a drowsy afternoon, and he was certainly all of those things. But the ancient Greeks were also encoding something more complicated in these stories, something that anyone who has ever stood alone in a beautiful and indifferent landscape will recognize without needing it explained. Wild places offer themselves completely and withhold themselves completely at the same time. You can stand inside them, breathe their air, hear their sounds moving all around you, and still feel that the most essential thing about them is just eat beyond your hand. Pan reaches, and the world transforms around him, and the transformation is gorgeous and permanent and entirely out of reach. The pine holds its resin in the bark. The reed sounds when the wind moves through it. The voice returns your words but gives you nothing new. And the God who made all of these things by failing to hold on to what he loved walks among them still, wearing the pine crown, carrying the pipes, full of something that looks from a distance very much like contentment and feels, up close, like the specific ache of a world that keeps becoming more beautiful the further away it gets. The pine, the reed, the voice that repeats but never originates. In the ancient Greek imagination, the loneliest parts of the natural world carried his fingerprints. In the days before the Battle of Marathon, when the Athenians were doing their desperate arithmetic and coming up short, a runner was sent to Sparta. His name was Phidippides. He was a professional courier of the kind the Greeks called a hemerodrome, a man who could cover extraordinary distances on foot, moving through mountain terrain that would exhaust a soldier in armor before the day was half done. The Persian fleet had already landed at the Bay of Marathon. The Athenian army, small and uncertain of its allies, needed Sparta's soldiers badly enough to send their fastest man through the mountains to ask for them. The route from Athens to Sparta ran straight through the wild interior of the Peloponnese, through rocky passes and forested slopes that belonged to no city and answered to no general. Phidippides ran it in roughly 2 days, which tells you something about both the urgency and the man. It was on the return leg of this journey, somewhere on the slopes of Mount Parthenion, above the Arcadian town of Tegea, that something happened which Phidippides would carry back to Athens along with the Spartans' disappointing answer, according to the account that Herodotus preserves in his histories. Pan appeared to the runner there on the mountain, stepping out of the trees or simply making himself present in the way that gods sometimes did, sudden and impossible to look away from. What Pan said, as Herodotus records it, was not a prophecy or a threat. It was closer to a grievance. He asked Phidippides why the Athenians had paid him no attention, when he had always been friendly toward them and intended to go on being so. There was something almost plaintive about it, a god who had helped a people and found himself unacknowledged, who chose this particular mountain crossing with a Persian army waiting at the shore and everything uncertain to make his case. Phidippides, by Herodotus's account, believed entirely in what he had seen and heard. He brought the message back to Athens along with everything else. The Athenians heard it, and, in the way of people facing catastrophe, filed it away beside everything else they would attend to if they survived. They did survive. The battle at Marathon in 490 BCE ended with the Persian force driven back to their ships in a rout that surprised everyone, including, one suspects, the Athenians themselves. In the weeks and months that followed, when the city had time to breathe again and to consider what had happened, the encounter on Mount Parthenion came back into the conversation. Pan had said he was their friend. Pan had warned them of their neglect. Whether or not the connection could be drawn with any certainty between his favor and their victory, the Athenians decided that they had not been paying sufficient attention to a god who had apparently been paying attention to them. They established a sanctuary for him in a cave on the northwest slope of the Acropolis, a natural hollow in the rock that suited his character far better than any built temple would have. It was the kind of place he had always preferred, cool, half-hidden, damp at the back where water seeped through, opening onto a view of the city below. They held torch races in his honor there and offered him the animal sacrifices that his worship traditionally required. Herodotus treats the whole episode with the same careful seriousness he brings to other matters he considers well attested. He is not presenting it as a colorful story told by credulous people, but as something the Athenians themselves believed and acted upon. For him, the encounter on Mount Parthenion was part of the historical record of the Marathon campaign, as real in its consequences as the fighting on the plain below. The cave sanctuary endured. Athenians kept returning to it long after the emergency that created it had passed from living memory. Offerings in the same cool dark where the god had been honored since the city made its promise. When archaeologists excavated the site in the 1890s, the physical evidence of that long continuity was still there in the rock. A carved image of him playing his pipes to nymphs was found inside the cave when archaeologists excavated the site more than 2,000 years later. That suggests the Athenians kept their promise longer than most. Pan was rarely entirely alone, even when he seemed to be. The mountains of Arcadia that he wandered were never truly empty. and the forests that a traveler might find isolating and cold were, in the Greek imagination, full of company that simply moved at its own pace, gathered when it pleased, and dissolved back into the undergrowth when the mood passed. Pan was the center of this world, not because he commanded it or organized it in the way Zeus organized Olympus, but because he was the most natural presence in it, the one around whom the others gathered the way animals gather near water. Of all the divine relationships Pan maintained, his closeness to Dionysus was perhaps the most fitting. Dionysus was the god of wine, of ecstasy, of the altered state that came over a person when the rational mind loosened its grip and something older and more unruly took its place. He was worshipped with music, with dance, with a kind of celebration that could tip from joy into abandon before anyone noticed the shift. Pan understood all of this without needing it explained. He had always lived in exactly the place Dionysus was trying to reach, outside the city walls, beyond the orderly rows of cultivated fields, in the warm, wild margins where the rules of civilized life simply did not apply. The two gods shared a domain in the deepest sense, not a geographic territory, but a quality of experience. Both were associated with fertility, with the loosening of restraint, with the parts of human life that were real and necessary, but that polished society preferred not to name too directly. They drank together, according to the ancient sources, and this detail feels entirely right. Two gods who had chosen wilderness over palace, sharing wine in the shade of a pine tree, entirely unbothered by the formalities happening elsewhere. Around Dionysus moved his retinue, and among them were the satyrs, figures who would have looked immediately familiar to any Greek who had spent time thinking about Pan. The satyrs were male spirits of the wild, goat-legged like Pan himself, shaggy and exuberant, associated with wine and music and the kind of joyful disorder that festivals were made of. They danced and played instruments and pursued nymphs through the forest with the same restless energy Pan had always brought to the same pursuits. In some ancient accounts, the connection between Pan and the satyrs is close enough that it is difficult to tell exactly where one kind of being ends and another begins. Pan moved among them not quite as a leader. He was too uninterested in hierarchy for that, but as something like an older presence, the one who had been in these wild places longest, who had invented the pipes they played and named the panic that could seize them all. He was a model for what they were, beings who existed between the human and the animal, who answered to nature rather than to society, who found their pleasure in music and motion and the long afternoon hours when the sun made the shade of any forest gully feel like luxury. The nymphs completed this world. They were everywhere in the landscape Pan inhabited. The wood nymphs in the groves, the river nymphs along the banks, the mountain nymphs in the high passes where the wind changed direction and the light came sideways off the rock. They danced to Pan's pipes in a way that the Greeks described again and again, as if this were one of the fixed truths of the natural world, like the fact that rivers ran downhill. When Pan played, nymphs gathered. The sound of the panpipes carried something that moved them, something in the intervals between the notes, in the slightly irregular breathing of the instrument, in the way the music never quite resolved itself into perfect order, but kept reaching for something just beyond its reach. Whether they loved him or feared him, they could not remain indifferent to his playing, and so the company around him was always shifting, never fully assembled, but never entirely absent. What the Greeks were describing when they populated Pan's world this way was something that contrasted quietly and deliberately with the world of Olympus. Olympus had its hierarchy, its assigned seats at the divine table, its elaborate protocols governing who spoke to whom and in what order and with what degree of deference. The gods there had titles and jurisdictions and long memories for insults to their dignity. The natural world that Pan presided over had none of this. His companions came and went as they pleased. There were no formal obligations between them, no oaths or alliances or debts of honor. The satyrs followed Dionysus because he was wonderful, and they gathered near Pan because he played beautifully and because the places he inhabited were the same places they loved. The nymphs danced when the music moved them and retreated when it stopped. It was a society of pleasure rather than of power, organized around the shared enjoyment of what the natural world offered freely: shade, water, wine, music, and the uncomplicated company of other beings who had no interest in anything more complicated than the day in front of them. Where Olympus had its councils and its protocols, Pan's world had music and wine and the company of creatures who had no interest in either rank or restraint. Not all of Pan's pursuits ended in a nymph becoming a plant. There was one story told among the ancient Greeks that moved along a different path, arriving somewhere softer and more ambiguous than the others. It involved not a nymph or a mortal woman, but the goddess of the moon herself, Selene, who traveled the sky each night in her silver chariot, her pale light falling across every hillside and river and sleeping valley in the world. Selene was a goddess of great beauty and a certain cool remoteness, as one might expect of someone whose home was the sky and whose company was mostly darkness and stars. She was not, by any ordinary reckoning, the kind of being who would be drawn down to the earth by a shaggy goat-legged god who smelled of pine resin and wild thyme. There existed between them an almost mathematical impossibility: the terrestrial and the celestial, the wild and the orderly, the creature of daylight noise and the presiding spirit of night's silence. She moved in prescribed patterns across the heavens while he bounded unpredictably through forests and fields. The distance between them was not merely physical but existential, a separation woven into the very fabric of their natures. But the story goes that Pan wanted her, as he seemed to want most beautiful things, that for once, rather than giving chase across the open fields, he thought carefully about what had always driven the objects of his desire away from him. He understood, in that moment, or perhaps over many long and sleepless nights, that what he was frightened people, his horns, his rough legs, the unpredictable energy that crackled around him like heat above summer stones, these were the very things that sent nymphs sprinting toward riverbeds and transformation. And so he made a choice that was quietly extraordinary for a god who had never been known for subtlety. He wrapped himself in a fleece of the purest white wool he could find, soft and luminous and clean, covering over the dark and shaggy parts of himself, so that what the eye could see was something gentle, something that caught the moonlight and gave it back in warm, quiet folds. This act of covering was itself an act of profound vulnerability, a willingness to hide his own nature in service of reaching another. He was not abandoning himself, but rather editing what he offered to the world, limiting what he showed so that what he showed might be received. It was a kind of restraint previously foreign to his character, a recognition that sometimes the presentation matters as much as the essence. He stood on the hillside in that disguise and waited for the sky to bring her near. Selene, looking down from her nightly passage, saw the brightness of the fleece below her, something white and soft and inviting resting on the dark earth. She was drawn by it, in the way that cool things are sometimes drawn toward warmth without quite knowing why. She descended, according to some accounts, came to meet him. This descent itself was remarkable, a violation of her usual patterns, a moment in which the orderly goddess stepped outside the prescribed circle of her eternal path. There are versions of the story in which she accepted a ride with him to carry her into the forest in the deep dark of the night, the trees closing over both of them and the sky above briefly empty of its moon. What passed between them in those versions is left mostly to the imagination, told with the kind of reticence that ancient sources sometimes adopted when the story edged towards something too intimate to name plainly. What the myth does make clear is that he reached her. That is something he had never quite managed before. The fleece had done what all his speed and desire and open pursuit never had. It had made the distance between them crossable. There is something gently melancholy in that, when you hold it alongside the stories of Syrinx and Echo and Pitys. All those transformations born from his inability to be anything other than what he was. He loved fully and he pursued honestly, and the world kept changing shape to get away from him, until the one time he thought to fold his wildness inward and offer something softer to the sky. The Greeks were observing something real about desire in this story, something that sits quietly at the center of the myth and doesn't announce itself. That closeness sometimes requires a kind of concealment, that the truest self, presented without softening, can be the very thing that makes connection impossible. That there is nothing simple about that fact, nothing to be celebrated or mourned without also feeling the other. Pan did not become something he was not. The fleece was still worn by the same god, with the same longing and the same hunger underneath it. But he had made himself approachable, had borrowed the color of moonlight to speak to the moon. She had come down. There is something quietly revealing about the fact that the one who came closest to loving him did so because, for a moment, he looked like nothing wild at all. Arcadia could not keep Pan to itself for long. His worship had already begun spreading beyond the mountains of the Peloponnese well before the classical period, carried outward by traders and soldiers and shepherds who moved between regions and took their beliefs with them the way people always have, quietly and without ceremony, folded in among everything else they carried. The Athenians had built him a cave sanctuary on the slopes of the Acropolis after the Battle of Marathon, and that act of formal recognition changed something. He was no longer only the god of remote highland pastures and Arcadian goatherds. He had proven himself useful in the affairs of a great city, and cities, once they acknowledge a god, tend to keep him. Other sanctuaries appeared. At Corinth, at Ephesus, in places far enough from Arcadia that the people living there had no particular ancestral claim on him, and simply found that he belonged in the kinds of spaces they already sensed were sacred. Damp caves at the edge of a spring, shaded grottos above a city, rocky outcroppings where the wind came through in a particular way that made the hair rise on the back of the neck. He was a god who fit himself into the landscape wherever the landscape was wild enough to receive him, and across the Mediterranean world, wild places were never hard to find. When Alexander's armies moved eastward through Asia Minor and into Persia and beyond, Pan travelled with them, at least in the imaginations of the men who were marching. Soldiers crossing high and difficult mountain passes already knew the feeling his presence was said to bring. That sudden, vertiginous dread with no visible source, the certainty that the ground ahead was watched by something that had not decided yet whether to let them through. They credited Pan with the confusion and terror they believed he sent into enemy ranks, the kind of irrational, overwhelming fear that could break a formation more thoroughly than any spear. There is something appropriate about a god of lonely places travelling with an army. An army is, after all, a great many people who are each fundamentally alone, in the moments that matter most, and who feel very small against the mountains they are asked to cross. Pan had always been the god of exactly that experience, and the soldiers who named their dread after him were paying him a kind of honest tribute. It was in Rome, though, that Pan found his most thorough and enduring second home. The Romans already had Faunus, their own forest deity, ancient and native to the Italian landscape, who protected flocks and wandered the woodland margins and made himself known to travellers through sudden sounds and inexplicable frights. Faunus was goat-legged, rustically divine, and associated with the prophetic voices that spoke from wild places, particularly at night. When Roman writers and thinkers encountered the Greek Pan, the two figures were easy to draw together, and eventually the Romans spoke of them almost interchangeably, though scholars careful about these things note that Faunus kept his own distinct character alongside the borrowed one. Where Pan was primarily a god of music and pastoral play, Faunus leaned more heavily toward prophecy, the mysterious nighttime voice that delivered messages through dreams and through sounds in the forest, the rustle and the whisper that a sleeping shepherd might carry home as an oracle. The Romans absorbed Pan's mythology and his iconography, but allowed Faunus to colour the result, so that the figure who emerged was familiar and slightly different at once, like a word translated between languages that retains its meaning but shifts its feeling. His image during the Hellenistic and Roman periods became extraordinarily widespread. He appeared on coins from various cities, his bearded profile and small horns immediately legible across the Mediterranean world as the sign of a particular kind of divine wildness. He appeared in mosaic floors of wealthy Roman houses, often in garden courtyards where his association with the outdoors made him a natural decoration. Though calling it only decoration misses the point. Those households believed, or at least half believed, that a figure of Pan near the garden kept something in order, kept the boundary between the cultivated and the untamed negotiated and respectful. Garden sculpture of Pan was common enough that his form became part of the visual vocabulary of the Roman world, as familiar as a sundial or a fountain. He appeared in relief carvings at the entrances of grottos, and small bronze figurines of him were carried as personal objects, the kind of thing a shepherd or a traveller might keep close as an acknowledgement that the wild places required their own form of courtesy. There is something worth pausing over in this spread. The way a god who was rooted in one specific landscape, who was described as sleeping in a particular kind of noon-hour grotto in a particular mountainous region of Greece, managed to become recognizable to people who had never been anywhere near Arcadia and never would be. His myths traveled, because what they described was not peculiar to Arcadia at all. The unease of a lonely road, the sound the wind makes through hollow stems, the specific quality of fear that comes on without warning in a place that a moment before had seemed entirely safe. These were not Arcadian experiences. They were human ones. A god who had started out in a shepherd's grotto in the mountains of the Peloponnese had somehow managed to make himself at home in gardens and mosaics from Rome to Alexandria, which is either a testament to the appeal of his mythology or to the universal experience of being frightened alone in the dark. Among all the strange things said about Pan, one of the strangest is that he died. The account comes from Plutarch, writing in the 1st century of the Common Era, preserved in his essay known as The Obsolescence of Oracles. It has the quality of something that was already old and worn smooth by the time he set it down. According to Plutarch, during the reign of the Emperor Tiberius, a ship was making its way across the Ionian Sea when, somewhere near the cluster of small islands known as the Paxoi, a voice called out from across the water. The ship's pilot, an Egyptian sailor named Themis, heard his own name spoken clearly. When he answered, the voice gave him a task. He was to travel on to the place called Palodes. When he arrived there, he was to announce that the great god Pan was dead. Themis was an experienced man, and not easily unsettled. So he did what a careful person does with strange instructions received at sea. He waited. He thought it over. He decided that if the wind was favorable when he reached Palodes, he would sail past in silence, but that if the sea fell calm and the air went still around him, he would speak. The wind did drop. The water went flat. Themis stood at the prow of the ship and called out toward the shore, "The great Pan is dead." And then, from the empty coastline, from the rocks and the dark water and the air itself, there rose a sound of lamentation, wailing and weeping, a chorus of grief from a shore that held no visible mourners. The sailors heard it clearly. When they reached port and the story reached the ears of Tiberius, the emperor was said to have taken it seriously enough to convene a gathering of scholars to consider what it meant, though Plutarch notes somewhat dryly that nothing conclusive came of the meeting. The story passed from mouth to mouth and eventually into writing, where it waited for the centuries that would make the most of it. The account's very strangeness may have contributed to its persistence in the historical record. It lacked the grandeur of mythological narratives about the Olympian gods, yet possessed an almost documentary quality that lent it credibility. Readers and copyists found something compelling in Plutarch's restrained telling of the event. The detail of the pilot's name, the specific location, the decision to wait for favorable conditions, these specifics gave the narrative an air of having been witnessed and recorded, rather than invented. The story circulated among educated readers throughout the Roman world, treated by some with skepticism, but by others as a genuine account of something remarkable that had occurred. It was precisely this ambiguous status, neither fully believable nor easily dismissible, that allowed the story to survive and eventually flourish in new contexts. Those centuries arrived with the spread of Christianity through the Mediterranean world. Early Christian writers found Plutarch's account almost irresistibly useful. For them, the death of the great Pan was not a mystery to be puzzled over, but a fact to be welcomed. The old gods were passing away. The age of oracles and wilderness spirits was ending. What Themis had heard across the water was the sound of a pagan world releasing its breath for the last time. Eusebius of Caesarea quoted the story approvingly. It was retold and elaborated across the following centuries as evidence that the coming of Christ had displaced the ancient powers of the natural world. The timing was made to seem meaningful. Scholars and theologians calculated that the death of Pan, if the reign of Tiberius placed it correctly, would have coincided roughly with the crucifixion. This coincidence was treated as something far more than coincidence. Pan, who had once been a god of wild places and warm afternoons and mournful music, became a symbol of everything the old world had been and lost. His death, the moment when the forests went quiet and the nymphs ceased to dance, and the voice that had called from 1,000 hillsides fell at last to silence. Modern scholars have been considerably less confident about all of this. Some have suggested that the voice Themis heard was not announcing the death of Pan at all, but the death of someone else entirely, that the name Pan-Megas, or the Great Pan, may have been a misunderstanding of an entirely different name called out during a mourning ritual on the shore, one of several performed at certain times of year for local figures whose names have since been lost. Others have read the episode as a genuine piece of late Hellenistic religious history, evidence that the cult of Pan was already declining in certain areas by the time of Tiberius, the old worship of cave shrines and mountain grottos giving way before newer and more organized religious practices. Whatever was actually heard across the water near the Paxoi on that particular evening, the story that grew from it gave Pan something almost no other deity in the ancient Greek tradition ever received: a death, not a transformation, not a retreat to some hidden mountain, not a simple fading from the record, but a specific moment, a named witness, a proclamation, a response, that grieving sound rising from an empty shore, as if the landscape itself had been told the news and could not bear it, and by a kind of gentle irony that Plutarch himself might have appreciated, the very story that was meant to confirm Pan's ending became one of the primary reasons he was remembered. Without it, he might have receded as quietly as dozens of minor pastoral deities did, only the word panic and a few vase paintings behind. Instead, he was given a funeral that echoed across 2,000 years of Western writing, a death so striking and so strange that it refused to stay dead. He was the only major Greek deity anyone ever reported a death for. The sound of the lamentation rising from an empty shore made that death impossible to forget. The philosophers were not generally interested in shepherds' gods, but Pan's name was too convenient to ignore. In ancient Greek, the word Pan simply means all. That single syllable opened a door that thinkers of several different traditions were eager to walk through. A god whose name already sounded like a claim about the totality of existence was difficult to leave alone, particularly in a culture where language and meaning were taken to be inseparable, where the name of a thing was understood to carry something of its essential nature. Pan had been worshipped by shepherds in rocky mountain passes and honored with goat milk and barley cakes at the mouths of caves. But his name, that one compact syllable, suggested something far larger than the hills of Arcadia. Certain ancient minds would not resist following that suggestion wherever it led. The most celebrated early example of this comes from Plato, whose dialogue the Cratylus explores, the relationship between names and the things they represent. In the course of that conversation, the character Socrates turns his attention to Pan. What he offers is not a retelling of the shepherd god's myths, but something closer to an anatomy of the god's meaning. Socrates observes that Pan, as the son of Hermes, is intimately connected to speech and to the communication of ideas. Hermes being the divine messenger, the god whose domain was language itself. Pan, Socrates suggests, is speech in its twofold nature, his upper half, smooth and human and formed after the divine, represents the true and rational portion of all utterance, the part that points upward toward clarity and understanding. His lower half, rough and shaggy and rooted in the animal world, represents the false and the bestial, the portion of speech that belongs to the earth below, that deceives and clouds and confuses. The god's body, in this reading, is a map of everything we say to one another, part lucid, part wild, part reaching toward the gods, and part dragging along the ground. It is a strange and precise kind of attention to pay to a deity who spent most of his time napping in grottos. Yet there is something in it that feels genuinely illuminating, as if Plato looked at that old hybrid form and found that it had been telling the truth about human nature all along. Later thinkers carried this kind of interpretation even further. The Stoics, who believed that a single rational principle animated the entire cosmos, a force they called the Logos, found in Pan a useful mythological figure for that idea. If Pan meant all, then Pan could stand for the all, for the totality of the natural world understood as a single living, breathing, purposeful system. This is a considerable distance from the Arcadian Hills, but the Stoics were accustomed to reading old myths as allegories for philosophical truths. Pan's name made the association feel almost too natural to resist. The Neoplatonists, writing centuries later, elaborated on these ideas with their characteristic richness, connecting Pan to the generative energy that flows through all material existence, the force that gives the world its abundance and its wildness and its constant restless movement. In their hands, the god who played his pipes by a riverbank became something like a personification of nature's own creative principle. Not a deity you pray to for good hunting, but a symbol of the living whole, the cosmos caught in the act of producing itself. What is worth pausing over when you consider this philosophical history is the pattern it reveals. Pan was not the only Greek deity whose name or domain attracted allegorical interpretation, but he was perhaps the most extreme case. The widest distance between the god as actually worshipped and the god as philosophically reimagined. The Arcadian shepherds who scourged his statue when the hunting was poor, the travellers who felt his invisible presence in a lonely pass, the nymphs who danced to his pipes at the forest's edge. None of them were thinking about the dual nature of language or the animating principle of the cosmos. They were thinking about a particular god, recognizable by his horns and his pipes and his goat legs, who lived close to the ground and made the wild places feel inhabited. The philosophers took that same figure and asked what his name implied about the nature of all things. The answer they arrived at was, in its way, as strange as the god himself. I find something quietly moving in that gap, between the shepherd leaving a small cake of cheese at a rocky shrine, and the philosopher tracing the outlines of universal reason in the same god's divided body. Both of them were paying attention to something real. They were simply standing at very different distances from it. It is a long journey from a goat-legged deity sleeping off his lunch in a mountain cave to a symbol of the rational and irrational halves of all language and thought. But the ancient mind was not troubled by the distance. Pan outlasted the Greeks who invented him by a considerable margin, and not only in the word panic. Long after the sanctuaries on the Acropolis had been abandoned and the old religion had given way to new ones, Pan continued to resurface in the Western imagination with a persistence that few other figures from ancient mythology could match. He moved through the centuries not as a relic carefully preserved in academic texts, but as something that kept finding its way back into the minds of people who had never worshipped him and would not have known what to offer him at a cave mouth. Something about his particular combination of wildness, longing and music made him difficult to set aside completely. Each new era that rediscovered him found in his image exactly what it needed him to represent. The Romantic poets of the late 18th and early 19th centuries returned to Pan with a kind of grateful recognition, as though they had found a god who had been waiting for them. Keats wrote of him as the presiding spirit of all untamed and growing things, a deity who heard the heavy corn before it falls, who sheltered the young deer, who breathed life into the reeds along the water. Shelley invoked him as the voice behind all pastoral music, the animating presence behind the sounds of wind and running water that a person hears before they see the source. Wordsworth moved a little more carefully, but still found in Pan a figure for the kind of sacred wildness that the industrial world was busy covering over. For these writers, Pan was not merely a character from an old mythology, but something closer to a principle, the embodiment of everything raw and vital in the natural world that civilization had been steadily, quietly diminishing. They did not worship him in any formal sense, but they called on him the way a person calls on something they need to believe in. The image that answered them was the old one: shaggy legs, pipes raised to his lips, standing somewhere between the trees. Painters and sculptors of the same period returned to him in a similar spirit. Pan appeared in pastoral scenes and mythological canvases as a figure of freedom rather than of fear. The wild presence in a landscape that was otherwise too composed, too orderly to feel entirely alive. His goat legs and horns, that had once seemed to ancient travellers like a reason to flee, were reread as signs of authentic vitality, of a connection to the earth that the drawing room and the factory floor had severed. the psychoanalytic tradition of the 20th century brought him deeper still into the modern interior. Carl Jung, who spent considerable time mapping mythological figures onto the structures of the human psyche, found Pan a useful representative of the unconscious drives that rational civilization had not eliminated but only pushed underground. The wild god who slept in caves and frightened solitary travelers in isolated places became, in this reading, a figure for the parts of the mind that do not respond to reason or argument, the instincts, the desires, the fears that surface without warning in the quiet moments. Freud's broader framework, which traced so much of civilized human suffering to the suppression of instinctual life, gave Pan a kind of retrospective relevance that the ancient Greeks had not intended but might have recognized. The psychologist James Hillman developed this line of thinking further in his essay on Pan and Nightmare, arguing that the terror Pan sent upon solitary wanderers was not simply a primitive superstition, but a meaningful experience, the psyche's encounter with something it had tried to exclude. Hillman read panic not as a malfunction, but as a genuine signal, a message from those parts of the self that do not speak in words or reasons. The ancient Greeks, he suggested, had been wise to give this experience a god of its own. This was because to name a thing is to acknowledge that it is real. The dread that rises in a person, alone in a dark field or on an empty road at night, is real. Whether or not one believes in a goat-legged deity resting somewhere nearby. Pan, in Hillman's telling, was not a figure to be overcome or reasoned away, but one to be listened to with a certain careful respect. The Christian tradition had arrived at a very different conclusion. As the old religions of the Mediterranean were displaced and their images absorbed or condemned, Pan's appearance proved remarkably convenient for a theological tradition that needed a recognizable form for the adversary. The horns, the goat legs, the cloven hooves, the wild sexuality and the unpredictable power, all of these were mapped onto the figure of the devil in medieval Christian iconography with a thoroughness that was probably not accidental. Pan's image became the template for a being that represented everything the Christian moral order defined itself against. The body, the instincts, the wilderness beyond the city wall, the pleasure that resisted consecration. This was not a transformation that honored Pan or the tradition he came from, but it was in its own way a measure of how potent his image remained. You do not borrow the appearance of something harmless to represent ultimate danger. The medieval church reached for the most vivid symbol of ungoverned nature it could find. Pan's silhouette was already there, waiting. The horns and the hooves turned up in other places, in figures the medieval church was careful to name differently. That is one way of measuring how much of him was still alive. After everything that has been said about him, the myths, the music, the fear, the philosophy, Pan is perhaps best understood by simply standing still in the right kind of landscape and paying attention. Not in a city, not in a garden that has been carefully tended and arranged into something pleasing. The right kind of landscape is harder to reach than that. It is a hillside in the middle of a warm afternoon where the light falls flat and bleached across pale stone, where the grasses have gone dry and gold and the air carries the faint bitterness of wild thyme crushed somewhere underfoot. It is the edge of a lake where hollow reeds crowd the waterline in dense, murmuring rows, their stems ticking softly against one another when a breath of air moves through them. It is a mountain pass where the wind comes through a gap in the rock and makes a sound that is almost a note, almost a word, then dissolves before you can be certain of what you heard. These were the places that belonged to him. In a very particular way, they still carry something of what the Greeks believed he left behind. The reeds along the waterline are the most immediate reminder. According to the old story, a nymph named Syrinx was changed into marsh reeds at the river's edge when she prayed to be saved from Pan's pursuit. Pan gathered those reeds and bound them with wax and raised them to his lips. The first sound they made was the sound of her breathing, altered by grief into something that the Greeks recognized as music. Every stand of reeds along a lakeshore or riverbank carries that story inside it now, not as a belief that anyone is required to hold, but as a residue of meaning that has been so long attached to the thing that it becomes difficult to separate them. When the wind moves through hollow reeds and produces that low, wavering, slightly mournful sound, it is easy to understand how the ancient Greeks arrived at the story they did. The sound is already there. The myth only gave it a name and a face, and the particular ache of a love that was never returned. And then there is the voice that comes back from a cliff face when you call out across a valley or shout into the open air above a gorge. The Greeks had a story for that too, and Pan was at the center of it. Echo, in one tradition, was a nymph who refused him. His grief or his anger, the versions differ, caused her to be scattered across the mountains until all that remained of her was a voice that could repeat but never speak first, a voice that could only give back what it received. Whether or not you carry that story with you, when you hear your own words returned from a stone wall or a distant slope, there is something in the experience that the Greeks captured with unusual accuracy. The echo does feel like the remains of something, like a presence that has lost most of itself and retained only this one partial, borrowed quality. It answers, but it does not begin. It responds, but it does not reach. The pine tree on the ridge, holding its dark shape against a paler sky and releasing that resinous smell when the sun warms it through the middle of the day, belongs to this same collection of traces. Pitys was her name. She too fled from Pan. She too was changed into something that remained in the landscape long after the pursuit ended and the myth settled into place. Pan wore pine needles as a crown in her memory. That is one of those details that the ancient sources preserve without any particular emphasis, as if it were simply a known fact about him, the way you might note that someone always wore a particular color. The crown of pine was the emblem of a desire that had nowhere to go, and so became devotion instead. That is a small and quiet thing, but not without its own kind of tenderness. The cave on the northwest slope of the Acropolis in Athens is a different kind of trace, a more durable one in some ways. This was because it is not a sound or a scent, but an actual hollow in the rock that people entered with intention, carrying small offerings, setting them down in the dimness, going back out into the light. For something close to 2,000 years, according to the archaeological evidence, Athenians kept the promise their city made after Marathon. When Pan appeared to the runner, Phidippides, on a mountain in Arcadia, and asked why they had neglected him, the cave was a place where nymphs were also honored, which suited Pan's company. The carved relief found inside during excavations in the 1890s showed him playing his pipes in exactly the attitude the ancient writers described, unhurried, absorbed in the sound, entirely at home in the rock and the damp and the shadows. What the cave represents, perhaps more than anything else about Pan's worship, is the intimacy of it. You do not need a great open plaza and a colonnaded facade to acknowledge something that you believe lives in rocky places and narrow grottos. You need only to go to a rocky place and a narrow grotto to bring something small with you and to leave it. That is the whole of it, really. Pan was never a god who required elaborate ceremony. His landscape was never a landscape that rewarded anything other than simplicity and attention. The wild places the Greeks associated with him have a particular quality of indifference that it is worth sitting with for a moment. The hillside does not know your name. The reeds at the water's edge are not arranged for your comfort. The echo gives back your voice with no warmth added to it. The pine tree is not watching you pass beneath its branches, and yet the Greeks believe that something lived inside all of that indifference, something that could be startled into terror or drawn into a kind of mournful tenderness, something that napped in the midday heat and woke at dusk and wandered the hills with hollow reeds pressed to its lips. Whether he is still there or not is not a question that needs an answer. The reed beds breathe, the voice comes back from the cliff, the pine tree holds its resin scent against the air. Somewhere in the middle of all that patient, indifferent beauty, the old god is probably still sleeping. Of all the gods who lived on Mount Olympus, Ares was perhaps the most powerful and the least loved. He stood among the 12 great Olympians, the children and grandchildren of the first gods, and he carried with him a domain that the Greeks knew intimately and feared profoundly: war in all its chaos and blood and terrible momentum. His name echoed across the ancient world in the prayers of soldiers and the lamentations of those who had lost someone to the battlefield. He was immense in his power, enormous in his presence, and utterly, almost uniquely despised. Other gods were feared for what they could do. Poseidon could shake the earth, Zeus could split the sky open with lightning. But Ares was something different. He was not feared the way one fears a storm, with a kind of reluctant awe. He was feared the way one fears something shameful, something that cannot be looked at directly. Among the gods of Olympus, there were deities of plague and grief and death, and even they were treated with more reverence than the god of war. There was something about Ares that made even the immortal gods uneasy, something about the particular kind of violence he represented that the ancient Greeks, for all their experience with warfare, could not bring themselves to celebrate. And yet there he was, permanent, inescapable, seated among the highest gods in the universe, the most unwelcome guest at the most powerful table in the world. What makes this so remarkable, and so worth sitting quietly with as the night deepens around you, is that the Greeks were not a people who shrank from war. They lived within it and around it constantly, city fighting city, hero seeking glory on the battlefield, whole generations shaped by the fact of conflict. Warfare was woven into their stories, their values, their understanding of what it meant to be a man of honor and strength. And yet the god they gave to represent war's darkest face, its most brutal and chaotic expression, was a god they kept at a kind of permanent distance. When the Romans encountered Ares and made him their own, they called him Mars, and they loved him deeply. Mars was the father of Romulus, the legendary founder of Rome itself, and he stood as the second most important god in the entire Roman divine order, second only to Jupiter. He was honored and celebrated, given temples and festivals and genuine affection. The same god, or something very close to the same god, worshipped by one civilization as a source of shame and worshipped by another as a source of national pride. That difference tells us something important, something that the myths about Ares will slowly make clear as this night moves gently forward. Ares was the son of Zeus and Hera, the king and queen of the gods, one of the very few children born from their union, a legitimate heir to the most powerful dynasty in the ancient imagination. And still, no one truly wanted him. He was the son of the king and queen of all the gods, born to the most powerful family in the universe, and yet he was the one god that almost no one wanted around. Zeus and Hera were not, by most accounts, a happy couple. Theirs was a marriage of immense power and immense tension, a union between two of the most formidable beings in the ancient world, held together not by tenderness, but by the weight of divine custom and the complicated necessity of ruling the cosmos together. Zeus was the king of the gods, the lord of the sky and thunder, and he moved through the world as if its rules had been written for everyone but himself. He pursued mortals and goddesses and nymphs with little restraint, fathering children across the length and breadth of the mythological world, and he seemed genuinely unbothered by the chaos this caused at home. Hera, for her part, was a goddess of extraordinary dignity and pride, the queen of Olympus, the protector of marriage and the bonds that hold families together, and she spent much of her divine existence in a state of smouldering fury at the very husband whose side she was meant to stand beside. They gave us a Hera who pursued Zeus's illegitimate children with relentless anger, who punished the women her husband had loved for the crime of being loved, who watched her own queenly status be diminished again and again by a husband incapable of fidelity. This was the household into which Ares was born, not a warm and peaceful one, but a household crackling with old grievances and unspoken resentments, presided over by two gods who were bound to each other and yet perpetually at odds. Ares was one of the few children that Zeus and Hera produced together, which made him something rare in the mythological family, a legitimate son of the king and queen of the gods both. This should have been a position of honor. In most families, divine or otherwise, the legitimate heir carries a kind of natural prestige, a sense of belonging that other children must earn. But Ares found that his legitimacy offered him very little warmth from his father. Hera, perhaps because she had so few children who were truly hers, and Zeus's both, poured a fierce and sometimes overwhelming devotion into him. She defended him, championed him, and kept close watch over him in ways she did not extend to all her children equally. But that protection, as tender as it sometimes was, also had a complicated edge to it. The ancient sources suggest that Hera occasionally directed Ares against the children Zeus had fathered outside their marriage, using her son as an instrument of her own long-running grievances, setting him in motion against demigods and heroes whose very existence reminded her of her husband's faithlessness. He was loved by his mother, but he was also used by her, and the line between those two things was not always easy to see. Among his siblings, Ares occupied a peculiar position. Hephaestus, the god of the forge and fire, was also a child of Hera, though the ancient traditions disagreed about whether Zeus was his father or whether Hera had produced him alone in a kind of divine act of defiance. Hephaestus was brilliant and creative and odd, a god who had been cast from Olympus in one version of his story, and who moved through the divine world with the careful, deliberate patience of a craftsman rather than the restless aggression of a warrior. Then there was Athena, who had not been born to Hera at all. She had sprung fully formed from the head of Zeus himself, armored and ready, a goddess of wisdom and strategy and righteous war who carried none of the domestic complications that followed Ares wherever he went. Athena was Zeus's favorite, radiant with the kind of purposeful intelligence her father openly admired. Apollo and Artemis, the twin children of Zeus and the Titaness Leto, were gods of light and beauty and the hunt, beloved and celebrated throughout the Greek world. Each of these siblings carried something the Greeks found genuinely appealing: craft, wisdom, beauty, order. Ares, by contrast, carried something that made the gods shift uncomfortably in their seats. The Greeks understood war as a necessity, but they did not necessarily celebrate it in the way they celebrated other divine domains. Wars could be just or unjust, could be won through courage or cunning, could serve noble purposes or ignoble ones. Athena embodied the strategic dimension of conflict, the wisdom required to wage war successfully and righteously. But Ares represented something less refined, something that existed beyond the boundaries of reason or purpose. The ancient writers and artists who depicted him seemed almost uncomfortable with his existence, as though his presence in the divine pantheon represented a truth about human nature and divine power that was easier to ignore than to contemplate directly. He was necessary. All acknowledged that warfare itself was real and would occur regardless of whether any god presided over it. But he was not celebrated with the warmth extended to his siblings, nor was he viewed with the affection that even the most flawed Olympians could expect. In this way, Ares's isolation began not with Zeus's coldness alone, but with a kind of fundamental unease that surrounded his very nature. He was drawn to battle not as a matter of strategy or defense, but as an end in itself, pulled toward the tumult and the blood and the chaos of open warfare, the way other gods were pulled toward music or love, or the pleasures of Olympus. He did not seem to fight for causes or for glory in the measured way that heroes were supposed to. He simply fought, with a relentlessness that the Greeks found difficult to look at directly, the way one finds it difficult to look at something that reveals a truth no one particularly wanted acknowledged. Zeus recognized something in Ares that he did not like, perhaps because it was ungovernable, perhaps because it reflected a disorder that threatened the careful authority Zeus had built his reign upon. From his earliest appearances in the ancient sources, Zeus regarded his son not with the quiet pride a father reserves for a child who has done well, but with something closer to distaste. He did not cast Ares out. The king of the gods was bound by his own divine order, and Ares was his son by the queen of Olympus herself, which made any outright rejection complicated in ways that even Zeus had to respect. But he made his feelings known in other ways, in the cool indifference with which he received his son's complaints, in the open contempt he would one day express in words that the poets preserved and repeated for centuries. From the very beginning, Ares seemed destined to be the child that made his father uncomfortable and his mother fiercely, sometimes desperately, protective. To understand why Ares was so disliked, it helps to understand exactly what he was the god of. He was not simply the god of war in the broad, general sense that the word might suggest to a modern listener. He was the god of something far more specific and far more disturbing. That was the raw, uncontrolled violence that lives at the center of armed conflict, the part of battle that has nothing to do with strategy or discipline or the defense of one's home, everything to do with bloodlust and chaos and the terrible momentum of men who have stopped thinking and surrendered entirely to the impulse to destroy. The ancient Greeks made this distinction carefully and deliberately. This was because they understood that war was not one thing, but two very different things happening simultaneously on the same field. They gave each of those things its own divine form. Athena, the goddess of wisdom and craft, governed the side of war that could be admired, the careful planning of a campaign, the intelligence of a general who knew when to advance and when to hold back, the courage that acts with purpose rather than simply erupting without direction. Ares governed everything else, the screaming charge that breaks formation, the slaughter that continues long after the battle has been decided, the intoxicating fury that turns men into something they would not recognize in the morning. Where Athena represented war as a tool that civilization might use in its own defense, Ares represented war as something older and darker than civilization itself, something that did not serve any human aim, but simply consumed whatever it touched. The Greeks feared that quality in warfare the way they feared fire, acknowledging its power, knowing it was sometimes unavoidable, but never romanticizing it or welcoming it through the front door. This distinction shaped how the Greeks organized their entire military system. When they trained soldiers, they taught them to emulate Athena's qualities, the phalanx formation that required perfect discipline, the tactical maneuvers that demanded quick thinking, the strategic retreats that preserved forces for future battles. A good soldier was one who could harness the necessity of violence while maintaining the mental clarity to direct it purposefully. Military academies and training grounds were understood as places where young men learned to channel the Ares within them through the wisdom of Athena. This was not simply a matter of practical effectiveness, though it certainly was that. It was a philosophical stance, a way of insisting that organized warfare could remain a civilized endeavor if men refused to surrender entirely to the impulses that Ares represented. Priests did not typically invoke Ares before battles the way they invoked Athena. When warriors made offerings before engaging the enemy, They sought wisdom and victory from the grey-eyed goddess. Ares was acknowledged rather than invited, recognized as a force that would inevitably manifest, rather than one that required encouragement. The few shrines dedicated to him were notably plain and modest compared to the elaborate temples of other gods. Some cities maintained a tradition of leaving a portion of spoils or captives as an offering to appease him rather than to honor him, as if the gift were meant to satisfy a dangerous hunger rather than express gratitude for a blessing bestowed. This is why a society that built its entire world around the reality of armed conflict, that celebrated its warriors, that raised its sons to be soldiers, that decorated its pottery and temples with scenes of battle, could look at one of its war gods and feel not pride but something closer to dread. The Greeks were not being inconsistent when they honored their warriors and despised Ares, any more than a society that values medicine is being inconsistent when it fears the spread of disease. What they valued in war was precisely what Ares did not offer: the discipline, the order, the sense that violence was being directed towards something worthy rather than simply unleashed. Ares offered none of that. So even in a world where war was constant, he found himself at the margins of divine affection, associated with the aspects of conflict that even veteran soldiers could not speak of easily. His sacred animals told the same story in their own quiet way. This was because none of them suggested glory or purpose, or the measured strength that a civilization might want to claim for itself. The vulture followed in the wake of battles. It fed on what was left behind when the fighting was over: the uncollected dead, the abandoned field, the aftermath that no one wanted to look at directly. The dog, in this association, carried something of the soldier's blind loyalty, following orders without question into whatever carnage those orders led toward. The boar, short-tempered and nearly impossible to redirect once it had gathered momentum, charged headlong into whatever it encountered, rarely pausing to consider whether the charge served any purpose at all. Each animal reflected something of Ares himself, useful in certain conditions, terrifying when unchecked, not particularly interested in the finer questions of why or to what end. His symbols in art and ritual were similarly plain. This plainness was itself a kind of statement. This was because the other Olympians carried objects that announced their specific domains and gifts with unmistakable clarity. Poseidon with his trident, Hermes with his winged sandals, Apollo with his lyre, Artemis with her silver bow, while Ares carried a spear and a shield and a helmet and a sword that were not divine symbols at all so much as the basic equipment of any foot soldier on any battlefield in Greece. There was nothing in his iconography that elevated him above the violence he represented, or softened the nature of his domain into something easier to contemplate. Artists who depicted him tended to show him either as a mature man in full armor, indistinguishable at a glance from a mortal warrior, or as a young man, beardless and unadorned, who might have been anyone. The elaborate mythology that surrounded other gods, the stories of creation, transformation, invention, love that gave each Olympian a rich and varied personality, never quite attached itself to Ares in the same way, as if the tradition itself wasn't sure what to do with a figure who embodied something the culture found necessary but could not fully embrace. Where other gods carried symbols that spoke of their particular gifts and domains, Ares carried the weapons of an ordinary soldier, as if even the symbols of the divine world had nothing special to offer him. Homer gives us one of the most vivid portraits of Ares anywhere in the ancient sources. It is not a flattering one. In the Iliad, after Ares has been wounded on the battlefield of Troy, wounded not by another god, not by some titanic force of equal power, but by a mortal man guided by the steady hand of Athena, he retreats to Olympus in tremendous pain, crying out with the kind of raw, ungoverned anguish that the other gods rarely permitted themselves in public. He arrives before Zeus not as a warrior returning from honorable combat, not as a son seeking the comfort of a father, but as something embarrassing, something that has gone wrong. And Zeus, the king of the gods, the sovereign of the skies, the one deity whose authority extended across every corner of the divine and mortal world, looks at his wounded son and feels not sorrow, not protectiveness, not even mild concern. What Zeus feels, according to Homer, is contempt. He tells Ares plainly that of all the gods who dwell on Olympus, Ares is the most hateful to him, that he is double-faced, a shifting and unreliable creature, that the only reason he has a place among the gods at all is because he was born of Hera. Without that, Zeus says, he would have cast him far below the heavens long ago, lower even than the Titans in Tartarus. It is a declaration of the most extraordinary kind, spoken openly, without softening, without any of the political delicacy that Zeus often exercised when navigating the tensions of his divine household. This is not a private frustration voiced in a quiet moment. It is a public pronouncement, made in the halls of Olympus, in front of the assembled gods. It carries the full weight of Zeus's authority behind it. To understand what that means, it helps to understand what Zeus was. He was not merely the most powerful god among many powerful gods. He was the principle of order itself, the force that held the cosmos together after the chaos of the earlier ages, after the war with the Titans, after the long and violent struggle to establish the Olympian world as the governing reality of existence. Zeus represented law, structure, the kind of authority that comes not just from strength, but from the imposition of form upon formlessness. When he looked at Ares, he saw something that was antithetical to everything he had built and everything he stood for. Ares was not orderly. Ares was not purposeful. Ares embodied war, not as an instrument of divine will or civic necessity, but as something that simply erupted, that fed on itself, that cared nothing for outcome or meaning or the shape of the world after the blood had dried. For a god whose entire existence was oriented around maintaining the structure of things, a son like that was not just disappointing. He was a kind of affront, a living contradiction of everything the divine order was supposed to represent. In the mythology of the Greeks, this distinction was not merely philosophical or abstract. It expressed itself in the very structure of how the gods were imagined to function. Zeus commanded not because he was strongest, though he was, but because he represented the logic by which power could be exercised with purpose and direction. He was the god of justice precisely because justice requires that force be applied according to principle, not according to appetite or impulse. Ares, by contrast, represented the complete antithesis of this ordering principle. He was not interested in victory in any strategic sense. He cared nothing for the political or civic purposes that war might serve. He was interested only in the raw sensation of violence itself, in the collision of bodies and the spilling of blood, in the chaos that seized warriors on the battlefield. For Zeus, who had imposed order on cosmic chaos and meant to maintain it eternally, such a son was not merely disappointing. He was a standing contradiction, a living insult to everything the divine order was supposed to represent. What makes the Homeric passage so remarkable, so enduring in the tradition, is the intimacy of the rejection. Zeus does not merely disapprove of Ares from a distance, the way a ruler might disapprove of a disruptive subject. He articulates a personal disgust, a father's open declaration that he wishes his son had never been born to him at all. There is a cruelty to it that the text does not flinch from. Perhaps that cruelty is precisely the point, because what the Greeks understood, what Homer captures so precisely in that scene, is that the contempt of Zeus for Ares was not incidental, not the result of a particular quarrel or a momentary irritation. It was structural. It was built into the nature of what each of them was. Zeus could not look upon the chaos and purposeless violence that Ares carried within him without feeling the threat that it posed to everything he had spent ages constructing. And Ares, for his part, could not be anything other than what he was, the raw, ungoverned force of war, stripped of strategy and dignity, arriving wounded and screaming before a father who looked at him as if he were proof that something in the divine order had gone deeply, embarrassingly wrong. The wound he carried home from Troy was real and painful, but the wound Zeus delivered in that moment, the casual, almost bored declaration that his son was the most despised creature on Olympus, was of a different order entirely. It was the kind of wound that does not heal cleanly. It was the kind of judgment that follows a being through every myth, through every story, through every encounter with the other gods and with the mortal world below. When Ares charged across battlefields in stories told after Homer, when he was captured in bronze jars and humiliated by craftsmen's nets and driven from the field by mortal heroes, guided by divine wisdom, the shadow of that scene was always somewhere behind it. The father who had said, without hesitation, that he wished his son had never been his. And yet Ares remained on Olympus, tolerated because he had to be, acknowledged because war could not be removed from the world any more than Ares himself could be removed from the pantheon. Present at the divine table in a way that was never quite welcoming and never quite comfortable, he occupied his place among the gods, the way the worst aspects of human experience occupy a life, not chosen, not celebrated, but undeniable, impossible to simply set aside. Always there when the light went out and the noise of the world grew loud enough to drown everything else. Zeus called his own son hateful, double-faced, the most despised of all the gods, and the myths that followed seemed determined to prove him right. When the great war at Troy began, Ares did not hesitate to choose a side. He had made a promise to Hera, the very mother who had always shielded him from Zeus's contempt, that he would fight for the Greeks. For a time, it seemed as though he intended to honor it. But the battlefield has a way of drawing out whatever is most essential in a being. What was most essential in Ares was never loyalty or restraint or the careful weighing of obligations. It was the pull of the fight itself, the irresistible gravity of bloodshed and tumult. When he looked across the plain at Troy and felt that pull, he turned from his promise and took his place among the Trojans. He brought with him his sister Eris, the goddess of discord, his sons Phobos and Deimos, fear and terror, who moved through the Trojan ranks like a wind before a storm, filling the soldiers with something that went beyond ordinary courage, something wilder and more dangerous. With Ares among them, the Trojans pressed forward with a force that seemed almost unnatural. The Greek lines, which had been holding, began to buckle and give way. Homer describes Ares on the Trojan battlefield as something closer to a natural disaster than a deity. Not a god directing a battle with any particular plan or purpose, but a presence that simply overwhelmed, that crashed against the Greek formations the way a wave crashes against stone. Not because it has chosen to, but because that is what it does. Athena, meanwhile, was doing something quite different on the Greek side. She moved through the conflict with her eyes open, watching, choosing her moments. Speaking quietly to the commanders she had decided to favor, she did not throw herself into the chaos the way Ares did. She worked at the edges of it, shaping things, tilting the balance in directions that served the larger purpose she had in mind. And it was Athena who would ultimately determine how Ares' time on that battlefield ended. She turned her attention to Diomedes, one of the great Greek heroes of the war, a king of Argos whose courage and capability she had long admired. And she did something remarkable. She removed from his eyes the ordinary human limitation that prevented mortals from seeing gods clearly on the battlefield. She told him that he could strike Ares if he found him. She counseled him on when to hold back and when to move. Him exactly the kind of guidance that Ares, in all his divine power, had never once thought to offer anyone. Diomedes went forward into the fighting with this knowledge held carefully inside him. He watched and waited, when Ares came against him, roaring, enormous, the bronze of his armor catching the light like something terrible and beautiful. Diomedes did not run. With Athena's hand guiding his spear, he drove the weapon into Ares' side, into the flesh of the god of war himself. Ares felt something he was not accustomed to feeling. He felt pain. The wound was real. The god who had spent countless ages inflicting agony on others discovered. There on the plain before Troy, that agony was something he understood only from one side. According to Homer, the cry that Ares let out when the spear pierced him was like the sound of 10,000 men screaming at once, a sound so vast and so raw that it rolled across the plain and shook the heavens above it. And then the god of war did something that none of his titles or his symbols or his terrifying presence would have prepared anyone to expect. He fled. He left the battlefield entirely, rising into the sky and abandoning the Trojans he had come to fight for. He went directly to Zeus on Olympus, not with any dignity or composure, but with the wound still bleeding and the shock of what had happened written plainly across everything he was. He came to his father expecting, perhaps, what any wounded child might hope for, some acknowledgement of his suffering, some recognition that he had fought and been hurt and that this mattered. Zeus looked at him and felt none of it. What he felt, Homer tells us, was something much closer to irritation, to a weariness with the god who had embarrassed himself on the battlefield and was now bleeding on Olympus and complaining about it. Zeus allowed the wound to be healed. He was not entirely without mercy, or perhaps simply did not want his son dying dramatically in his presence, but he made clear that the healing was a practical matter rather than an act of paternal tenderness. The contempt that Zeus had carried for Ares since the earliest days of the myths was not softened by the sight of his son in pain. If anything, this moment confirmed everything Zeus had always thought, that Ares was loud and overwhelming and ultimately ineffective, that he brought chaos wherever he went and then retreated from the consequences of it, that the battlefield he was supposed to embody had actually managed to spit him out. Athena, by contrast, was still at Troy when Ares fled, still working patiently through the long and grinding years of the war, still shaping the conflict toward the outcome she intended. She had not been wounded. She had not screamed. She had done exactly what she always did. It had worked exactly as well as it always did. The difference between her conduct and Ares' conduct in that war was as clear and as final as any mythological lesson the Greeks ever wrote down. He had fled the battlefield screaming, humiliated by a mortal guided by his sister's hand. His father had looked at him with nothing but disgust when he came home. There is a story in the ancient tradition that is almost impossible to imagine about most gods, but which fits Ares with uncomfortable precision. It begins, as many of the older myths do, with a pair of brothers, twins in this telling, who were not like ordinary giants. Their names were Otus and Ephialtes, and they were known together as the Elodei, sons of Iphimedia, and said by most accounts to be fathered by Poseidon, the god of the sea. What set them apart from other giants, from other enormous and dangerous creatures in the mythological world, was the nature of their growth. Each passing month, they grew taller and stronger than the month before, at a rate that alarmed even the gods who watched from Olympus. By the time they were young men, they were already said to tower over most creatures on earth, and they knew it. The Elodei carried themselves with the kind of confidence that comes not from wisdom or patience, but from the simple, uncomplicated awareness that they were larger and stronger than almost anything they were likely to encounter. They were also reckless in a way that would have made Ares himself recognize a kind of kinship had he been in any position to observe them clearly. They declared that they intended to pile the mountains of Greece one on top of another until they could climb to Olympus itself. They announced their plans to take Hera and Artemis as their wives, as though the will of the gods was simply an obstacle to be moved out of the way. And somewhere in the course of their rampage across the ancient world, they encountered Ares. The accounts do not all agree on the precise circumstances of the capture. Some suggest it happened during a battle, that Ares was caught off guard in the middle of the fighting, absorbed in the chaos and fury he so often generated, and that the two brothers overwhelmed him simply by being larger and stronger than he was prepared for in that moment. Others suggest it was more deliberate, that the Elodai sought Ares out, understanding that capturing the god of war would be a declaration of their own power, proof that they stood beyond the reach of divine authority. What the accounts do agree on is the outcome. Ares was bound and placed inside a bronze jar, and there he remained. 13 months. Some translations say it was a bronze vessel. Others describe it as something more like a pot or an urn. But in every version the image is the same. The god of war, contained, imprisoned, sitting in the dark inside a jar made of metal, unable to break free through any force he could bring to bear. It is the detail that stops you if you sit with it for a moment. Ares, who could shake a battlefield with his presence, who could send armies fleeing with the sound of his voice, who had made even the bravest warriors turn and run, that Ares was sitting inside a jar, not fighting his way free, not calling on his power to shatter the bronze around him, simply trapped. It says something important about the limits of brute strength, and the Greeks who told this story understood that well. Force, taken to its absolute extreme, will eventually encounter something it cannot simply overpower. The Elodai were stronger than Ares in that moment, or cunning enough to catch him at a disadvantage, and all the divine fury in the world could not undo the simple fact of the bronze walls surrounding him. He could rage inside that jar. He could be every inch the god of war that he had always been. It would not matter, because rage alone does not open a locked container. The months passed. It was Erebia, the stepmother of the giants, who eventually broke the silence, she who told Hermes what had happened, where the god of war had been taken, and what had become of him. The stories vary on her motivation. Perhaps she had no love for what the Elodai had done. Perhaps she simply could not bear the thought of a god suffering inside a jar while the world moved on above him. Whatever her reasons, she acted, and the knowledge reached Hermes. By the time Hermes found him, Ares was described in some accounts as weakened, not merely humiliated, but genuinely worn down by the long imprisonment. The god who embodied the raw, surging energy of warfare had spent more than a year in confinement, and that confinement had taken something from him. There is a particular quality to the image. The jar opened, and Ares emerging into the light after 13 months of darkness, not triumphant, not having won his way free through courage or power, but released by the kindness and cleverness of another god. The Elodai themselves, in most versions of the myth, did not survive to enjoy their victory for long. The stories place their deaths in various ways. Some traditions say Artemis tricked them into killing each other. Some say Apollo destroyed them. But they did not live to see old age, and their great ambitions came to nothing. In the end, the giants who had grown so large and strong that they dared to capture a god were undone not by force, but by something subtler, by deception, by a swiftness they could not match. Even their end carried the lesson that the myth had embedded from the beginning. Strength alone is not enough. For Ares, the episode joined a growing catalogue of humiliations: the wounding at Troy, the scorn of his father, the battlefield defeats at Athena's hands. Each story added another layer to the portrait of a god whose power was real and whose limitations were equally real. A war god who could be captured and contained by those willing to approach him with something other than a direct confrontation. The bronze jar became one of the ancient tradition's clearest illustrations of that truth. A quiet and devastating argument against the idea that force is its own answer. It was Hermes who eventually found him and set him free, not his own strength, not his own cunning, but someone else's intervention. after more than a year in the dark. Of all the stories told about Ares, the one people seem to remember most fondly, or at least most eagerly, was the one about him and Aphrodite. It is easy to understand why. In a mythology full of divine violence and cosmic struggle, this particular story offered something different. Warmth, desire, the particular kind of recklessness that belongs only to passion, and ultimately, a humiliation so thorough and so public that it has never been forgotten. The affair between the god of war and the goddess of love was not a brief or careless thing. According to the tradition that Homer preserves in the Odyssey, it was a sustained and genuine attachment, one that both of them pursued with the kind of devotion that neither of them was especially known for offering elsewhere. Aphrodite was married to Hephaestus, the god of the forge, a god of extraordinary skill and patience and craft, but one whom she had never chosen and never loved. He was, in many versions of the tradition, physically imperfect in ways that stood in stark contrast to the brilliance of his wife, and the marriage itself was understood to be a mismatch from the very beginning. Ares, by any measure, was her opposite in almost every way except one. He was beautiful, in the way that violence can sometimes appear beautiful from a safe distance, burning and bright and impossible to look away from. What drew them together, the ancient sources suggest, was something almost inevitable, the oldest pairing in the world, the kind of gravity that has no explanation and requires none. They found their way to each other the way storms find coastlines. There was no careful reasoning in it, no strategy, no plan. And for Ares, who had never been especially gifted with strategy in any domain, that quality was perhaps part of the appeal. Aphrodite did not ask him to be wiser than he was. She did not look at him with contempt, as his father did, or with the measured disdain of a goddess who found his nature embarrassing. She looked at him simply, as though he were exactly enough. Their meetings had a pattern to them, one that might have continued indefinitely had fortune tilted toward them, rather than against them. Ares would find his way to certain sacred groves and hidden chambers where Aphrodite waited, places that held the particular power belonging to spaces where gods choose to encounter one another away from the watchful eyes of Olympus. The affair was not precisely secret, though the lovers had not made it openly known either. Such things had a way of being understood among the divine community, even when no formal announcement was made. Helios, whose eyes saw everything on earth below during his daily journey across the sky, had inevitably witnessed their meetings. There was something almost defiant in this visibility, as though they had decided collectively that some truths were better acknowledged than hidden. What struck observers was not merely the fact of the attachment, but its apparent duration. These were not chance encounters or momentary lapses of judgment. Rather, Ares and Aphrodite met with a consistency that suggested something far deeper than passion alone, though passion was undeniably part of what bound them together. According to some versions of the tradition, their time together stretched across years, long enough for children to be born and for the attachment to settle into something recognizable as genuine love. In the mythology that Homer inherited and preserved, there is no suggestion that either of them intended to end the arrangement or questioned its rightness. Aphrodite had never asked for her marriage to Hephaestus in the first place. The union had been arranged by Zeus himself, often as a means of resolving conflicts that roiled the divine realm. Her body may have belonged to the god of the forge, according to the laws of Olympus, but her heart remained entirely her own to give. For Ares, who wanted so little from anyone, this attachment represented perhaps the most generous thing he was capable of desiring. Hephaestus, however, was watching. He was a god who understood better than almost anyone that patience and precision could accomplish what force alone never could, and he applied both to the problem of his wife's affair with a thoroughness that would have impressed even Athena. Instead, he went quietly to his forge, and he worked. What he made there was invisible to the eye, a net of golden chains so delicate and so fine that they could not be seen hanging in the air, yet so perfectly engineered that nothing could break or loosen them once they fell. He strung this net over the bed in the chamber where Ares and Aphrodite met, and then he announced that he was leaving, departing for the island of Lemnos, as though nothing unusual were on his mind. The moment he was gone, the two lovers came together, and the net fell. It closed around them both with the quiet, irreversible certainty of a trap built by a master craftsman, holding them fast in a position from which neither divine strength nor divine beauty could provide any escape. Ares struggled, one can only assume, with the particular fury of a god of war who suddenly finds himself helpless, and found that fury useless against chains his own hands could not locate. Hephaestus did not come immediately. He sent word instead to the other gods of Olympus, inviting them to witness what he had discovered, and many of them came. The goddesses, in some versions of the telling, stayed away out of a kind of dignity or discretion. But the gods, Poseidon, Hermes, Apollo, arrived and looked. Apollo turned to Hermes, according to Homer, and asked with what appeared to be genuine curiosity whether Hermes would endure such chains if it meant lying beside Aphrodite, and Hermes replied that he would accept 3 times as many chains and let every god in heaven stare. There was laughter. It rang through the halls of the divine assembly, and Ares lay at the center of it, caught, exposed, and entirely unable to do anything at all. Eventually, through the intervention of Poseidon, who spoke on Ares' behalf and offered his own word as surety that Ares would pay whatever price Hephaestus demanded, the net was released and the two were freed. Aphrodite went to Cyprus, and Ares returned to Thrace, and the story settled into the tradition with the permanence of something that cannot be untold. What lingered, though, was not only the humiliation, but something quieter beneath it. Their union, for all the shame it ultimately produced, had already made things. Phobos and Deimos, fear and terror, were said to be among their children, the twin companions who rode with Ares into every battle, embodying the emotional reality of warfare more honestly than any weapon or wound. Harmonia, whose very name belongs to a world entirely unlike her father's, was also counted among the children of Ares and Aphrodite, a goddess of accord and concord, and the gentle binding together of things that might otherwise fall apart. Eros, in some traditions, was theirs as well, along with Anteros, the god of love returned. The union of war and love produced, in other words, both the worst feelings a battlefield can create and some of the most sustaining ones a human life can hold. That contradiction was not accidental. The ancient Greeks understood that fear and longing lived closer to each other than most people like to admit, and that the same ferocity a man brought to battle could be turned, completely and without warning, towards something else entirely. Ares, who was never subtle about anything, was at least honest about that. He loved Aphrodite the way he did everything, without reserve, without calculation, without the protective distance that wisdom might have advised. It cost him dearly in the end, as it always did. Even the god of war, it turned out, could be caught completely off guard by love, and just as thoroughly defeated by a craftsman's patient hands as by any blade. A god known for bloodshed and chaos might not seem like a natural candidate for devoted fatherhood, and yet the myths suggest that Ares took his children seriously in a way he took very little else. From his long affair with Aphrodite came a handful of children whose names alone tell a story stranger and more layered than anything a simple war god should have produced. There was Phobos, the personification of fear itself, not the fear that warns you away from danger, but the cold, consuming panic that overtakes a man in the thick of battle when he no longer knows which way to run. There was Deimos, his brother, who embodied terror in its most disorienting form, the dread that settles over an army before a single sword has been drawn. These two sons followed their father onto every battlefield, riding beside him on his war chariot, and in a sense they completed him. For Ares without Phobos and Deimos would have been only half of what war truly was. The ancient Greeks understood that warfare was never merely a physical event. It was also something that happened inside the men who fought it, in the chest and the stomach and the mind, and so it made a certain quiet sense that the god of war should father the gods of fear and terror as well. They were not separate from him. They were extensions of him, the emotional weather that always followed wherever he went. And yet, from the same union, the same love between Ares and Aphrodite, there came a daughter named Harmonia. She was the goddess of harmony and concord, of the kind of peace and agreement that holds communities together and keeps families whole. It is one of the more remarkable details in all of Greek mythology that a god so closely identified with destruction and disorder should produce a child whose entire divine purpose was the opposite. Some ancient sources also placed Eros among the children of Ares and Aphrodite, and Anteros as well, the god of requited love, though traditions varied on this point and not all accounts agreed. What remains consistent is that the union of war and love produced something the Greeks found both surprising and meaningful, harmony emerging from violence, tenderness born from chaos. It was as if the mythology was gently insisting that these forces were not as separate as they seemed, that somewhere between the battlefield and the marriage bed there existed a space where both found their resolution. Harmonia carried that truth in her very name, and she would go on to play a significant role in the story of Cadmus and the founding of Thebes. But that belongs to another part of this story. The contradiction inherent in Ares fathering both the gods of terror and the goddess of harmony speaks to something deeper about how the ancient Greeks understood their world. They recognized that the same man could be both a bringer of violence and a protector of his own, that brutality and tenderness were not necessarily incompatible traits, but rather different expressions of the same passionate nature. This duality in Ares' character extended even to his children with other partners, creating a pattern of complex and contradictory offspring that reflected the god's own internal conflicts. The myths seem to suggest that Ares was capable of investing his full attention in whatever role he took on, whether as a father defending his child, as a divine patron of warriors, or as an unlikely source of harmony and balanced order. This complexity made him more interesting to the Greeks than a simple embodiment of destruction could ever have been. His children, in their variety and strangeness, served as proof that even the most violent and chaotic of gods contained unexpected depths of care and meaning. Beyond his children with Aphrodite, Ares fathered a great number of other offspring throughout the myths, and the breadth of that lineage is itself revealing. Various traditions trace the ancestry of fierce and warlike peoples back to him directly. Certain Thracian kings were said to have descended from Ares, which fit naturally with the Greek understanding of Thrace as a wild and martial land where the god's kind of uncompromising ferocity was not merely tolerated, but celebrated. The Spartans, too, held connections to Ares in their mythological heritage, though the precise genealogical lines varied depending on the source. What mattered was the symbolic claim. To be descended from Ares was to carry a particular kind of strength in the blood, a readiness for violence, and an indifference to softness. These were qualities that certain peoples wore as points of pride rather than sources of shame, and the figure of Ares gave them a divine ancestor worth invoking. Among the groups most closely associated with him were the Amazons, the legendary warrior women who appear throughout Greek mythology in roles ranging from allies to adversaries. Ares was considered their divine father or patron in a number of traditions, and he was said to have given them his sacred girdle, a belt of extraordinary power that became one of his most recognizable symbols. For the Amazons, Ares was not a figure of embarrassment or ambivalence. He was precisely what a god of war ought to be, and they honored him accordingly. Several Amazon queens were described in the myths as daughters of Ares, women who had inherited his fearlessness and his refusal to yield. Their relationship with him represents one of the clearest inversions of the typical Greek attitude toward their war god. Here were people who looked at everything the rest of Greece found troubling about Ares and saw instead a model worth following. But perhaps the most humanizing story connected to Ares as a father is one that involves neither Aphrodite nor the Amazons. According to the myth, Ares had a daughter named Alcippe, whose mother was a mortal woman named Aglaulos. Eileithyos, a son of Poseidon, assaulted Alcippe, and Ares killed him for it. It was an act of protective fury, swift and absolute in the way that everything Ares did tended to be swift and absolute. And yet it was not mindless. It was not the violence of a battlefield god drunk on carnage. It was the violence of a father who found that someone had harmed his child and responded in the only language he had ever truly known. Poseidon, grieving his son, demanded that Ares be tried for the killing, and so the gods assembled to hear the case. The site they chose for this trial was a bare and rocky hill just outside the Acropolis in Athens, a place that would carry the memory of that gathering for centuries afterward. Ares was acquitted. The gods, having heard the circumstances, found that what he had done in defense of his daughter was not murder, but justice of a particular kind. It is a striking moment in the mythology of a god so often presented as the embodiment of violence without purpose. Here was Ares acting not out of bloodlust but out of love, and being judged not guilty for it. The hill where he stood trial for that killing, the Areopagus, the Hill of Ares, would become one of the most important judicial sites in all of ancient Athens, a strange and enduring monument to the one moment when the god of war was called to answer for his violence. Just outside the walls of the Acropolis in Athens, there is a low rocky hill that the ancient Athenians called the Areopagus. It rises only modestly above the surrounding city, bare and pale in the Mediterranean light. Its surface worn smooth and slick by centuries of rain and the soft footsteps of those who climbed it to sit in judgment or to be judged. The rock itself is ancient, older than the stories told about it. Yet the stories are the reason it has meaning at all, because according to the mythological tradition, it was on this very hill that the gods of Olympus once gathered to hear a case unlike any that had come before them, a case in which the defendant was not a mortal man or a wandering hero, but Ares himself, the god of war, called to answer for the blood on his hands. The story begins with a crime. Like so many of the most important stories in Greek mythology, it begins within a family. Ares had a daughter named Alcippe, whom he loved with a devotion that seemed almost foreign, given everything else the myths tell us about him. Eileithyos, a son of Poseidon, assaulted her. When Ares learned what had been done to his daughter, he did not pause, did not weigh consequences, did not consider the political complications of killing the son of the god of the sea. He simply acted with the swift and total violence that was his nature, and Eileithyos was dead. Poseidon, grieving and furious, refused to let the matter rest in the way that divine killings so often did. Absorbed quietly into the ongoing chaos of Olympian life, he demanded a trial. He demanded that Ares stand before the assembled gods and answer for what he had done. So the gods came down to the rocky hill outside Athens. The Areopagus, the Hill of Ares, received its name and its purpose on that day, according to the tradition that the Athenians themselves preserved and passed along. The trial itself was momentous, a gathering of the divine council convened not out of routine, but out of necessity. It established a precedent that would echo through centuries of human justice. The assembled gods had to determine whether the killing of Eileithyos fell within the bounds of acceptable action, even for a god. Whether love for his daughter and protection of her honor could justify Ares' immediate and lethal response. What is remarkable about the trial, about the myth that surrounds it, is not only its outcome, but what it reveals about the particular kind of violence Ares had committed. He was acquitted. The gods heard the full account of what Theos had done to Alcippe. They heard Ares speak in his own defense. In the end, they found him not guilty of murder in any ordinary sense. This was because what he had done was not born of bloodlust or chaos or the mindless appetite for destruction that the myths more often associated with him. It was something closer to what the Athenians themselves valued most deeply: the protection of the innocent, the defense of a daughter, the refusal to allow a violation to go unanswered. For once, Ares' violence had a clear and human reason behind it, a reason that the gods recognized, and the Athenians who inherited the story recognized as well. The verdict sent a message that would resonate far beyond Olympus. It suggested that violence itself was not the problem. Rather, the intent behind the violence, the cause for which it was deployed, determined its moral character. An act of protection carried a different moral weight than an act of cruelty, even when both drew blood. The hill where the verdict was delivered became, over time, one of the most important judicial institutions in all of ancient Greece. The historical Areopagus was a council and a court that met on that same low rocky outcrop, handling the most serious cases in Athenian law, cases involving intentional homicide above all others. The mythological story of Ares standing trial there gave the institution a gravity and an authority that mere civic tradition alone could not have provided. A court that had once judged a god carried a different kind of weight. The Athenians understood this. They kept the story alive, not simply as a piece of old mythology, but as a living explanation of why that particular place mattered so much, why verdicts delivered on that bare and ancient stone carried consequences that verdicts delivered elsewhere could not. There is a quiet irony woven through all of this that seems to have gone largely unexamined, or perhaps was simply accepted as one of those truths too obvious to require comment. Athens was a city that had turned away from Ares in the deepest possible sense. A city that had named itself after his sister and built the Parthenon as a monument to her wisdom and her grace. A city whose intellectual tradition consistently elevated strategic, thoughtful, reasoned engagement over the raw and consuming force that Ares embodied. And yet, it was on an Athenian hill, in an Athenian court, that Ares had once been tried and found innocent. It was the Athenians who kept that story and gave that hill his name, and let that name stand through all the centuries that followed. The city that had chosen Athena over Ares, that had built its greatest temple in her honor, had also quietly named its most sacred place of judgment after the god its people were never quite sure they wanted. If there was one group in the ancient world that genuinely, wholeheartedly loved Ares, it was the Amazons. They appear throughout Greek mythology as a nation of warrior women who lived beyond the edges of the known world, somewhere to the north and east, in the wild lands that the Greeks associated with Ares himself. In Thrace and along the shores of the Black Sea, in places where the rules of settled, ordered society gave way to something older and more difficult to contain. The Greeks viewed the Amazons with a mixture of fascination and unease, much the way they viewed Ares, acknowledging their power while remaining deeply uncomfortable with what that power represented. And perhaps that is precisely why, in the traditions that survived, it was the Amazons who honored Ares most fully, who looked upon the qualities that made the rest of the world recoil from him, and found in those very qualities something worth venerating. According to various traditions, Ares was not merely the Amazons' patron deity, but their divine father, the source from which their entire people flowed. Several Amazon queens were said to be his daughters directly, born of his blood, inheriting his ferocity and his fearlessness and his absolute refusal to retreat. For peoples who built their identity entirely around the discipline and courage of war, a god who embodied war in its most uncompromising form was not a source of shame. He was an ancestor to be proud of. The Amazons were said to worship Ares above all other gods. In some accounts, they maintained a sacred island in the Black Sea, sometimes called Arcadius, the island of Ares, where a temple to him stood, and where his birds, dark and unsettling, gathered in great numbers. The Greeks imagined this place as remote and inhospitable, which suited their picture of Ares perfectly. He belonged, in their view, to the wild margins of civilization. So did the women who called him father. He was said to have given the Amazons his sacred belt, his girdle, a gift that carried his divine authority and protection into every battle they fought. That belt would later become an object of legend in its own right, the prize sought by the hero Heracles in one of his famous labors. That brought him into direct conflict with the Amazon queen Hippolyta. According to one version of that myth, Hippolyta was herself a daughter of Ares. She wore the belt her father had given her as a symbol of her leadership and divine lineage. The confrontation between Heracles and the Amazons, whatever its precise details in any given telling, reflects the way the Greeks consistently imagined Ares and his people, powerful, formidable, ultimately positioned as adversaries to the heroes their own culture celebrated. This dynamic between the Amazons and the rest of the Greek world was not merely mythological. It reflected something fundamental about how different societies related to violence and power. While Athens sought to control warfare through rational strategy and civic duty, the Amazons represented an alternative vision entirely. They showed that a culture could be built upon martial values without the moderating influence of philosophy or democracy. Where the Greeks saw something that needed to be tamed and ordered, the Amazons saw something sacred. The stories told about them reveal how deeply some ancient peoples differed from the Greeks in their core values. They demonstrate that not all ancient cultures viewed Ares with suspicion and dread. For the Amazons, his unapologetic nature was not a liability, but a source of pride and strength. However, the Amazon story that most deeply illuminates what Ares meant to those who honored him belongs not to the labors of Heracles, but to the last days of the Trojan War. Long after Hector had fallen and the Trojan cause seemed nearly lost, a queen arrived to take up arms in the city's defense. Her name was Penthesilea. She was, according to the tradition Homer's successors carried forward, a daughter of Ares. She came to Troy carrying her father's blood in her veins and something of his spirit in the way she moved through a battlefield. The ancient sources describe her arrival as a moment that shifted the tenor of the entire war. At least briefly, she led her warriors into the fighting with such force and such disregard for the danger around her that even the Greeks, hardened soldiers who had been at war for years, were startled by what they encountered. There is something in the descriptions of Penthesilea that captures what Ares himself was always said to be. Not strategic, not measured, not calculating, but fully and terrifyingly present in the violence of the moment, unafraid, unwilling to hold anything back. The Greeks who recorded her story did so with a kind of grudging admiration, even as they shaped the narrative toward her eventual defeat. She was killed, according to the tradition, by Achilles, the greatest of the Greek heroes, and in some later retellings, Achilles was said to have felt grief when he looked upon her face after the battle, a grief that surprised him. That detail, whatever its origin, speaks to something the Greeks understood about Penthesilea. She was worthy of being mourned. That was a form of respect they rarely offered to anyone who came against them. She had fought as her father would have fought, with everything she had and nothing held in reserve. She had been defeated, as her father so often was, by someone who combined strength with something more, but she had made them feel it. The Amazons, through Penthesilea and through the long tradition of their divine connection to Ares, offered the ancient world a portrait of what it looked like to take Ares seriously, not to fear him and keep him at the edges of respectable worship, as the Greeks did, but to draw from him, to call him ancestor, to see in his refusal to temper or soften his nature a kind of purity rather than a flaw. In a world that preferred Athena's discipline and Apollo's grace and Hermes' cleverness, the Amazons stood apart as people who found a different kind of virtue worth honoring. Penthesilea came to Troy carrying the blood of Ares in her veins. She fought with the kind of ferocity that made even the Greeks pause, a reminder that the god of war, despised in Athens, was still very much alive in the hearts of those who called him father. Not everyone in ancient Greece found Ares shameful. While Athens built its greatest temple to Athena and named its most celebrated hill after the goddess of wisdom, there was another city, one that looked at the same mythology and arrived at entirely different conclusions. Sparta, the most formidable military power in the ancient Greek world, did not regard Ares with suspicion or embarrassment. The Spartans looked at everything the god of war represented: the unrelenting aggression, the willingness to meet violence without hesitation, the complete absence of softness, and they saw not a cautionary tale, but a model for living. To understand what Ares meant to the Spartans, it helps to understand what Sparta was. From the earliest years of a Spartan child's life, everything was organized around a single purpose: the creation of warriors. Boys were taken from their families at a young age and entered a rigorous system of training known as the agoge, in which they learned to endure hardship, to fight, and to regard pain as something beneath their attention. Girls, too, were trained in physical strength and discipline, because a society built entirely on military readiness needed its women strong as well. Comfort, luxury, and excessive intellectualism were viewed with a kind of contempt that would have puzzled most Athenians. What the rest of Greece prized, Sparta set aside. What the rest of Greece quietly feared, the raw, unadorned face of war, Sparta placed at the very center of its identity. In that context, Ares was not a god to be kept at a comfortable distance. He was a god to be drawn close, honored sincerely, and called upon with genuine devotion. The Spartans offered him sacrifices before battle, as many Greek city-states did, but their relationship with him went deeper than ritual obligation. They saw in his nature something they actively aspired to, not the cowardice that Homer sometimes attributed to him, but the part of Ares that was fearless, uncompromising, and wholly committed to the work of war. The Spartans were not much interested in the mythological episodes where Ares was humiliated or defeated. They were interested in what he stood for, and what he stood for was the thing they had built their entire civilization around. There is a tradition associated with Spartan worship of Ares that is striking in its strangeness and its logic at the same time. According to some ancient accounts, the Spartans kept a statue of Ares that was bound, wrapped in chains or fetters, and they kept it that way deliberately. At first, this might seem like a form of punishment or containment, as if even the Spartans were trying to control something they found dangerous. But the reasoning behind the binding was the opposite of that. The chains were not meant to restrain Ares or diminish him. They were meant to keep him in place, to prevent the god of war from wandering away from the city. The Spartans wanted war, or rather, the spirit and the power that war required, to remain always within their walls, never to desert them when they needed it most. It was an act of devotion dressed in iron. This kind of thinking was deeply Spartan. Where other cities might have hoped that peace would settle over them and war would stay away, Sparta invited it to stay permanently, bound it to the city's heart, and asked only that it never leave. They were not afraid of Ares. They were afraid of losing him. The contrast with Athens could not be more complete. Athens prized reason, rhetoric, philosophy, and the kind of strategic thinking that Athena personified. Its citizens debated, built, wrote, and governed with an eye toward order and civic wisdom, When Athenians went to war, they preferred to do so with a plan, with purpose, with the sense that violence was a last resort rather than a first language. Ares, with his appetite for chaos and bloodshed, represented everything that Athenian culture was working against. It made a kind of sense that the Athenians regarded him uneasily, that they built him relatively modest temples and wrote myths in which he was defeated, humiliated, and scolded. But what this difference between Athens and Sparta reveals is something important about Ares himself. He was not universally rejected in the ancient world. He was rejected by cultures for whom his qualities were genuinely threatening. Cultures that had built their sense of identity on the opposite values. In Athens, brute force without strategy was the enemy of everything the city stood for. In Sparta, it was the foundation. Ares fit perfectly in one world and threatened the order of the other, and the mythology that surrounded him reflected that divide as clearly as anything written in stone. There were other places in the Greek world that honored Ares with similar seriousness. Thrace, the wild region to the north, had long associations with him, and Thracian warriors were known for the kind of ferocity that the southern Greek city-states tended to find excessive. The Spartans shared something of that spirit, that willingness to meet war on its own terms without dressing it up in the language of wisdom or civic virtue. For them, the virtues of battle were not complicated. Courage was courage, strength was strength, and a god who embodied those things without apology was a god worth worshipping. What the Spartan relationship with Ares ultimately shows is that a god's meaning is never fixed. He is shaped by the hands that reach for him, by the prayers that are offered, by the values of the people doing the worshipping. The same deity who embarrassed the Athenians was the pride of the Spartans. The same qualities that seemed like flaws in one context seemed like virtues in another. Ares had not changed. The world around him had. The Spartans kept a statue of Ares bound in chains, not to punish him, but to keep him close, to make sure the spirit of war never wandered far from the city that had built everything on its back. No relationship in Ares' mythological life was more defining or more complicated than the one he had with his sister Athena. They shared a father in Zeus. They both claimed dominion over the experience of warfare, and they appeared together repeatedly throughout the myths in ways that were always charged with an unspoken tension, a kind of divine argument conducted not in words but in outcomes. And yet, despite everything they had in common on the surface, they were, in the deepest sense, opposites, embodiments of two fundamentally different ideas about what war was, what it was for, and what a civilization that practiced it ought to value. The Greeks understood this distinction with great clarity, and they encoded it into their mythology with a deliberateness that is still legible today. Thousands of years after those stories were first told around fires and in temples and in the long, unhurried hours before sleep. Athena was not simply a smarter version of Ares. She was a different kind of war deity altogether, representing something the Greeks called the disciplined, purposeful, and ultimately civilizing aspect of conflict, the warfare that builds walls rather than tearing them down, the battle that preserves a people rather than consuming them. She was born fully formed and armored from the head of Zeus himself, and that strange and particular origin told the Greeks something essential about her nature. She emerged already thinking, already prepared, already complete. Ares, by contrast, was born in the ordinary way, the child of a troubled marriage, and grew into his nature through a long accumulation of impulse and appetite and unchecked force. Where Athena planned, Ares charged. Where Athena counseled, Ares screamed. Where Athena measured the cost of a battle before committing to it, Ares had already entered the fray long before the question of cost had occurred to him. This fundamental opposition manifested itself not merely in their temperaments, but in the very aesthetics of how they conducted themselves in battle. Athena's warfare was methodical and purposeful, marked by strategy, calculation, and an almost austere commitment to achieving specific objectives. She never fought for the sake of fighting itself. Every blow she struck served a larger purpose. Every engagement she participated in advanced some grander design. Ares, conversely, seemed to fight for the sheer joy and ecstasy of combat itself. The myths portray him as intoxicated by violence, as someone for whom the experience of battle was the goal rather than merely the means to an end. This distinction was profound and far-reaching, for it suggested to the Greeks that warfare itself could be oriented toward either destruction or construction, toward either the mere expression of power or the purposeful application of it. The choice between Athena's way and Ares' way was thus not merely a military choice, but a civilizational one. The Iliad makes this contrast vivid in the most direct possible terms. Athena moves through that great poem as a careful and attentive presence, whispering counsel to favored heroes, guiding hands and steadying resolve, shaping the outcome of the war through patient and accumulated influence. Ares moves through it like a storm, enormous, deafening, and utterly without subtlety. Homer depicts him riding into battle with a terrifying roar, rallying the Trojans with the sheer overwhelming weight of his divine fury, and for a time he is genuinely fearsome to behold. However, it is Athena who ultimately neutralizes him, and the manner in which she does it is deeply instructive. She does not match him in raw power. She does not outscream him or outcharge him. Instead, she guides the mortal hero Diomedes with careful instruction, telling him when to strike, where to aim, and how to move. And Diomedes, armed with nothing but a spear and the goddess's quiet direction, drives that spear into the god of war's flesh and sends him howling from the battlefield. The lesson the poem offers is unambiguous. Wisdom, applied with patience and precision, defeats strength every time, even divine strength, even the strength of the god of war himself. Their encounters in the Gigantomachy, the cosmic war between the Olympians and the giants, told a similar story and told it with equal clarity. Ares fought in that battle with everything he had, hurling himself into the chaos with characteristic and total commitment, and his contributions to the fighting were real and significant. But it was Athena whose conduct in the Gigantomachy was remembered with the greatest admiration. According to the tradition, she defeated the giant Pallas in single combat and then did something that the Greeks found deeply meaningful. She fashioned the fallen giant's skin into the aegis, the divine shield she wore ever afterward. In doing so, she converted her enemy's very body into her own armor, turning his strength permanently to her advantage. This act was not merely impressive as a feat of combat. It was a demonstration of the principle that intelligence transforms everything it touches, that the disciplined mind can take even destruction and make something lasting and protective from it. Ares never did anything like this. His victories, when they came, were simply victories. They ended the fight, and that was all. The cultural meaning of this divine sibling rivalry extended far beyond mythology itself. The Greeks were a people who went to war constantly, against each other, against Persia, against the endless pressures of a violent and unpredictable world. And they knew warfare from the inside, knew its weight and its cost and its strange, terrible momentum. When they chose to represent their two war deities the way they did, they were not making an idle artistic choice. They were making a statement about what kind of people they wanted to be, about which face of warfare they wished to honor when they went home from the battlefield and tried to build something worth defending. The city of Athens chose Athena as its patron, named itself for her, built the Parthenon on its highest hill in her honor, and in doing so, declared publicly and permanently that the warfare it valued was the warfare of thought, of strategy, of purpose. Ares, with all his terrifying power, was acknowledged but not embraced. He was left at the margins of the divine world, honored only in places like Sparta and Thrace, where a different set of values governed daily life. It is worth noting that some later traditions did attempt to reconcile the two deities, pairing them together as complementary aspects of the same experience: courage and wisdom, force and direction, the body and the mind of war, understood as two halves of a single whole. There is something genuinely appealing in that reading, and it is not entirely without mythological support. However, the primary Greek tradition was far less generous in its even-handedness. It elevated Athena, repeatedly and unmistakably, and it did so at Ares' direct expense, constructing story after story in which his approach to warfare led to his humiliation, while her approach led to lasting achievement. The contrast became one of the most enduring allegorical frameworks in all of Western thought, used by philosophers, poets, and historians long after the Greek gods had ceased to be worshipped, because it spoke to something that did not expire with any single civilization. The Greeks used their two war gods to ask a question they never fully stopped asking. When men go to war, do they follow wisdom or do they follow rage? And which one, in the end, wins? Long before the Trojan War, long before any mortal had set foot on a battlefield, the gods themselves went to war. The conflict known as the Gigantomachy rose from the very earth beneath Olympus, born out of the ancient rage of Gaia, the great mother of the world who had watched the Titans, her children, cast into Tartarus by Zeus and his siblings, who was determined in her grief and fury to see the Olympian gods brought low in return. So she called up from the deep places of the earth a race of giants, immense and terrifying beings, some of them said to have serpents in place of legs, all of them burning with a singular purpose of tearing the divine order apart and replacing it with something older, wilder, far less given to the careful arrangement of the cosmos that Zeus had worked so hard to establish. These were not ordinary adversaries. This was not an ordinary war. This was because the ancient tradition held that the giants could not be killed by the gods alone. They could only be truly defeated if a mortal fought alongside the divine. That is why Heracles, the great son of Zeus, was brought into the battle. His presence, the necessary piece that made the difference between divine victory and divine catastrophe. The gods gathered from every corner of their world. Among them, Ares descended into the battle with the full, unrestrained force of everything he was, carrying his spear and his fury and the terrible sound of his war cry. Falling upon the giants with a violence that shook the landscape around him, his chariot pulled by fire-breathing horses across a battlefield so vast and so loud that the ancient poets described it as shaking the very bones of the earth. He fought as he always fought, without hesitation, without calculation, without the kind of measured restraint that might have made him easier to admire, throwing himself into the chaos of the conflict with an abandon that was, in its own way, magnificent and terrible all at once, a god so thoroughly at home in the noise and blood of battle that he seemed almost relieved to have found a war worthy of him, a war large enough to contain the entirety of what he was. He drove into the ranks of the giants with a force that was genuinely staggering, pushing them back, wounding many, overwhelming others with the sheer relentless weight of his aggression, so that even his enemies must have understood, in those moments, why a civilization might choose to keep such a god close, if only because the alternative, having him as an enemy, was too frightening to consider. The battle itself raged across realms that mortals could scarcely comprehend, with the very fabric of existence seeming to strain under the weight of such cosmic conflict. The earth split open in places where the violence was most intense, mountains crumbled under the force of divine weapons, and the sky itself appeared to bleed with the intensity of the struggle. Each god brought their own particular gifts to bear against the giants. their unique powers and their specialized forms of divine violence, all of it necessary, all of it fearsome. The giants, for their part, fought with the same desperate fury that their mother Gaia had instilled in them, driven by the hunger for revenge and the hope of restoration. They were formidable in ways that ordinary enemies were not, sustained by the ancient power of the earth itself and driven forward by a primordial malice that predated civilization. The battle would be remembered, not just for its outcome, but for the sheer, overwhelming sense of danger it represented, a moment when the cosmos itself seemed genuinely uncertain of its future. And yet, for all of that raw and genuine power, it was Athena whose actions in the gigantomachy became the ones that endured most vividly in the memory of the ancient world. This was because Athena did not simply fight, she thought. The difference between those two things turned out to matter enormously, as it had a way of doing in the Greek tradition, wherever the two of them appeared side by side. Among the giants she faced was one named Pallas. Athena defeated him not merely by overpowering him, but by outmaneuvering him. Then, in an act that the ancient sources described with a kind of awed attention, she took the skin of the defeated giant and fashioned it into the aegis, that great divine shield or breastplate that she wore ever after, transforming her fallen enemy's very body into her own protection, his strength literally becoming hers in a way that spoke of something far beyond physical victory, something closer to the appropriation of power through intelligence and preparation, the idea that a true warrior does not merely defeat an enemy, but learns from that defeat and carries it forward as a lesson, as armor, as proof that understanding an adversary is more enduring than simply destroying one. There were other gods who played decisive roles in the battle. Apollo and Artemis brought their own gifts to the conflict. Dionysus appeared in some versions of the tradition, swinging his thyrsos with unexpected effect. Heracles moved through the battlefield, bringing the mortal intervention the gods could not themselves provide. But it was Athena's actions that the tradition seemed most eager to hold up as exemplary, as instructive, as the kind of warfare that a civilization ought to aspire to, purposeful and transformative rather than merely overwhelming. Ares had fought with everything he had. There was no dishonor in that, no laziness or cowardice. Only the pure expression of his nature poured out across a cosmic battlefield, and yet the myth seemed almost designed to make certain that his sister stood beside him in the same battle and emerged from it with more, with something richer than victory, with a symbol she would carry for eternity. The giants were defeated. The divine order was preserved. Athena walked away wearing the skin of her fallen enemy, while Ares walked away having done what he always did, fighting with everything he had and still somehow emerging with less glory than his sister. The ancient Greeks themselves had a sense that Ares did not quite belong to the world they had built. When they wrote about him, when they tried to place him within the orderly, luminous world of Mount Olympus, with its marble halls and its gods who moved through the air with grace and purpose, there was always something about Ares that seemed to resist the setting, something that suggested he had come from somewhere older and rougher and less refined than the civilization that had claimed him. Many ancient sources were quite direct about this feeling, pointing northward, toward the wild and mountainous region known as Thrace, as the place where Ares truly belonged. Thrace lay at the northern edge of the Greek world, a land the Greeks regarded with a mixture of fascination and unease, a place of fierce, horse-riding warriors, of cold rivers cutting through dense forest, of people who lived by codes that had little room for the philosophical and civic values that Athens and Corinth and the other great city-states held most dear. Homer himself places Ares in Thrace, describing it as his homeland. Other ancient writers followed that tradition comfortably, as if it explained something they had always felt but struggled to articulate. The god of war, in his most raw and elemental form, came from the edges of the known world not from its center. That geographical origin was deeply meaningful to the Greeks who told these stories. It allowed them to acknowledge his power, which was undeniable, while quietly locating that power somewhere outside the boundaries of proper Greek civilization. He was not, in this framing, a god of their world so much as a god of the world beyond their walls, the world that pressed against them with cold and violence, and the kind of unthinking force that no amount of philosophy or strategy could entirely hold at bay. Thracian warriors, for their part, did not share this ambivalence. In the traditions associated with Thrace, Ares was not an embarrassment or a figure of shame, but something closer to a sacred ancestor, a divine embodiment of the qualities that a warrior people considered essential: ferocity, endurance, the willingness to meet violence with greater violence and not flinch. He was honored there in a way he rarely was in the southern regions of Greece. That reverence said something important about the relationship between a god and the people who worship him. A deity's meaning is never fixed. It shifts depending on who is doing the honoring and what they most need from the divine. This split perception manifested throughout the classical world in subtle but persistent ways. Some city-states, particularly those with stronger military traditions or those bordering Thracian lands, maintain noticeably more reverent attitudes toward Ares. Other cities, especially the great southern cultural centers, deliberately reinforced the idea that truly civilized people should transcend the raw brutality he represented. Yet the tension within Greek religion never fully resolved itself, producing the kind of cognitive dissonance that the myths themselves recorded and reflected. Ares remained, always with the discomfort the Greeks felt in his presence. There is also a deeper question buried within this Thracian association, one that scholars of Greek religion have turned over carefully for a long time. It is possible, and some ancient sources gesture toward this possibility, that Ares represented something older than the Olympian religion as the Greeks came to practice it, an earlier conception of the war deity that predated the great myths, predated Homer, predated the elaborate divine family of Zeus and his children, and their rivalries and their stories. In many early religious traditions, the war god is not a figure of shame, but one of the highest powers in the pantheon, a deity whose function is so essential to survival that his worship is central rather than peripheral. The Greeks, as their culture developed and as the ideal of the thoughtful, strategic, civilized warrior took hold, may have gradually shifted that central position away from a figure like Ares and toward a figure like Athena, without ever entirely dispensing with the older conception. What remained was Ares as we find him in the myths, still powerful, still divine, still technically one of the 12 Olympians, but carrying something of the uncanny quality of a guest who has been tolerated rather than invited. His sanctuary near Thebes hinted at this older layer of his worship as well, connected as it was to the story of Cadmus, the legendary founder of that city, who was said to have killed a serpent sacred to Ares and was forced to serve the god for years as penance before he could lay the first stones of what would become one of the great cities of the Greek world. That story, which the next part of this telling will explore more fully, suggested that Ares could not simply be ignored or pushed to the margins, that his power demanded acknowledgement even in the heart of civilization, even from those whose ambitions were entirely directed toward building rather than destroying. There was something in the Thracian god, ancient, ungovernable, rooted in the dark soil of places the Greeks considered foreign, that kept insisting on its own reality, that refused to be entirely civilized away, no matter how clearly the culture preferred Athena's composed and strategic face. He was the god of those wild, warlike places at the edges of the Greek world. Perhaps that geographical distance was part of why the Greeks could acknowledge his power while keeping him at arm's length from the things they truly valued. Among the myths that connect Ares to the founding of cities and the shaping of civilization, the story of Cadmus stands out as one of the most quietly remarkable. It begins, as so many Greek stories do, not with Ares himself, but with someone who had the misfortune of crossing him, a Phoenician prince named Cadmus, who set out from his homeland not in search of glory or conquest, but simply to find his sister Europa, who had been carried away by Zeus in the form of a white bull. Cadmus searched for a long time, traveling across the known world, eventually arrived in Greece, where the oracle at Delphi told him something that must have been both a comfort and a grief. He would not find his sister. Instead, he was to follow a cow that bore a particular mark on her flank. Wherever that cow finally lay down to rest, he was to build a city. He did as the oracle instructed. The cow led him across the Greek countryside, walking steadily without pause, until at last she lowered herself to the earth in a region called Boeotia. It was there, on that land, that Cadmus would build the city of Thebes, one of the great cities of ancient Greece, a place that would later produce its own long chain of stories, tragedies, and kings. But before Cadmus could begin laying any foundation, before any walls rose from that earth, something stood in his way. He sent a group of his companions to a nearby spring to fetch water for a sacrificial offering to Athena. They did not return. When Cadmus went to look for them, he found the spring guarded by an enormous serpent, a creature of tremendous power, its scales glistening, its coils wound around the water as if it had always been there, as if it had grown up out of the ground itself. His companions were already dead. According to the ancient accounts, this serpent was a child of Ares, sacred to the god of war and bound to that spring in some deep and territorial way. Cadmus, with the particular courage of a man who has already travelled too far to turn back, killed the serpent. What followed was not a simple act of violence easily set aside. Killing a child of Ares, even an animal one, even a creature rather than a person, was not something the god of war could overlook. Ares made his displeasure known. Cadmus understood that before he could build anything, before his city could take root in that ground, he would need to answer for what he had done. According to the tradition, Cadmus was bound to serve Ares for a period of 8 years as penance for the killing. A long, humbling stretch of time for a man who had come to found a civilization. There is something deliberate in that number, something almost agricultural in its rhythm, as if Ares were insisting that nothing built on his sacred ground could skip the necessary years of patience and labor. But before his service was completed, something else happened at the sight of the slain serpent that would shape the destiny of Thebes for generations. At the goddess Athena's instruction, Cadmus took the teeth of the dead serpent and sowed them in the earth like seeds. From that dark planting, armed warriors rose fully formed from the soil, the Spartoi, the sown men. They immediately began fighting one another with furious, inexplicable aggression. By the time the violence subsided, only 5 remained. These 5 survivors became the founding ancestors of the great noble families of Thebes, their lineage rooted literally in the earth and in the violence of Ares' serpent. It was a strange and shadowed beginning for a city. The Greeks seemed to understand that. Thebes carried that inheritance of violence all the way through its mythology, from Oedipus to the 7 who marched against its gates. When Cadmus had completed his 8 years of service to Ares, the god's anger was appeased. And here the myth takes an unexpected and luminous turn. Ares, together with Aphrodite, offered Cadmus a bride, their daughter Harmonia, the goddess of harmony and accord. It is difficult to overstate how striking this is. The god of war and the goddess of love produced a daughter whose entire divine domain was peace and agreement, the smooth running of things, the absence of strife, and they gave her to the man who had killed the war god's serpent as a kind of gift at the end of a long atonement, as if the violence and the years of service had somehow earned him the right to harmony. The wedding of Cadmus and Harmonia was celebrated by all the Olympian gods, and this too is notable. Divine attendance at mortal weddings was rare and significant. It marked Cadmus as someone elevated, someone whose story had touched the highest levels of the divine world. The gods came down from Olympus and feasted at the wedding, and the muses sang. Ares himself would have been there, watching the daughter born of his union with Aphrodite take her place beside a mortal king who had built a city on the very ground where Ares' sacred creature had died. There is something in that image that the Greeks seemed to find meaningful, the god of war, present not at a battlefield, not in the midst of screaming and blood, but at a celebration, at a beginning, at a moment of genuine grace. The myth carries a kind of quiet argument within it. Ares is not simply a god of destruction in this story. He is a god whose anger must be respected, whose sacred things cannot be casually harmed without consequence, but who is also capable of resolution, of releasing a debt when it has been fully paid. His daughter Harmonia is the proof of that. She does not exist in spite of Ares, but because of him, born from the union of his nature and Aphrodite's. As if something in that unlikely pairing of war and love produced the one quality capable of making civilization possible. Cadmus built Thebes not by escaping Ares, but by moving through him, by serving the god, accepting the terms of his anger, emerging on the other side into something new. Harmonia, the daughter of war and love, became the first queen of Thebes. The gods came down from Olympus to celebrate the wedding, as if in that one moment, Ares had given the world something it had been waiting for all along. If the story of Diomedes wounding Ares at Troy was not sufficient proof that the god of war could be beaten, there were other stories ready to make the point again. The Greeks returned to this theme with a kind of quiet insistence, as though they felt it was important, necessary, even to demonstrate more than once that the god who embodied raw, unthinking violence was not, in the end, invincible. And the hero they chose to make this point most memorably was Heracles, the greatest of all the mortal champions, a man who had faced monsters and titans and the edges of the known world and had always, somehow, come back. According to the tradition preserved in the works of Hesiod and later retold across many centuries, there came a moment when the paths of Heracles and Ares crossed in a way that neither god nor hero could easily forget. It began, as so many of the darker stories do, not with Ares himself, but with one of his sons, a figure named Cycnus, who had made a name for himself along the road to Delphi in a manner that was, even by the standards of the mythological world, deeply troubling. Cycnus had positioned himself along the sacred road that pilgrims travelled on their way to consult the oracle. He had been waylaying them, robbing them of their offerings, killing them, keeping their bones, their skulls in particular, with which he intended to build a temple to his father. It was a grotesque devotion, the kind of worship that carried all of Ares' most disturbing qualities without any of the martial context that might, in a warrior culture, have given it even a shadow of dignity. Pilgrims were sacred travellers. The road to Delphi was under the protection of Apollo. And what Cycnus was doing along that road was an offence against everything the Greeks believed about the sanctity of religious custom and the protection owed to those who sought the gods in peace. When Heracles encountered Cycnus on that road, he did not look away. The two fought, and Cycnus was killed. It was a swift and decisive end for a man who had built his entire existence on violence and fear. Its swiftness was itself a kind of statement about what happens when brute cruelty meets genuine heroic courage. What came next was the part of the story that elevated it beyond an ordinary hero's tale and placed it among the defining mythological moments in Ares' long, complicated history. Ares had been watching. He had seen his son fall. Whatever complicated feelings lived inside the god of war, the grief of a father, the rage of a deity who felt his honor insulted, the blind instinct to respond to violence with greater violence, All of it rose up at once and drove him down onto the field. He descended from wherever he had been observing and came at Heracles directly, the god of war in full fury, armed and intent on avenging what had happened to Cycnus. And here is where the story becomes something the Greeks clearly found worth repeating. Heracles did not run. He stood his ground against the god of war. In the struggle that followed, Heracles wounded Ares in the thigh. The god of war cried out and pulled back. The same instinct that had carried him screaming from the battlefield at Troy, away from the spear of a mortal guided by Athena's hand, carried him away now, back toward Olympus, away from a hero who had simply refused to be afraid of him. There is something worth sitting with in this image. Ares, the god whose entire identity was built around the capacity for violence and the willingness to enter the chaos of battle without hesitation, retreating from a mortal man. The wound itself was not permanent. Gods healed. Ares would go on, but the meaning of it lingered in the tradition long after the injury had faded. For the Greeks who told and retold this story, the point was not cruelty toward Ares, but clarity about what he represented. A god of war who loses to mortal heroes, who retreats when struck, who cannot defend his own son against the courage of a man favored by wiser, more purposeful divine powers. That God was powerful, yes, but he was also limited in ways that raw strength alone could never overcome. Heracles himself was not immune to the irrational and the dark. His own story was full of suffering and catastrophe. But in this moment, guided by the will of gods who valued something more than bloodlust, he had done what the myths kept insisting was possible. He had met the embodiment of unrestrained war and turned it back. The encounter with Cycnus and then with Ares fit neatly into the broader pattern that ran through so many of Ares' stories. The imprisonment in the bronze jar, the humiliation in Hephaestus' golden net, the wound on the plains of Troy. Each one said the same thing in a slightly different way. That power without wisdom, strength without restraint, violence without purpose would always find its limit. And that limit, in the Greek imagination, was not another god, but often a mortal who had learned to carry something more than a weapon into a fight. Ares limped back to Olympus for the second time, defeated by mortal courage, guided by the gods, and the great hero went on his way, unharmed. When the Romans adopted the Greek pantheon, they did something quietly extraordinary to Ares. They took a god that the Greeks had spent centuries fearing, mocking, keeping carefully at the edges of their divine affection. They made him into something altogether different, something noble, purposeful, beloved in a way that Ares himself never was in the world that created him. The Romans called him Mars. Under that name, the same essential force that the Greeks had struggled to love became the second most important god in the entire Roman religious order, surpassed only by Jupiter himself. It is one of the most striking transformations in the history of ancient religion. It tells us something important, not only about the difference between two great civilizations, but about the nature of gods in general. That what a deity means is never fixed, never absolute, always shaped by the hands and hearts of the people who are doing the worshipping. In Rome, Mars was nothing less than the divine father of the Roman people. According to the founding myth that the Romans held most dear, it was Mars who fathered the twin brothers Romulus and Remus upon the Vestal Virgin Rhea Silvia. Romulus, of course, went on to found Rome itself. That act of foundation carried the blood of Mars in every stone and street of the city. This was not a minor mythological footnote. It was the central story Romans told about who they were and where they came from. They were the children of a war god. They understood their origin not as something shameful or threatening, but as something to celebrate. Something that explained their strength, their discipline, their capacity to build an empire from a collection of hills beside a river. The Greeks never spoke of Ares that way. No great city traced its founding to his bloodline with pride. No civilization looked at the chaos he embodied and said, "That is where we come from. We are glad of it." Mars was also, in the Roman understanding, a god of agriculture and of spring, a god not merely of destruction, but of growth and renewal. The month of March carries his name still. In the Roman calendar, March marked the beginning of the agricultural season and the beginning of the campaigning season for soldiers, both understood as forms of the same fundamental energy. The world waking up, pushing forward, beginning again. This dual nature, war and growth, force and fertility, was essentially absent from the Greek conception of Ares. Ares was the battlefield and nothing else, the screaming and the blood and the collapse of everything ordered and good. Mars was the field before the planting and after the harvest, the soldier who fights so that the farm can continue, the protector whose violence exists in service of something larger than itself. That distinction changes everything. The connection between Mars and agriculture was formalized through the religious observances that structured Roman life. Festivals like the Aquaria and Lupercalia brought the community together to make offerings designed to secure the god's favor for both military success and agricultural abundance. The Salii, the priests of Mars, held one of the most important positions in Rome's religious hierarchy, entrusted with the sacred shields believed to have fallen from heaven. These observances were central to the Roman understanding of their relationship with the divine. The investment in Mars's worship reflected a genuine belief that the force powering their armies also powered the Earth's fertility. The Romans built Mars a great field in the heart of their city, the Campus Martius, the Field of Mars, where soldiers trained and citizens gathered, where the physical life of the Roman state unfolded under his watchful presence. There were temples dedicated to him, of real grandeur and civic importance, not the modest, somewhat isolated shrines that Ares tended to receive in Greece. Mars Ultor, Mars the Avenger, had a magnificent temple built in his honor by Augustus, who had vowed to build it after the assassination of Julius Caesar, who understood that invoking Mars gave his act of vengeance a sacred, civilizing weight. The Romans were comfortable asking Mars to stand behind their most important political and moral acts. The Greeks were far more cautious about asking Ares to stand behind anything at all. What this contrast reveals, when you hold the two traditions side by side and look at them carefully, is that the Greeks and Romans had genuinely different ideas about what warfare was supposed to mean. For the Greeks, or at least for the dominant strain of Greek thought that shaped the mythological tradition, war was always somewhat troubling, always carrying within it the seed of chaos and dissolution, always requiring the counterbalance of wisdom and strategy. Ares represented the part of war that had no counterbalance, the part that existed purely for itself. That was why they could not fully embrace him. For the Romans, war was inseparable from the idea of civilization itself. It was through military force that roads were built. That law was extended, that the known world was brought into a kind of order. A god of war, who was also a god of agriculture and spring and civic protection, made perfect sense in that framework. This was because in Roman life, those things were never really separate to begin with. It is worth sitting quietly with this for a moment. This was because it reflects something gentle and important about the way human beings relate to the forces they cannot control. The Greeks acknowledged Ares. They placed him on Olympus, gave him a seat at the divine table, told stories about him for centuries. But they kept him at a remove, kept him somewhat ridiculous, kept him defeated and humiliated often enough that no one would mistake him for something to be admired. The Romans took that same force and wrapped it in purpose, gave it a lineage and a legacy. Let it stand at the center of who they believed themselves to be. Neither tradition was wrong exactly. They were simply honest about different things, honest about different fears and different ambitions. honest about different relationships with the violence that runs through human history, like a river that never quite dries up. The Romans worshipped Mars as a father, a protector, a source of national strength, and in doing so, they showed that the god the Greeks had feared and looked away from could, in different hands, become something a civilization was proud to call its own. It would be easy to leave Ares where the Greeks left him, despised, defeated, embarrassing, and call that the whole story. But the myths, read carefully and without the lens of cultural preference, reveal something more complicated beneath the surface of all that blood and noise. There are moments scattered across the ancient tradition where Ares appears not as a mindless engine of destruction, but as something far more recognizable, a being capable of love, of grief, of loyalty, of something that resembles, however imperfectly, the tenderness that the Greeks reserved for more admirable gods. Consider what the myths say about him as a father, a god known for charging headlong into carnage, for screaming when wounded and retreating from battlefields in shame, was also a god who killed to protect his daughter. When Poseidon's son Alirothios assaulted Alcippe, the daughter of Ares, the god of war did not weigh the political consequences or consider the strategic wisdom of his response. He simply killed the man who had harmed his child. This was not the act of a creature without feeling. It was the act of a father so consumed by protective love that divine politics meant nothing to him in that moment. The Greeks put him on trial for it, assembling the gods on the rocky hill that would ever after carry his name, and they acquitted him. Even in a tradition that found Ares deeply uncomfortable, even in a culture that preferred Athena's composed restraint at every turn, the gods gathered on the Areopagus and acknowledged that what Ares had done was not simply slaughter, it was justice, or something close enough to it that no one could bring themselves to condemn him. His children reflected him in ways that go beyond the obvious. Phobos and Deimos, fear and terror, accompanied him into battle and wore his nature openly, as children often do. But Harmonia, the goddess of accord and concord, was also his daughter, born of his union with Aphrodite. The fact that harmony emerged from the coupling of war and love is one of the more quietly astonishing details in all of Greek mythology, and it suggests that the ancient imagination understood something nuanced about Ares that the broader cultural preference for Athena tended to obscure. Violence and beauty together do not only produce terror, they also sometimes produce peace. Ares gave his sacred belt to the Amazons, those legendary warrior women who alone among the peoples of the mythological world looked upon him without contempt. For the Amazons, what Ares embodied was not a shameful excess, but a virtue, the willingness to meet the world without flinching, to carry no illusions about what conflict demands of those who enter it. He was their father and their patron, and they honored him in a way that most of Greece never did. There is also the matter of his penance to Cadmus. After Cadmus killed the sacred serpent that guarded the spring at what would become Thebes, a serpent that was, in some tellings, a child of Ares, the god of war demanded 8 years of service from the Phoenician prince. Cadmus gave those years willingly, and at the end of them, Ares and Aphrodite bestowed upon him their daughter Harmonia as a bride, and all the gods came down from Olympus to celebrate the wedding. This is Ares as a god who can be appeased, who recognizes genuine contrition and responds to it with genuine generosity. He is not simply a force that cannot be reasoned with. He is a divine power who demands acknowledgement, who requires that his sacred things be respected, and who, when that respect is given, can offer something extraordinary in return. And then there is Aphrodite. Their affair was humiliating in its exposure. Caught in Hephaestus's invisible net, displayed before the assembled gods, laughed at and ridiculed. But the relationship itself, across many versions of the myth, was not a passing encounter. Ares returned to Aphrodite again and again. He was drawn to her across years and tellings, across the full breadth of the mythological tradition, and she to him. There was something between them that outlasted the humiliation, that persisted through the laughter of the other gods. A god who could sustain that kind of attachment, that kind of devotion to a single figure across the long life of mythology, was not simply a creature of appetites without depth. He loved her, or whatever the divine equivalent of love looked like in that world, and he kept loving her long after the trap had sprung and the story had made him a figure of ridicule. Perhaps the most telling detail of all is the way Ares responds to pain. When Diomedes wounded him at Troy, Ares screamed. The sound, Homer tells us, was like the shouting of 10,000 men, and he fled the battlefield and went to Zeus, crying out about what had been done to him. The Greeks read this as cowardice, and perhaps it was, but there is another way to understand it. The other Olympians, when wounded or humiliated, often responded with cold composure, with scheming, with the kind of controlled dignity that conceals feeling beneath a surface of power. Ares felt everything and showed it immediately and completely. His pain was real, and he made no effort to hide it. His grief was genuine, and he carried it without pretense. In a pantheon full of gods who dressed their desires in the language of fate and wisdom and divine order, Ares simply was what he was: loud, raw, exposed, and entirely without artifice. That quality, the utter absence of pretense, was precisely what made him so difficult for the Greeks to accommodate. A civilization that valued strategy, composure, and the careful management of appearances had little use for a god who could not manage any of those things. He was the one Olympian who never learned to perform. He never pretended to be something he wasn't, never dressed his violence in the language of wisdom or strategy. And in a pantheon full of gods who did exactly that, there was something almost honest about him. The ancient Greeks were not naive about war. They had lived inside it for generations, city turning against city, seasons marked not only by harvests but by campaigns, by the slow return of soldiers and the grief of those who waited at home. They understood what violence did to the body, what prolonged conflict did to communities, what it meant to build a civilization in the shadow of constant military threat. And so when they sat down, across centuries and in many different voices, to make sense of the world through the language of their gods, they did not create a god of war who was glorious and beloved and admirable. They created Ares, despised, chaotic, perpetually humiliated, kept barely tolerated at the fringes of the divine family. That choice was not accidental, and it was not a failure of imagination. It was, in its own way, one of the most honest things they ever said about themselves and about the nature of human violence. The Greeks knew war was real. They knew it was powerful, inescapable, woven into the fabric of existence in a way that could not simply be wished away or reasoned out of being. But they refused, in their mythology, to make that power beautiful. They looked at the rawest, most purposeless kind of violence, the bloodlust that has no strategy behind it, no goal beyond destruction, the kind of fighting that feeds on itself and produces only terror and ruin, and they gave it a face and a name. Then they made sure that face was one nobody on Olympus could quite bring themselves to love. Ares stood in the divine assembly as the embodiment of a truth the Greeks did not want to celebrate, only to acknowledge. He was the god of what war actually felt like from the inside of it, the screaming, the chaos, the ground soaked through, and the sky full of noise, rather than the god of what war was supposed to look like from the outside, dressed in the language of strategy and honor and civic virtue. That outer version belonged to Athena. Ares was what remained when you stripped all of that away. There is something worth sitting with in the fact that the Greeks could not simply omit him. Other traditions might have quietly set aside a deity so deeply uncomfortable, might have folded his attributes into a more respectable divine figure, or let him fade from the center of religious life into legend. The Greeks did neither. Ares appears in Homer, in Hesiod, in the fragments of hymns and in the long prose accounts of mythology that survive into later centuries, always present, always recognizable, always occupying his uneasy place among the Olympians. His temples were few, and his worship was not widespread through most of the Greek world. Yet his existence was never in doubt. He sat at the divine table because the Greeks understood, at some deep level, that removing him from the story would be a kind of lie about what the world contained. Every civilization that knows war also knows the specific terror that Ares represented, the violence that erupts without plan or purpose, that destroys without building, that makes the battlefield into something entirely beyond the reach of wisdom or restraint. The Greeks had a name for it, and they put it on Olympus. They made Zeus himself say plainly that he found it hateful. They let that statement stand as something close to a moral position. Not that war itself was wrong. The Greeks were far too practical and too experienced to make that claim, but that this particular face of war, the face without wisdom or honor or purpose behind it, was something to approach with dread. Ares was necessary in the way that certain hard things are necessary, not because they are good, but because they are true. A story about human life that left them out would simply be false. He could not leave Olympus any more than violence could leave the world. But the gods of Olympus kept him at a distance. The Greek people, in the cities where philosophy and law and art were taking shape, honored him with far less devotion than they offered to Athena, to Apollo, to Hermes, to almost any other figure in the pantheon. That distance was deliberate. It was a way of saying that to know a thing exists is not the same as to celebrate it, that to acknowledge the reality of brutal, purposeless war is not the same as building temples to it or teaching your children to admire it. Ares endured across all the centuries of Greek religious life. As a god who was real but not revered, powerful but not respected, divine but not, in any ordinary sense, beloved. That is the particular quality of his mythology, the thing that makes him unlike almost any other figure in the ancient imagination, the thing that perhaps speaks most directly across the long distance of time. The ambivalence that the Greeks felt toward Ares, the recognition that war in its most chaotic and bloodthirsty form was something that had to be acknowledged but must never be admired, was not a contradiction in their thinking. It was a kind of wisdom. They kept him on Olympus because they knew they could not wish war away. They kept him despised because they understood, perhaps better than most, what happens when a society stops being afraid of it. Tonight, we are going to travel back through the mists of ancient Greece to follow the story of Heracles and the 12 impossible tasks he was set. We will walk beside him through valleys and across dark marshes, through mountain passes buried in snow, and across the open ocean in a cup of gold. From the dry hills of the Peloponnese all the way to the edge of the known world and beyond it. And we will watch as a man undone by grief and guilt slowly, labor by labor, finds his way back to something worthy of the name he carried. It is a story of tremendous strength, certainly, but it is also a story of patience and of sorrow and of the strange difficult grace that comes to those who keep going even when the task in front of them seems designed specifically to destroy them. Before we step into it, let us set the story aside for a moment and find the kind of quiet that makes a story worth settling into. Allow your body to grow heavy against whatever is beneath you, noticing how willingly it accepts the invitation to rest, how your shoulders and your legs and the back of your head all soften and sink when you give them permission. There are no demands on you here, and no obligations waiting at the edge of this moment. Now imagine that you are not lying in your bed, but resting instead on a hillside somewhere in the ancient world, in a Greece that existed long before anything was written down. when the gods were still understood to walk among the olive trees and leave their footprints in the soft earth beside the rivers. The hillside beneath you is covered in low grass, dry and sweet-smelling from a long summer. Beneath the grass, the ground is warm. It has been holding the heat of the day and is only now beginning to release it slowly into the cooling evening air. You can smell wild thyme, the clean and faintly medicinal fragrance that rises from the hillsides of that part of the world whenever the air moves across them. And beneath the thyme, there is something earthier, the smell of the soil itself, and of the old olive trees standing at intervals along the slope, their leaves small and silver green and turning in a breeze so light you can only feel it against your face. Somewhere below you, and to the left, there is the sound of water moving over stones. A small stream working its way down through the rocks in no particular hurry. It sounds steady and unhurried and entirely indifferent to anything except its own quiet progress downhill. The sky above you is deepening now, shifting from the pale gold of late afternoon into something richer and more layered. The first blue of actual evening gathering at the highest part of the sky, while the horizon still holds a band of warm amber light, the kind that makes everything it touches look both ancient and perfectly still. The air against your skin is cool now, in a way that feels like a kindness after the heat of the day. The stars are beginning to show themselves one by one, tentatively at first, and then with more confidence, as though they have been waiting all day for exactly this moment. You can hear the faint sound of the stream below, and the occasional soft movement of the olive leaves above you. And beyond all of it, if you listen carefully, the distant suggestion of the sea. Or perhaps that is only the wind moving through the valley in a long, slow exhalation. Either way, it is peaceful here. The hillside holds you gently, and there is nowhere else to be. Heracles came into the world under circumstances that were complicated from the very beginning, and it is worth understanding them properly, because almost everything that follows is a consequence of them. His mother was Alcmene, a woman of Thebes renowned not only for her beauty, but for her intelligence and her steadiness of character. Her husband was Amphitryon, a nobleman and a soldier, and it was in his form that Zeus arrived at her door one night while Amphitryon was away at war. Wearing her husband's face, speaking with her husband's voice, settling into the household as naturally as if he belonged there, which he most certainly did not. Alcmene had no reason to suspect anything unusual, and so the night passed as any other might. Some versions add that Zeus arranged for that particular night to last considerably longer than an ordinary night, which is the kind of detail the tradition includes without much comment. By the time the real Amphitryon returned, the thing was already done. And here is a detail the retellings often leave out, though it matters a great deal. Amphitryon came home that same evening, and Alcmene conceived again, this time by her actual husband. She was carrying 2 children at once, by 2 different fathers, twins in every practical sense, born together, raised together, and utterly unlike one another. The son of Zeus would be called Heracles. The son of Amphitryon was called Hephaestus. And he grew up alongside his brother, entirely ordinary, entirely mortal, watching from very close range as the other one turned out to be something else. I have always found Hephaestus one of the quietly sad figures in this story. Nobody ever asks what it was like to be him. There is one more thing about the name. The child was not originally called Heracles at all. He was named Alcides, after his grandfather, and the name he is known by came later, and it was given to him for a specific and rather bitter reason. Heracles means, more or less, the glory of Hera. There are different explanations for it in the sources. One is that the oracle instructed the change, on the reasoning that a name honoring the goddess might soften her toward the child. Another is that the name was accurate in a way nobody intended, since it was Hera's persecution that produced everything he became, and therefore his glory was, in a real sense, hers. Either way, the greatest hero of the ancient world carried through his entire life the name of the goddess who wanted him dead. Hera had not needed to be told about the child. She was the queen of the gods and the wife of Zeus, and she had endured her husband's wandering long enough to have developed something colder and more patient than simple anger. Her first move was made before he was born, and it was the move that shaped the whole rest of his life. Zeus, in one of those moments of pride that the tradition treats as almost inevitable in him, declared publicly that a descendant of his own line born on a particular day would rule over the surrounding kingdoms. He meant Heracles, and he said it in front of everyone, and Hera made him swear to it. Then she went to work. She delayed Alcmena's labor and hastened another, so that a different child of the same lineage arrived first. That child was Eurystheus, born prematurely and, by most accounts, never entirely robust, but born on the correct day, and therefore, by the terms of an oath that Zeus could not break, king. Heracles was born a few hours later into a world where the throne that should have been his already had someone else sitting on it. Everything else Hera did to him was arguably cruder than this. The serpents, the madness, the interference in the labors. But this first act was the elegant one. She did not need to harm the child. She simply arranged the world so that he would spend 12 years of his adult life taking orders from a lesser man who occupied a position that was rightfully his. She struck directly soon enough, though. She waited until the infants were lying in their cradle, a few months old, still new to the world and unaware of anything beyond the warmth of their blankets and the sounds of the house. And then she sent 2 serpents sliding through the darkness toward them. Great ones, dark and heavy-bodied, Iphicles screamed. That is the detail the sources preserve, and it is exactly the right detail, because it is what an ordinary infant would do. Heracles took both serpents, one in each small hand, and strangled them. When the servants and Amphitryon reached the cradle, they found one child crying and the other sitting there with the dead creatures hanging from his fists, looking more curious than frightened, as if he were not entirely sure what all the commotion was about. It was the first sign of what he was, and it was a clear one, and it must have been a strange thing for a household to absorb. He grew up in Thebes, and his education was by any measure a remarkable one, because the people and creatures who taught him were as varied as the lessons they had to give. There was a man named Eurytus who taught him archery, Autolycus who showed him wrestling, a charioteer named Harpalycus whose methods were said to be so intense that the mere sight of his face during a lesson was enough to make anyone work harder than they thought they could. But the 2 teachers who left the deepest marks were of a different kind entirely. The first was Chiron, the centaur, half man, half horse, and entirely unlike any other centaur you might encounter, because Chiron was gentle in a way that his kind rarely were, and wise in the way that only very old creatures can be, and patient in the manner of someone who has watched enough of the world pass by to understand that most things, given enough time, sort themselves out. He was the tutor of a great many heroes across the tradition, and he taught them all the things that cannot be won by strength. How to observe, how to reason, when to wait, what the natural world is trying to tell you if you are quiet enough to listen. Remember Chiron, he will return, and when he does, it will be one of the saddest moments in the whole story. The second teacher was a man named Linus, who was given the task of teaching the boy music, specifically the lyre. He was gifted at his craft and completely unaware of what he was taking on. Heracles wanted to learn. He genuinely did. But there came a day, one ordinary afternoon during a lesson, when Linus corrected him too sharply, or struck him, depending on which account you follow. And the part of Heracles that could not always govern itself responded before the part of him that could had a chance to intervene. He struck back with the lyre. The blow was not measured, and Linus did not recover from it. It was an accident in the way that a great many tragic things are accidents, the wrong moment meeting the wrong temperament. And the boy who stood over his teacher afterward was not the boy who had sat down for his lesson. He was tried and acquitted, the ancient sources tell us, on the grounds that he had only answered force with force. But the acquittal could not undo what had happened, and I suspect it was the first thing that began to teach him, slowly, what Chiron had been trying to explain. That strength, without careful custody of it, is not strength at all, but something considerably more dangerous. He grew into a young man of a size and capability that made people stop what they were doing and simply look, though what was perhaps more striking, if you knew where to look, was the quality of feeling that moved behind his eyes. A seriousness, a kind of weight that had nothing to do with his physical bearing and everything to do with the fact that he had already, quite young, understood that he was capable of doing harm he could not take back. He was sent for a time to live among herdsmen on Mount Cithaeron, partly for his own education, and partly, one suspects, to give the household in Thebes a period of quiet recovery. It was there that he killed the lion of Cithaeron, a large creature that had been preying on the cattle of the area, which he dispatched without particular ceremony, and which was simply the first among many animals that would find themselves on the wrong side of his attention. He returned to Thebes stronger and quieter, and not long afterward he did the city a considerable service. The Thebans had been paying an annual tribute to the neighboring Orchomenians, and Heracles led them against it, and the tribute stopped. Creon, the king of Thebes, was grateful, and gave him his daughter Megara in marriage. They built a life together in the way that young couples do. Children came in time. The house held ordinary sounds, the sounds of a family going about its days. And Heracles, for the span of that life, was not a hero in the sense the myths would later make him. He was a husband with a household he loved, and a wife he was devoted to, and children who were entirely his world. The world was quiet, and the future had not yet made its intentions known. It was Hera who undid him, and she chose her moment with the patience of someone who understands that time is on their side. She had waited. She had watched him grow into a young man and marry and build his household and settle into the ordinary rhythms of a life that must have seemed, from the outside, almost peaceful. And then, when he was happiest, when the house was full and the future seemed quietly bright, she reached down and pulled something out of him. She took away whatever it is that keeps the world coherent and recognizable, and replaced it with a fog so thick and so complete that Heracles, in those terrible hours, could not find himself inside it at all. He could not find his wife, or his children, or the man he had always understood himself to be. The madness she sent was not rage exactly, though it expressed itself as rage. It was more like a curtain drawn across everything familiar, so that what he saw in front of him and what was actually there bore no resemblance to one another. He had no way of knowing that, no way of understanding that the hands doing what they were doing were his own hands, that the children who fell were his own children, the ones he had held when they were small enough to fit in the crook of one arm. I should say that the sources differ on the details of what happened, and I would rather acknowledge that than smooth it over. In the version dramatized by Euripides, the children die and Megara dies with them. In the account preserved by Apollodorus, Heracles kills his children and 2 of his brothers, and Megara survives, and he later gives her in marriage to his nephew Iolaus, which is a detail so strange and so sad that it is difficult to know what to do with. What every version agrees on is the children. When the fog lifted, he was sitting on the floor of his own home, and the silence around him told him everything before he had fully come back to himself, before he had even looked up and seen what the silence meant. There are moments in the old stories that the poets approach carefully, with a kind of restraint, as if they know that to describe them directly would be to diminish them. This is one of those moments. Heracles returning to his senses in the wreckage of everything he had loved. understanding in one awful rush what his hands had done while he was not inside them. The grief that followed was not the simple grief of loss, because loss is something that happens to you from the outside, something the world does to you while you stand helpless at its edge. This was not that. This was heavier and more corrosive, guilt woven through with horror, and the knowledge that the thing he most needed to grieve was something he himself had caused. He sat with that for a time that the stories do not measure in days or months. And then, because there was nothing else left to do and no way to simply remain where he was, he went to the oracle. The sanctuary at Delphi sat high in the mountains, in a place where the rock faces rose steeply on either side, and the air had a quality of stillness that pilgrims described as unlike any other. Not the stillness of emptiness, but the stillness of something listening. Heracles made the journey and descended into the inner chamber of the temple, and the Pythia, seated on her tripod above the sacred fissure in the earth, spoke to him in the way the oracle always spoke. Obliquely, with a weight behind the words that made them feel as if they were pulling the future forward into the present. She told him he must go to Tiryns. He must present himself to his cousin Eurystheus and serve him and perform whatever tasks the king set before him, no matter what those tasks were. The terms, in the fullest version we have, were these: 12 years of service, 10 labors, and she told him one thing more, that if he completed what was asked of him, he would receive something that no mortal had ever simply been given: immortality, a place among the gods, an end to the part of him that could be broken and lost. I want to pause on the number because it explains the shape of everything that follows, and almost every retelling skips over it. The oracle set 10, not 12, 10 labors across 12 years of service. The reason there are 12 labors in the story we tell now is that Eurystheus refused to count 2 of them, on grounds that he found and then applied with considerable enthusiasm. We will come to both of those moments when we reach them. And I would ask you to remember, when we do, that this is the mechanism by which 10 becomes 12. 2 acts of pettiness by a frightened man, extending a sentence by 2 impossible tasks. The humiliation of the sentence itself was not accidental either. Eurystheus was not a man who had earned his position through greatness. He held it because Hera had rushed his birth and delayed another, and everyone involved knew it, including him. He was, by most accounts, small-spirited and deeply frightened, and cowardly in the way that people sometimes are when they know, somewhere beneath conscious thought, that they occupy a place they did not truly earn, a place that belongs to someone else, who is standing in front of them, and who could, if it came to it, remove them from it with one hand and barely notice the effort. Heracles had to go to this man and bow his head. He had to make himself subordinate to someone lesser in every way that mattered, except the one way that, for 12 years, would matter most. It was part of the punishment, perhaps the most carefully designed part of it. Not the danger of the labors, which would come later, but this first act of submission, walking through the gate of a city that should have been his, and saying, quietly and without condition, that he was here to serve. He accepted it. That, in the end, is the thing the stories return to. Not the strength it would take to complete the labors, which was extraordinary, but perhaps not, for Heracles, the hardest thing, but the willingness to accept the sentence at all, to carry the full weight of what he had done without attempting to set it down or walk away from it, or argue that the punishment exceeded the crime. He wept, according to some versions, before he went. Wept in the way that very strong people sometimes weep when strength is exactly the wrong thing for the moment and they know it. And then he gathered himself, because there was nothing else to be done, and made the journey to Tiryns, and presented himself to the cousin he could have beaten with one hand, prepared to serve. Eurystheus did not wait long before issuing the first labor, and when he announced what it was, there were those in the court who believed he had already won. The Nemean lion had been terrorizing the valley of Nemea for as long as anyone could clearly remember. A creature so vast and so terrible that the surrounding villages had grown quiet with a particular kind of quiet, the kind that settles over a place when people have stopped going out after dark and have started sleeping closer together and have stopped letting their children wander to the edges of the fields. The shepherds no longer brought their flocks to the green hillsides above the valley because there were no flocks left to bring. Nemea was a place of dry golden hills in those days, scattered with olive trees whose silver-green leaves turned in the afternoon wind, their trunks old and twisted and pale as ash, rooted in thin soil between outcroppings of limestone. In spring, the lower slopes would have been covered in wildflowers, small yellow and purple things growing close to the ground. But by the time Heracles arrived, the season had turned, and the hills were the color of dry straw under a sky so blue it seemed almost to press down on everything. The whole valley had that particular stillness you sometimes feel in a landscape that has been frightened into silence. There were no birds where the lion lived. The insects had gone quiet around the cave. Even the wind seemed to move more carefully there, threading between the rocks without making a sound. The lion was said to be impervious to any weapon fashioned by mortal hands, and that detail had contributed a great deal to its long tenure. No hunter had managed to wound it. No spear had found purchase in its flesh. No arrow had ever drawn blood from that golden hide. Its parentage is given differently in different sources. Some say it was the offspring of Typhon and Echidna, the monstrous parents who produced so many of the world's plagues. Others say it fell from the moon. Others still say Hera raised it herself and put it there deliberately. Heracles had his bow with him, and his arrows, and the great olive wood club he had cut and shaped himself. And he approached the lion's cave with the reasonable expectation that the bow would do what bows do. The cave opened in the face of a limestone hillside, low and wide, the stone around its entrance worn smooth, where the animal had passed in and out over years. The smell coming from it was something you would not forget, heavy and iron dark and animal in a way that went deeper than ordinary animal. He stood at a distance and fitted an arrow to the string and drew and let it fly. The arrow struck the lion in the flank and fell away as though it had struck solid rock. He watched it tumble to the dry ground and understood immediately that this was going to require him to think differently. He shot again, and again the arrow glanced off without so much as parting the fur. The lion turned its great head and looked at him with eyes the color of deep amber. Unhurried, the way something looks at you when it has decided there is no urgency. Heracles lowered the bow and stood for a moment in the dry afternoon heat and considered the problem in front of him. The hide could not be pierced by any weapon he carried, which meant that every weapon he carried was useless, which meant that the only thing left was his own body, his own hands, and the enormous and particular strength that had been in him since he was an infant strangling serpents in his cradle. He found the second entrance to the cave, a narrower opening around the side of the hill, and sealed it with a boulder, rolling it into place with the unhurried efficiency of someone who has settled on a plan and intends to see it through. Then he drove the lion back into the main cave and followed it into the dark. What happened inside is not something the ancient sources describe in much detail, and perhaps that is fitting, because it was the kind of thing that happens in the dark, in the interior of the earth, between two creatures for whom the normal rules did not apply. The lion, unable to be harmed by any blade. Heracles, unable to be stopped by any force the world had so far managed to produce. The struggle lasted for hours, or so the accounts suggest, though time moves differently in places the sun does not reach. He wrestled the animal in absolute blackness, working by touch. He could feel the muscles moving beneath the hide, the ripple and shift of power as the creature twisted. He could hear its snarls coming off the stone walls. The claws raked him and found skin that had been hardened by experience, but was still skin, and he held on, That is really the whole of it. He got his arms around the animal's neck and held on with the full and extraordinary weight of everything he was, pressing in against the thick golden fur until the great legs began to slow and the enormous body grew heavy against him, and then still. He held on for a long time after that, because something in him knew to be certain. Then the cave was simply quiet, with the sound of his own breathing and the distant thin sound of wind moving over the hillside above. The labor was complete except for the matter of the skin, which presented its own problem because the hide that had turned aside every arrow could not be cut by any blade he had either. He stood over the animal in the dimness and worked it out. The only thing that could cut the lion's hide was the lion, so he used one of the creature's own claws, drawing it carefully along the pelt, and the fur parted cleanly for it in a way it would never have parted for iron or bronze. He worked slowly in that quiet cave until he had what he had come for. He wore the pelt from that day forward. The great golden hide falling down his back like a cloak, the scalp drawn up over his head like a hood. It would protect him through a great many of the labors still to come, the first thing he won becoming, in a sense, the companion of everything that followed. And Hera, for all her rage, could not stop herself from honoring the creature she had sent against him. She placed the lion's image among the stars, where it remains as the constellation Leo, those bright stars arranged in the shape of a crouching beast, permanent and unhurried above the world, visible on clear nights to anyone who thinks to look up. Eurystheus took one look at Heracles walking back through the gates, wearing a lion on his shoulders, and climbed into a great bronze jar he had ordered buried in the palace courtyard. That jar is going to become a familiar sight. The Lernaean Hydra lived in the swamps at the edge of the world that people in those days actually inhabited, and it had been born and raised by Hera for the specific purpose of killing Heracles, which gives you some sense of what the goddess thought about the problem of her husband's son. The swamp at Lerna had a particular quality that distinguished it from any ordinary marsh. It was darker, somehow, than the darkness warranted. The smell of it reached you long before the water came into view. A thick sulphurous odor, like something ancient slowly decomposing beneath the surface, which was in its way an accurate description of the place. The reeds grew tall and close together, bending slightly even when there was no wind. The water between them was not quite still. It moved in slow, almost imperceptible patterns, as though something very large beneath it was breathing. Ancient accounts differ on the number of heads. Some say 7, some 9, some many more, but they agree on the essential facts, which are that the heads were numerous and venomous, and that the breath alone of the creature was enough to kill a man who breathed it for too long. The farmers who worked the land around Lerna had learned to give the swamp a wide berth and to hold whatever they were carrying a little more tightly when the wind came from that direction. Heracles brought his nephew Iolaus with him, a young man who drove the chariot and who was devoted to his uncle in the uncomplicated way that young people sometimes are to someone they admire enormously and slightly fear. Iolaus waited at the edge of the marsh with the horses while Heracles waded in, drawing the creature out by hurling burning torches into the reeds where it rested. The swamp hissed and steamed around him. Then the Hydra rose from the water with all its head swaying above him, and the smell of its breath was like nothing that belongs in the world of living things. Heracles raised his sword and cut. The first head fell into the dark water. He had perhaps a moment of satisfaction before he understood what was happening, which was that from the stump where the head had been, 2 new heads were already pushing outward, unfurling like something botanical and terrible. Then there were 2 where there had been 1, and the Hydra was larger than it had been a moment before. He cut again, and then again, because the instinct of a man like Heracles when a thing is not working is usually to do more of it rather than less. The heads kept coming, doubling and redoubling, until the creature before him was so covered in thrashing necks that it was difficult to see where the body ended and the heads began. The water around his knees was churning with its movement, and he was no closer to finishing than he had been when he arrived. And then Hera, watching, sensed something else. A crab came out of the marsh, an enormous one, and it went for his feet, seizing him about the ankle, while he was fully occupied with a creature that grew 2 heads for every one he removed. There is something almost insulting about that detail, and I think it was meant to be. Not another monster, not a divine intervention. A crab, sent to make an already impossible situation slightly worse at the level of his own feet. He crushed it. That took very little time, and the tradition does not dwell on it. But Hera, who honored every creature she sent against him, regardless of how it ended, placed the crab among the stars as well. It is up there now as Cancer, which is a rather modest constellation, and always has been. 4 faint stars that most people cannot find without help. Leo, the lion he strangled, is one of the brightest patterns in the sky. Cancer, the crab that grabbed his ankle, is one of the dimmest. There is a kind of accidental justice in the arrangement. Standing in that churning water with a crushed crab at his feet and a creature in front of him that was growing rather than diminishing, it must have occurred to him that Hera had chosen this task with a very particular cruelty in mind. Not simply a physical obstacle, but a demonstration. Heracles had spent his entire life solving problems through the application of superior strength and superior will. Against the Nemean lion, that approach had worked perfectly, because brute force was all that was required and all that was possible. The Hydra was something else. It was a problem that fed on the solution. It grew more complicated with each attempt to simplify it through violence. The more heads he cut, the more heads grew. It was Iolaus who saw it first, standing at the edge of the marsh with a torch in his hand, watching his uncle fight what appeared to be an increasingly losing battle. He called out and proposed that the stumps be burned the moment each head came off, sealed with fire before the flesh could split and regenerate. The proposal would have seemed obvious to anyone standing outside the struggle. To Heracles, in the middle of it, drowning in an ever-multiplying tide of serpentine heads, it arrived like a revelation. It is the kind of insight that comes only from stepping back from direct engagement, from observing rather than participating. Heracles had always been the man who acted. Iolaus was the man who watched. Heracles moved to higher ground at the edge of the swamp, close enough to reach the creature, and close enough also to Iolaus and his torch. And they began again, the two of them working in close coordination. Heracles cutting, Iolaus stepping forward with the flame, pressing it to each wound while Heracles steadied the neck, the smoke rising dark and acrid from each sealed stump. The Hydra thrashed and screamed and produced for the first time no new heads where the old ones had been. They worked through the afternoon in this way, methodically, the pile of severed heads growing in the marsh around them and the creature slowly diminishing until at last there was only one head left, the central one, the immortal one, which could not be killed by any means available to a mortal man and could not be burned or cut away and made to stay cut. Heracles buried that final head beneath a boulder at the edge of the road, pressing the stone down over it so that it could not find its way back into the world. The stone was heavy enough and the ground firm enough that it held. The immortal head remained contained beneath it, still alive in whatever sense an immortal thing remains alive when it has been separated from its body and pinned under a rock, which is not a comfortable sense but was the best that could be managed. Then Heracles did something careful and deliberate that tells you a great deal about how his mind worked. He took his arrows, one by one, and dipped their tips into the blood of the Hydra, which pooled dark and viscous at the edge of the swamp where the creature had fallen. The venom in that blood was among the most potent poisons in the ancient world, capable of killing almost anything it touched. Those arrows, once dipped, became something far more dangerous than they had been. He carried them with him from that day forward. They will appear again in later labors, at moments when brute strength alone is not sufficient, the second labor reaching forward into all the others. They will also, eventually, kill his teacher. And then, many years later, they will kill him. But that is a long way ahead, and he could not have known it standing in the shallows at Lerna, with the reeds finally still around him. He and Iolaus walked back to Tiryns together, the nephew still smelling of smoke, the hero carrying his newly poisoned quiver. And Eurystheus heard the account, and heard the part about Iolaus and his torch, and struck the labor from the count. The reasoning was that Heracles had not completed it alone, that help had been given, and therefore the task did not stand. It was the first of the 2 disallowances that would take the number from 10 to 12. Heracles, still carrying the arrows at his side, said nothing, and waited to hear what came next. The third labor was entirely unlike the first 2, and perhaps that was deliberate, because if Eurystheus had hoped to destroy Heracles with monsters, he now tried something that could not be strangled, or cauterized, or beaten into submission. The creature was the Ceryneian hind, a female deer sacred to the goddess Artemis. Sacred in the most literal sense, meaning not simply an animal Artemis happened to be fond of, but a creature under her direct and personal protection, and therefore untouchable in a way that no lion or hydra could ever quite be. She had golden antlers that caught and held the light, even on overcast days, and hooves of bronze that rang faintly against stone when she moved. And she was faster than any arrow that had ever been loosed from any bow, which meant that the obvious solution, the one Heracles would have reached for almost without thinking after the first 2 labors, was simply not available. He could not kill her. He could not wound her. He had to bring her back to Tiryns alive and unhurt. All of the considerable strength he carried with him was, for the purposes of this particular task, very nearly useless. What Eurystheus was asking for, whether he understood it in those terms or not, was patience, which is a rather different kind of challenge for a man who had spent the previous months wrestling lions and cutting the heads off serpents in a fetid swamp. There is a story attached to the hind that I find lovely. It is said that Artemis, when she was very young, caught 4 such deer and harnessed them to her chariot. There was a 5th, and the 5th got away, and this was the one, the single creature that the goddess of the hunt had failed to take. Heracles left Tiryns and began to track her through the forests of Arcadia, where she had last been seen moving through the trees in the early morning with that particular quality of silence that belongs to things that are both wild and sacred, as though the forest itself was holding its breath around her. He found her trail without much difficulty. The small, clean impressions of bronze hooves in soft earth near a stream bed, the occasional broken stem where she had passed through undergrowth, and he followed it carefully, keeping his distance, never closing fast enough to startle her, because he understood almost immediately that speed would accomplish nothing and that any attempt to rush would simply send her running in a direction he could not follow. So he walked. He walked through the pale green light of early spring, when the trees in Arcadia were just beginning to fill with new leaves, and the ground was soft from winter rains, and smelled of moss and cold water, and something faintly sweet he could not quite name. He kept behind in sight when he could, and followed her tracks when he could not. He did not hurry, and the days passed. The difficulty of this labor was unlike anything he had yet attempted, and it was difficult precisely because it demanded the opposite of everything that had worked before. Each time he drew close enough to see her flanks moving with her breath, he had to consciously slow himself. He had to resist the impulse to surge forward that had served him so well. His muscles remembered the satisfaction of direct action, of problems solved through force and speed, and now those instincts worked against him. His hands, which had throttled the Nemean lion, were reduced to brushing branches aside. His mind, which had grasped the strategy of fire against the Hydra, was occupied instead with noticing small things. The particular angle of a hoofprint, the pattern of disturbed grass, the way her ears moved to track sounds he could not yet hear. Summer came to the forests while he was still walking. The light changed from that tentative watery spring green into something richer and more golden, falling through oak canopies in long shafts that moved slowly as the afternoon moved. The hind moved through all of it with an unhurried grace that was, if he was honest with himself in the long quiet hours of those months, genuinely beautiful to follow. She would pause sometimes in a clearing to graze, and he would stop at the tree line and watch her, and there would be no sound except the insects in the grass and the very distant sound of water somewhere to the north. In those moments the labor felt less like a punishment and more like something else entirely, though he could not have said what. She seemed to know he was there. She never showed any sign of alarm. She would simply lift that extraordinary golden-antlered head and look in his direction with the calm and absolute attention that deer have, and then lower it again and continue grazing. And he would stand in the shade and wait. He followed her north through autumn, when the forests of Arcadia gave way to rougher country and the air carried the first cold edge of what was coming. The leaves turned and fell, and her bronze hooves rang against frost-hardened ground in the early mornings. He followed her all the way to the land of the Hyperboreans, those people said to live at the very top of the world beyond the north wind, in a country of perpetual warmth and sunlight that seems paradoxical only if you have not spent time thinking about what ancient people meant when they described the edges of the earth. And then he followed her back south again as winter deepened, retracing a path that now felt familiar in the way long roads always begin to feel familiar after enough months of walking them. It was at the river Ladon, a river in Arcadia, clear and cold and running over smooth pale stones, that she finally paused long enough. She had come down to drink, lowering her head toward the water in the early morning. Heracles moved quietly through the reeds along the bank, not running, not rushing, covering the distance carefully and without sudden motion. He cast a net over her gently, and she was caught. She struggled briefly, the bronze hooves striking the stones with a sound like distant bells, and then she was still. Heracles held her carefully, aware of how fragile even a sacred and divinely protected creature can feel when it is frightened. Artemis appeared almost at once, arriving at the river with the particular quality of presence that belongs to gods when they are genuinely angry, which is different from the anger of mortals in that it has no heat to it, only a cold and luminous certainty. Some versions have her brother Apollo with her, which does not improve the situation. She told Heracles what she thought of what he had done, in terms that were not especially gentle. He listened without interrupting, which was perhaps the wisest thing he did in the entire year. And then, when she had finished, he explained himself. He told her about the oracle, and about the crime that had sent him to Eurystheus, and about the terms of the labor and what they required. And he told her, and this mattered, that he intended to return the hind once Eurystheus had seen her, that he was not taking her away permanently, that he understood what she was and to whom she belonged. There was something in the way he said it, some quality of genuine sorrow that had nothing to do with strategy and everything to do with the fact that a year of walking quietly through forests after a creature you are not allowed to hurt does something to a person. It softens something that the first two labors had roughened. Artemis heard it and was moved by it and let him go. He brought the hind back to Tiryns alive and unharmed, exactly as the labor had demanded. And then, true to his word, he released her. She ran and was gone, and Artemis was satisfied, and that was the third labor done. The fourth labor sent him to Mount Erymanthus, where a great boar was making short work of anything that crossed its path. But the labor itself is not really what anyone remembers about it, and the thing that happened on the way is one of the saddest passages in the whole of Greek mythology. On his route to the mountain, Heracles stopped at the cave of a centaur named Pholus, who was kind and well-mannered and offered the hero whatever hospitality he had. Pholus was one of the gentler centaurs. His cave was a comfortable place, lined with the soft pelts of animals, smelling of wood smoke and pine resin, the kind of dwelling that felt as though it had been settled into gradually over many years by someone with no intention of going anywhere. He roasted meat over his fire and set it before his guest with the ease of someone glad for the company, and they sat together in the flickering warmth while the mountain wind moved through the trees outside, carrying the cold smell of stone and altitude that belongs to that part of Arcadia. Pholus spoke of the seasons in the mountains, of how the snow came early in autumn and stayed late into spring, of the old days, before the herds had become scattered and wary, when centaurs and men had more commerce with one another. His voice had the quality of someone remembering a time that was passing, and who did not speak of it with bitterness, but with a kind of patient sadness. There was, however, a large sealed jar in the corner of the cave that Pholus was reluctant to open, a jar of wine that did not belong to him alone, but was the common property of all the centaurs of that region. Ancient, well-stoppered, set aside for a time when it might be genuinely needed. Heracles, who was not above asking for what he wanted, asked for it. Pholus, who found it difficult to refuse a guest of such obvious standing, eventually opened it. What came next was entirely predictable to anyone who knew anything about centaurs and wine. The smell of it spread immediately through the cold mountain air, drifting down through the trees and across the rocky slopes. The other centaurs smelled it, and came, and they were not pleased. They came in numbers, carrying stones and uprooted firs, the way centaurs tended to when they felt that something belonging to them was being consumed without permission. The first of them burst through the entrance with the particular rage of those who believed themselves wronged, and the peace of that cave dissolved very quickly. Heracles, who had by now some experience in the management of violent situations, drove them back with firebrands, and then with his arrows. The arrows tipped with the hydra's venom. Most of the centaurs fled south and scattered into the forests. The confrontation was over almost before it had fully begun, and the hillside went quiet again with the particular stillness that follows sudden violence, which feels thick and strange after all that noise. It was in that stillness that Heracles realized something had gone wrong. Chiron was there. Chiron, wisest of all centaurs, who had tutored Heracles in his youth and taught him things about the world that no ordinary teacher could have managed. And Chiron had been struck. A stray arrow finding him in the confusion of the retreat, grazing his knee or his thigh, depending on the telling, but finding him all the same. The venom had entered the wound before anyone understood what had happened. The difficulty with that wound was one that could not be solved by any ordinary means, and it is the particular horror of this passage. Chiron was immortal, which meant the wound would not kill him, the venom would not kill him, but neither would either of those things stop being what they were. What he was left with was not death but pain, endless and unrelenting, the kind that has no resolution and no end, in a body that could not die of it and could not recover from it. Heracles knelt beside him for a long moment with nothing useful to say, because there was nothing useful to say. The arrows at his side that had done this were the same arrows that had already been necessary and would be necessary again. There was no separating those two facts from each other. I want to follow this to its conclusion, because the sources do, and because most retellings leave Chiron lying on that hillside in permanent agony and simply move on to the boar. That is not where the story ends. Chiron endured it for a long time, and eventually, unable to bear it and unable to die, he did something extraordinary. He offered to give up his immortality. There was, as it happened, someone in the world who needed exactly that. A titan chained to a rock at the edge of everything, condemned to a punishment that also would not end. And an arrangement was made, with the consent of Zeus, in which Chiron surrendered his deathlessness and took Prometheus's place in the accounting, and was permitted, at last, to die. Prometheus's own release will come later in this story, and it will come from the hands of the same man who wounded Chiron in the first place. I do not think the ancient tellers arranged that deliberately, but it fits together with a neatness that is hard to ignore. Zeus set Chiron among the stars afterward. He is up there now, as a constellation, which the Greeks reckoned as either the archer or the centaur, depending on who was doing the reckoning. The wisest of teachers, taken by his own student's arrow, choosing death over an eternity of pain, and placed in the sky. There was a second death that evening as well, and it was more ordinary and somehow worse for it. Pholus, curious after the fighting had ended, picked up one of the fallen arrows to examine it. He was turning it over, wondering how something so small could have done what it had done, and he dropped it onto his own foot. The venom killed him almost immediately, because he was not immortal in the way that Chiron was. So the cave that had been warm and welcoming at the start of the evening held two kinds of grief by the time the fire burned low, and the wine jar stood empty and bitter-smelling in the corner. A thing that should never have been opened, that had brought nothing but sorrow in its opening. Heracles buried Pholus with care, taking time that was not strictly his to take, and then he continued up the mountain, because the labor did not stop for sorrow, and the boar was still up there somewhere doing exactly what the reports had said it was doing. The upper slopes of Erymanthos in winter were not the sort of terrain that made anything easy. The snow was deep and uneven in the way of mountain snow, crusted in some places and soft enough to swallow a man to the knee in others. The wind coming off the peaks carried a cold with no softness in it at all, and the pines on the higher ridges stood dark against the white with a stillness that made the whole landscape feel watchful and remote. He found the boar's trail without difficulty, because a creature that size moving through deep snow leaves a record of itself that is impossible to miss, the trough of its passage winding between the trees and up toward higher ground, and he drove it upward, shouting, crashing through the undergrowth, pushing it away from the shelter of the lower forests and out into the open snowfields above the tree line, where the drifts were deep enough to slow a creature of any size and where the cold itself became a tool. The boar, immense and furious and absolutely unaccustomed to being moved by anything, found itself floundering in snow that came up past its haunches, its enormous legs churning through the drifts with less and less effect the higher it climbed, until it was barely moving at all, exhausted by the cold and the altitude and the relentless noise of the man behind it. That was when Heracles brought the net over it and secured it, working quickly and with the confidence of someone who has learned that speed matters more than elegance in these final moments. He lashed the net tight and hoisted the boar onto his shoulders and came down the mountain the way he had gone up, through the snow and the cold and the dark forests and the lower slopes where the grass showed through in brown patches. He carried it all the way to Tiryns with the boar still alive and still intermittently furious above him, which caused considerable alarm among everyone who happened to be on those roads that day. Eurystheus dived into his jar before Heracles had made it through the gate. That was the fourth labor complete, though the memory of Chiron's face stayed with him longer than any of the victories did. The fifth labor had no monster to fight and no creature to chase, which might sound like a relief until you understand what Eurystheus had in mind. He sent Heracles to the kingdom of Elis to clean the stables of King Augeas. The task was considered impossible, not because it required supernatural strength, but because of the sheer and stupendous quantity of what had accumulated there over 30 years of neglect. Augeas was a wealthy man, wealthy in the way people in those days measured wealth, which is to say that he owned cattle. Not a modest herd, but thousands upon thousands, immortal cattle gifted to him by his father Helios, the sun himself. Animals that were never sick and never died, and therefore never stopped producing the ordinary and rather overwhelming byproducts of their existence. The stables had not been cleaned in 3 decades. The result defied easy description. The earth around them, dark and thick and barren. The air above carrying a weight of its own that you could feel before you could see the place. The valley that had once been green and running with clean water becomes something else entirely. The ground cracked and poisoned, the grass long since smothered, the soil exhausted beneath the accumulated mass of years. Travellers who passed through Elis spoke of it the way people speak of things they would rather not have seen. Algius himself seemed to have made a kind of private peace with the situation, as though the sheer scale of the problem had become, over time, a source of pride rather than shame, a monument to his prosperity, measured in all the wrong ways. If there was a cruelty particular to this labour, it was the cruelty of humiliation rather than danger. The idea that the greatest hero of the age should be brought low, not by a lion or a serpent, but by the most ordinary and unglorious substance in the world. Heracles arrived and stood at the edge of the valley and took in what was before him for a long moment, the way a man might stand at the shore of a sea he has been told he must cross, measuring the distance with his eyes and finding it exactly as daunting as he had been told. Then he went to Algius directly and made him a proposition. Give him 1/10 of the royal herd, and he would have the stables clean before the sun set on that same day. Algius agreed immediately, and you can imagine the quality of that agreement. The easy confidence of a man who is certain he is about to be proven right, who sees no harm in promising something he does not believe he will ever have to deliver. He even brought his son Phileus as a witness, perhaps already imagining the story he would tell later. The account of Heracles standing in the valley at nightfall, no closer to finish than when he began. But Heracles had not come to lift a shovel. He walked the land around the stables instead, reading the terrain the way a man reads a face, following the lines of the earth down toward the 2 rivers that moved through Elis, the Alpheus and the Peneus, cold and clear and running fast with the weight of the hills above them. He found the places where the rivers could be persuaded, and he began to work, not on the stables themselves, but on the ground between the rivers and the valley, digging channels, shifting stone, redirecting water with the patient, methodical attention of someone who has understood the problem correctly. The rivers, once turned, did the rest. They poured through the stables in a rush of cold water that swept the accumulated years before it, flooding out through the far side of the valley and carrying everything away downstream, leaving the stones of the floor clean and the air above them something close to breathable. By late afternoon it was done. The valley was wet and scoured and a little dazed looking, the way a place looks after a storm has passed through and taken everything loose away with it. Word spread through Elis quickly. Shepherds who had long since learned to keep their distance came down to see with their own eyes and found a transformed place, still wet but no longer poisoned. Grass would grow there again. Animals could graze there again. The air itself seemed lighter, as if a weight that had settled over the land for 3 decades had finally been lifted. It is a victory that poets have always struggled to commemorate properly, because it lacks the drama of combat. There is no blood, and no roaring, and no moment of triumph against an enemy. There is only water, and the slow, patient work of turning it where it needed to go. The trouble began when Heracles went to collect what he had been promised. Augeas, who had been so relaxed about the agreement that morning, now had a different interpretation of events. He said the rivers had done the work, not Heracles, that a bargain made on the assumption of an impossible thing could not be binding, when that thing turned out to be merely improbable. That in any case, his son could confirm the terms had never really been fixed. Phileus, to his considerable credit, refused to lie. He said exactly what he had seen and heard. Augeas dismissed them both. Phileus was exiled from Elis for taking the wrong side, which tells you something about the household, and Heracles left without the cattle. The news that reached Eurystheus was, from his perspective, better still. Not only had Augeas refused to pay, but Heracles had accepted an offer of payment in the first place, and the terms of his service were clear on the subject. The labours were to be performed without personal gain, so Eurystheus struck this one from the count as well. That is the second disallowance, and now you have the whole mechanism. 10 labours become 12. 1 removed because Heracles accepted help, and 1 removed because he accepted a wage, both decided by a man hiding in a jar. Heracles walked away with neither the credit nor the cattle. That tells you something about the way the world was arranged for him during those 12 years. He did go back eventually. Years later, after the labours were finished and he was no longer anyone's servant, he returned to Elis with an army and settled the account with Augeas in the older and more direct manner. And afterward, according to the tradition, he marked the victory by establishing games in that place, in a sacred precinct beside the river Alpheus, in honour of his father Zeus. Those games were held at Olympia, and they are the reason we still have the word. Lake Stymphalia in those days was not the sort of place anyone went voluntarily. A dark, still marsh ringed by reeds tall enough to hide in, where the air above the water was thick with the noise of wings and the distant sound of something that was definitely not birdsong in any ordinary sense. The marsh sat in a shallow valley in Arcadia, enclosed on most sides by gentle hills that might have been pleasant under different circumstances. Hills covered in scrub oak and pale grass, the kind that catch the evening light in a way that is almost tender if you were looking at them from a safe distance. But the lake itself had a quality of wrongness that was difficult to put into words, the way certain places do when something has lived in them long enough to change them. The water was dark even on bright days, reflecting nothing. The reeds at its edges had grown so thick and so tall over the years that the boundary between water and land had become uncertain. A grey zone of mud and shallow pools where neither element quite committed to itself. You could not walk through it without sinking. You could not sail across it because it was too shallow and too choked with growth to admit a boat of any size. It was, in the most practical sense, a place without a clear way in. The birds themselves were unlike anything that nests on ordinary water. Ancient sources described them with bronze beaks hard enough to pierce armour, and feathers that were not soft things but rigid and metallic, capable of being launched like arrows when the birds took flight in great numbers and beat their wings with enough force. Their droppings, wherever they fell on farmland, left the ground barren, and they had been falling on the farmland of Arcadia long enough that the fields around the valley were turning grey and thin, the crops failing, the people of the surrounding settlements watching their land grow quieter every season. Eurystheus had chosen this labour with some care because the challenge it presented was not one of strength or courage, but of method, and method was something he presumably hoped Heracles would lack. When Heracles arrived at the edge of the marsh and stood looking out over the dark water and the reeds and the sky thick with circling shapes, there was a moment worth sitting with, because it is one of the few times in the 12 labours when he is described as simply standing still, uncertain. His arrows could reach the birds while they were in the air, but the birds were largely not in the air. They were roosting somewhere in the interior of the marsh, where the reeds were thickest and the ground beneath was entirely water. His strength was useless against an enemy he could not reach and could not draw out by ordinary means. He stood at the edge of the lake. The lake gave nothing back. The distant noise of wings continued without pause. It was Athena who resolved it. She appeared to him there at the lake shore, and different versions describe the gift differently. Some say she brought him a rattle. Others say a pair of bronze crotala, a kind of percussion instrument, clappers of hammered metal that could be struck together to produce a sound out of all proportion to their size, made for this precise occasion by Hephaestus in his forge. What matters across all the versions is the nature of the gift, not a weapon, not armour, not divine strength, noise, a device designed to do nothing except disturb the air with an enormous and unexpected sound. There is something gently instructive in that, in the way Athena looked at the problem Heracles could not solve, and saw immediately that the solution was not force, but disruption, not confrontation, but panic, that the right tool, properly used, was worth more here than any amount of the strength he already had in abundance. He carried the Crotala up the slope of one of the hills that curved around the valley, climbing until he had a clear view over the tops of the reeds and out across the whole dark surface of the marsh below. The morning would have been quiet up there, the kind of quiet that settles on high ground when the wind drops. He would have been able to see, without being seen, the full extent of what he was dealing with. The sheer number of shapes moving in the reeds, the way the surface of the lake shifted slightly where the birds moved beneath the cover. He raised the Crotala and struck them together. The sound that came out of them was tremendous, a sharp metallic clamour that rang out across the valley and down into the hollow of the marsh, and seemed to find every corner of the place at once. The birds rose. They came up out of the reeds in a vast dark cloud, thousands of them, filling the sky above the lake with a noise of their own that mixed with the ringing of the Crotala into something almost overwhelming. The beating of so many bronze-feathered wings at once, the harsh cries, the confusion of a roost disturbed all at the same moment with no warning. And there, on the hillside above them, Heracles was already drawing his bow, the arrows tipped with the venom from Lerna, the second labour lending its darkness to the sixth in the way that these labours had of folding back on themselves. He shot steadily into the cloud above the marsh. Many fell, and the rest, instead of settling back into the reeds, turned and fled. East and south, away from the valley, away from the noise that had unmade them, away from Arcadia entirely. The farmland around the valley began, slowly, to recover. The grey fields that had been falling silent for years would gradually remember how to grow things. The people of that part of Arcadia would return to them, and the marsh itself would eventually return to something closer to an ordinary lake, reflecting the sky on clear days, holding its birds and its reeds in the peaceful manner of water that has nothing terrible living in it. The birds that survived fled south and then east, and eventually settled on an island in the Black Sea, where they would cause no small amount of trouble for the Argonauts years later. But that is another story. The seventh labour took Heracles across the sea to Crete, and the creature he was sent there to capture already had a long and rather dark history involving a god's anger and a king's broken promise. It had begun, as so many things in Greek mythology begin, with a moment of human pride overcoming human wisdom. Poseidon had sent a magnificent white bull up from the waves as a gift to King Minos, though not truly a gift so much as a test, because Minos was meant to sacrifice it back immediately as a demonstration of proper reverence. The bull was extraordinary, the most beautiful animal anyone on Crete had ever seen, its coat the colour of sea foam in morning light, its horns wide and curved, its bearing so noble that it seemed almost to know what it was. And Minos, standing on the shore with that animal before him, made the choice that kings and mortals have always made when something beautiful is placed in their keeping. He kept it. He substituted a lesser bull for the sacrifice and hoped, as people often hope in these situations, that the god would not notice or would not care. Poseidon noticed. Poseidon cared very much. The punishment he chose was intricate and severe, and out of it came a creature that would haunt the mythology of Crete for generations. But that belongs to another telling, and it is not a story for a quiet evening. What matters here is the bull itself, which Poseidon had sent mad as part of his revenge, driven into a rage so complete and so enduring that it had been tearing across the Cretan countryside for years by the time Eurystheus sent Heracles after it, overturning farmsteads, scattering livestock, trampling everything in its path. When Heracles arrived and made his way to the palace at Knossos, he found a king who was, perhaps unexpectedly, quite pleased to see him. Minos had been dealing with the consequences of his own old decision for long enough that any offer of relief was welcome. He gave Heracles full permission to take the bull wherever he wished and do with it whatever he saw fit, with no conditions and no complications. There was something almost weary in this. The way a person who has been carrying a burden for too long will finally hand it to someone else without ceremony, grateful simply to be free of it. Heracles made his way to wherever the bull had last been seen, following the trail of broken fences and churned earth and frightened farmers pointing him in the right direction. And eventually he found the animal in an open field, still magnificent despite everything, that white coat filmed now with dust and mud, the eyes still carrying the terrible restless light that the curse had put in them. There was no trick required here, no clever strategy, no divine assistance with a rattle or a torch. This labor called for the thing Heracles had in greater abundance than anyone else alive, which was simply overwhelming physical strength brought to bear at exactly the right moment. He wrestled the bull with his bare hands, pressing it down through its fury and its size until the creature was subdued, its great legs folded beneath it, its breath coming hard and ragged in the afternoon heat. Some accounts say he rode it across the sea back to the Greek mainland, the animal carrying him over the waves as if the madness had temporarily quieted, the broad water spreading out around them in every direction, Crete growing smaller behind them, and the distant shore of the Peloponnese gradually appearing ahead. There is something in that image, the hero and the cursed animal crossing the sea together, that is difficult to let go of entirely. He brought the bull to Tiryns, still alive as the labor required, and presented it to Eurystheus. And Eurystheus, in a rare moment of something resembling generosity, announced that he would dedicate the bull to Hera. That would have been, had it succeeded, a rather elegant piece of symbolism. The goddess who had set all of this in motion, receiving, as an offering, the proof of a completed task. But Hera refused it. She wanted nothing that carried the mark of Heracles' achievement, nothing that would stand in any temple as a monument to what he had managed to do. So the dedication was turned away, and Eurystheus, having no particular use for a maddened divine bull, simply released it. The animal was free again, and it wandered, following whatever internal compass the curse had given it, north through the Greek countryside, across into Attica, eventually settling in the region around a town called Marathon, where it resumed its old habits of destruction and became a considerable problem for people who had done nothing whatsoever to deserve a Cretan bull in their midst. It became known there as the Marathonian bull, and it remained a source of fear and damage for years. A piece of unfinished business handed from Crete to the mainland and left there without resolution. The resolution, when it finally came from a different hero entirely. A young man from Athens named Theseus, who was just beginning the series of deeds that would define his own place in the tradition, and for whom the Marathonian bull was an early and necessary test. There is something worth noticing in the way a single animal could pass through so many hands and so many stories. Connecting Poseidon's anger to Minos's pride, to Heracles' labor to Theseus's courage, each person in the chain inheriting something they had not entirely asked for. The eighth labor sent Heracles further from home than he had gone before, north and east into Thrace, to the court of a king named Diomedes, who had a rather distinctive way of treating his guests, which is to say that he fed them to his horses. Diomedes was a son of Ares, which perhaps explains something of his temperament. He ruled over a people called the Bistones, in a land where the winters were long and the winds came off the sea with a particular edge to them, stripping the hills bare and filling the harbours with a cold grey chop. He kept 4 mares of extraordinary size and ferocity, animals so violent and so thoroughly corrupted by years of being fed human flesh that they could no longer be considered horses in any ordinary sense. They were something closer to hunger itself, given 4 legs and iron teeth. They were kept chained in iron stalls, and the sound they made was nothing like the sound horses make when they are healthy and well tended and moving quietly in a warm stable at the end of an autumn day. It was a sound that carried across the palace courtyard and into the streets of the city and into the dreams of anyone who lived close enough to hear it. The people of that region had learned a long time ago not to accept the king's hospitality, however warmly it was offered. Heracles did not sail alone. He had a small company with him, and among them was a young man named Abderus, who was dear to him in the way that few people ever are. A friend of that particular kind whose presence makes difficult things feel less difficult simply by being there. Someone whose company Heracles had come to depend on across the long stretches of the labours, when one victory led without pause to the next impossible demand. The voyage north was not a short one. The sea between the Greek world and Thrace was cold and often rough, and the coastline they eventually reached was not the warm herb-scented shore of the Aegean, but something harder and more windswept, where the hills came down steeply to the water, and the trees that managed to grow at all did so at an angle, shaped permanently by the prevailing wind. They came ashore as quietly as they could manage and moved toward the stables, because the plan had always been simpler than the task deserved. Find the horses, take them, be gone before Diomedes and his Bistones could be properly organized in pursuit. Heracles overpowered the grooms without great difficulty, because grooms, however loyal, are not warriors. And he drove the 4 mares down toward the sea and the ships waiting there. But the noise of it, the horses screaming and pulling against the men trying to hold them, had carried back to the palace quickly enough. Diomedes came after them, with his soldiers in far greater numbers than Heracles had hoped for. So Heracles made a decision that was perhaps the only one available to him in that moment. He left Abderus to hold the mares at the shoreline, while he turned to meet the army coming down the hillside. He fought the Bistones with the directness that had characterized every labour before this one, with the club and with his hands and with a ferocity that scattered them and drove them back up the slope they had come down. And then he turned his attention to Diomedes himself, whom he seized and dragged back to the iron stalls, and fed to the mares that the king had spent so many years feeding with other men's suffering. There is a certain symmetry to it that the ancient storytellers noted without much commentary, as if the logic of it was self-evident, which perhaps it was. The mares, having eaten their master, did grow calmer afterward, noticeably, almost immediately calmer, as though the source of whatever madness had been fed into them had finally been removed. They stood in the thin coastal light, breathing heavily, their chains hanging loose, their eyes still wild, but no longer wholly unreachable. But when Heracles went back to the shore, where he had left Abderus, he found that the horses had not waited quietly. Abderus was gone, killed by the very animals Heracles had asked him to hold. There is no account of that moment that dwells on it with great detail, and I suspect the ancient sources understood that some griefs do not require elaboration to be felt. He had won the 8th labour. He had done what Eurystheus asked. He had even, in the process, removed a genuinely monstrous king from a people who had suffered under him for years. And none of that changed the fact that Abderus was dead and that Heracles had left him there. He buried his friend in that northern coastal place, so far from everything Abderus had known. And he founded a city nearby and named it Abdera. That city would stand for centuries in the ancient world. It would produce philosophers. It would appear in histories. It would be full of people going about ordinary lives, carrying the name of a young man that almost none of them had ever heard of and had no particular reason to think about. That is its own kind of memorial, a living city built on top of a loss that only one person initially felt the full weight of. He brought the mares south by ship, calmer now than they had ever been, though still not creatures anyone would have called gentle. Eurystheus received them at Tiryns, presumably from a safe distance, and then released them, because what else does a frightened king do with 4 man-eating horses that no longer have any obvious purpose? They wandered north, and then further north, up toward the slopes where Mount Olympus rises into the clouds. And it was there, in the end, that they met whatever was waiting for them, torn apart in the high cold forests by animals that served a god. Heracles brought the mares back as he had been commanded, but he had left behind more than he had taken. The 9th labor might have been the easiest of all 12, and the fact that it was not is entirely Hera's doing. It had its origin not in any threat to the world or to the city of Tiryns, but in the private wish of a young woman, Admete, the daughter of Eurystheus, who had heard of a belt that the queen of the Amazons wore about her waist, a girdle of worked leather and hammered gold that her father Ares had given her as a mark of her sovereignty over her people. Admete wanted it, the way that people who grow up inside palace walls sometimes want the things that belong to other worlds, things that carry within them a quality of power and distance that no ordinary life can produce. Eurystheus, who indulged his daughter, gave the labor to Heracles as though it were a simple errand. Go north across the sea to the coast where the Amazons live, and bring back what Admete wants. It was, as labors went, framed as a matter of negotiation rather than combat. The Amazons in those days were spoken of with a particular mixture of admiration and unease, as people often speak of those who have organized their lives around principles entirely different from their own. The stories about them, their city and their warriors, and the way they governed themselves without the structures that men in the Greek world took to be simply the shape of things, had traveled far enough that nearly everyone had heard something. Most of what they had heard was probably wrong in at least half its details. What seems to have been preserved as truth is that Hippolyta was their queen in a genuine sense, not merely a figure held up for ceremony, but a woman who commanded real loyalty, who wore the girdle not as an ornament, but as the outward sign of an authority she had actually earned, and that the Amazons were accomplished fighters with no particular interest in being conquered or managed by anyone who happened to arrive at their shore. The coast they inhabited was green and cold and swept by winds off the water, the Black Sea running dark and deep along the shoreline, the land rising behind it into wooded hills where they kept their horses and their life. When Heracles arrived and made his purpose known, that he had come for the girdle, that he meant no harm, that he was carrying out a labor set upon him, and had no quarrel with anyone in this place, Hippolyta received him with something that surprised him: genuine openness, an honest interest in the man whose name had travelled ahead of him like a wave. And she found herself willing to give him what he had come for, willing simply to unstrap the belt from her waist and hand it across, because she understood from the manner of him that he had not come to take anything that was not offered, and because she was a queen who could afford to be generous without feeling diminished by it. The two of them sat together as the afternoon light moved over the water, talking in the unhurried way of people who have unexpectedly found they have things to say to one another. The girdle was as good as given. The labor was as good as done. There was a version of this story in which everyone went home without loss, and for a little while it seemed entirely possible that this was the version that would be told. Hera had been watching. She came down to the Amazon camp in the shape of one of their own warriors, moving through the tents and the gathered women with a face no one would have questioned, and she told them that the man who had arrived on their shore did not mean to negotiate at all, that he intended to take their queen away by force when the moment suited him, that the conversation and the apparent goodwill were simply the means of getting close enough to act. The Amazons, who had every reason in the world to believe that a man arriving with a crew of armed companions might not be entirely honest about his intentions, took up their weapons and came toward the ship in numbers that made the alternative seem suddenly very real. What happened next is the kind of thing that happens when trust collapses all at once, and there is no time to establish what is true. Heracles saw the Amazons arming. He saw them moving toward him, and he understood what he saw as betrayal, as the thing he had feared without quite letting himself fear it, that Hippolyta had only been keeping him talking until the moment was right. In the chaos and the noise and the narrowing of everything to the question of survival, he killed her, took the girdle, fought his way back to the ship with what remained of his crew. I should say that the tradition is not unanimous here, and I would rather give you the variants than pretend to a certainty the sources do not have. There are versions in which Hippolyta survives and hands over the belt, and the whole thing resolves peacefully. There are versions in which the fighting happens, but she is not the one who dies. There are versions involving Theseus, who is said to have sailed with Heracles on this journey and to have taken an Amazon home with him, which produced consequences of its own later. But the version that has carried down most strongly is the one in which a conversation that was going well was destroyed from outside by someone who could not bear to watch it go well. The sea opened behind them as they left, and the shore became smaller, and then it was gone. He sailed home with the girdle, which went to Admete as ordered. He did not speak much about Hippolyta on the return voyage. The sea was flat and grey and gave nothing back. The 10th labour took Heracles to the edge of the world, to a place that people in those days understood to be the actual boundary of the known earth, where the ocean stream ran around everything, and the sun sank into the water each evening, and darkness was absolute. Eurystheus sent him west, further west than any previous labour had required, to a distant island called Erythea that sat beyond the far reaches of the Mediterranean, beyond even the great strait that marked the limit of the sea. There, a three-bodied giant named Geryon kept a herd of magnificent red cattle, said to be the finest in all the world. The journey alone would have broken an ordinary man, and it began almost immediately with the kind of difficulty that seemed to follow Heracles wherever he went. To reach the far west, he first had to cross the burning expanse of the Libyan desert, a landscape so ferocious in its heat and so utterly without mercy that it seemed designed not merely to exhaust him, but to reduce him entirely. The sun pressing down on the dry white ground with a weight that shimmered at the edges and turned the distant air into something that moved like water, though there was no water anywhere to be found. It was somewhere in that country that he encountered a giant named Antaeus, and the episode is worth telling because it is one of the cleverest things in the whole cycle. Antaeus was the son of Poseidon and of Gaia, the earth. He lived in Libya, and he challenged every traveller who passed through to wrestle him, and he had never lost, and the evidence of this was a considerable pile of bones and a temple he was said to be roofing with the skulls of the men he had beaten. He was enormous and he was strong, but that was not the problem. The problem was that his mother was the earth, and every time any part of him touched the ground, his strength was completely renewed. You could throw him down and he would get up stronger than he had been. You could exhaust him, and the moment he stumbled and put a hand to the soil, he was fresh again. Every advantage anyone gained against him was erased by the simple act of falling, and falling was the one thing a wrestler cannot avoid. Heracles fought him and threw him down and watched him rise, and somewhere in that repetition he worked out what was happening, so he changed the terms. He got his arms around the giant and lifted him clear off the ground, and then he simply held him there, held him in the air, away from the source, while the strength drained out of him with nothing to replenish it, and crushed him at his leisure. I have always liked this episode more than most of the labours proper, and it is not even one of the labours. It is a piece of business that happened on the way to one. But it demonstrates something the whole cycle keeps circling around, which is that Heracles' real gift was never strength. Any number of figures in the mythology are strong. What Heracles had, and what he acquired progressively across these 12 years, was the capacity to look at a problem that was defeating him and ask what was actually producing the defeat. The line could not be pierced, so he did not pierce it. The hydra grew heads when cut, so he stopped only cutting. Antaeus drew his strength from the ground, so Heracles took away the ground. The strength was always necessary. It was never sufficient. He continued west, and the desert continued, and eventually he reached the limit of his patience. Somewhere in the middle of that white expanse, he drew back his great bow and shot an arrow directly at Helios, the god of the sun, blazing there above him in his golden chariot. It was exactly the sort of thing that could have gone very badly. What actually happened was not what you might expect. Helios, rather than being outraged, was so thoroughly amused by the sheer audacity of a mortal shooting at the sun that he was moved instead to something like admiration, and he offered Heracles the use of his golden cup, the vast vessel that Helios used to sail the ocean stream each night from west to east after his daily crossing of the sky, so that he could be in position to rise again in the morning, so that Heracles could ride it westward across the water to reach the island of Erythea. The cup itself was an object of extraordinary craftsmanship, wrought with such precision that it seemed less like a vessel meant for practical purpose and more like a work of art that had somehow acquired the capacity to float. When Heracles climbed into it and felt it begin to move beneath him, bearing him up above the surface of the water with a motion that was smooth and steady, he understood that he was traveling in the company of something that had nothing to do with ordinary experience. The journey across the ocean stream was neither quick nor easy, though the cup carried him with perfect balance and never once allowed him to sink. Days passed as he sailed westward, and the water beneath him changed color from the blue-green of the Mediterranean to something darker and deeper. The air grew colder as he traveled further from the world of men, and the light took on a peculiar quality, becoming almost ethereal, as though he were sailing not through water alone, but through the boundary between the known world and whatever lay beyond it. So Heracles, who had begun this journey on foot through burning sand, found himself sailing in a golden cup across the edge of the ocean, which gives you some sense of the way the world arranged itself around him. Always stranger than anyone could have predicted. Always, somehow, finding a way through. When the cup came to rest at the shores of Erythea, the island was quiet in the way that remote places are quiet, the air carrying the smell of salt and dry grass, and something animal on the wind, the red cattle grazing in the distance on slopes that were the color of bronze in the late afternoon light. But Geryon had a guardian, a two-headed hound named Orthrus, brother of Cerberus, and every bit as fearsome in his own right. When Orthrus came at Heracles across the hillside, the encounter was brief and decisive. A single blow from the olive wood club settled the matter with a finality that left the slopes quiet again. The herdsman Eurytion came next, drawn by the noise, and fared no better than the hound had. And then there was nothing between Heracles and the cattle except the slow sound of their grazing and the wind moving through the dry grass. Geryon himself was not long in arriving, a giant of extraordinary power and extraordinary form, because he had not one body but three torsos joined at the waist, 6 arms, 3 heads, each face wearing an expression that suggested he had never encountered a problem he could not simply overwhelm by weight of self. The battle between them was tremendous, the kind that people would recount for generations, and in the end the arrows tipped with hydra venom decided it, as they had decided so many things before. Geryon fell on the hillside of Erythea, with the red cattle still grazing placidly below him. Before he left that western edge of the world, Heracles set up 2 great pillars, one on each side of the narrow strait that separated the Mediterranean from the open ocean beyond, as a monument to mark the limit of the known world, the place where the sea narrowed like a doorway between what was familiar and what was not. Those pillars carried his name forward through centuries. Sailors and geographers and storytellers knew them as the Pillars of Heracles, the place where the old maps ended and the unknown began. The return journey was long, in a way that is difficult to convey. Not long the way a difficult afternoon is long, but long the way a difficult afternoon is long, but long the way an entire season is long. The world passing beneath his feet in a slow unfolding of landscapes that changed from the rocky coasts of the far west to the green hills of Spain, and then the rolling plains of Gaul, and then the mountains of Italy and the rough shores of Sicily. All of it crossed on foot with a herd of red cattle that had to be kept together and moving in the right direction, which proved to be an entirely different kind of challenge from anything the labours had required of him before. And Hera, watching from above with the patience of someone who had been waiting for exactly the right moment, sent a gadfly into the herd. A small thing, almost invisible, devastating in its effect. The buzzing creature drove the cattle into a panic that scattered them across the countryside, and Heracles spent weeks tracking them down through unfamiliar hills and retrieving them one by one and two by two from the fields and forests where they had fled. When he reached rivers swollen by flooding, floods that Hera had stirred up for exactly this purpose, he did not wait for them to recede. He piled stones into the current. Great handfuls of rock dragged from the banks and dropped into the water until the level dropped enough to drive the cattle through, wading beside them in the cold rush of it, his hands raw from the stones, the cattle lowing softly in the grey morning air around him. I find this the most quietly exhausting passage in the whole cycle. There is no monster in it. The killing was finished on the first afternoon. What remains is a year of walking across a continent with animals that will not cooperate, being interfered with by a goddess, fording flooded rivers by hand. He drove them all the way back to Tiryns, and Eurystheus accepted them and said nothing about what the journey had cost. For the 11th labour, Eurystheus sent Heracles to find something that most people believed could not be found, or rather, could not be reached. The golden apples that grew in a garden at the edge of the world, tended by the daughters of evening and guarded by a serpent that never slept. The apples were said to be extraordinary things, golden in a way that ordinary gold is not. Not merely the colour of gold, but luminous with it, as though each apple had been slowly filled with late afternoon light and sealed there. They had been a wedding gift from Gaia, the earth herself, to Hera on the day she married Zeus, and Hera had placed them in a garden at the very western edge of the world, so remote and so carefully tended that very few beings, mortal or otherwise, had ever laid eyes on it. The ones who had were not in the habit of giving directions. The Hesperides, the daughters of evening, watched over the trees and walked among the blossoms, and coiled somewhere beneath the boughs was Ladon, a serpent of enormous size who did not sleep, not ever, not even in the deep of the night when the garden was dark and still, and the only sound was the wind moving through the apple trees. The first difficulty Heracles encountered was the simplest and also the most frustrating. He did not know where the garden was. No one, he asked, could tell him with any certainty. The world in those days was still large enough that its edges were genuinely unknown to most people, more imagined than mapped. He wandered for some time, following rumours and the advice of river gods and woodland spirits, who pointed him generally westward and northward, with varying degrees of confidence, until he arrived at the shores of the sea and understood that the answer he needed was not going to come from anyone on land. Nereus was the one who knew. Nereus was called the Old Man of the Sea, the eldest of the sea gods, and he was said to be truthful in a way that most divine beings were not, which made him exactly the kind of person who was difficult to find and even more difficult to hold on to. He spent his days beneath the water or resting on rocky outcroppings near the shore, and when Heracles found him there, sleeping in the pale morning light with the sea moving quietly around him, the hero understood that the only way to get an answer was to take hold and not let go, no matter what happened next. What happened next was that Nereus woke and felt the grip around him, and did what shape-shifting gods do. He became a rush of cold water, then a writhing serpent, then a thing of flame, then a bear, and then something that had no name and no clear shape at all, cycling through forms the way a fire cycles through colors. Heracles held on through every one of them, his arms locked and his feet planted and his face set with that particular patience he had learned across 10 labors of impossible things. Eventually, Nereus exhausted himself and settled back into his own shape, and then he answered, because that was the arrangement that held with him. If you could hold him, he would tell you the truth. He told Heracles the way to the garden, and, more importantly, he told him something about what he would find when he got there. The route took Heracles east and then north, through landscapes that grew stranger and colder as he went, until he came at last to a place he had not expected to find on the way to anywhere. A high cliff face, bare and wind-scoured, and a figure chained to the rock with heavy iron. An eagle descended each morning out of a clear sky, and did what it had been doing to this particular figure for longer than Heracles had been alive. His name was Prometheus, the Titan who had given fire to humanity and had been punished for it by Zeus in a manner that was, by any measure, extremely thorough. Heracles looked at him there on the cliff. He looked at the eagle, and he drew one of the arrows tipped with hydra venom from the quiver at his side and put an end to the eagle's work with a single clean shot, the bird falling away into the empty air below the cliff. Then he broke the chains, which took a considerable amount of effort even for him. I want to pause here, because these are the same arrows that wounded Chiron. The venom that made a wise and gentle centaur suffer beyond bearing is the venom that freed the Titan, and the release that Prometheus received required someone to take his place in the accounting, and the one who volunteered was Chiron, who wanted to die and could not. So the arrow that ruined the teacher became, by a route that nobody planned, the thing that let him go, and the student who fired it was the one who unlocked the door at the other end. None of the ancient sources draw a line under this. They simply put the pieces in the same story and leave them there. But the pieces fit, and I have never been able to read the Prometheus episode without thinking about the hillside at Erymanthos. Prometheus, who had been enduring his arrangement for what he estimated was several thousand years, breathed carefully and did not say very much for a moment. When he did speak, it was to thank Heracles, and then to offer him something more useful than thanks. The apples could not be picked by a mortal hand, he explained. They had to be gathered by someone of divine or titanic nature, or they would not come free of the branches, or the serpent would not allow it, or both. There was, however, a Titan standing at the western edge of the world, holding the sky on his shoulders, who was in a position to help with this. If Heracles could persuade him, Atlas had been given the sky to carry as his own punishment after the war between the Titans and the Olympians. He stood at the garden's edge, which was also the world's edge, which was also the place where the ocean stream ran around everything, and the sun completed its crossing each evening and darkness pulled up from the west. The weight he carried was absolute. Every cloud that passed overhead, every star in its course, the whole turning vault of heaven resting on the muscles of his shoulders and neck, which had long since gone beyond aching into something that has no name in any human language. When Heracles arrived and made his proposal, that he would hold the sky while Atlas went into the garden and gathered the apples, there was a silence between them that stretched out like the ocean. And then Atlas agreed, because the possibility of setting the sky down, even briefly, was something he could not quite bring himself to refuse. The transfer was not a gentle process. The weight came down on Heracles like the whole world folding, which in some sense it was. He felt it in every part of himself, the bones of his legs pressing into the earth, and the earth pressing back. The sky above him suddenly not a ceiling, but a thing he was personally responsible for keeping where it was. He stood there and held it while Atlas walked into the garden through the soft evening light, past the Hesperides, who watched him with their calm, dark eyes, past the sleeping flowers and the luminous trees, and gathered the golden apples from the branches, which came free in his hands as they would have come free for no one else. When Atlas came back with the apples, he stopped a short distance away and looked at Heracles standing there beneath the sky, and a thought crossed his face that was not particularly subtle. He would take the apples to Eurystheus himself, he said. Heracles could remain as he was, which was an arrangement with a certain appeal from Atlas's perspective. Heracles considered this for a moment, and then he said that he was perfectly willing to continue holding the sky indefinitely, but that his lion skin was not properly arranged across his shoulders, and the weight was causing him some discomfort. If Atlas could take the sky back just for a moment while he adjusted the padding, he would be grateful. Atlas, who was a Titan and very old and very strong, but perhaps not accustomed to thinking carefully about small requests, obliged. He took the sky back. He felt it settle onto his shoulders with the completeness of something returning to its rightful place, which in this case it was. Heracles picked up the apples from the ground where Atlas had set them, and thanked him courteously, and walked away. There was nothing Atlas could do about it because he was holding the sky. The journey back to Tiryns was long, and Heracles carried the apples carefully. When he arrived and placed them before Eurystheus, the king examined them with an expression that contained several things at once. Surprised that Heracles had returned at all. Something that might, in another person, have been admiration, though in Eurystheus it never quite resolved into that. He accepted them as the completion of the labour. They sat on a table in the palace of Tiryns, glowing with that particular light that was not entirely of this world, for as long as it took Athena to come and collect them, which was not very long at all, because the apples had never belonged in Tiryns, and everyone who saw them seemed to feel it, a faint wrongness in the quality of the air around them, as though the garden itself were asking quietly for them back. Athena took them from the hands of Eurystheus and carried them to where they belonged. The Hesperides tended them, as they always had. The serpent that never slept kept watch. Everything was as it had been, except that Heracles had one labour left. The 12th labour was the one Eurystheus saved for last, perhaps because he had run out of ideas, or perhaps because after 11 labours he had finally understood that the only thing left to try was death itself. There was a certain logic to it, if you were the kind of person Eurystheus was, a man who had watched Heracles strangle a lion, cauterize the necks of a hydra, wrestle a bull into the sea, carry man-eating horses home on a rope, and who had, every single time, retreated into his bronze jar at the sight of what came back through the gates. He had run through every creature and every impossible distance and every degrading task, and still Heracles stood before him, still waiting, still carrying that great weight of purpose without complaint. So he looked, at last, toward the one place he believed no living man could go and return from. He told Heracles to descend into the underworld and bring back Cerberus, the three-headed hound who guarded the entrance to the realm of the dead, and to do it without using any weapons at all. Heracles accepted it as he had accepted all the others, not easily, and not without the particular heaviness that had followed him since the beginning, but with the steady, undeviating forward movement that had become the whole shape of his life. He prepared as carefully as he could. He travelled first to Eleusis, to be initiated into the mysteries, a rite that was said to prepare the soul for the passage between worlds, and to grant the initiated a kind of understanding that ordinary life could not provide. And then he made his way toward one of the entrances that the ancient world knew led downward, guided by Hermes, the messenger of the gods, who alone among the Olympians moved freely between the living and the dead, and by Athena, who had been with him in one form or another since the beginning, offering the kind of steady, clear-eyed counsel that his strength alone could never replace. The descent was long and dark, and unlike anything he had passed through before, which is saying a great deal for a man who had crossed deserts and ocean streams and the frozen slopes of mountains at the edge of the known world. The path led downward through a cold and lightless passage that smelled of deep earth and still water. The air grew heavier with each step, not in the way that mountain air thins as you climb, but in the opposite direction, thickening, pressing, filling the lungs with something that was not quite ordinary breath, so that by the time he reached the bank of the river Styx, he could feel the difference between this place and the world he had left in every part of his body. Charon, the ferryman, stood at the water's edge, a thin and ancient figure who had seen everything and been moved by none of it. Hermes spoke on Heracles' behalf, and Charon took him across, the black water barely rippling beneath the flat hull of the boat as the far shore came into view, pale and vague, the way a landscape looks in the last moments before full dark settles in. On the other side, among the gathered shades drifting like smoke through the grey meadows of the dead, Heracles saw many figures he recognized, and a few that made him stop entirely. There was Meleager, the hero, whose shade spoke to him with the kind of weariness that belongs only to the long dead, and there, fixed to a stone chair in a posture of terrible stillness, was Theseus, the king of Athens, who had come down to the underworld on an ill-advised errand of his own and had been caught there in the chair of forgetfulness, unable to rise or move or remember his own name, simply sitting at the edge of consciousness while the years above ground passed without him. Heracles took hold of Theseus's arm and pulled. The earth trembled at the effort, and Theseus came free, blinking and bewildered, and Heracles sent him back toward the upper world, because that was the kind of man he was, even at the end of 12 years of labor, even standing in the underworld without weapons and with the hardest task of all still ahead of him. He stopped to help. He attempted to free Prometheus as well, who sat in a chair of his own nearby, and who had been the one whose idea the errand had been in the first place. But the ground shook so violently when he tried that he understood this was not a thing that would be permitted. He left Prometheus where he was and pressed on deeper, until at last he came to the hall of Hades and Persephone themselves, the lord and queen of the dead, seated in the cold and absolute stillness of their palace at the center of everything that has ever ended. He stood before them and made his request plainly and without pretense. He told them of the 12 labors and the terms of his service and what it was that Eurystheus had asked. And he asked for permission to take Cerberus to the living world, just long enough to satisfy the labor, after which he would return the hound unharmed. Hades listened to all of it, with Persephone beside him, and they conferred in that quiet way of theirs that was nothing like the councils of the Olympians. Nothing bright or loud about it, just a long and careful weighing of things. And in the end, Hades gave his permission, on a single condition, that Heracles use no weapons, that he subdue Cerberus by strength of hand and body alone, without his arrows, without his club, without anything that could draw blood or cause lasting harm. Which was, as it happened, the same condition Eurystheus had set, arrived at independently by the god of the dead for entirely different reasons. Cerberus was waiting at the threshold, where he had always waited, 3 heads turning on 3 necks, each set of eyes fixed in a different direction, the serpent tail moving behind him with its own separate attention. The sound he made was not quite barking, and not quite anything else. Something older than either, a noise that belonged entirely to the boundary between states of being. Heracles set down his club and laid his quiver aside and walked toward the dog, wearing the lion skin he had worn since the first labor, the same impenetrable hide that had clothed him all the way from Nemea to the underworld. He wrapped his arms around the central neck and held on with everything he had. The 2 outer heads snapped at him. The serpent tail struck again and again at whatever it could reach. And Heracles endured all of it without loosening his grip, pressing with steady, inexorable force until the central body of the hound slowly, reluctantly, gave way. Cerberus went quiet beneath his hands, not dead, not hurt beyond what would pass, but subdued in the way that a very powerful animal is subdued by something that simply will not let go. There is a symmetry here that I think is deliberate, or at least that the tradition arranged into place at some point. The first labour ended with Heracles holding on in the dark until a creature stopped moving. The last labour ends the same way. No weapons either time, no cleverness, just a man with his arms around something and the refusal to release it. Everything between those two moments taught him patience and observation, and the use of allies, and the knowledge of when force is the wrong tool. And then the final task turns out to be the first task again, and he does it in the same skin he took from the first one. He carried the dog up through the long ascent, back through the cold passage and the dark, and Cerberus stirred against his chest as the first grey light of the upper world began to reach them. Where the hound's saliva touched the earth of the living world, the ancient writers said, the plant called aconite sprang up in dark clusters, as if the underworld left a trace wherever it touched the surface. He walked the rest of the way to Tiryns, with Cerberus held firmly in his arms, three heads shifting and grumbling in the daylight. When the gates came into sight, and the guards on the wall saw what was coming, there was a great deal of rapid movement inside the palace before Heracles had even crossed the threshold. By the time he arrived in the courtyard, Eurystheus was so far down inside his bronze jar that only his voice came out, very small and very fast, telling Heracles to take the creature back, take it back immediately. He had seen it. The labour was done. There was no need for it to come any closer. Heracles stood for a moment in that courtyard with Cerberus in his arms. It is possible that he felt something then. Not triumph exactly. Not after 12 years and everything they had cost. But perhaps something quieter than triumph. A stillness that had not been available to him since before the madness and the grief and the long service that followed. Then he turned and made the journey back, down into the dark one more time, and returned Cerberus to the place where he belonged. The great dog settled back at his post as naturally as a fire settles when the wind drops, as if he had simply been momentarily away and was now returned to his proper work. The 12th labour was done. The 12 years were over, and Heracles was free. The completion of the labours did not mean the end of his story, because it never quite worked that way for him. But it did mean the beginning of something different, a life no longer organised around punishment, though still, somehow, around struggle. He was purified in the way the ancient Greeks understood purification, not as a forgetting, but as a working through, a passage of sufficient difficulty and duration that the original wrong had been answered for, weighed against 12 years of extraordinary effort and found, at last, to balance. He had gone where no living person was meant to go, and come back carrying a three-headed hound under his arm. He had held the weight of the sky and set it down again. He had walked to the edge of the world and come back through its middle, driving cattle. The world had not managed to stop him. Hera had not managed to stop him. Even death itself had opened a door and let him through and watched him leave again. The years that followed were, by any account, full ones. He fought in wars and sailed with companions and travelled to places that even the 12 labours had not taken him. He sailed for a time with Jason and the Argonauts, though his part in that voyage was brief. He married again a woman named Deianira, the daughter of the king of Calydon, and he loved her as he had loved Megara. With that same wholehearted quality he brought to everything, the same capacity for deep feeling that had always lived alongside his strength. There was an ease to this phase of his life that none of the previous chapters had possessed, a sense of simply being alive rather than being tested. What undid him in the end came from somewhere behind him rather than ahead. It came, in fact, all the way back from the second labour, from the swamp at Lerna and the arrows he had dipped in venom on that particular afternoon so many years before. On their travels, Heracles and Deianira came to a river crossing guarded by a centaur named Nessus, who offered to carry Deianira across on his back while Heracles swam. Nessus, once across, tried to run with her. Heracles shot him with one of the poisoned arrows from across the water. The same venom that had worked so terribly on so many creatures across so many labors now worked on Nessus as well. But the centaur, dying, told Deianira to take some of his blood. He said it was a love charm, a guarantee that Heracles would always love her and no one else. Deianira, who loved her husband and feared losing him, did exactly that. Years later, when she had reason to worry about a rival, a young woman named Iole, whom Heracles had brought home after a campaign, she soaked a fine robe in the centaur's blood and sent it to him as a gift, believing she was using magic to secure his heart. But the blood of Nessus was soaked through with hydra venom. When Heracles put on the robe and the warmth of his body activated it, the pain was immediate and absolute and unlike anything he had felt across all 12 labors combined. He could not remove it without tearing his own flesh with it. He could not endure it. The man who had wrestled the Nemean lion and carried Cerberus out of the underworld was brought down by a garment. That tells you something about how the Greeks understood fate. That it is patient, that it remembers, that it finds its way home through whatever route is available to it. Deianira, when she understood what she had done, took her own life. And Heracles, knowing he was dying and choosing to meet that death as he had met everything else, with intention and on his own terms, had himself carried to the summit of Mount Aita and built a great funeral pyre there among the rocks and the thin mountain air. He lay down upon it, and then nobody would light it. That detail matters, and it is usually left out. The men with him could not bring themselves to do it. It was a young man named Philoctetes who finally agreed, and in return Heracles gave him the bow and the arrows. Those arrows would sit in a quiver for a long time after that, and then they would go to Troy, and the war there would not be won without them. The venom from a swamp in Argos, still working, generations later, on the other side of the Aegean. The flames consumed what was mortal in him, the body that had suffered and bled and carried impossible things across impossible distances. What remained, what the fire could not touch, rose upward. Zeus reached down and lifted his son to Olympus, and Heracles took his place among the gods. He was reconciled with Hera there, which is a detail that must have cost the storytellers something to include, and they included it anyway, because the tradition required it, because the story demanded that the hatred which had set everything in motion should be answered by peace, however unlikely that peace might seem after so many years. Hera gave him her daughter Hebe, the goddess of youth, as a wife. And Heracles, who had been mortal and then dead and then divine, settled into an eternity that no longer required him to prove anything. I want to say one thing about the sources before we let the story go, because it explains something about the shape of what we have just followed. There is no single ancient text that tells the 12 labors as a connected sequence in the way we told them tonight. The fullest continuous account comes from a work called the Bibliotheca, attributed to a writer known as Apollodorus, and it is considerably later than most of the material it collects. Before that, the labors appear scattered. A poem here mentions one of them. A play there assumes you know another. A vase shows a scene that must belong to a story the painter expected people to recognize. The canonical set of 12, in something like the order we followed, seems to owe a great deal to a building. The Temple of Zeus at Olympia had 12 sculpted panels, 6 at each end, each showing one labor. Anyone who walked into that sanctuary saw the whole cycle laid out in stone, in a fixed order, as a single unified thing. Which is worth noticing. The list we know is, at least in part, an architectural decision. 12 because there were 12 panels to fill, arranged in that sequence because that is how the building was built. That does not make any of it less real as a story, but it is a reminder that the tidiness of a myth is often something added afterward, by people organizing material that was never originally organized at all. The Greeks who told this story understood something that is easy to overlook when you are only counting the monsters and the distances traveled. The labors were never really about strength. A man strong enough to wrestle a lion into stillness and carry a three-headed dog out of the land of the dead could have found his way through the world on strength alone, if strength were all that was needed. But what the story keeps returning to, in the year he spent tracking a single deer through changing seasons, in the patience required to exhaust a boar through the high snows of Erymanthos, in the willingness to hold the weight of the sky while a titan walked away with golden apples, is that the things most worth doing are rarely accomplished by force. And that grief, which he carried from the very beginning and never fully set down, does not disqualify a person from becoming something extraordinary. It is instead, somehow, part of what makes the becoming possible at all. The 12 labors, taken together, are a map. Not of ancient Greece, though they cross it in every direction. Not of the monsters that once lived in its marshes and mountains, though those too are real in their way. They are a map of what it costs a person to move from one version of themselves to another, to cross the distance between the worst thing they have ever done and whatever it is possible to become on the far side of it. And so the man who once stood in a darkened room with no memory of what his hands had done became, in the end, a god. Not despite what he had suffered, but because of what he chose to do with it. And now the story has come to its end, and you are still here, on this dark hillside at the edge of the ancient world. The grass soft beneath you, and the night settled in completely around you. The stars overhead are the same stars that Hera placed the Nemean lion among so many thousands of years ago. The air has cooled since the evening began, carrying with it the faint, dry sweetness of wild thyme crushed somewhere nearby, and the more distant smell of the sea, or perhaps of a river running between the trees below. If you listen carefully beneath the quiet, you can still hear it. That gentle, unhurried movement of water over smooth stones, entirely indifferent to the passage of time, entirely indifferent to the labors of gods and heroes and the long turns of history, simply moving as water has always moved, softly and without effort. The grass beneath you is cool now, slightly damp at the edges where the night has settled into it. The hillside holds you without asking anything from you. The darkness is the comfortable kind, not empty but full of the smell of the earth and the sound of the water and the particular silence that comes after a long story has finished and there is nothing more to be said. Only the night itself remaining. Leo is up there somewhere among the stars. The lion he strangled with his bare hands, and Hera lifted into the heavens, shining quietly above the world, as it has for longer than anyone alive can fully imagine. And Cancer is up there too, faint and modest, 4 dim stars, the crab that grabbed his ankle in the swamp and was crushed for it, and honored anyway. And somewhere in that same sky is the centaur, the teacher who gave up his immortality because he could not bear the pain, and who was placed among the stars for it. The rest of the sky is full of that same dense ancient light. Too many stars to count, too far away to feel, but close enough to see. And the seeing is enough. Somewhere below the hillside the water moves. The thyme releases its dry warmth into the cooling air. The grass is soft. The earth is patient. You have nowhere to be and nothing left to do tonight, but allow the night to continue around you as it will, as it always does, as it has done through every story that has ever been told, and every labor that has ever been completed, and every long journey that has ever, finally, come to its end. The story is finished, and the night is full, and your body is heavy with the comfortable weight of something heard and received and allowed to settle. There is no urgency now. None at all. Only this hillside and this darkness and the very distant sound of the water. Sleep, if it comes, will come softly. If it has already come, it has come well. Either way, the night holds you, and the stars are steady, and the time is sweet on the air, and there is nothing else required. The water moves. The stars are out. The night is kind, and there is nothing left to carry tonight but the soft weight of sleep.